Why can't I speak? The streets, drenched in blood, were strewn with shards of glass and dismembered limbs, creating a chaotic tableau. Chun Mu stood bewildered in the middle of the road, inadvertently catching a glimpse of abandoned vehicles by the roadside. Through the dusty rearview mirror, he was horrified to discover that his pupils had transformed into a chilling shade of pure white. A gentle breeze wafted through, carrying the metallic scent of blood to his nostrils. A droplet of saliva involuntarily trickled from the corner of his mouth. What on earth? How did I end up like this? I could rival the deranged characters from films in Sakura Country. Of course, he was not the only one. The entire street was populated with staggering individuals. Some donned blood-stained suits, while others wore tattered dresses that revealed their long, pale legs. If one could overlook their grotesque faces and emotionless eyes, they exhibited a peculiar savage allure. Each of these individuals bore a white insignia atop their heads. Ordinary zombie, LV1. In the rearview mirror, Chun Mu noticed a similar insignia above his own head, albeit with different wording. He was designated as a weak zombie. Lost in thought, a melodious and pleasant female voice echoed in Chun Mu's ear. Ding, congratulations on entering the game Doomsday. This game utilizes advanced neural connection technology. With just a gaming helmet, you can experience a 100% authentic gaming reality. Please enter your game ID to create a character. Chun Mu snapped back from his daze. The Doomsday game had quickly gained worldwide acclaim upon its release, heralded as the first holographic 5D real-life game. He had heard from friends that this game was the new frontier of the 22nd century. Numerous tycoons were investing vast sums into the game, even if one were a mere pig. As long as they joined the tycoons in exclaiming, "Are you okay?" they could ride the wave of success. With an aspiration to profit, Chun Mu resigned from his job as a delivery worker of over 3 years, shedding his yellow uniform, and spent his hard-earned money on a battered, modified gaming helmet from a pirated marketplace. The gaming experience truly exceeded his expectations. He almost began to doubt whether the modified helmet had caused a short circuit, inadvertently transporting him to another realm. As for selecting a name, "Are you okay?" "Sorry, that name has already been taken. Please choose another." Well, I was too late. After some contemplation, Chun Mu settled on another name. Thunder Emperor. Ding. ID is unique. Congratulations, player Thunder Emperor. Character creation successful. Personal ID. Thunder Emperor character. Weak zombie monster level. LV1 experience. 0-100. Defeating players grants experience points. Quality. Trash. The sole purpose of this quality monster is to be slain by players, providing them with experience points and loot. Talents, skills, none attributes. Health 100, Strength 3, Agility 2, Physical Resistance 1. There are a total of 8 attributes, with the remaining one's mana, magic resistance, resilience, and endurance either at 0 or 1. Chun Mu felt utterly disheartened. His entire face darkened. Being a zombie was one thing, but to possess such abysmal quality, lacking skills and attributes that barely measure up to a mere 5 failures. How does one play this game? Oh, what a dire beginning. Would he even be able to recoup the cost of the game helmet? That would truly leave him with nothing but his undergarments. Just as Chun Mu lamented in his heart, the pleasant sound of the system notification chimed once more. Ding, as you're the only player in the entire server who has unexpectedly become a wild monster, the game system will safeguard your growth. A privilege email has been sent to you. Please check a privilege email. Could it be that a golden finger had arrived? Whoosh ding. Chun Mu was about to open the email to discover the nature of this so-called privilege when suddenly a wooden arrow flew by and landed right at his feet. "Ah, Sister Na, I missed my shot." A cute girl's voice rang out, and Chun Mu looked up. Before him stood a young lady in her 20s, clad in a JK uniform and black stockings. Her appearance refreshingly innocent. She wielded a wooden bow, her beautiful eyes fixated on Chun Mu, her expression brimming with indignation. It seemed that the miss was somehow Chun Mu's fault. It's fine. As long as the arrow is shot within the zombie's perception range, it will attract its ire. Ladies, prepare to slay the zombies. Beside the girl stood 5 others, each brandishing novice wooden sticks. All of them glared at Chun Mu with an air of readiness, as if poised to strike the moment he approached. A roar. Chun Mu was taken aback. Oh no. He was being targeted by players. Though these girls were novices, he was certain that with his meager attributes, he would likely be outmatched even against them. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned and fled Sister Na and the other girls. Shouldn't the zombies be rushing over to their doom after being provoked? Why was he running away? Why gonorrhea? Quick, chase after him. In the early stages, weak zombies are a boon for us newcomers. The leading girl, Sister Na, was the first to pursue Chen Mu, her wooden sword in hand, and the other girls snapped out of their stupor to follow suit. Damn it, weak little zombie, don't run away. The chorus of sweet voices rang behind him. In reality, being pursued by a horde of lovely ladies would surely be a delightful experience. But at this moment, Chen Mu had no desire to savor such joy. He certainly did not wish to be overwhelmed by a group of girls right after entering the game. As he ran, he checked his email. Ding! Congratulations on successfully claiming the privilege email. Privilege 1. Control of zombies' current controllable quantity is 1. The level of the controlled zombie cannot exceed your own. For each level you increase, you may control an additional zombie privilege 2. For every player or monster killed, you gain 1 evolution point, which can be utilized to enhance yourself or your subordinate zombies. Note, for every 10 levels you ascend, you earn an opportunity to participate in a privilege lottery. Can I control zombies? This ability is precisely what I need to survive. Chen Mu's eyes sparkled with newfound hope as he swiftly altered his escape route, soon finding himself face to face with a robust and formidable zombie. Privilege 1 activated. Ding! Congratulations! You have successfully enslaved a level 1 ordinary zombie. Please assign a name. Excellent success. From this moment forth, you shall be known as Number 1. Roar. Under Chen Mu's willful command, the Number 1 zombie let out a fierce roar and began to lumber forward, bravely charging toward the girls. Bang, 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 the two sides swiftly collided. Though both were level 1, the attributes of Number 1 zombie were evidently superior, as it valiantly engaged 6 opponents with overwhelming ferocity. Chen Mu cautiously shielded himself from the fray. He observed a steady stream of numbers floating above their heads. Maya, Xiao now injured, health 5. Roar, what the hell? Why are you targeting the chest? Number 1. You're going a bit too far. Number 1 health 3. Roar C. That's what you get, right? But do zombies feel pain when kicked in the groin? Chen Mu instinctively squeezed his legs together. AI Chi Xiao Mantu injured, health 5. Roar Number 1. Be a decent being. That small-headed one, you really hit it. 2 minutes later, Number 1 collapsed. Just as the girls were preparing to cheer for their victory, Number 2 zombie charged towards them, soon followed by Number 3, 4, 5. This area was a monster spawning ground, and zombies were in no short supply. Chen Mu could enslave them at will. By the time the 9th zombie fell, the health of the 6 girls had dwindled to approximately 30. Yet, Chen Mu still showed no intention of intervening. As the 12th zombie perished and the girls' health reached critical levels, they were about to retreat when Chen Mu suddenly appeared with the 13th zombie, encircling them from both directions. Not good. Sister Xiaona, we are surrounded. The girls stood back to back, weapons clutched tightly in their hands, anxiety etched across their faces. Sister Xiaona, think of something quickly. We have worked so hard to gain experience points, but if we fall here, our experience bar will reset and all will be in vain. Hey, look, that feeble little zombie in front. Isn't it the one we were chasing earlier, which suddenly vanished? How did it end up here? It turns out it didn't leave, it was hiding nearby. Damn it, this is no frail zombie. It is clearly a cunning zombie, waiting for our health to deplete before making its move. Chapter 2. Can one truly struggle to acquire a sword in the entire novice village? I possess 100-fold drop rate. Roaring with fervor. Chen Mu disregarded the ire of the young maidens, and alongside Number 13, he commenced his slaughter. He was well aware of the adage that villains perish from excessive chatter. The crux of the matter was that his vocal cords had deteriorated, rendering his attempts at intimidation incomprehensible to the girls. With a swift motion reminiscent of a tiger among sheep, Number 13 clawed through the ranks, claiming one female player after another. Chen Mu followed closely behind, executing surprise attacks. Ding! You have slain players Jiabai, Mei Mei de Xiaona, AI Chi Xiao Mantu, and 3 others, earning 30 experience points and 6 evolution points. The evolution shop feature has been unlocked for you. Please take a look. The evolution shop? Chen Mu paused, wondering if it was related to the privileges granted by the system. With a mere thought, a sophisticated shop interface materialized before him. Evolution Shop. Current evolution points. 6. Character attribute evolution. Ordinary zombie, 3 points. Agile zombie, 5 points. Strong zombie, 5 points. Intelligent zombie, 5 points. Talking zombie, 3 points. Note: multiple attributes may be purchased, each enhancing personal attributes. Current character attribute. Feeble zombie, slightly weakened across multiple attributes. Talent slot. Unlock the first talent slot, 5 points. Current talent slots, 0. Skill evolution. Currently no skills. The Evolution Shop offered a plethora of options, leaving Chinmu momentarily dazzled by the choices. Roaring with excitement. Which attribute, talent, or evolution should I choose? After a period of contemplation, he made his decision. Purchase. Ordinary zombie and talking zombie attributes. Ding. Purchase successful. 6 evolution points consumed. As the system notification chimed, Chinmu reopened his attribute panel, and indeed, changes had materialized. Character. Talking ordinary zombie. Wild creature. Level. LV1. Experience. 3100. Quality. Ordinary. Congratulations. You have transcended your feeble status. You can now hold your own against a level 1 novice player. However, your combat power remains sufficient only to intimidate beginners. Please continue to strive for improvement. Talent. Skills. None. Attributes. Health 100. Strength 5. Agility 3. Physical resistance 2. Magical resistance 2. This name appears to be longer than that of the other zombies. After glancing at the attribute panel, Chinmu raised his gaze to the emblem above his head. He pondered, if attributes can stack, then if I purchase all available attributes from the Evolution Shop, wouldn't my name grow astonishingly lengthy? But that is not the focal point. After a moment of reflection, Chinmu refocused his thoughts on his attributes. Following the acquisition of the ordinary zombie attribute, each of the 8 attributes exhibited an increase of at least 1 or 2 points, which was quite commendable. If Chinmu were to engage in a duel with one of the girls known as the Pure White Legs, he would undoubtedly possess the confidence to bring her down to the ground with ease. By the way, while eliminating players grants evolution points and experience, what about slaying wild monsters? According to the introduction of Privilege 2, defeating wild monsters should also yield evolution points. Chinmu pondered this, then cast a glance at number 13, who stood beside him like a bodyguard, his gaze turning icy. Let us go, little 13, we shall hunt some monsters. With that, he strode confidently down the street, searching for the feeble zombies. One must always choose the softest fruit to squeeze. However, most of the zombies on this street were ordinary. The feeble ones were indeed scarce. Fortunately, both Chinmu and number 13 were zombies themselves, allowing them to roam the street without attracting aggression from their fellow undead. Before long, Chinmu successfully located a feeble zombie. Number 13 launched a frontal assault, landing a powerful claw strike on the creature's face, effectively drawing its ire. Seizing the moment, Chinmu executed a surprise attack from behind. In less than a minute, the feeble zombie lay lifeless in a pool of blood. Ding! Congratulations. You have earned 1 evolution point. Killing wild monsters yields no experience. As compensation, the drop rate is increased by 100 times. And acquired 1 level of basic equipment. Decayed Iron Sword 1. Attack 3. Evolution points remain consistent, but no experience? 100-fold increase in drop rate? Chinmu stroked his chin, thoughts racing through his mind. According to the official description of the game Apocalypse, the drop rate for wild monsters ranges from 0.6 to 1. Appallingly low. However, with his enhanced drop rate, it equated to at least a 60 probability, didn't it? Defeating 2 monsters would guarantee at least 1 drop. This was promising. Yet, Chinmu was unaware of the current market conditions for equipment, so he decided to open the trading channel. Divine Realm Guild is purchasing equipment at high prices, quantity unlimited, starting from 100 cash. The more, the better. Damn, the drop rate in Apocalypse is too low. I can't seem to find any equipment. I implore the luckier players to sell some. Money is no object. I have a level 1 Decayed Iron Sword for sale at 1 gold, or 10,000 cash. Act fast, or it will be gone. To the person above. Have you lost your mind? A level 1 weapon for 10,000? Do you think we are fools? I'll offer a maximum of 100. Group message. The only piece of equipment in the trading channel, the decayed iron sword, has been snatched up by player Imperial Overlord for 10,000 cash. Everyone. May the wealthy meet their demise. At this early stage of the game, everyone was a newcomer, and the chances of finding equipment were exceedingly rare. In the trading channel, acquiring a sword was a formidable challenge. Chun Mu's eyes lit up as he glanced at the level 1 decayed iron sword in his possession and promptly tossed it into the trading channel. Given his drop rate, obtaining equipment was effortless. He found no value in a level 1 basic weapon. Selling it for cash was the way to go. First, he needed to earn back the money for that pirated game helmet. However, unlike the previous arms dealer who set a fixed price, he opted for an auction format. The starting bid was a mere silver coin or 100 cash. With a bidding period of 3 minutes, the highest bidder would claim victory. Oh, how embarrassing, Sister Shona. At the resurrection altar of the novice village, the player known as loves to eat steamed buns, clutching a wooden bowl. What with reddened eyes, lamenting, we were actually bullied by a feeble zombie. Whoa. It's merely a minor setback. Sister Shona consoled. Gently patting loves to eat steamed buns. Do not be disheartened. Our defeat at the hands of that frail zombie stemmed largely from underestimating it. Next time we encounter it, we must surround and eliminate it at once, denying it any chance to flee or summon allies. You're absolutely right, Sister Shauna. After hearing this, Steamed Buns gritted her teeth and declared, I shall avenge this humiliation today. Beside her, Leg nodded in agreement, exclaiming, Let us go, Sister Shauna. We must return and slay that weakling zombie. We shall ensure its demise. Hold on. Shauna shook her head. Let us first see if we can acquire some equipment before seeking vengeance. This approach is far more prudent. While novice weapons boasted the advantage of not being lost upon defeat, their damage output was regrettably low. Chapter 3. Earning hundreds of thousands in a single morning. How delightful. Upon hearing Shauna's words, the other women exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. They promptly opened the trading platform of the game Apocalypse. Level 1 Decayed Iron Sword. Attack 3. Starting bid. 1 silver coin, cash transaction. 100 yuan, auction countdown. 1 minute 22 seconds. Level 1 Wooden Longbow. Starting bid. 1. 5 silver coins, cash. 150 yuan, auction countdown. 2 minutes 42 seconds. The prices were exorbitant. A flicker of concern and hesitation crossed Leg's eyes, as she realized she did not possess even a single silver coin. In fact, she barely had a few copper coins. The drop rate in Apocalypse was notoriously low, not just for equipment, but for copper coins as well. Note: 10,000 copper coins, 100 silver coins, 1 gold coin. Moreover, judging by her demeanor, it was evident that she had no intention of spending money on the game. Observing Leg's conflicted expression, Shauna, the group's leader, reassuringly patted her shoulder and said, Don't worry, I'll cover the cost of the equipment for you. However, after a moment of hesitation, Xiaomanda spoke up, Sister Shauna. This equipment isn't cheap, and the starting bid is at least over 100 yuan. No one could predict how high the final price would soar. Shauna, filled with confidence, replied with a smile, I've been gaming for a decade. Based on my experience, while beginner equipment is scarce, players are generally aware that it's merely transitional. Spending tends to be relatively rational. It won't be excessively priced. I estimate that even at auction, a weapon shouldn't exceed 500 yuan. For the 6 of us, that totals just 3,000 yuan, which is merely a drop in the ocean for me. You all follow me. I would never shortchange you. Sister Shauna, look at the trading area. The bidding prices have refreshed. Before Shauna could finish her sentence, one girl interrupted, her eyes widening in shock, and she could only manage to utter a single word. What is happening? Noticing her companion's reaction, Shauna furrowed her brow and reopened the trading channel. Level 1 Decayed Iron Sword. Player Demon God Lu Xiaobu bids 8,000 yuan cash. Highest. Auction ends in 30 seconds. Level 1 Wooden Bow. Player Invincible Marksman bids 12,000 yuan cash. Highest. Auction ends in 1 minute 30 seconds. Level 1 Dagger. This time, everyone gasped in disbelief. Insanity. A level 1 weapon selling for such a high price. Tens of thousands of yuan. Do you think money grows on trees? Sister Xiaona. Perhaps we should reconsider, Leg said with a sheepish expression. My monthly salary is only 3,000 yuan. Even if you bought it for me, I couldn't repay such a favor. Indeed, Sister Xiaona, let's not become victims of this outrageous pricing. Xiaomantu offered some comfort, estimating that the prices were exorbitant merely due to the game having just launched. He believed that after some time, as more players acquired equipment, the prices would inevitably decrease. At that point, it would not be too late for them to make their purchases. If it comes to that, we could simply avoid confronting that frail zombie, right? No need for that. Xiaona inhaled deeply, her eyes brimming with determination. I will buy. What are a few tens of thousands of dollars? In the early stages of the game, the difference between having a weapon and not having one is quite significant. We cannot afford to lag behind. With that, Xiaona proceeded to enter her bids on various auction items. In the level 1 to 5 zombie spawn area, on the dilapidated Long Street, the notification sounded. Ding. The auction item you listed in the trading area, a level 1 decayed longsword, has been purchased by player Mei Maida Xiaona for 10,000 cash. The platform takes a 5 commission. The remainder will be transferred to your bank account. Ding. A level 1 wooden bow has been acquired by player Mei Maida Xiaona for 15,000 cash. Ding. A level 1 old dagger has been bought by player Mei Maida Xiaona. Qin, who had just defeated another frail zombie, was momentarily taken aback by the continuous system notifications. Xiaona? That name sounded somewhat familiar. Oh right. She was one of the 6 girls I had eliminated earlier, the one who almost got obliterated by number 1. Goodness, I never would have guessed she was wealthy. During this time, Qin had listed over 10 pieces of equipment on the trading platform. Among them, 6 had been purchased by the individual named Xiaona, netting him over 80,000. Adding in the earnings from the other items, it meant that he had made over 100,000 in less than a morning. He had recouped the cost of his gaming helmet, and furthermore, he had made a hefty profit. He continued to grind for monsters, hoping for more equipment drops. Who knows? Perhaps he might even have the chance to buy an apartment in the city center. No one could predict how long this windfall would last. It was imperative to sell as much equipment as possible during this time, for once this opportunity passed, it would be gone for good. What is the most important aspect of gaming? Happiness. No, nothing surpasses the tangible satisfaction of earning money. In an instant, Qin felt invigorated, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Moreover, after this period of grinding, his evolution points had increased to over 10, allowing him to purchase 2 new character traits for himself. Now, he was identified as swift, strong, and articulate ordinary zombie. The attributes of speed and strength had received a significant boost under these traits, allowing Qin to effortlessly challenge 2 or 3 players of equal level simultaneously. Of course, in addition to the enhancement of his attributes and power, there had also been noticeable changes in Qin's appearance. The swift trait had made his thighs thicker and longer, while the strong trait had given him a more robust physique, increasing his height from 176 centimeters to 182 centimeters, coupled with his broad shoulders and muscular build. He resembled a human tank, exuding an intense presence. Standing on a street teeming with zombies, Qin undoubtedly shines as the brightest among them, without exception. In a bid to enhance his monster hunting efficiency, he procured a sturdy attribute for his loyal companion, Little 13, thereby significantly boosting its prowess as well. Stick with me, Little 13. And as long as I have meat to eat, you'll have bones to gnaw. Whether or not this promise holds any weight remains uncertain, nonetheless. Qin chose to make the declaration regardless. Roar. Little 13 excitedly exclaimed, yet its gaze remained vacant, betraying an air of dull-wittedness. Qin cast a glance at it and, with a weary shake of his head, decided against further futile efforts. As for redeeming an intelligent attribute for Little 13, he lacked the requisite evolution points. He had yet to fully bolster his own sense of security, so how could he squander evolution points on a subordinate? One should never expect an old hand to prioritize the greater good or engage in self-sacrificial acts. Chapter 4. Is that cunning zombie up to its tricks again? As Qin and Xiao Shisan were engaged in vanquishing the feeble zombies, a cacophony suddenly erupted from the distance. To his astonishment, the number of zombies in this city far surpassed those in the wild. With the influx of players increasing, the outdoor zombies had become dreadfully insufficient for farming. It seemed that venturing into the city to slay monsters would become the predominant gameplay. However, what a ridiculous notion. The density of zombies in the city was far greater than in the wild, unless players banded together. The scattered individuals like them would find themselves surrounded by the undead at any moment. Escape would be nearly impossible. Heaven forbid that before they could slay a handful of zombies, they might meet their own demise. But why fear? With so many players around, forming a team shouldn't pose much difficulty. Shenmue turned his gaze toward the street's end, where a throng of heads surged from the direction outside the city, at least several hundred, and the number was steadily increasing. A chill coursed through his veins. This was bad. A large number of players were approaching, though the number of zombies on this street vastly outnumbered the players. Shenmue understood that these mindless and disorganized zombies were akin to scattered soldiers. They would be utterly incapable of halting the advance of the player horde. Remaining on this street could result in being mistaken for a wild monster and subsequently eliminated by the very players he sought to avoid. Yet, if he ventured deeper into the city, the zombies' levels would inevitably rise. At that point, he and Xiao Shisan, both mere level 1 novices, would be at the mercy of the more formidable zombies. This was not a scenario Shenmue desired. What to do? He needed to eliminate some players to level up. A spark of inspiration ignited in Shenmue's mind. He made his way to a nearby apartment building and instructed Xiao Shisan, "Go and lure a few feeble zombies to block the entrance of that building." With a spirited roar, Xiao Shisan, albeit unsure of her leader's intentions, complied and dashed off to execute the plan. Subsequently, Shenmue ventured alone towards the apartment building, casually picking up stones along the way and pocketing them. Outside the city, the atmosphere was vibrant. A 6-member team is missing a ranged archer. Once we fill the spot, we'll enter the city to farm monsters. Hurry. We need a tank and a healer. Our team boasts a mage who has learned Fireball, yielding exceptional damage output and farming efficiency. Join us and you won't regret it. The Phoenix Guild is recruiting. Enjoy a monthly salary of 3,000 plus performance bonuses. We are buying weapons, equipment, and a variety of skill books, blueprints, gold, and silver coins at attractive prices. Selling basic healing potions for 80 copper coins or cash. Don't miss out. Some players shouted at the top of their lungs, while others held signs to sell their wares. Some had already formed teams and were striding purposefully towards the city, embarking on their monster-slaying journey. Before long, Xiaona arrived with her 5 sisters. "In just a short time since our resurrection, this many people have gathered here," she remarked, frowning. The 6 sisters were among the first to enter the game. It can be said that their advantages were considerable. Regrettably, after facing death once, they have lost all their advantages. Consequently, the previously feeble zombie that had attacked us has likely been vanquished by others. With a face full of disappointment and resentment, Leg stomped her foot and exclaimed, "How infuriating." "Not necessarily," countered the petite Mantu, clutching her wooden bow. "That zombie was quite cunning. Do you not remember? I clearly drew its aggro. Yet, upon seeing us, it turned and fled. I suspect it won't be easy for others to slay it either." "Enough." Xiaona interrupted their discussion. "Regardless of whether that frail zombie has been defeated, we must venture into the city to grind for monsters. This time, we must ensure that everyone reaches level 2. The official website has announced that the first 10 players to reach level 10 will receive a reward of blue rare grade equipment, and the one who comes in first will obtain a piece of purple epic grade gear. We must strive for this." With that, Xiaona approached a stall selling potions and spent several thousand coins to purchase all of the healing potions the vendor had. Although the novice village also had an official potion shop with lower prices, they only accepted copper and silver coins, which Xiaona and her friends could scarcely afford. The vendor, having been fortunate enough to acquire a blueprint for healing potion production, had made a small fortune. Once prepared, Xiaona and her companions re-entered the city. The familiar streets now buzzed with numerous players grinding for monsters, while the surrounding zombies had been divided into several battlegrounds, engaged in fierce combat. After observing the scene, Xiaona furrowed her brow. Making a decisive choice, she noted that the outer zombies had been monopolized by others, so they should venture deeper into the streets. Just as Xiaona was about to lead the 5 girls further down the long street, 4 burly men approached, whistling and brandishing novice wooden sticks. Hey, 6 lovely ladies. Grinding for monsters? Why not let us join you? We can watch each other's backs. What do you say? The presence of 6 youthful and charming girls posed a significant allure for the male players. Scram. Xiaona shot them a cold glance, her tone frosty. Her party was composed solely of girls because she found the presence of those odious men exceedingly bothersome. Oh, quite the fiery spirit, aren't we? The leading man, far from being offended, seemed intrigued. I like a spirited mare like you. Ha ha ha. However, before he could finish his remark, a chilling long sword was suddenly pressed against his throat. I shall say this once more. Xiaona's eyes glinted with ice as she gripped the sword tightly. If you wish to live, be gone. The other sisters, seeing this, did not hesitate and brandish their weapons, daggers, longbows, staves, and iron shields, all of which were basic equipment with attribute enhancements. Gulp, the group of burly men swallowed nervously, their expressions turning serious. At this stage, basic equipment was indeed quite valuable. Equipping the entire team with whiteboard gear, they were either formidable warriors or affluent individuals, and in either case, none of the ruffians dared to provoke them. Very well, the burly leader retracted his neck, a sheepish grin adorning his face, and declared, "We shall take our leave." With that, he swiftly turned and fled. The others, witnessing their leader's retreat, lacked the courage to linger any longer and promptly followed suit. Humph. Upon observing this, Leg scoffed, "These wretched men deserve a good beating." Following this encounter, all players in the city engaging in team monster hunting became aware that a group of beautiful yet thorny roses had graced the streets, and no one dared to recklessly provoke them. Soon, Xiao Na and her 5 companions arrived at the midpoint of the long street. Here, the number of players was significantly reduced compared to the periphery, with only a few scattered teams, while the zombie count had notably increased. "Let us hunt monsters here," Xiao Na commanded. "Little Mantu, you shall be in charge of drawing the monsters." "Understood," Little Mantu replied, nocking an arrow and preparing to aim at the zombies. However, before she could identify her target, her peripheral vision inadvertently caught sight of stones flying out of a second-floor window of a nearby apartment building, striking the heads of the approaching zombies. Those hit by the stones turned their gaze towards the apartment building, subsequently roaring and charging in that direction. At that moment, a 12-member team stood before the building, engaged in a fierce battle against a horde of feeble zombies, oblivious to the impending swarm approaching from behind. Little Manda blinked her bright, beautiful eyes and vaguely discerned the figure on the second floor, continuously hurling stones. It was him, the cunning and sly old 6. The weakened zombies. He was scheming against the player team, utilizing the lives of other zombies to wear down that 12-member squad. Chapter 5, The Mantis Stalks the Cicada. While the yellow bird awaits Sister Xiao Na, look over there, Little Mantu exclaimed, pointing excitedly at the apartment building. It's that frail zombie that tricked us before. Due to Chenmu's substantial presence being concealed within the wall, the long string of names above him went unnoticed by Little Mantu, who still believed that Chenmu was the same Chenmu as before. The other girls followed Little Mantu's gaze, their expressions turning grave. It really is him. This old fox has indeed survived and is now plotting against a team of 12 players. Sister Xiao Na, let us rush up and take him down. We can't let him escape again. The impatient Lei urged fervently. No. Xiao Na shook her head, her eyes narrowing. He.S. in the building. He can't run away. We were outsmarted by him last time, but this time, we must employ the strategy of the mantis catching the cicada. While the yellow bird waits in ambush, let us not be hasty. We'll find a place to hide and wait until that frail zombie believes he can handle those 12 players before we strike. Wow, Sister Xiao Na, you really are a seasoned player. Lei blinked in admiration. Xiao Na, are you asking for a beating? Unbeknownst to Chenmu, he was once again being targeted by the 6 girls. His focus was entirely on the 12-player team, as attempting to deceive 12 individuals was indeed a considerable endeavor. If he could defeat this group, his experience points would surge dramatically. The prospect of leveling up was tantalizingly close. Of course, even if Chenmu were aware of the girls' intentions, he would not be overly concerned. They were merely 6 minor nuisances. As more zombies were drawn to him by the stones he threw, the 12 players found themselves embroiled in a fierce battle, their health plummeting below 30% in no time. They had even exhausted their healing supplies. Xiao Shisan, prepare to descend and reap the rewards. Chun Mu's eyes glinted as he strode towards the staircase, wielding a level 1 military crossbow, green quality, attack 6. A prized weapon he had acquired while clearing the zombies on the second floor. Its appealing attributes made him reluctant to sell it, so he decided to keep it for himself. Note: equipment quality classification: white, normal, green, fine, blue, rare, purple, epic, orange, legendary, gold, divine. Red artifact. Below in the apartment building, the 12-player team was growing increasingly desperate. Captain, there are too many zombies. We simply can't kill them all. What should we do? At this rate, we'll all perish here. Charge into the apartment. The captain, demonstrating commendable leadership, quickly made a decisive call. They occupied the staircase, utilizing the advantageous terrain to defend themselves, fighting while retreating to buy some precious time. Perhaps we can turn the tide and gain some levels. But, Captain, a hesitant team member interjected, what if there are zombies inside the apartment? We could end up being attacked from both sides, trapped with no escape. Remaining here is tantamount to death. The captain took a deep breath, wielding his novice wooden stick as he engaged in a fierce struggle with the zombies, declaring, "We must take a gamble. After all, we have fought for so long. If there were zombies upstairs, they would have descended by now, and we would not be in this predicament." Upon hearing these words, the remaining team members nodded in agreement. Without further instructions, they began to withdraw in an orderly fashion into the apartment building, with the captain personally taking the rear. Once inside, he swiftly closed the door behind them. Bang, bang, bang. Outside, the sound of heavy pounding reverberated. Before long, the zombies burst through the door, flooding into the space. In that brief moment, the 12-member team had already positioned themselves strategically on the staircase. This 12-member team was no ordinary group. Hidden in the shadows, observing the battle, Shauna furrowed her brow and remarked, "Their organization, discipline, and execution are remarkably strong. If I am not mistaken, they have likely undergone rigorous training. Could they be professional bodyguards or security personnel from a specialized unit?" What? Upon hearing Shauna's analysis, the other women were taken aback. Little Mantu was the first to speak. If they are indeed a well-trained player team, then that old zombie number 6 poses a significant threat. After all, these individuals still retain about 30 of their health. 12 against 1. Old 6 is doomed. No, Leg said, perplexed. Little Mantu, why are you concerned about that old zombie number 6? He is our enemy, after all. Have you lost your mind? Little Mantu blinked innocently. I just want to personally eliminate that old zombie number 6. That would certainly be satisfying. Enough of your bickering. Shauna interjected sharply, let us follow them and observe. I suspect that old number 6 is not as simple as he appears. Inside the apartment building, a fierce battle was about to unfold. Zhang Chuhua, Wang Xian. Retreat. On the first-floor staircase, the captain of the 12-member team stood at the forefront, warding off the advancing zombies while shouting, Li Xiaofeng, Luo Daqing. You two take the lead and assist me in intercepting the zombies. Pay attention. When your health drops below 5, be sure to retreat immediately. Do not act recklessly. If you are killed by the zombies, all the experience points will be lost. Understood, Captain. The group moved in a well-organized manner, utilizing the narrow staircase for defense. But suddenly, a strong ordinary zombie came barreling down from the second floor. Grr. Roar. With a single swipe, it struck down a player whose health was below 5. This zombie was none other than the 13th under Chen Mu. Not good. There are zombies behind us too. Huh. A strong ordinary zombie? What is that? We have not encountered such a creature before. Quickly, focus fire and take it down. The remaining team members quickly regained their composure, grasping their weapons and launching an assault on the zombie. Bang, bang, bang. Damage, -3, -2, -3, -3, critical hit -6. A series of 5 damage values materialized above the head of the 13th member, who suffered a staggering loss of 17 points in a mere second. Nearly 1/5 of their health. Witnessing this scene, Chun Mu, who was concealed at the corner of the staircase on the second floor, exhibited a flicker of surprise in his eyes. These players were considerably stronger than the average ones. However, Their health was alarmingly low. Unable to withstand even a single claw from the 13th member, within a brief span of 10 seconds, 7 of them were brutally slain. Regrettably, it was not long before the 13th member also met their demise. Only 5 players remained. Shenmue's gaze sharpened, and he effortlessly activated Privilege 1. Gaining control over a common zombie outside the apartment building, directing it to charge desperately at the remaining players. Simultaneously, he raised his military crossbow, adjusting it to rapid-fire mode. He pulled the trigger. Chapter 6. Upgrade. Server announcement. Can attributes automatically increase during upgrades? Whoosh, a volley of crossbow bolts soared through the air, carving arcs that heralded death, striking the group of players with relentless precision. A cascade of damage values materialized above their heads. -15, -13, -16, -12, -15. One by one, 4 players collapsed, leaving only their captain, clad in defensive gear with substantial resistance. After being hit thrice by the crossbow bolts, his health dwindled perilously low. Wait, crossbow bolts? Who is ambushing us? Friends, dare to reveal yourselves? In his mind, he believed that zombies attacked with claws and teeth, incapable of wielding weapons, thus instinctively assuming that other players were responsible for the assault. Alas, as he turned to discern the identity of his assailant, the 4th and 5th bolt struck him, one piercing his throat. Ding, you have perished. In his final moments, he glimpsed a pale hand gripping a military crossbow at the stairway's corner, yet he could not perceive the figure behind it. With the demise of the entire squad, their bodies transformed into white light, vanishing within the building. Meanwhile, Shenmue did not halt his barrage of bolts. As the zombies, having finished off the players, prepared to retreat, they were suddenly ambushed by a flurry of crossbow bolts. Damage, -15. Having already engaged in battle with the 12-player team for an extended period, the zombies' health was already severely depleted. This wave of crossbow bolts annihilated them. My apologies, everyone. All crops harvested. A series of system notifications rang in Shenmue's ears. Ding, congratulations, you have successfully slain 12 players. Gaining 60 experience points, 10 points remaining to level up, and 12 evolution points. Ding, congratulations, you have successfully slain 9 zombies. Earning 9 evolution points, 2 decayed iron swords, 3 bundles of universal crossbow bolts, each bundle containing 100 bolts, and 1 decayed military crossbow. The zombies on the staircase were swiftly eradicated. Apart from the crossbow bolts, all other acquired equipment was promptly placed on the trading platform for auction. As for the evolution points, Shenmue contemplated and exchanged them for 4 character attributes. Thick-skinned primarily enhances dual resistance, providing additional health. Clever primarily increases mana, offering a slight boost to intelligence. Resilient mainly enhances physical toughness, reducing the duration of control effects. Warm automatically restores 1 health per second. Upon completing the attribute exchange, he stored the crossbow bolts in his system space backpack, discarding all whiteboard equipment for auction in the trading channel. He then approached the body of the 13th player. Kneeling down, he gently closed the unblinking eyes of the fallen, since little 13 had followed him, dutifully fulfilling every task assigned. A trace of nostalgia and sorrow flickered across Shenmue's face as he sighed. Little 13, you have worked hard. Just then, 6 girls, led by Xiao Na, suddenly burst into the apartment building. Huh? Sister Xiao Na, wasn't it said that there would be a fierce battle here? Why is there no sign of conflict at all? What about the 12 players? And even the zombies have all perished? Leg wore a puzzled expression as she glanced towards the staircase. At first, she noticed the ground strewn with zombie corpses, but on her second look, she spotted a long list of names. Tough, clever, resilient, warm, swift, strong, and even articulate ordinary zombies? After reading for a while, Leg, what on earth is this? The other girls echoed her confusion. Why are their names so lengthy? Only Xiao Na quickly grasped the situation, her pupils constricting. He is that weak zombie who ambushed us before. I remember his appearance. What? Exclaimed Xiao Mantu and the others in unison. In just a short time. His name has grown so long? And he is also taller. Suddenly, Shenmue, hearing the commotion, looked up and locked eyes with the 6 girls. A glint of amusement flashed across his face. Ah, it's you. You've come at the right time. I was just pondering where to hunt down the isolated players next. You can actually talk, Leg said, astonishment etched on her face. Are you still a zombie? Fool, Shalmanda swallowed hard, a knowing look in her eyes. Doesn't his name have can speak in it? He is indeed a zombie. Sister Shauna, I fear we have encountered a boss, she declared excitedly. This is the first boss to appear before us since the launch of Doomsday. If we defeat it, we might obtain some excellent equipment. Her enthusiasm surged, and she even raised her bow, preparing to aim. Indeed, he must be a boss. Excitement and greed flickered in Shauna's eyes as she gripped her iron sword tightly, the metal creaking under pressure. Sisters, let's charge together and take down this boss. However, before Xiaomantu could release her arrow, as the other girls prepared to rush up the stairs, Chenmu had already summoned a green-quality military crossbow from his backpack. Whoosh! Whoosh, whoosh, arrows flew continuously, tracing exquisite arcs in the air. Beautiful Shauna injured. -16, -15, -13, -14, -15. Leg. Other girls. The premium military crossbow unleashed a rapid-fire volley of arrows, equipped with an automatic reloading feature, capable of shooting 30 arrows per minute. Though it could not compare to a war machine like the Bartling, it was still too much for players with no defensive gear to withstand at this stage. In no time, the girls fell to the ground, astonished and bewildered. What the hell? Can zombies even use weapons? This is cheating. Congratulations. You have successfully defeated 6 players, earning 30 experience points, 6 blank equipment, 12 basic healing potions, and 25 copper coins. Congratulations. You have leveled up to level 2. Attributes such as toughness, intelligence, resilience, warmth, swiftness, and strength have triggered passive bonuses. You have gained 2 dual resistance, 20 mana, 1 tenacity, 1 health regeneration, 2 speed, and 20 health. Congratulations, you have received 5 free attribute points due to your level increase. As you are the first player in the entire server to advance to level 2, a server-wide announcement will be made. Do you wish to hide your ID in the announcement? If you choose not to hide it, you will gain 100 reputation. Reputation is the sole currency in some special shops. Upon seeing a series of system notifications, Chenmu was momentarily taken aback. To his surprise, his character's attributes not only leveled up, but also granted additional passive effects. This was indeed a delightful surprise. Although the individual attribute increases were modest, their cumulative effect was quite substantial. It was evident that he needed to exchange for more attributes in the future. He promptly placed all the newly acquired blank equipment on the trading platform for auction, allocating all 5 free attribute points to his attack. Subsequently, Chenmu stroked his chin, contemplating whether to hide his ID in the server announcement. Given his personality, he would typically opt for confidentiality. However, the dilemma arose. If he chose to hide it, he would forfeit the reward. This left him in a state of inner conflict. After a moment of reflection, Chenmu ultimately resolved to seize the benefits first, as there might be exceptional items available in the special shops. Chapter 7. The $1 Million Salary Invitation. Is someone challenging Chenmu to a duel? Ding. Server-wide announcement. Player Thunder Emperor has successfully advanced to level 2, becoming the first player in the game. The level leaderboard is now open. Players above level 2 may enter the rankings. The top 10 players will receive daily rewards of 1 to 10 reputation points. If the ID is hidden, there will be no rewards. Reputation can be used in a special store to exchange for items. A gentle reminder, the items in the special store are all of at least blue rare quality. The reputation store will refresh in 7 days at the center of the zombie city. We encourage all players to strive for progress. Additionally, the first player to break through to levels 3, 4, up to 9 will receive a server-wide announcement and corresponding reputation rewards. If a player is the first to reach level 10, they will receive not only reputation rewards but also a random epic grade equipment. The players ranked 2nd to 10th reaching level 10 will receive 1 piece of blue rare quality equipment each. A series of system notifications rang in the ears of all players across the server. In an instant, every player erupted with excitement. What the hell? I have worked tirelessly, using every means possible, just to kill 8 zombies and advance to level 2. Yet someone has already leveled up? This is too fast. Who is this Thunder Emperor? I've never heard of them before. How did they silently reach level 2? In the game Doomsday, leveling up is exceedingly challenging. I have only managed to kill 3 zombies up to this point. Thunder Emperor, I plead for your guidance, as a token of gratitude. I am willing to warm your bed. The Imperial Guild announced through a server-wide trumpet. Thunder Emperor, please be sure to join our Imperial Guild. $1 million annual salary and all benefits are negotiable. Divine Realm Guild. We, in Divine Realm, are willing to pay 300,000 for Thunder Emperor's head. War God Guild. Whoever can kill Thunder Emperor once and bring their level back to 1. Our War God Guild will additionally reward 300,000 and provide 100 basic healing potions. Demon God Lu Xiaobu. Thunder Emperor. I too can reach level 2 within half an hour. If you have the courage, step forward for a duel. If you win, I will give you 1 million. At the resurrection altar in the novice village. Damn it, our experience points have been reset again. Sob, sob, sob. Leg, with a face full of grievance, cried with red eyes. Now someone has reached level 2, yet we have to start over. At this rate, when will we ever catch up? It's all that dead old Six's fault. He is dishonorable, using a premium crossbow against us. Sob, sob, sob. I was just turned into a hedgehog by him. What a villain. Showing no mercy at all, humph. Little Mantu did not care much about the levels, but her expression was equally grim. This time, our equipment was all dropped. The losses must amount to several thousand. This loss is nothing compared to that. Xiaona remained remarkably composed, shaking her head with a sigh. As the number of players steadily increased, an ever-growing multitude had begun to acquire equipment. Consequently, the value of items on the trading platform had depreciated significantly. A level 1 whiteboard piece of gear could now be procured for approximately 3,000. With that, she spent nearly 20,000. Purchasing 6 weapons from the trading platform to distribute among the women. Little did she know. The equipment she acquired had just recently dropped from their characters and had been listed again for sale. In the city of zombies, atop a towering skyscraper, players descended into this world. A cloaked figure, clad in black, surveyed the sprawling city with a cold gaze. Observing the players at the fringes engaged in fierce combat with the zombies, a soft murmur escaped his lips within less than half a day. A player named Thunder Emperor had ascended to level 2. Their rate of growth was alarmingly rapid, far surpassing that of the so-called indigenous NPCs. If left unchecked, they would become the greatest obstacle to our plans for overthrowing the novice village. A command was issued from this moment forth. The Nightfall organization would relentlessly pursue the player known as Thunder Emperor. His growth must be curtailed. Not just him, from now on. Any player who ascends the level leaderboard will find themselves on our organization's hunt list. Behind him, hundreds of similarly clad figures knelt in submission. Upon hearing his decree, one of the black-clad individuals rose, speaking in a deep, hoarse voice. My lord, the number of players is overwhelming. We cannot possibly eliminate them all. The Nightfall leader turned his gaze toward the speaker. What do you propose? Divide and conquer. The black-clad individual replied, his eyes glinting with cunning. From my observations, these players exhibit little loyalty to this world. They are merely a pack of hounds driven by self-interest. If we provide them with sufficient incentives, they may be persuaded to serve our purposes. Perhaps they could even become the very swords we wield to dismantle the novice village and slay the old village chief. The Nightfall leader narrowed his eyes, scoffing. You wish for players to overthrow the novice village? That is their resurrection point and sanctuary. Without it, should they perish before reaching the main city, they would be unable to return to life. Are they truly that foolish? My lord, this world is not devoid of fools, the black-clad man chuckled. Or rather, it is certainly not lacking in selfish individuals blinded by greed who would harm others for their own gain. What say you? Very well. If you wish to test this theory, proceed with your plan. We shall observe the outcome before making a final decision. The Nightfall leader conceded after a moment of contemplation. Additionally, our initiative to stifle player growth must not wane. Should anyone dare to defy orders, they must be dealt with accordingly. Understood. The black-clad individual responded with a respectful fist salute. Suddenly, numerous figures clad in black retreated from the building. In the outskirts of the zombie city, within the apartment complex, Chunmu naturally noticed the server-wide announcement from the system, along with various statements from major guilds and the challenge declaration from the demon god. El Shubu, among other miscellaneous information. He was rather surprised by the announcement that stated maintaining the top level would yield a daily reward of 10 points of prestige. Moreover, the first player to reach level 10 would be awarded an epic piece of equipment, which left Chenmu quite envious. As for the guild's recruitment efforts, bounties, and the invitations for one-on-one duels from certain players, Chenmu paid them no mind, merely glancing over them. An annual salary of 1 million? As someone who could earn several 100,000 in a mere morning, he scoffed at such trifles. Bounties? This was welcome news. He wished for more players to come forth and offer him opportunities to accumulate experience. Regarding the duels, Chenmu dismissed them entirely. His principle was to only target the weak and avoid the formidable. Those who could swiftly ascend by 2 levels were clearly not to be trifled with. Only someone with a few screws loose would dare challenge them. Chapter 8. The Nightfall Organization with a staggering damage output exceeding 8,000. The formidable prowess of Ling Lingqi is truly fearsome. Once Chenmu had gathered his thoughts, he stepped out of the apartment building. The once juvenile Xiao Shisan had transformed. Moreover, having leveled up, he was now able to recruit an additional subordinate. Thus, his immediate priority was to scout for suitable recruits, for with dependable subordinates, he could more effectively play the role of a schemer. A sinister chuckle escaped him. With his elevated level, Chenmu felt emboldened. He ventured straight into the depths of the zombie city, intent on seeking out a couple of second-tier zombies for recruitment, dismissing the idea of enlisting any first-level novices. After a brief span of 10 minutes, a towering figure, reminiscent of a giant and exuding an aura of might, caught his eye. LV2, strong, ordinary zombie. Chenmu's spirit soared. Could it be a zombie with inherent attributes? Such a rare find. Recruit, he commanded. From this moment forth, you shall be known as Big Head. With a ferocious roar, Big Head was recruited and promptly followed Chenmu, dutifully assuming the role of his bodyguard. Zombies with inherent attributes not only boasted superior initial stats, but also conserved Chenmu's evolution points. He was thoroughly pleased with his new subordinate. Next, he resolved to focus on finding more zombies with inherent attributes. However, such specimens seemed to be in short supply. Suddenly, Chenmu's gaze sharpened. A figure clad in black moved effortlessly through the throng of zombies, as if in an uninhabited realm, topped with a glaring label, NPC. Could it be a wilderness NPC? According to a post on the Apocalypse official game website, encountering an NPC marked with an exclamation point invariably indicated the presence of a quest. While other players might rush to engage with such an NPC in hopes of securing a task, Chenmu was different. He was a zombie. NPCs were humans, and they were natural adversaries. Instinctively, Chenmu activated the system's built-in detection feature to assess the NPC's attributes. Character, NPC, identity, level, attributes, other. All were marked as a clear indication that this was not an entity to be trifled with. Chenmu's pupils contracted. He immediately lowered his head. Disguising himself as an ordinary zombie and aimlessly wandering the streets, Big Head was positioned in front of him, serving to obscure the black-clad figure's line of sight. It was imperative to conceal himself. The length of the name above Big Head's head was conspicuously abnormal. Should the NPC catch sight of it, curiosity might lead him to mistake Chenmu for a minor boss, resulting in an unfortunate fate. At that moment, the figure in black held a sophisticated electronic device equipped with a display screen. This instrument was no ordinary gadget, known as the 1,000-mile tracker, a premium tool crafted by the Nightfall organization. By inputting an ID, one could ascertain the approximate location of that ID, with an effective range extending up to 1,000 miles, and presently, the ID displayed on the device was Thunder Emperor. The black-clad figure halted, surveying the surroundings. A flicker of doubt crossed his eyes. The instrument's signal was clearly nearby, yet the surroundings were teeming with zombies, devoid of any human presence. This was perplexing. Could it be that the player known as Thunder Emperor had anticipated my arrival and sought refuge in a concealed location? Yet, there seemed to be no place to hide in the vicinity. Clap, clap. The figure in black, suspecting a malfunction with the device, gently tapped it with his hand. However, the instrument's location remained unchanged. Thunder Emperor was supposed to be less than 10 meters away. Not far off, Chenmu overheard the murmurs of the man in black. and his heart tightened. Was he specifically searching for him? Though the purpose was unclear, Chenmu prudently crouched down, concealing himself entirely behind the large head of a nearby zombie. He also noted that the device in the man's possession seemed capable of locating him. Disregarding the quality of his minions, he hastily recruited a nondescript level 2 zombie and commanded it to stealthily approach the man in black. The zombie hesitated, deterred by the scent of fear emanating from the man, which instilled trepidation within it. Yet, under Chenmu's coercive orders, the newly recruited zombie steeled itself and complied. The man in black remained engrossed in manipulating the device. Suddenly, bang! A zombie swung its decaying claw, striking the instrument with considerable force. Crack! The electronic display shattered upon impact, and the claw penetrated the device's interior, violently tearing out the needle. The man in black? You wretched creature! How dare you damage my instrument? Fury ignited within him as his eyes glinted menacingly, and he raised his fist to strike the offending zombie. Boom! A resounding crash echoed as the zombie's head exploded like a watermelon. Damage, minus 8,024. Overhearing this, Chenmu gasped in shock. Good heavens! This individual was indeed formidable. Fortuitously, he had concealed himself. Otherwise, a blow like that would have surely been fatal. However, hiding indefinitely was not a viable solution if the man sought him out. An idea struck Chenmu, and he quickly contracted another pedestrian zombie, investing 3 points to equip it with a conversational attribute. Very well. From this moment on, you shall be called Diplomat. Subsequently, Chenmu maneuvered the diplomat towards the man in black and, in a raspy voice, inquired, Are you here to find someone? Just as the man in black wiped the blood from his hands, he heard a voice nearby. His gaze sharpened, swiftly turning in that direction. Instantly, a look of bewilderment emerged in his eyes. A talking ordinary zombie? He had encountered numerous strong and agile zombies, but this was the first time he had seen one capable of speech. It was indeed a rare occurrence, though he merely regarded it with mild curiosity. To him, a level 2 zombie was little more than an ant. Should it dare to approach or provoke him, its fate was sealed. Death awaited. The cloaked figure was poised to take action when, unexpectedly, the negotiating zombie interjected, stating, I see you possess a task. Perhaps I could assist you. I am well acquainted with this area, and the surrounding zombies serve as my informants. Upon hearing this, the cloaked figure paused, casting a curious glance at the negotiator. Huh? You wish to undertake my task? At present, his equipment lay in ruins, rendering it impossible to locate the player known as Thunder Emperor. It would require considerable effort to find him. However, should a zombie aid him, the endeavor would certainly be eased. Yet, it was indeed a peculiar circumstance, assigning a task to a zombie. His expression reflected this oddity. After a moment's contemplation, he finally spoke. Very well, assist me in locating a player named Thunder Emperor. If you succeed, a substantial reward awaits you. As he spoke, the cloaked figure attempted to assign the task to the negotiator. A system notification echoed in Chenmu's ears. Ding! The Nightfall Organization's Ling Ling Chi has issued a task. Locate the player Thunder Emperor. Will you accept? Chenmu furrowed his brow. To accept the task aimed at finding oneself? What in the world was the Nightfall Organization? There had been no mention of it on the Apocalypse official website or forums. After a moment's hesitation, Chenmu refrained from hastily accepting the task and continued to control the negotiator. Oh, the negotiator paused before inquiring. A player named Thunder Emperor? Would you be so kind as to disclose the purpose of your search for him? Chapter 9. The Thunder Emperor's Flow, one man dominating a ranking? Your words are rather excessive. The figure cloaked in black did not fall for the trap. His gaze towards the negotiator revealed a heightened sense of vigilance, even leaning slightly forward, hinting at an inclination to eliminate this zombie. Chenmu understood that further inquiries would yield no fruitful information. Thus, he maneuvered the negotiator to step back half a pace, feigning fear, and spoke, All right, I shall keep an eye out for the Thunder Emperor you seek. How shall I inform you if I locate him? The black-clad individual cast a lingering gaze at the negotiator. Although this zombie was of low rank, it possessed an intelligence nearly akin to that of a human. Engaging in conversation with it felt akin to interacting with a living person. No, to be precise, it was like dealing with a cunning trickster. In just a few exchanges, he had divulged everything he needed to. while remaining utterly oblivious to the zombie's circumstances. It was astonishing. Not even many humans exhibited such depth of cunning. Quite intriguing indeed. When did zombies evolve to such a degree? Contemplating this, the black-clad man casually tossed a small red device to the diplomat and said, "If you find the Thunder Emperor, press the button on this device. I will arrive with utmost haste." With that, the cloaked figure made no further delay, vanishing swiftly from sight. Ding! NPC Ling Lingqi has gifted you the item locator transmitter. A notification chimed in Chen Mu's ear. A locator transmitter? By merely pressing the button, that black-clad individual would be summoned? Chen Mu narrowed his eyes, hesitating to emerge from behind the large figure, even going so far as to conceal himself further. He could not guarantee whether the black-clad man had truly departed. Exercising caution, Chen Mu directed the negotiator to walk away into the distance, striving to create distance between them. In a dimly lit alley, the black-clad figure, Ling Lingqi, maintained his focus on the negotiator. After the latter had walked some distance, he stealthily followed, observing for nearly an hour. He confirmed that the negotiator exhibited no peculiar behavior and seemed genuinely intent on searching for someone. Only then did he retract his gaze. A zombie possessing human-like intelligence and the ability to speak. How amusing. This information should be reported to the leader. Perhaps the leader would find it intriguing. From a certain perspective, zombies are far more reliable than players. If I could employ them for my Nightfall organization, it might prove advantageous in the task of annihilating the novice village. After a soft murmur, he vanished, leaping onto the rooftops. Swiftly making his way back to the headquarters of the Nightfall organization, situated at the center of the zombie city. Meanwhile, during the time Chen Mu was being tracked by the black-clad figure, the demon god Lu Xiaobu, the president of the Dynasty Guild, Dynasty Overlord, the president of the Divine Domain Guild, Bai Zhan, along with several top-tier players, ascended to level 2. The forum and public chat channels erupted into a frenzy. In the realm of the game, the formidable figure of the demon god, Lu Xiaobu, addressed the Thunder Emperor, inquiring about his whereabouts for their anticipated duel, questioning whether he had lost his courage. The sovereign of the dynasty boldly proclaimed that should the Thunder Emperor choose to join his guild, his faction would stand as a shield against any provocations from Lu Xiaobu. White Town interjected with disdain, accusing the dynasty of its overt ambition in seeking to recruit the Thunder Emperor. He firmly declared that should the Thunder Emperor align with the dynasty, it would mark him as an adversary of White Town, leading to a relentless vendetta. The atmosphere shifted abruptly as players noted the astonishing rise of numerous individuals to level 2, prompting a sense of urgency among others to enhance their efforts. However, a moment of revelation struck as they examined the leaderboard. The once second-ranked demon god, Lu Xiaobu, alongside the presidents of various guilds, had all inexplicably plummeted in rank. The realization dawned that these esteemed players had likely faced demise, reverting to level 1, a notion deemed improbable. While Lu Xiaobu was indeed a lone wolf, the numerous guild leaders were surrounded by loyal followers, who possessed the audacity to eliminate them. As the leaderboard continued to shift, more names fell, leaving only the Thunder Emperor standing solitary at the apex. Speculation arose regarding whether he was the one responsible for their downfall. Given his status as the premier player, it was conceivable that he alone could vanquish such high-caliber competitors. The Thunder Emperor had indeed carved a dominion for himself, while Lu Xiaobu's bravado seemed diminished in the face of such prowess. The silence from both Lu Xiaobu and the sovereign of the dynasty only heightened the tension. On the outskirts of the zombie city, a group of female players, including Xiao Na and Lei Lei, felt their spirits wane upon witnessing the massacre of top players. Lei Lei voiced her concern about the potential fate awaiting them should they reach level 2, fearing the Thunder Emperor might target them next. Xiao Na, furrowing her brow, reassured them, expressing her belief that the perpetrator of the slaughter was not the Thunder Emperor, despite his formidable reputation. The collective might of Lu Xiaobu, the sovereign, and other elite players scattered across the novice village made it implausible for a single individual to eliminate them all in such a short span. However, the chilling reality that all who ascended to the second level had been slain instilled a sense of trepidation among players, dissuading them from pursuing further advancement. A truly troubling predicament. Little Manta blinked in confusion, inquiring about their next steps. Would they forsake their ambitions of leveling up altogether? After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Na remarked, "As long as I reach level 2 and ascend the leaderboard, I shall uncover the true nature of this mystery. However, for now, I implore you not to level up. Anyone on the leaderboard, apart from the Thunder Emperor, is destined to perish. There is no need for unnecessary sacrifices." Upon hearing Xiao Na's words, Leg immediately interjected, "Sister Xiao Na, please allow me to level up to level 2 first. That way, I can bear the brunt of any danger." The group of women deliberated for a while on who should be the first to sacrifice by leveling up, but ultimately they could not defy Xiao Na's decision. Once a conclusion was reached, Xiao Na set out to slay a zombie, filling her level 1 experience bar to the brim and ascending to level 2. Subsequently, she dismissed her sisters and found a picturesque spot to brew a pot of tea. Not long after, a figure clad in black approached. Observing the player known as Beautiful Little Na leisurely preparing tea, and notably, brewing 2 servings, he chuckled, "Little girl, did you anticipate my arrival?" Chapter 10. Particularly Strong Elite Zombies? It warrants further investigation. Beep. Player Emperor has sent you 13 emails. Please check your inbox. Beep. Player Baijan, President of the Divine Domain Guild, has sent you 22 emails. Beep. A cascade of notifications echoed in Chun Mu's ears. Due to his title as the first player, the number of individuals wishing to add him as a friend was overwhelming, prompting him to block requests from strangers. Thus, he was somewhat taken aback by the sudden influx of emails, particularly as they were from various prominent figures and affluent players. After being targeted by the Nightfall organization, Chun Mu had taken refuge in an apartment building and had not ventured outside. With some idle time on his hands, he opened one of the emails. "Emperor, Thunder Emperor, the black-clad men did not kill you. Could it be that you accepted their task to destroy the novice village? I wonder what benefits they promised you. However, I urge you to consider this matter carefully. If the novice village is destroyed, all players will be unable to resurrect, equivalent to facing a permanent ban from the game. Do you wish to become a pariah?" The black-clad men, the Nightfall organization, they actually intend to obliterate the novice village? A flicker of contemplation crossed Chun Mu's eyes as he proceeded to open another email. "Baijan, how could you possibly accept the black-clad men as task? If I ever encounter you, there will be hell to pay." This email was devoid of anything worth reading, filled only with expletives. Chun Mu promptly blocked Baijan, ceasing to receive any further emails or messages from him. Outside the city of zombies, at the pavilion, destroy the novice village? Xiao Na's expression hardened as she shook her head, saying, "I'm sorry, but I cannot accept this task." The black-clad man sipped his tea and smiled slightly. "Do not be so hasty to refuse. The rewards are quite substantial. In addition to the entire set of rare-level equipment I previously mentioned and 100,000 gold coins, I can offer you something more. You would be allowed to join my Nightfall organization, becoming an official member. You are an astute individual. I trust you will make a wise choice." "I wish to know how many have accepted your task." Xiao Na pondered for a moment before asking, "Does it include the game's foremost player, Thunder Emperor?" "No comment." The black-clad man replied, shaking his head. "You only need to know that you are not the only one taking on this task. Therefore, do not burden yourself with overwhelming pressure." "Not the only one?" Xiao Na raised an eyebrow, smiling lightly. "Very well. In that case, I am willing to accept your task." "Excellent." The black-clad man nodded in satisfaction upon Xiao Na's agreement. "Those who recognize the situation are truly wise. I hold you in high regard, but do not dare to deceive me. I would be greatly disappointed. Otherwise, your fate will be dire." As he spoke, the black-clad man produced a scroll and handed it to Xiao Na. Continuing on, "This is a scroll of a deadly oath. You must vow never to betray the Nightfall. Otherwise, your level shall never advance." Upon receiving the scroll, Xiao Na's expression turned grave. With a swift motion, she unsheathed her long sword and lunged at the cloaked figure. It turned out that her acceptance of the mission was merely a ruse to buy time and space for her own development, intending to feign compliance without actual execution of the task. However, if she were to be compelled to swear a deadly oath, regrettably, that was unacceptable. She declared her refusal, overturning the table in defiance. The blade struck the chest of the cloaked man, yet it failed to pierce the skin. A rather ironic notification appearing above his head, force damage, -1. So, it seems you are inclined to refuse? The cloaked man's countenance darkened, feeling ridiculed. With a casual wave of his hand, he unleashed a devastating attack inflicting nearly 10,000 points of damage. Shana transformed into a streak of white light. Ungrateful wretch. The cloaked man scoffed, folding his arms behind his back as he redirected his attention to the level leaderboard. Moments later, his brows furrowed slightly, pondering. I have already dealt with several players. What is Ling Lingqi doing? It has been so long, can he not even handle a single Thunder Emperor? Or has he successfully recruited the Thunder Emperor? After perusing all the messages, Chen Mu furrowed his brow slightly. Currently, he stood as the sole individual on the leaderboard, destined to become a primary target for the cloak-wearing henchmen of the Nightfall organization. Even though he had recently managed to deceive one of them, there was no assurance that a second or third cloaked figure would not come seeking trouble. Chen Mu could not maintain vigilance against thieves indefinitely. What to do? The emergence of the Nightfall organization had completely derailed his plans. Feeling somewhat flustered, Chen Mu realized that for his own safety, he would need to minimize his visibility and devise a means to resolve the issue of being tracked by his adversaries. Wait. A sudden flash of inspiration surged within Chen Mu's mind. Although he could not expose himself, he still had two subordinates at his disposal. If his subordinates were to slay zombies or players, the rewards would accrue to him, even if he remained in one location. He could steadily enhance his strength through their efforts. As for where to hide safely and ensure a complete evasion from the Nightfall organization's pursuit, Chen Mu formulated a plan. That would be a dungeon. According to the official website of Doomsday, the game's small-scale dungeons only permitted entry for individuals or organized teams. Should a second individual or team attempt to enter, the dungeon would reset. Thus, one would never encounter the previous group. This rule was perfectly suited to his needs. However, the dungeon's wild creatures began at level 5, and since Chen Mu had entered the game, he had never encountered one in the vicinity of Zombie City. With a plan in mind, Chen Mu promptly accessed the Doomsday official website, revealing the locations and corresponding maps of the dungeons in a forum post. After a moment of contemplation, he confirmed his destination, the small-scale replica of the zombie campus. After tidying up briefly, Chen Mu approached the window of the apartment buildings, cautiously peering outside. Not spotting any shadows of cloaked figures nearby, he swiftly exited the building, making his way towards his goal. He had left behind his two level 2 subordinates, Big Head and the Negotiator, assigning them to the first-level area to hunt zombies and isolated players. Along the way, the zombies merely cast a fleeting glance at Chen Mu, showing little interest. They were all merely wild monsters, and none of the unruly undead sought to trouble him. However, should any other player dare to traverse the horde as he did, they would likely be swiftly encircled and torn apart. Before long, Chen Mu navigated from the second-level monster area to the third, and then on to the fourth and fifth levels. Interestingly, as the level of the zombies increased, so too did the proportion of those possessing special attributes. Particularly in the fifth-level area, an average of 1 in 10 zombies exhibited such traits. Most were robust and agile, appearing far more formidable than the first and second-level zombies outside. A rare few displayed a semblance of intelligence. These zombies, more discerning than their ordinary counterparts, gazed at the long string of attributes above Chen Mu's head with a flicker of confusion and admiration. Why did this zombie appear so impressive? Ignoring their reverent glances, Chen Mu continued onward until he reached the entrance of the instance. The entrance manifested as a swirling silver vortex, exuding an air of sophistication. With a line of text above it, Instance, Zombie Campus, Recommended Entry Level, 5 to 8. Before Chen Mu could enter the instance, surprise and curiosity suddenly welled up in his eyes. He observed two particularly towering zombies roaming at the entrance, distinct from the others. Each stood over 2 meters tall, adorned with attributes that even Chen Mu lacked. These were elite zombies of exceptional strength. Elite monsters? Chen Mu's gaze sharpened, murmuring to himself. The attribute of strength can evolve into exceptionally strong? I must investigate this further. Chapter 11. Cultivating the Corpse King. Ling Lingqi, your idea is quite commendable. Grew the two elite monsters sensed Chen Mu's gaze and turned to him, emitting low growls from their throats, seemingly questioning, what are you staring at? Without acknowledging them, Chen Mu charged into the dungeon. Although the recommended entry level for the dungeon is between levels 5 to 8, Shenmue paid no heed to the warnings. After all, he was a zombie himself, and the high-level monsters within would not harm him. It was all about peaceful development. In the heart of Zombie City, the Nightfall headquarters, our leader, the fragmentation task is progressing smoothly. We have already gained the allegiance of 8 players who have pledged their loyalty to us forever. A cloaked figure reported with a smile. Among these 8, 2 were former rank holders, possessing a certain level of prestige among players, standing at the pinnacle of existence. I suggest we secretly support them, aiding their rapid development to form a formidable coalition of 8-player factions. When we initiate the plan to annihilate the Novice Village, these factions will serve as our sharp blades. Upon hearing the report, the Nightfall leader nodded in approval. Excellent, Linglingy, you have done well. Focus entirely on supporting the players. I only require results. Yes, my lord. At that moment, the cloaked figure Linglingy furrowed his brow. While the progress of the fragmentation task is indeed promising, which is a positive development, I have a concern. Those players who refuse to submit may become aware of our plans. If they inform the village chief of the Novice Village, could it jeopardize our grand scheme? It matters not, the Nightfall leader chuckled, waving his hand dismissively. That village chief is our old adversary. Even without anyone informing him, he will remain perpetually vigilant against us. By the way, Linglingy, your task is to recruit or assassinate the player ranked first, the Thunder Emperor. I see he still holds his position on the leaderboard. Could it be that he has already aligned himself with us? His reputation among players is quite formidable. If we could persuade him to join our ranks, you would have rendered a significant service to Nightfall. My apologies, my lord. Linglingy responded earnestly. I have yet to locate the whereabouts of the player Thunder Emperor. The Nightfall leader's expression darkened. However, my lord, I have discovered something intriguing. Linglingy quickly recounted the information regarding the exceptionally intelligent and articulate zombie, expressing his desire to recruit and cultivate it. The Nightfall leader's eyes brightened at this revelation. The number of zombies in the Novice Village is extraordinarily high, and their combat prowess is not to be underestimated. Yet, their lack of intelligence renders them incapable of proper communication and control. Your idea is quite commendable. If a zombie were truly to pledge its loyalty to us, we could effortlessly cultivate it into a formidable zombie king, commanding the horde on our behalf. If harnessed appropriately, the onslaught of zombies could prove far more lethal to the Novice Village than a mere handful of traitorous players. Linglingy, I entrust this task to you. Yes, my subordinate shall spare no effort. A spark of excitement ignited in Linglingy's eyes as she promptly responded. Within the confines of the zombie campus dungeon, a whirlwind of disorientation ensued. As clarity returned, Shenmue surveyed his surroundings. He found himself at the entrance of the campus, beneath a bloodstained sign inscribed with Zombie Campus. Flanking him were moss-covered, partially collapsed walls. Before him stood a legion of zombies, their heads cocked at odd angles like dazed fools. Indeed, the ambience was palpably intensified. Some stood motionless, while others aimlessly wandered about. The majority bore labels indicating LV5, with a few at LV6, and he could faintly discern several elite creatures mingling among them. Upon Shenmue's abrupt arrival, a few zombies turned their gaze towards him, their eyes briefly flashing with a predatory glint. Had sustenance arrived? Yet, confusion soon supplanted their bloodlust, for they were merely fixated on a level 2 zombie lingering at the entrance, adorned with an abundance of text above its head. Zombies held no appetite or interest for their own kind. After a cursory glance, they lost interest in Shenmue, returning to their idle stupor. Each engaged in its own pursuits. Phew. Once he had slipped into the dungeon, Shenmue finally exhaled in relief. Fortune favored him. No shadowy figures had sought him out along the way. The burden that weighed on his heart could finally ease a little. Ding, welcome to the Dungeon Zombie Campus. As the first player to enter this instance, you have the opportunity for a server-wide announcement. Would you like to hide your ID? Note, not hiding grants 100 reputation points, hiding grants 10 points. The system's prompt echoed in Shenmue's ears. A server-wide announcement? He opted to not hide. Shenmue decisively made his choice, secure in the knowledge that being within the dungeon guaranteed his safety. Even if the shadowy figures of Nightfall were aware of his presence, they would be powerless against him. even if they were stubborn enough to block the entrance. He bore no fear. Since he had entered, he had no intention of leaving any time soon. Let them block the entrance if they wished. Securing those reputation points was of utmost importance. Ding! Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to player Thunder Emperor for being the first to enter the dungeon, rewarded with 100 reputation points. We encourage all players to explore the game actively. Ding! Server-wide announcement. The announcements reverberated 3 times, and upon hearing them, Shenmue couldn't help but smile. The game system proved quite considerate, announcing his entry into the dungeon without disclosing which one it was. According to the official announcement, the Novice Village boasts over 20 dungeons, and even if the enigmatic Nightfall organization attempts to block access, it would certainly require considerable manpower. However, the server-wide notice declaring Chunmu's entry into the dungeon has ignited a fervor among the players. What? I recall that the official website of Doomsday stated that the monsters in the dungeons are at least level 5. Has the Thunder Emperor already ventured into the game's dungeons? Astonishingly, he is still ranked at level 2. How can one possibly enter a level 5 dungeon at merely level 2? Is it conceivable that the Thunder Emperor can surpass 3 levels to defeat monsters? That seems highly implausible. Everyone is well aware of the game's difficulty. Even engaging with monsters of the same level is a formidable challenge, let alone tackling those of a higher tier. Yet, the server announcement has been made, confirming that the Thunder Emperor has indeed entered the dungeon, signifying that he is already battling level 5 monsters. This is an undeniable fact. I am now a devoted supporter of the Thunder Emperor. Oh, and what was that? The demon god, Lushiabu, was it? Didn't you previously boast about challenging the Thunder Emperor? If you have the audacity, go to the level 5 dungeon area and confront him. Are you jesting, my friend? Currently, the demon god Lushiabu is merely a level 1 novice. He can't even defeat level 2 monsters, let alone those of level 5. Haha. What a day filled with laughter. Chapter 12. The resilient old Six, in a state of utter necessity, embarks on a new way of life. Within the confines of the zombie campus dungeon, Chunmu traversed through the horde of the undead and arrived at the dormitory building. He casually selected a dorm room, forcefully expelled the zombies within, secured the door, and then reclined upon the bed. Reflecting upon the entries of elite monsters, he resolved to engage in some research. He activated the Privilege 2 panel. Evolution Store, current evolution points, 96, after scrutinizing the options for a considerable time. Shenmue found no entry labeled especially strong nor any corresponding evolutionary choices. Puzzled, he scratched his head. What was the situation? Why was he unable to transform into an elite monster? However, throughout his contemplation, the towering figures outside, the big head and the negotiator, continued their relentless slaughter of zombies and players, continuously providing him with evolution points and experience. Before long, Chunmu's evolution points surpassed the significant threshold of 100. Ding! Congratulations, your evolution points have exceeded 100. The selection options in the privilege repository have expanded. It seems there were indeed triggering conditions. Shenmue's eyes lit up as he hastily opened the purchasable entry repository for review. Character entries, elite especially strong, 100 points, especially agile, 100 points, especially resilient, especially intelligent, especially eloquent. By purchasing any elite entry, your quality will elevate from ordinary to elite. Note: killing elite monsters grants 10 evolution points. Rare monsters yield 100, and slaying a boss can yield up to 10,000 evolution points. Additionally, defeating monsters of a higher level grants extra evolution points. For each level surpassed, an additional 3 points are awarded. Indeed, new entries had appeared. However, the cost was rather outrageous. After such a prolonged accumulation, he had barely crossed the 100-point threshold, yet these points would only afford him the purchase of a single elite entry, a deficit of evolution points. With numerous options available, the dilemma of which elite entry to select weighed heavily upon him. He examined them one by one. First, he dismissed the option of especially eloquent. The entry's description indicated that its primary function was to speak without obligation, thereby circumventing the constraints of oath-related items, which was of no use to Chunmu at present. Perhaps he should opt for especially strong. After all, The strength attribute not only augments base health, but also enhances power and provides a modicum of resilience. Its cost-effectiveness was undoubtedly the highest. Ding! Purchase of the entry especially strong successful. Your attribute panel has been updated. Please check. Personal ID. Thunder Emperor. Character. Especially strong green. Thick-skinned white. Intelligent. Resilient. Warm. Swift. Eloquent Elite Zombie. Wild Monster. Level. LV2. Experience. 55-200. Quality. Elite. Your strength can no longer be underestimated. Currently, no players pose a threat to you. Not even level 4 or 5 ordinary zombies, who would all call you big brother upon encountering you. Talent and skills. None attributes. Health 380. Mana 200. Strength 35. Agility 12. Physical resistance 10. Magic resistance 10. Resilience 15. Stamina 10. Weapon. Level 1 military crossbow premium. Attack power 6. Capable of rapid fire. 30 arrows per minute. These attributes surpass those of an ordinary level 4 zombie. In fact, the health and strength, enhanced by the premium designation, exceed even those of a level 5 zombie. Just as the system has evaluated, Chunmu now feels confident enough to confront a level 5 zombie head-on without hesitation. A glimmer of contemplation flickers in his eyes. There are numerous level 5 zombies in this dungeon. Perhaps it is worth a try? After all, idleness is unproductive. Accumulating more evolution points would be advantageous, wouldn't it? If one were to consider Chunmu's previous disposition, he would never have dared to challenge a level 5 creature at level 2, even with a 99% chance of victory. However, having witnessed the formidable prowess of the Nightshade Organization's operatives, his desire for strength has intensified. After a thorough contemplation lasting over half an hour, Chunmu finally resolved to take action. However, he did not recklessly seek out the level 5 zombies. Instead, he began by observing from his dormitory. Upon noticing that the lower part of the bathroom door was made of sturdy aluminum alloy while the upper part consisted of ordinary frosted glass, his eyes brightened with inspiration. He shattered the upper section of the glass and then exited his dormitory. He sought out a level 5 ordinary zombie, maneuvering it into the bathroom and locking the door behind them. Taking advantage of the zombie's momentary confusion, he raised his military crossbow and unleashed a barrage of arrows. Zombie. Roar. You lack honor. Launching a sneak attack. A flurry of crossbow bolts was released. The level 5 zombie, enraged and ready to retaliate, fell before it could breach the aluminum door, collapsing in a pool of blood. Congratulations! You have successfully defeated a level 5 zombie, earning 10 evolution points and an old military knife as loot. The level 5 ordinary zombie boasted a health of 300 points. However, Chunmu's own attack power reached 35 points, enhanced by an additional 6 points from the crossbow, allowing each arrow to inflict a staggering 41 points of damage. In rapid succession, it was left with no chance of survival. After dispatching the level 5 zombie without sustaining any injuries, a spark of confidence ignited in Chunmu's eyes. He then proceeded to engage in a frenzied slaughter using the same method. After approximately 20 minutes, Chunmu amassed another 100 evolution points. He had clearly abandoned his initial intent of peaceful development, just as he prepared to continue hunting zombies to accrue more evolution points. His subordinate negotiator suddenly relayed a message. The operatives of the Nightshade Organization had sought him out. Chunmu narrowed his eyes, realizing he could not afford to linger on his zombie hunt. He hurried to a clean dormitory and closed the door, focusing intently on remotely controlling the negotiator. You wish for me to join your Nightshade Organization and serve your cause. The outskirts of Zombie City. The negotiator cast a glance at the figure clad in black. Ling Lingqi, hesitatingly stating, I am merely a level 2 zombie. My meager strength is unlikely to catch your attention. Our leader has expressed his sentiments. Ling Lingqi replied with a smile, as long as you are willing, we shall devote ourselves to your training, elevating you to become the sovereign among zombies. Of course, the condition is that you must obey our commands to become the sovereign among zombies. The negotiator's eyes sparkled with intrigue, and without a trace of hesitation declared, Very well, I accept your proposition. At that moment, the negotiator was entirely under Chunmu's influence. In his eyes, the opportunity to have someone willing to assist in cultivating a subordinate was a fortuitous circumstance he could not afford to overlook. As for loyalty to Nightfall, it is I, Chinmu, who shall determine the allegiance. Excellent. Seeing the articulate zombie display such understanding, a smile blossomed on Ling Lingqi's face. He then produced a scroll of toxic oath from his bosom, explaining its usage. After a moment of blinking in surprise, the negotiator chose not to refuse. He unfurled the scroll and vowed, I am willing to swear this toxic oath, from this moment forth, to be loyal to Nightfall. Witnessing the negotiator's cooperation, Ling Lingqi's smile widened in delight. He patted the negotiator on the shoulder and said, Come with me. I shall introduce you to our leader. However, he inadvertently caught sight of the words above the negotiator's head, which had changed, now reading particularly articulate elite zombie. The last time he encountered it, it was merely labeled as an ordinary talking zombie. Nevertheless, the higher the evolution of this zombie, the more advantageous it would be for Ling Lingqi. He did not dwell on it further. Chapter 13. The Nightfall Organization Headquarters. An abundance of resources to indulge in at the heart of the zombie city lies the headquarters of the Nightfall Organization. This is a skyscraper imbued with a strikingly modern and futuristic aesthetic, its exterior composed entirely of high-tech, light-blocking, and bulletproof glass, exuding an air of sophistication. Upon entering the building, the negotiator, following Ling Lingqi, felt akin to an outsider stepping into a grandiose garden, gazing around in wonder. The interior was brightly lit, yet sparsely populated. Occasionally, a few figures clad in black would pass by, casting curious glances at Ling Lingqi and the negotiator before hastily moving along. Ascending in the elevator to the top floor, Ling Lingqi instructed the negotiator to wait outside the leader's office, entering alone to deliver a report. Should he be summoned, he would call the negotiator in. Thus, the uppermost level of the Nightfall headquarters was left with only the negotiator, a solitary zombie. However, Chinmu did not allow it to wander freely. Instead, it remained obediently in place, aware of the surveillance cameras above. One could never be certain if unseen eyes were watching its every move, so caution was prudent. In the office, the leader observed the surveillance screen and remarked to Ling Lingqi that the creature indeed appeared to have genuinely submitted. Indeed, my lord, Ling Lingqi replied respectfully. Would you like to meet it? No need, the leader waved his hand. Just take it to our warehouse. As long as it can enhance our strength, it may freely select whatever resources it requires. If we can cultivate it into a corpse king, every investment will be worthwhile. Understood, Ling Lingqi responded before exiting the office. Seeing the negotiator patiently awaiting at the door, he nodded with satisfaction. The leader is quite busy at the moment and cannot meet with you. However, he has decreed that from now on, you may freely utilize the resources of Nightfall as you wish. Come, let me show you the warehouse. The negotiator's eyes sparkled with excitement as it obediently followed Ling Lingqi. Upon reaching the warehouse, a pungent blend of herbal aromas and the acrid stench of flesh assaulted their senses, an overwhelming scent that could be quite discomforting. Nevertheless, as a zombie, the negotiator possessed a high tolerance for unpleasant odors, revealing no signs of distress. In fact, upon catching a whiff of some high-grade flesh materials, its breathing became unnaturally rapid, driven by instinct that promised great enhancement through consumption. Ling Lingqi, acting as a guide, began to explain, our Nightfall warehouse comprises 36 facilities, and this particular one mainly contains materials ranging from levels 1 to 10, perfectly suited for you. Over here is the area for the cores of mutated beasts, sourced from creatures of level 5 and above. You may wish to sample this. It was my first experience cultivating a zombie, and I was uncertain of how beneficial it might be to you. At that moment, the negotiator stood before a shelf laden with numerous boxes, each adorned with a variety of labels. Level 5 mutated rat cores 48 pieces box, total of 10 boxes. Level 8 wild wolf cores 24 pieces box, total of 30 boxes. Level 10 mutated avian cores 48 pieces box, total of 20 boxes. Within the instant space, Chinmu encountered beast cores for the first time. He promptly accessed the official forum for the Apocalypse game and related informational websites to peruse the relevant data. Results came swiftly. Beast cores are materials produced from slaying mutated creatures, at least level 5 elite quality beings, which can be utilized to concoct potions or enchant weapons, fetching a handsome price. If consumed by the zombie, it could enhance its attributes. It can indeed augment its attributes? That's splendid. The rewards for the negotiator from defeating monsters or players are solely its own. Could the items it consumes also benefit its master? Let us give it a try. After all, it's someone else's property. There is no loss in that. Under Chenmu's command, the negotiator opened one of the boxes and extracted a mutated avian core the size of a quail egg, glowing a vibrant orange. It felt cold and possessed considerable hardness. I wonder if it can be digested. He attempted to place it into his mouth. Soon, a system notification echoed in Chenmu's ears. Ding! Your subordinate, particularly articulate elite zombie negotiator, has consumed one level 10 avian core, gaining 10 free attribute points. You may allocate these 10 points as you wish. Upon receiving the system prompt, a faint smile graced Chenmu's lips. Excellent. 8 points of free attributes belong to him, while the remaining 2 are allocated to the negotiator. Allocation complete. He then instructed the negotiator to continue consuming beast cores. However, before it could finish even one box, the system notification sounded once more. Ding! Your subordinate, particularly articulate elite zombie negotiator, has continuously consumed avian cores, acquiring the avian talent, bone wings. Please choose who should learn. 1. Yourself. 2. Negotiator. 3. Big head. Note: currently, none of you have activated the talent slot. It must be activated prior to learning. A look of surprise crossed Chenmu's face. The consumption of beast cores also carries the chance of acquiring the opponent's talents. This detail was absent from the forum's information. He spent 5 evolution points to unlock his first talent slot. Then, he learned bone wings. As Chenmu's will descended, a series of operations ensued, and in an instant, an intense pain surged from his back. Before he could fully comprehend, a pair of pure white bony wings sprouted forth. These wings felt as natural as his new arms. With a gentle flick of his will, a cool breeze swept through the dormitory, and his feet began to rise, buoyed by the force of the wind. This was the sensation of flight. Chenmu Qiang suppressed the urge to take flight and hurried to the restroom. Gazing into the mirror, he beheld his towering figure. The pallid pupils, the sharp claws resembling those of a corpse, and the grotesque skeletal wings. At that moment, Chenmu had completely shed his former foolish demeanor. He appeared akin to an angel fallen to the mortal realm. Surprisingly, this appearance was rather striking. If only he had a bone sword. He chuckled softly, nodding in satisfaction. However, before he could exit the restroom, he was inundated with notifications regarding the acquisition of attribute points and the avian talent, bone wings. He realized that he could not learn the same talent again. Thus, he decided to open the talent slots for both the negotiator and the large-headed one, allowing them to learn. What is this? Talent bone wings. In the warehouse of the Nightfall headquarters, Ling Linky observed in astonishment as the negotiator suddenly sprouted a pair of bony wings. A flicker of shock crossed her eyes. She had not anticipated that a zombie consuming a beast core could learn a talent. Wait. It is highly unlikely for a typical zombie to possess a talent slot. Even if consuming a beast core could grant a talent, they would still be unable to learn it. And yet you are somewhat different from other zombies. Indeed, this is quite remarkable. What a delightful surprise. Chapter 14. Although the level remains unchanged, the combat power now rivals that of a boss. Ling Lingqi pondered thoughtfully, observing the negotiator as one might scrutinize a laboratory mouse. For him, the negotiator who had employed the toxic oath scroll was an individual deserving of his complete trust. The stronger the negotiator became, the greater the assistance he would provide to Ling Lingqi in the future. In a mere few minutes, an entire box containing 48 mutated avian beast cores had been consumed by the negotiator, granting Chenmu an impressive 384 points in free attribute points. The negotiator himself also received 96 points in free attributes, yielding a bountiful reward. Burp. At this moment, the negotiator's belly had swollen to a round shape, reminiscent of a quail egg, as if the beast cores were about to emerge from his throat, causing considerable discomfort. Master, do you have any water to drink? The negotiator inquired, casting a hopeful glance at Ling Lingqi. Water? Ling Lingqi contemplated for a moment before replying. I believe there is some rare quality moon spring water in the warehouse. Drinking it can permanently increase life points. Let me find it for you. Such a good person. The negotiator's eyes sparkled with gratitude. A few minutes later, Ling Lingqi returned, carrying a bucket of silvery water before the negotiator. With determination, the negotiator began to gulp it down. Meanwhile, Chun Mu was met with a continuous stream of system notifications. Ding! Your subordinate, the eloquently speaking elite zombie negotiator, has consumed rare quality moonspring water, permanently gaining 100 points in life attribute. Please distribute. Ding! Ding! Chun Mu calculated that upon the negotiator finishing the entire bucket of moonspring water, the notification sounded a total of 100 times. This meant he had gained a staggering 10,000 points in life attribute. Gulp! Chun Mu swallowed hard, realizing the fortune he had just acquired. Following the usual protocol of an 80-20 split, Chun Mu took 8,000 life points, while the negotiator received 2,000, a perfect arrangement. At the Nightshade headquarters warehouse, after drinking the moon spring water, the negotiator gazed eagerly at Ling Lingqi. Master, is there any more? I can still drink. Unfortunately, no. Ling Lingqi shook his head. The moon spring water only grants attribute increases with the first bucket. Subsequent drinks have no effect, which is why we haven't stored much here. By the way, show me your attribute panel. I want to see how much you've grown today. The negotiator complied without hesitation, obediently displaying his attributes. Character, the eloquently speaking elite zombie. Wild creature. Level, LV2. Experience, 15,200. Quality, elite. Talent, wings of bones. Skills, none. Attributes, life points 2180, mana 150, strength 9. Agility 112, physical resistance 5, magic resistance 5, tenacity 5, stamina 5. Weapon, none. A look of confusion crossed Ling Lingqi's face as he frowned. Having consumed so many resources, the increase in attributes seems rather low. Logically, one bucket of moonspring water should yield an increase of 10,000 life points. Yet you have merely increased your health by a little over 2,000? Moreover, consuming an entire box of beast cores has only augmented your agility by about 100? Could it be that, due to your undead nature, these resources are significantly less effective for you? The negotiator donned a bewildered expression, offering no explanation. It was left to one's imagination. After all, this is your first experience in nurturing a zombie, and likewise for me in consuming these items. It is entirely reasonable for us both to feel perplexed. After a moment of contemplation, Ling Lingqi spoke again, conceding that any increase in attributes is a positive outcome. If it means a bit more waste of resources, so be it. In our nightfall, resources are abundant. Do not harbor any psychological burdens. Indulge freely, understood? The negotiator's eyes sparkled with gratitude as he exclaimed, "Thank you, my lord. I shall not disappoint your expectations." However, his stomach was already quite distended. After just consuming a large bucket of moonspring water, he found no room for anything more. Despite his efforts to eat a little more, he simply could not manage it, nearly feeling the urge to regurgitate. Observing the negotiator's determination, Ling Lingqi shook his head with a smile of approval. Enough. There's no need to force yourself. Once you've digested, we can return for more. Let me take you to level up. Level 2 is far too low. By the way, I almost forgot to ask, how do you zombies advance in levels? Oh. The negotiator paused, then quickly replied. I can gain experience by slaying players. Excellent. Ling Lingqi waved his hand decisively. I will bring more individuals, capture players, and let you do the deed. Once you reach level 10, I shall bestow upon you a set of epic gear and a skill book for domination. We shall swiftly transform you into the true zombie king. The negotiator beamed with gratitude. Thank you, my lord. Your generosity is beyond measure. Oh, and one more thing. Ling Lingqi added with a smile. When you level up, be sure to allocate all your free attribute points to strength. Your current attack power is rather lacking. As you command, the negotiator replied eagerly. Meanwhile, Chun Mu stood in a daze, struggling to comprehend the situation. This is simply too exhilarating. Not only are resources available for unrestrained consumption, but there is also leveling up included, along with gifts of equipment and skill books. Good heavens! Ling Lingqi of the Nightfall organization is truly a paragon of benevolence. This is a soaring opportunity. Since entering the game, Chunmu had never experienced such elation. In his mind, he was already envisioning a scenario where his attributes soared, his combat power became invincible, and his negotiator commanded a horde of zombies, unstoppable in their might. The 100 evolution points he invested in the negotiator to acquire the particularly eloquent trait were incredibly worthwhile. As for the larger matter, perhaps later he could have the negotiator discuss with Lingling Qi about further nurturing opportunities. If all else fails, we could certainly procure a particularly articulate entry for the Great Head. However, I wonder, when the day comes that the Nightfall is drained, and the negotiator and the Great Head turn against us, I cannot fathom what expression Lingling Qi will wear. After all, the fledgling village players serve as a reservoir of experience for Chunmu. Should Nightfall obliterate this reservoir, how will Chunmu level up in the future? If things go awry, the players may be forced to leave the game, and no one would purchase his equipment. How then shall he earn? Thus, betrayal is inevitable. Having sorted through his thoughts, Chunmu shifted his focus to his own attribute panel. He had just acquired an immense amount of health and a substantial number of free attribute points. Although his level remained unchanged, his overall combat power had undergone a remarkable transformation. Personal ID, Thunder Emperor character, exceptionally robust, green, thick-skinned, white, intelligent, resilient, warm, swift. Eloquent elite zombie, wild creature, level, LV2, experience, 100-2200. The Great Head gains experience by slaying players, quality, elite, talent, wings of bone. Skills, none. Attributes, health, 8380. Mana, 200. Strength, 175. Agility, 62. Physical resistance, 60. Magic resistance, 50. Tenacity, 39. Stamina, 30. Weapon, level 1 military crossbow, premium, attack power 6, capable of rapid fire. 30 arrows per minute. Evaluation, your current attributes are comparable to that of a boss, frighteningly powerful. Even if you were cast into a group of 100 players at this stage, you could easily annihilate them. Chapter 15. Striking down level 5 zombies. Unmatched in the academy, the boss emerges. Chunmu gazed intently at his attribute panel, inhaling deeply. Such attributes, they instilled within him an overwhelming sense of inexplicable confidence. With a swift motion, he summoned his military crossbow, gripping it firmly in his hand, and strode forth from his dormitory with an air of indifference. The dim echoes of zombie growls reverberated in the corridor. Within his line of sight, there were at least 30 zombies clad in middle school uniforms, predominantly level 5 ordinary zombies, with a few at level 6 or possessing special attributes. In the past, even if Chunmu had desired to vanquish the undead, he would have approached with utmost caution, luring them into the restroom one by one and securing the door to prevent any from rampaging, before revealing his fearsome fangs. But now, the situation had decidedly changed. Oh, little ones, have you ever witnessed the might of a fist the size of a sandbag? Or the attributes of a boss? Chunmu boldly stood in the corridor, squinting his eyes. Sensing the impending threat, all the zombies turned their gaze towards him, their pale eyes filled with confusion. What's this, little brother? Do you, a mere level 2 zombie, dare to challenge us, the formidable level 5 and 6 brethren? With a raised hand, Chunmu pulled the trigger. Whoosh, 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 damage, minus 178, minus 182, minus 170, minus 166, minus 175. Ding, congratulations. You have successfully slain 8 level 5 zombies and 4 level 6 zombies, earning 132 evolution points, 2 basic healing potions, 7 level 5 whiteboard equipment, 2 silver coins. A flurry of arrows shot forth, delivering an immense amount of damage in an instant. 12 zombies were obliterated. The remaining 6 zombies, struck by a single arrow, were not immediately killed, but had their health depleted by more than half. Infuriated by the assault, their eyes burned with rage, their hatred at a boiling point. Thud, thud, thud. Soon, the corridor echoed with the heavy thuds of approaching footsteps. The charge of the 6 zombies was akin to an army in full gallop, their milky white eyes glinting with ferocity, resembling beasts intent on devouring their prey. Lunging towards Chunmu. By the heavens, a level 2 zombie has truly lost its mind. Bam! One of the zombies leaped into the air, attempting to bite Chenmu's neck, only to be sent flying by a single punch. Damage, -169. Ding, congratulations. You have successfully slain one level 6 zombie, earning. Bang, bang, bang. Within mere seconds, all the zombies that had lunged at him were sent hurtling backwards, some with gaping holes in their chests, others with their heads shattered, and a few with limbs wrenched apart. All met their demise, as their lifeless bodies crashed against the wall. The dust-covered white surface was stained with a deep crimson hue. Ding. Striking down level 5 zombies, unmatched in the academy. Ugh, ugh, roar. With only a handful of zombies remaining, positioned at the rear and untouched by arrows, they bore no animosity towards Chenmu, thus fortuitously surviving. Yet their eyes were filled with confusion and dread. Confused by the fact that a mere level 2 zombie could exhibit such ferocity and brutality, alarmed that it would even slay its own kind. What could it possibly gain? It could not feast upon them. Was there some ailment of the mind? Though zombies lack intelligence, they possess an instinct for survival and fear. Instinctively, they retreated, wary of provoking the formidable Chenmu. After dispatching 20 zombies in one breath, Chenmu had no intention of sparing the remaining foes. He raised his crossbow once more. Whoosh, 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 the harvest had commenced. First the first floor, then ascending through the second, third, and fourth floors, encountering a few elite monsters along the way. Yet to Chenmu, they were merely an excuse to release a few more arrows. It required little effort. In a mere half-hour, he had cleansed the entire dormitory building of zombies. Having completed the male dormitory, he then turned his attention to the female dormitory. Chenmu paid particular attention to the rather provocatively dressed female zombies. Following this, he traversed the playground, the cafeteria, and other locales. After a couple of hours, Chenmu, resembling a blood-soaked demon, wielded his military crossbow, striking at the bony protrusions on his back, soaring into the air. His gaze, icy and penetrating, scanned the entirety of the campus, searching for any remaining zombies that might still breathe or stir. Unlike the outside world, as long as one does not exit and re-enter the instance, the slain creatures here do not respawn, nor do their bodies vanish. This was all due to Chenmu's relentless slaughter. The campus had transformed into a realm more horrifying than hell itself. Suddenly, a resounding voice erupted from the rooftop of the teaching building. Roar. Zombie language. Who has slain my students? Chenmu's gaze followed the sound, revealing an elderly man, leaning on a cane, clad in a suit, with hair as white as snow, standing at the edge of the rooftop, looking down upon Chenmu, who was not soaring particularly high. Chenmu's eyes narrowed, for atop the old man's head was a mark of blood-red hue. LV8. Principle. According to the game setting of Apocalypse, a blood-red mark only appears under one circumstance, that of a major boss. This signified that the elderly figure was indeed the boss of the zombie campus. Inspecting the attribute panel revealed. Character. Boss of zombie campus. Attributes. Others. Note. Due to your level being more than 5 levels higher, you are unable to inspect the opponent's attributes. In the zombie campus instance, there are 2 conditions for players to trigger the boss storyline. 1. Proactively approach the teaching building to encounter the boss. 2. After eliminating over 80 of the zombies on the campus, the boss will appear unbidden, and upon its arrival, it will harbor an exceedingly high level of animosity towards you. Just as Chenmu was examining the attributes of the elder, a deep and wrathful roar erupted from the old man. Roar. Die. Immediately, with a swift motion of his cane, a fireball the size of a basketball coalesced out of thin air, hurtling toward Chenmu at an alarming speed. The emergence of the fireball caused the temperature of the entire surroundings to spike dramatically. My goodness, how can a mere zombie conjure a fireball? Chenmu, having perused the official information and forums of the game Doomsday, was well aware that excessive slaughter could provoke the appearance of a boss. Initially, his plan was to eliminate 80 of the zombies first, then leverage his ability to fly to kite the boss, ensuring a flawless and injury-free method of defeating it. However, he never anticipated that this boss could cast fireball spells. Unable to discern the opponent's attributes, Chenmu found himself incapable of gauging whether he or the level 8 boss was superior. Engaging in a direct confrontation was out of the question. He swiftly unfurled his skeletal wings to evade the fireball's assault. Fortunately, when he had previously acquired hundreds of free attribute points, he had chosen a balanced development approach rather than solely pursuing maximum attack power. His speed was commendable as the fireball approached ever closer. He had already darted several dozen meters away, evading it flawlessly. Boom! A searing explosion erupted from the ground. Countless fragments of stone were sent flying. Yet, at that moment, Shenmue had already taken flight, heading resolutely out of the campus. Chapter 16. A swift escape, re-entering the instance. In but a fleeting moment, Shenmue soared far from the vicinity of the teaching building. Despite his newfound strength, his essence remained unchanged. He would only engage with the soft fruits, steering clear of the hard or sour ones. It would be sheer folly to confront a boss without absolute certainty of victory. Roaring with indignation, the boss, the old principal, stood atop the teaching building, emitting a series of furious bellows as Shenmue attempted to flee. However, having surpassed the range of its fireballs, it merely vented its frustration from its lofty perch, for it lacked the wings to pursue him. The building towered at a height of approximately 30 meters, and it was unlikely the boss would leap down in pursuit. Moreover, descending the stairs would be an exercise in inefficiency by the time it reached the ground. The level 2 zombie would have long vanished from sight. At that moment, the principal's mind was flooded not only with rage, but also with bewilderment. When had zombies acquired wings? Furthermore, the name of that level 2 zombie was rather peculiar. An elite zombie characterized by extraordinary strength, remarkable resilience, exceptional intelligence, and an uncanny warmth. Not to mention its swiftness and eloquence. Note: Shenmue had invested all the evolution points he earned from slaying a significant portion of the zombies on campus into enhancing his attributes. Is this truly the kind of attributes befitting an elite zombie? Meanwhile, Shenmue had already exited the campus, and a prompt chimed in his ears. Ding! You have exited the instance zombie campus. As the world spun around him, he found himself outside the instance, the silver vortex marking the entrance standing before him. In addition to the silver vortex, 2 level 5 elite zombies regarded him with their pale, vacant eyes. Roar. Why is it you again? Roar. Why have your attributes lengthened, and how did you sprout a pair of wings? Casting a glance at the 2 elite zombies resembling sentinels, Shenmue disregarded them, harboring no intention of slaying them. Their presence outside the instance served as a harbinger of caution. Should he emerge from the instance one day and find them absent, it would signal potential danger. Turning away, he plunged back into the instance. Ding! Welcome to the instance zombie campus. As the system's prompt echoed in his ears, Shenmue found himself once more at the entrance of the campus, everything as it had been on his initial arrival. Bloodstained signs, walls overrun with moss, and half-collapsed barriers. The campus was teeming with level 5 and 6 zombies, their expressions reminiscent of dazed individuals, as if they had forgotten the ruthless slaughter Shenmue, the great demon king, had unleashed upon them not long ago. Upon the entrance of a peculiar level 2 zombie, confusion spread across their faces. Yet soon enough, they resumed their aimless staring and whatever tasks they had been engaged in. On the outskirts of the city of zombies, within a modest apartment building, Linglingchi ascended the stairs with the negotiator, step by step, towards the rooftop. Creaking upon reaching the rooftop, a nearly decayed iron door was pushed open. The slanting rays of the sun streamed through the crack, casting a golden hue upon Linglingchi and the negotiator's faces. Stepping through the threshold, they arrived at the terrace. The direct sunlight rendered the negotiator's vision somewhat blurry, prompting them to squint. Almost immediately, a series of indistinct whimpers reached their ears. Whimpering. Whimpering. You beasts, release us. Perplexed, the negotiator took a moment before opening their eyes. To their astonishment, the entire rooftop was filled with bound players. Upon a cursory count, there were at least 100. In an apparent effort to stifle their noise, rags had been stuffed into their mouths, rendering speech nearly impossible. On our way here, I had already informed my companions to commence the task of binding the players. Linglingchi gazed at the players sprawled about like swine and explained, Now, their lives are in your hands. Elevate your level promptly. My lord, the negotiator exclaimed. Tears of gratitude glistening in their once pale eyes, now tinged with a hint of color. Moments later, they wiped away the almost non-existent tears, nodded earnestly, and declared in a voice brimming with determination, I shall not disappoint you. although I possessed the particularly eloquent trait, allowing me to speak without consequence or even disregard oath-bound items. Such loyalty must still be shown. If I can amuse Lord Linglinky, surely I will enjoy the fruits of my labor in the future. Suddenly, before the negotiator could begin their grim task, an individual clad in black emerged from behind the decaying iron door, grasping two bound players. He casually tossed them onto the terrace, nodded at Linglinky, and without uttering a word, turned and walked away, appearing quite occupied. On the terrace, the player count increased by 2. The negotiator remarked, "This lot is rather professional." Without further ado, they revealed their claws and menacing fangs, commencing their assault. The scene was reminiscent of a villain poised to deliver an eerie cackle. Given that the negotiator's attack power was merely 9 points, while a level 1 player, unarmored, possessed a minimum health of 100 points, even bound players could not resist, yet it would take time to slay them. Gasping, whimpering, "No, please." It would require a full 12 strikes to barely eliminate a single player. The negotiator remained undeterred by the pace. However, for the players facing death, it was a torturous ordeal, as they could only watch helplessly while a zombie loomed over them, scratching and biting. Why on earth are NPCs delivering us to a zombie for slaughter? What advantage do you gain from this? Speak, and we will offer you double, or even triple. Must you torment us so? Whimpering. What has gone so terribly wrong? Many players, unable to endure this humiliation, opted for forced disconnection, only to re-enter the game. Apprehensively resurrected in the novice village after being killed. The negotiator, indifferent to the player's frustrations, simply focused on joyfully accumulating experience points. Upon entering the realm of Zombie Campus, Shenmue was immediately greeted by a series of system notifications. Ding! Player hidden nickname has leveled up to level 2, securing the second place on the leaderboard. This is hereby announced. No prestige reward due to hidden nickname. Ding! Player hidden nickname has leveled up to level 2, becoming the third on the leaderboard. Note: only level changes among the top 10 on the leaderboard will trigger a server-wide announcement. A total of 8 notifications rang out in succession. This indicated that simultaneously, 8 players had elevated their levels, all while concealing their personal IDs and nicknames. At that moment, the public channel erupted with excitement over these notifications. Wait, has a brave warrior finally dared to reach level 2 after nearly an entire day? And not just one, but 8 players at once. Impressive. Oh, hidden nickname? What a clever strategy. While it may forfeit prestige rewards, it also spares one from the fear of being hunted down upon entering the leaderboard. Why didn't I think of that? Exactly. I hesitated to level up due to the fear of being killed. Wasting an entire day in the novice village on life skill quests, how frustrating. As long as our resolve remains steadfast, solutions will always outnumber the problems. This way, we can level up normally, ha ha ha. Brothers, have you noticed that Thunder Emperor, the player at the top of the leaderboard, has only just reached level 2? If we keep pushing ourselves, we will soon surpass him. What do you think Thunder Emperor is doing now? He has been killed and has entered a level 5 dungeon. Yet his level has budged for a long time. Indeed, it's been quite a while since we heard from Thunder Emperor. I miss the days when he was renowned. In my opinion, Thunder Emperor is not a true expert. He merely got lucky and became the first to achieve level 2. Yet, in the end, he remains nothing more than a mere jester. Otherwise, how could he have not progressed to level 3 all day despite not being killed? Chapter 17, Voices of Doubt within a mere 20 minutes. A breakthrough in levels was achieved. In the chat channel, skepticism surrounding Shenmue swiftly arose. After all, the reality was evident. Shenmue's level had stagnated for quite some time. A player questioning Shenmue paused momentarily before launching into an analysis. Regarding the matter of the Thunder Emperor entering a level 5 dungeon, it is easily explicable. If one possesses a book of the invisibility skill and exercises caution, they can stealthily make their way to the dungeon's entrance. However, once inside, could he truly defeat a level 5 zombie? It is likely that your so-called Thunder Emperor is cowering before the level 5 zombies within the dungeon. You have all been deceived by the superficial glory of the Thunder Emperor. I would wager that it won't be long before the Thunder Emperor's level is surpassed. Even relegated from the leaderboard, becoming a relic of the past. In the chat channel, some voiced support for Shenmue. Yet the number of individuals questioning the authenticity of Shenmue's Great One title was steadily increasing. Observing these remarks, Chenmu could not help but roll his eyes, too apathetic to provide any explanations. However, his gaze caught the sight of the hidden nicknames and IDs of those who voiced skepticism. Conversely, none of his defenders were obscured. Chenmu's brow furrowed. He found himself perplexed. He had not provoked anyone, so why was a group targeting him? Was it possible that this was an organized, deliberate attack? Did someone wish to tarnish his reputation? Nevertheless, this perplexity did not linger long, as a system notification suddenly resonated. Ding! Your subordinate, the eloquent elite zombie negotiator, has slain the LV1 player Do Not Call Me King, earning experience points 5, evolution points 1, copper coins 10. Subsequently, every 15 to 20 seconds. Notifications of player eliminations echoed. Experience points, evolution points, copper coins, potions, and equipment quantities visibly surged. Chenmu understood that the negotiator had begun to take action. A slight smile graced his lips. Regardless of the intent behind those targeting him, once his level rose, their arguments would crumble. 1 minute later. Ding! Congratulations. Your level has increased to level 3. Passive traits such as particularly tough, intelligent, resilient, warm, swift, and strong have been triggered. Gain. Strength 30, dual resistance 20. Mana 80, tenacity 12, health regeneration 10, speed 20, health 100. Congratulations! Due to your level increase, you have received 5 free attribute points. Ding! As you are the first player on the leaderboard to advance to level 3, a server-wide announcement will be made. Would you like to hide your ID in the announcement? If not hidden, you will receive Reputation 100. In certain special shops, reputation is the sole currency. Do not hide. Chenmu's eyes sharpened as he made his decision. Notification. Server announcement. The top player, Thunder Emperor, has advanced to level 3, earning a reputation reward of 100 points. This announcement serves to encourage all players to strive for excellence. However, this is not the end. 5 minutes later. Notification. Congratulations. You have advanced to level 4, gaining attributes. Should the nickname be concealed in the server announcement? No concealment. Notification. Server announcement. The top player, Thunder Emperor, has advanced to level 4, earning a reputation reward of 100 points. This announcement serves to encourage all players to strive for excellence. 12 minutes later. Notification. Congratulations. You have advanced to level 5, gaining attributes. Should the nickname be concealed in the server announcement? No concealment. Notification. Server announcement. The top player, Thunder Emperor, has advanced to level 5, earning a reputation reward of 100 points. This announcement serves to encourage all players to strive for excellence. In just 20 minutes, the server announcements were nearly monopolized by Chenmu. He ascended 3 levels in succession. His level soared directly to 5, leaving the second-ranked player trailing by a full 3 levels. The chat channel erupted with excitement. Haha. Who was it that claimed that the great Thunder Emperor was merely a buffoon? Who said Thunder Emperor would be surpassed? Come forth and speak. Open your eyes and witness what it means to ascend 3 levels consecutively. The slap to your faces is resounding. Concealing nicknames. Impossible. This is absolutely inconceivable. It must be cheating. In mere 20 minutes, most lone wolf players struggle to defeat even 3 zombies. So how could Thunder Emperor possibly advance 3 levels? He must be using hacks. I'm going to report him. Just you wait. After a while. Notification. Server announcement. Level 2 player Tang Family's 3 Fools has formally reported level 5 player Thunder Emperor for suspected cheating or hacking. The system is undergoing self-inspection. Self-inspection completed. Level 5 player Thunder Emperor has no record of cheating or hacking. All level advancements are within game regulations. Tang Family's 3 Fools. Who is this person? And he has actually managed to reach level 2. I see. It turns out he has been stirring the pot all along. This person is truly shameless. Being envious of Thunder Emperor is one thing, but to brazenly attempt to disparage him is another. How despicable. In the zombie campus dungeon, Chenmu squinted upon seeing the name Tang Family's 3 Fools, committing it to memory. He then closed the chat channel. Gurgle. Suddenly, his stomach let out a thunderous growl. Deciding not to pursue zombies any longer, he sought out a clean dormitory and lay down. Well, after a day of gaming, it was about time to log off and have a meal. With a thought, Chenmu initiated the log-off process. watching as his vision gradually blurred. Logging off, 10-9, 3-2-1. When his vision cleared, Chunmu's consciousness returned to reality. He opened his eyes. Before my eyes lies a familiar and cozy rental apartment, modest in size, merely around 10 square meters. It contains a bed, a wardrobe, a computer desk, and a second-hand gaming chair that has aged to a yellowed hue. This has been Chunmu's abode for the past 3 years. 3 years of toil as a delivery worker, where, due to the relentless demands of the platform, he earned barely enough to make ends meet. He could hardly afford a decent place to live. During that time, his only wish was for a shelter to escape the elements, a place to rest his weary head. After removing his gaming headset and stretching his limbs, he pulled out his phone and casually ordered a takeout of braised chicken over rice. Subsequently, he opened his bank account and, with a sharp intake of breath, was struck by astonishment. 821, 346 yuan. Over 800,000 yuan? Having paid little attention to the sales of his equipment listed on the trading platform, he had only a vague sense of his earnings, estimating at least 200 to 300,000. Yet, he never anticipated such a substantial sum. Chapter 18. An unfathomable income, purchasing a gaming pod, and an astonishing appetite? However, upon reflection, it is somewhat understandable. After all, during this morning alone, he had dispatched numerous zombies and players. All the whiteboard equipment he acquired was promptly tossed into the trading channel. The count must have reached at least 1,000, if not several thousand. Even though more players began to spawn equipment later, causing the market to decline, he could still sell each piece for around 500. Given such a colossal quantity, Chunmu undoubtedly reaped substantial rewards. An income of 820,000 per day. This is undeniably an extraordinary sum. Well, a decent apartment in the city center typically costs about 3 million. While an 82,000 down payment suffices, he still falls short for a full payment. After pondering for a moment, Chunmu shook his head and decided to invest in a high-end gaming pod instead. It is said that the gaming pod comes with its own nutrient solution, allowing one to play inside for an entire month without the worry of hunger. Far more practical than a gaming helmet. As for purchasing a house, he would consider it once he had accumulated enough for a full payment. Resolute in his decision, Chunmu spent over 300,000 to purchase a high-end gaming pod online. He then closed his eyes to rest for a while. Ding-dong. Approximately 20 minutes later, the doorbell rang. Even before opening the door, Chunmu caught a whiff of delicious food wafting from outside. It seemed his sense of smell had become remarkably sharper. Yet, Chunmu paid little mind to this, for his stomach was already protesting vehemently. He retrieved the takeout and devoured it in a matter of minutes, but he still felt ravenous, his stomach growling insistently. Chunmu paused, his brow furrowing slightly, pondering. I don't usually have such a large appetite. Oh well, considering today's earnings, I might as well treat myself. I'll order another meal. Thus, he took out his phone and ordered a serving of yellow braised chicken, fearing he might not be full. He then ordered another portion. However, even after consuming 2 consecutive meals, he still felt intensely hungry. At this point, even Chunmu, with his typically carefree demeanor, recognized something was amiss. My appetite is rather absurd today. Chunmu stroked his chin, his eyes filled with confusion, wondering how he could possibly eat so much today. Meanwhile, his fingers remained busy. As he proceeded to order 10 servings of KFC, 10 servings of stir-fried dishes, with an additional 20 servings of rice, 2 roasted ducks, 5 roasted chickens, 6 servings of jianbing guizi, 8 baskets of xiaolong bao, and 3 cups of milk tea. I refuse to believe I cannot satiate my hunger. Chunmu gritted his teeth, seemingly at odds with his own belly. But, setting aside whether Chunmu could fill his stomach or not, the delivery man's expression darkened considerably. Chunmu lived on the 5th floor, with no elevator, only stairs. Each delivery required him to either carry 10 large bags of KFC or a towering stack of food, including roasted ducks, leaving him utterly exhausted. Yet, he could only earn 5 yuan per order. Who could he complain to about this? Once or twice, the delivery man tolerated it. But after Chunmu placed such an extravagant order, the man was left completely drained after running back and forth 5 or 6 times. On the 8th delivery, the delivery person handed over 8 baskets of soup dumplings and 3 cups of milk tea to Chunmu, his face contorted in distress. Brother, if you find me displeasing, just say it. Ordering so much takeout. What's the deal? Are you trying to help me lose weight? Or do you have money to burn? Chinmu, feeling somewhat awkward, could not explain his substantial appetite and simply handed the delivery person 100 yuan as a token of appreciation for his hard work. Those compelled by life's circumstances to deliver food certainly have their struggles, a sentiment Chinmu deeply understood from his past. Now that he had the means, he had no intention of making things difficult for others. Upon receiving the money, the delivery person's frown instantly transformed into a broad smile, and he cheerfully offered to dispose of Chinmu's trash. Chinmu accepted the offer. However, after handing over the empty containers, the delivery person was taken aback once more. Isn't this the KFC bag I just delivered? 10 bags, all consumed? And what about the roast duck, the roasted chicken, the stir-fry, and 20 boxes of rice? Goodness! He looked up in confusion, peering into Chinmu's modest room, barely large enough for 2 people. Pondering how such a quantity could possibly be consumed by a single individual. After a moment of internal debate, the delivery person shrugged it off, grabbed the hefty bag of trash, and descended the stairs. Once the door was closed, Chinmu quickly devoured the 8 baskets of dumplings. After consuming so much, he was finally no longer hungry, though he still felt somewhat unsatisfied. With a swift motion, he inserted a straw into his milk tea and pondered why his appetite had suddenly escalated to such alarming proportions. Could it be related to the apocalypse game? He had read his fair share of novels about games merging with reality and various other tropes. He was well versed in such narratives. Yet, this speculation felt too fantastical to confirm at that moment. He could only resolve to explore this mystery gradually, believing he would eventually uncover the truth. After finishing his meal, he glanced at the clock. It was already 10 in the evening. Chinmu decided against entering the game for the night and, after a quick wash, collapsed into bed. As the saying goes, a story is lengthy when it has much to say, and brief when it does not. The following day, at the break of dawn, Chinmu arose early. After his morning routine, he habitually rummaged through his wardrobe for his yellow robe, which he had worn for over 3 years. He paused for a moment before returning the robe to the closet. If all went according to plan, he likely would never wear that garment again. Stepping outside, he scoured the vicinity for breakfast spots, sampling 3 bowls of noodles at each of the 20 establishments he encountered, much to the owner's delight at his hearty appetite. His increased consumption had indeed become a minor inconvenience. However, he anticipated that once the nutrition pod arrived, replenishing his bodily functions with nutritional fluids would alleviate this awkwardness. Just as Chinmu finished his breakfast and prepared to stroll back to his residence, he overheard a series of murmurs nearby. Manager, are you certain that the individuals who purchased our game pods from the official website reside in this neighborhood? Is there no mistake? This community lacks an elevator. Although the gaming pod may not appear overly large, it weighs several hundred pounds. Are we truly expected to lift it manually? Let me check. Indeed. It is the happy old community, Building A, Apartment 502, just here. Chinmu turned his head and spotted several uniformed workers standing beside the truck, looking utterly bewildered as they gazed at the aging apartment building. They seemed to be contemplating how to transport the gaming pod to the 5th floor. Ahem. After a quick glance, Chinmu pretended not to notice and entered a nearby milk tea shop. He ordered himself a cup of milk tea and settled in to wait for them to finish their tasks. Manager, what shall we do? Lift it. What other options do we have? They have paid for it. Quickly, everyone come and lend a hand. Darn it. Who spends hundreds of thousands on a gaming pod but lives in a rundown area? How is it that today we encounter someone from the old community? Less talk, more action. Grumbling aside, the work still needed to be done. A few burly workers gritted their teeth and, with considerable effort, managed to hoist the gaming pod into the air. Chapter 19. Returning to the game, 2 delightful subordinates. Having just captured several demons, Chinmu found himself marveling at the sheer abundance of malevolent spirits. After patiently awaiting his bubble tea for a good 10 minutes, his phone finally rang. Hello? Hello. Is this Mr. Chin? A heavy breath resonated from the other end, clearly indicating the caller was quite fatigued. Indeed, it is, Chinmu replied, taking a sip of his bubble tea. After a brief pause to gather himself, the caller continued, Your gaming pod has been delivered. Kindly unlock the door so we can carry it in and set it up for you. Oh, I'm currently out having breakfast. Please hold on for just a moment. I'll be back in 3 minutes. With that, Chinmu ended the call. He casually purchased 6 cups of bubble tea, and upon reaching his doorstep, he was greeted by the sight of 6 burly men, all drenched in sweat, squatting beside the gaming pod, panting heavily. "Thank you for your hard work. Here, have a cup of bubble tea and take a moment to rest," Chenmu offered as he handed them the drinks. Earlier, he had refrained from assisting them to avoid exhausting himself. Yet he couldn't help but admire these strong men who had laboriously carried the hefty gaming pod up 5 flights of stairs. Their stamina was truly commendable. A few cups of bubble tea were a modest token of his respect. After a brief respite, the men collectively hoisted the gaming pod into Chenmu's room, further constricting the already limited space. Their expressions, too, held a hint of bemusement. Why on earth would you, living in a small studio, be reluctant to upgrade to a larger place? Is your wealth solely reserved for gaming pods? They seemed to wonder silently. However, none spoke out in mockery. After all, reality differs from fiction, and the public's decorum is generally quite high. Where, indeed, are the countless arrogant heroes to chastise the protagonist? Upon completing the installation, the manager advised Chenmu, "Mr. Chen, this gaming pod is currently the most advanced in the market. The nutrient solution inside can sustain your physiological needs for a month. Should the solution run out, you can replace it yourself. If you have any questions, feel free to call me or our customer service department. Thank you for your diligence." Chenmu nodded in acknowledgement. After bidding farewell to the workers, he reclined into the gaming pod. The luxurious leather felt utterly exquisite. Indeed, a $30,000 device is far more comfortable than a mere helmet. It was equipped with advanced technology for monitoring bodily functions, heart rate, and pulse. Should Chenmu exhibit any physical discomfort that would prevent him from continuing to play, the machine would immediately sound an alarm. In critical situations, it would even contact emergency services. If he felt hunger or thirst, no words were necessary. The automatic injector within would administer the nutrient solution to sustain his bodily functions. Essentially, with this gaming pod, he could comfortably remain inside for an entire month without needing to rise. Let the gaming commence. With a mere thought, Chenmu found himself once again immersed in the game, back in the familiar dormitory. The morning sun ascended from the eastern horizon, casting its light through the dust-laden window, enveloping the room in a palpable sense of reality. Historical record. Your elite negotiator, the exceptionally eloquent zombie, last night, eliminated LV1 players 1089, LV2 players 767, LV3 players 146. Click for details. Your elite zombie, the extraordinarily robust, big head, last night, defeated LV1 players 119, LV2 players 73, LV3 players 38, LV4 players 6. Click for details. Experience gained 12550, evolution points 2238, gold 120, premium equipment 18, basic equipment 767, various materials, potions 1011. Ding. Congratulations. You have leveled up to level 8. Attributes such as exceptionally resilient, intelligent, tenacious, warm, swift, and robust have triggered passives. Attributes gained: strength 120, dual resistance 80, mana 100, resilience 56, health regeneration 60, speed 70, health 1200. Congratulations! Due to your level increase, you have received 15 free attribute points. Ding. Do you wish to hide your ID on the leaderboard? If you choose not to hide it, you will gain reputation 300. Additionally, every day at 8 o'clock a.m., you will receive an extra 10 points of reputation. Chenmu? What is happening? I haven't logged into the game for just one night, and my level has already reached 8? In a state of confusion, Chenmu hurriedly clicked into the historical record details. It turned out that the negotiator, with the assistance of Ling Lingqi, had spent the entire night engaged in combat. Only around 6 in the morning did the agents tasked with capturing players finally succumb to fatigue and retire for rest. As for Big Head, although the number of players defeated was modest, the efforts were relentless, even managing to eliminate a level 4 player, a feat that truly astonished Chenmu. Upon perusing the details, Chenmu uncovered another piece of information. The overall player levels had seen an explosive surge last night. The number of level 3 players slain by the negotiator alone had exceeded 100. Upon opening the leaderboard, he observed, first place, LV8 Thunder Emperor, nickname not hidden, receives 10 points of reputation daily. Second place, LV5 hidden nickname, no rewards. Third place, LV5 hidden nickname, no rewards. 10th place, LV4 hidden nickname, no rewards. Shenmue's level remained distinctly superior. However, the players from 2nd to 9th place had all reached level 5, with even the 10th player attaining level 4. The rate of progression was indeed astonishing. Were it not for the negotiator and Big Head toiling through the night to bolster his experience, he might have been overtaken. After some contemplation, Shenmue began to review the statuses of the negotiator and Big Head. Negotiator, LV6. Big Head, LV4. As time progresses, the experience points required for upgrades escalate significantly. Thus, despite the negotiator having eliminated a plethora of players, it merely surpasses Big Head by 2 levels. Both Big Head and the negotiator are commendable subordinates. Shenmue stroked his chin, murmuring softly, over 2,000 evolution points, all earned by them through an all-nighter last night. Perhaps I should enhance them further. After all, if one works the ox without providing it fodder, the ox will soon tire. Should a player eliminate them, it would be a regrettable loss. The negotiator is relatively safe. Boasting a substantial health pool and high attributes, it remains a key focus of cultivation within the Nightfall organization, making it a challenging target for players. I shall exchange a particularly agile attribute for it, ensuring an easy escape should it ever choose to betray. However, Big Head is more akin to a wild creature, posing a considerable risk. With this in mind, Shenmue promptly bestowed upon Big Head an entire set of special elite enhancements. Ding! Your subordinate Big Head has acquired elite attributes, particularly strong, particularly swift, particularly tough-skinned, particularly intelligent, particularly resilient, particularly warm-hearted, particularly quick, particularly eloquent. Attribute increases: Strength 100, Dual Resistance 80, Mana 200, Resilience 60, Health Regeneration per second 100, Speed 50, Health 1000. Chapter 20. The Invincible Big Head, the Pure Hexagonal Warrior. Players of the Divine Realm Guild are stunned. In the Zombie City. Within the Level 4 monster spawning area, the president of the Divine Realm Guild, Bai Zhen, adorned in a basic ancient armor and bearing the title LV5, swung his spear with a flourish, commanding his brothers, "Give it your all. This exceptionally robust elite zombie is nearing its end. If we slay it, we are guaranteed a significant loot drop, perhaps even an elite quality piece of equipment." As his words echoed, he thrust his spear forward, piercing through the formidable creature. With a sickening sound, a gaping wound appeared on the hulking zombie, which resembled a giant bear. Damage, -38. At that moment, its back wings had been severed. Its chest marred with deep, bloody indentations, and even its head bore several axe marks, presenting a truly pitiful sight. This creature was none other than the Big Head, a minion under Shenmue's command. Roar! Roar! The furious growls reverberated as the zombie's milky white eyes glinted with ferocity. It struck out with its claws, sending a level 3 player reeling, blood gushing from their mouth. Yet, at that instant, dozens of players surged forward. Those at the front launched their attacks while the rear formed a protective circle to prevent the zombie from escaping. Today, they were determined to defeat this creature. All members of the Divine Realm Guild united in purpose, witnessing the special elite zombie's health plummet to below 30. However, suddenly, its health bar began to rise rapidly, as if connected to a water pump, transforming from 160,800 to 1160,1800. Originally, Big Head bore the title of exceptionally robust, with a base health of approximately 800, but after taking heavy damage, it was reduced to a mere 160 points, nearly a death's door. Now, its health was not only restored but exceeded its previous full capacity. Not only did the health bar change, but the descriptors above its head also shifted dramatically, expanding considerably. All members of the Divine Realm Guild were momentarily stunned. As they beheld the sudden change in Big Head's health and descriptors, they instinctively ceased their attacks. Some even vocalized the descriptors hovering above the zombie's head aloud: exceptionally robust, exceptionally strong, exceptionally swift, exceptionally tough-skinned, exceptionally intelligent, exceptionally resilient, exceptionally warm, exceptionally quick, exceptionally articulate elite zombie. What on earth is this? They had never encountered such an extensive set of descriptors for a creature before. A zombie sprouting wings was already remarkable enough to warrant special treatment, but how could its descriptors evolve mid-battle? Moreover, after enduring relentless attacks, witnessing its health bar nearly depleted, it inexplicably regained over 1,000 health points. Was this an exaggeration? Absurd. Bai Jin, gripping his spear, found himself equally perplexed. He speculated. Could it be that this zombie transitions into his second form upon its health dropping below 30? Oh no. Suddenly, his eyes widened in alarm. The health bar of this zombie was not only thicker than before, but it also possessed an automatic regeneration ability. Quick, everyone, attack. We must not allow it to recover its health, or all our efforts will be in vain. In the heat of battle, everyone could see the fluctuations in the health bar. The phrase especially resilient. What does it mean to regenerate 100 health points per second? A level 5 player, without skills, could barely inflict 30 points of damage with a basic attack. Melee players typically dealt damage every 2 to 3 seconds. Yet they were unable to match the zombie's recovery rate. Bai Jin understood that in this dire situation, the only way to defeat this special elite zombie was through a concerted assault. As long as their combined damage output exceeded 100 points per second, there remained a glimmer of hope. Upon hearing President Bai Jin's command, the players at the forefront took up their weapons and launched their attacks against the zombie. Archers and mages in the rear also joined the fray. Clang, whoosh, bang. Damage, -1. Insufficient attack power to penetrate armor. Force damage, -1. Damage, -1. Damage, -1. Whether from the melee strikes of swords and spears, or the projectiles of arrows and fireballs, the blows against the zombie merely caused its skin to dent slightly. Not a single drop of blood was shed. At that moment, they experienced the terrifying defense of the exceptionally tough skin attribute. With a dual resistance of 80, not even Bai Jin could breach the zombie's armor. A collective gasp swept through the crowd, leaving them momentarily dazed, unsure of how to proceed. The thickened health bar was one thing, and we could tolerate its regenerative abilities. But this defense, what on earth was happening? President, we cannot breach its defenses, an anxious member of the divine realm exclaimed. Yet, before Bai Jin could respond, a massive claw suddenly swept through the air in a dark arc, striking Bai Jin with an unanticipated ferocity. Thud, the sound reverberated as Bai Jin's body was sent flying like a rag doll, his level 5 basic armor now riddled with spiderweb-like cracks. Damage, -168. When Bai Jin hit the ground, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Looking up, he saw that his nearly full health bar had been reduced by more than half in an instant. With another hit, he would be finished. President. The surrounding Divine Realm players cried out in alarm upon witnessing this. The other players were also stunned, their faces reflecting disbelief. I remember this zombie only had an attack power of 68 points. How? Suddenly has it nearly tripled? One swipe has nearly wiped out the president's health bar? Have you noticed? It's not just the attack power. Its speed has dramatically increased. Our president, equipped with elite quality Windrunner boots, was supposed to be faster than it. However, now the president is unable to evade the opponent's assault. Gulp. The grotesque health bar, the outrageous rate of recovery, the absurd defense. Now even the attack power and speed are equally monstrous. Goodness, this must be a formidable boss. Chapter 21. Pursuing the Divine Domain Guild's elite players, a new talent. Is there truly no weakness? A member of the Divine Domain gulped nervously, his eyes filled with dread as he gazed at the colossal figure, murmuring. If one listened closely, they could detect a tremor of fear in his voice. This reaction was quite understandable. Typically, the combat prowess of an ordinary player is comparable to that of a standard zombie of the same level. However, an elite zombie possessing a single attribute can easily overpower a small team of 6 to 8 players. This is, of course, contingent upon the team's ability to coordinate and devise strategies targeting the elite zombie's vulnerabilities. But just look at how many elite attributes the colossal figure possesses, an astounding 9. Even though the particularly eloquent attribute does not confer any actual stats, the remaining 8 elite attributes render this behemoth an insurmountable force for players at this stage. Quick, retreat. This zombie is unbeatable. We cannot engage. In an instant, the vice president of the Divine Domain, clutching a dagger, realized the gravity of the situation and bellowed urgently. It was he who sought an opportunity to sever the colossal's wings. One cannot deny the soundness of his judgment, with the Colossal's attributes exceeding all norms. This elite player team from the Divine Domain, all at level 3 or above, stood no chance whatsoever. Retreat was indeed the wisest course of action. But could they truly escape? Roared Kill. Just as numerous members of the Divine Domain began to regroup for their retreat, the Colossal let out a thunderous roar, launching itself forward like a bolt of lightning, swiftly pursuing them. Its eyes gleamed with malice and bloodlust. Should it catch even a single player? It would raise its claw and deliver a crushing blow. If the victim were at full health, it would strike again to ensure death. If they were already weakened, a single strike would suffice to end their life. Thud, thud, thud. Those who lagged behind were sent flying like cannonballs. Those who managed to run faster could perhaps evade for a few minutes, yet eventually, they too would fall victim, meeting the same explosive fate. Dozens of players stood no chance against the Colossal. One after another, they perished. During the relentless pursuit, some solo players at a distance witnessed this horrifying scene. Some fled in terror, while others, undeterred by death, activated the built-in video capture feature of the Doomsday game, recording the annihilation of the elite player team from the Divine Domain. Ding! Your Colossal has slain a level 5 player by Jean, 23 level 4 players, 48 level 3 players, earning purification points, 72, and experience points, 1,036. Since the Colossal began its rampage, the system notifications in Chenmu's ears had been incessant. A flicker of contemplation crossed his eyes. To be honest, when the negotiator began to exploit the situation under the cover of night, he had somewhat dismissed the modest attributes bestowed by the attributes. However, it now appeared that this line of thinking was slightly misguided. Attributes, indeed, wield considerable power. At the very least, this was vividly demonstrated by the Colossal. It is merely a level 4 elite zombie, yet upon acquiring 9 top-tier attributes, it possesses the formidable power to overpower an entire group of players. This is merely the enhancement effect of elite attributes. One cannot help but wonder what might occur with higher-tier rare attributes, or, to consider, attributes of epic or even legendary quality. To what extent would such power reach? Chenmu has yet to encounter wild creatures of rare quality or above, making any conjecture difficult. Yet one can imagine that if he were to possess a full set of legendary attributes, his strength would be exceedingly extraordinary. However, thus far, he has not discovered a means to exchange for rare quality attributes. He has indeed accumulated a considerable amount of evolution points. Well then, one step at a time, exploration will eventually lead to discovery. After a moment of reflection, Chenmu redirected his attention to the negotiator. The negotiator's life is undoubtedly far more comfortable than that of the Big Head. Upon returning to the headquarters after a brief respite, it sought out Ling Lingqi once again, insisting that Ling Lingqi accompany it to the warehouse. This time, the negotiator refrained from consuming the cores of avian mutant beasts. Instead, it opted for several level 8 wolf beast cores, gaining 8 points of free attributes with each consumption. This time, Chenmu did not allocate the points in an 8-2 split but chose to retain 80 for himself, leaving the remaining 20 to be evenly divided between the negotiator and the Big Head. Indeed, one must not be partial. Before long, the Wolf Beast cores yielded a new talent, Frenzy. Bloodthirsty Frenzy, a combat talent that, when activated, increases all attributes by 10 and grants a 10 lifesteal on attack, lasting for 1 minute. Compared to the Wing of Bone, this talent lacks the same allure. After careful consideration, he opted to forego it, as talent slots require evolution points to unlock. The second talent slot requires 100, the third 1,000, and the fourth 10,000, progressing in this manner. Thus, each talent slot is remarkably precious, since the Wolf Beast cores failed to produce a desirable talent. Chenmu decided to have the negotiator try a different flavor by consuming the cores of mutant rats. This time, the talent that emerged was rather intriguing. Plague, a combat passive talent that, when you inflict damage upon an enemy, leaves a layer of plague mark on them. Each layer of plague mark inflicts 10 points of true poison damage per second. The mark can only be dispelled using purification skills. Additionally, if there are more than 3 enemies within a 10-kilometer radius bearing plague marks, all marks can be detonated. Upon the detonation of all plague marks, there are 2 options. 1. Group attack mode, Inflicts 50 of 1 strength value. Number of mark layers as true damage to all marked targets. 2. Single target attack mode. Concentrates all mark damage on a specified enemy. Note: the higher one's base strength attribute. The greater the damage in the Plague single target attack mode, with no upper limit. A glimmer of contemplation crossed Chenmu's eyes. Not only does it enhance the true damage of poison attributes magical type, but it also possesses the capability for area of effect collective damage as well as high burst single target damage. Offering 2 modes to choose from, it is indeed a commendable talent. The only drawback is that if one is unable to stack the mark layers, it may become somewhat redundant. To select it or not? I almost forgot something. My level has now reached 8, and according to the rules of Privilege 1, I can now contract 8 zombies. If I have multiple zombies assisting me in stacking marks, the efficiency will certainly not be low. This will allow me to unleash the power of the Plague talent to some extent. With this thought in mind, Chenmu resolutely decided to unlock the second talent slot, learning the new talent, Plague. Ding! Congratulations on acquiring a new talent, Plague. As the negotiator continuously consumed the beast cores of mutated rodents. Soon the second and third Plague talents emerged, prompting Chenmu to activate the talent slots for himself and Big Head. Subsequently, Chenmu hastily called for a stop, requesting the negotiator to try a different flavor. After all, the rodent beast cores are only level 5, and consuming one only increases attributes by 5 points. Eating too many would just fill the stomach, making it not very cost-effective. Chapter 22. The Terrifying Attributes, Soloing an 8-level boss. How delightful it would be if there existed an attribute labeled extraordinarily consumable. As Chenmu's attributes continually ascended, he couldn't help but smacked his lips, yearning for more. After all, the resources in the Nightfall warehouse were abundant. Relying solely on the negotiator to consume a single zombie would take an eternity, even if later Big Head or more subordinates could join in, their efficiency would be utterly inadequate. He feared that by the time the novice village was utterly ravaged, a significant portion of the warehouse's resources would remain untouched, which would be a tremendous waste. Just as Chenmu voiced his musings, a system notification chimed in. Ding! A special attribute extraordinarily consumable has been detected, but you currently lack the authority for redemption. To unlock this privilege, you must venture to the level 10 dungeon, Wild Boar Domain, and defeat its boss. What? Goodness! The system can respond to? Chenmu's eyes lit up. He promptly opened the strategy map, muttering to himself, Level 10 Dungeon, Wild Boar Domain. That's a bit far from here. However, defeating the boss to obtain a new attribute is indeed worth the journey. Moreover, wild boars belong to the category of mutated beasts upon their defeat. He could acquire beast cores and perhaps even uncover a useful new talent. Alright, the next destination is Wild Boar Domain. By the way, aside from the extraordinarily consumable attribute, what other special attributes require unlocking conditions for redemption? Ding! The system can only assist you in checking whether you possess a specific named attribute. Chenmu. So rigid, huh? Fine, how can elite attributes evolve into rare quality attributes? Condition 1. Level up to 10. Condition 2. Requires 10. 000 evolution points. 10. 000 evolution points are manageable. Defeating one boss would suffice. But must I reach level 10 to unlock it? Chenmu clicked his tongue. Despite the negotiator and Big Head grinding through the night yesterday, he only managed to level up 3 times. However, the experience required to ascend from level 8 to 9, and from 9 to 10, far exceeds that of leveling from 1 to 8. Even with diligent effort, it would likely take several days to achieve, wouldn't it? For this query, the system remained unresponsive, presenting an inflexible demeanor. Chenmu chose not to press further. From the 18 exquisite pieces of equipment that Big Head and the negotiator had procured last night, he selected a few suitable for himself and auctioned the rest in the trading channel. Before long, the negotiator concluded today as feasting. Curious about the total attributes he had gained, Chenmu opened his personal attribute panel. Personal ID, Thunder Emperor. Character, an exceptionally robust, powerful, swift, resilient, intelligent, tenacious, warm-hearted, eloquent elite zombie, all attributes of green elite quality. Level, LV8, experience, 212-8000, quality, elite, talent, bone wings, plague. Attributes, health, 12380, mana, 4000. Strength, 355, agility, 235, physical resistance, 220, magical resistance, 280, tenacity, 180, stamina, 160, weapon, level 4 military crossbow premium, attack power 28. Capable of rapid fire. 50 arrows per minute. Level 5 Gale Boots premium, speed 25, with the skill, Gale, consuming 100 mana points, increasing speed by 10. Lasting for 3 minutes, dropped by Baijan. Level 4 Hunter's Leather Armor, Premium, Defense 20, Tenacity 10. With the passive ability, increases 30 accuracy when using bows and crossbows. Evaluation. With your current attributes, even bosses would tremble at the sight of you. Young man, stop being modest. You are already formidable. Go forth and revel in your strength. Chinmu? This system's evaluation is quite deceptive. If a certain adolescent were to see this, they might truly wander around, emboldened by their high stats. However, Chinmu is aware that his attributes pale in comparison to the likes of the enigmatic figure in black, Ling Lingqi. That is a terrifying entity capable of inflicting over 8,000 damage with ease, a memory that Chinmu remembers vividly and cannot forget. Without absolute confidence in his ability to defeat Ling Lingqi, he cannot afford to be reckless. Yet, while he may not be able to contend with Ling Lingqi, he is nonetheless eager to challenge the level 8 boss in the zombie campus. Last time, he was only at level 2 and could not ascertain the opponent's attributes. This time, he has reached level 8. Moreover, his attributes have nearly doubled compared to yesterday. His confidence swells. Subsequently, Chinmu stepped out of the dormitory, determined to eliminate ordinary zombies within the campus to prevent the boss from summoning a horde of undead. He would slay everyone he encountered. He fought his way from the dormitory to the vicinity of the teaching building. After approximately 10 minutes, a resounding voice suddenly echoed from the rooftop of the teaching building. Roar. Zombie language. Who dares to harm my students? As before, Chinmu's gaze followed the sound, and he beheld an elderly man with white hair, dressed in a suit and leaning on a cane, standing at the edge of the rooftop, gazing up at Chinmu. Previously, he looked down, but this time Chinmu was flying higher. Upon witnessing the boss's appearance, Chinmu's eyes sharpened, and he immediately activated his reconnaissance ability. LV8. Principal. Blood red name, character, zombie campus boss. Skills. 1. Fireball, basic attack. 2. Flame burst. 3. Inferno storm. Talent. Fire spell affinity attributes. Health 6580, mana 3000. Strength 155, magic power. Agility 65, physical resistance 120, magic resistance 160, tenacity 80, stamina 68. Weapon. Level 8 rare quality fire staff. Base magic power increases by 125 points. Fire attribute magic additionally gains a 20 attack bonus. The attributes of this boss reveal that many of its metrics fail to even reach half of its own attributes. Confirming with a discerning gaze, this is indeed a soft target. Privilege 1 activated, contracting level 8 boss. Ding, contract failed. All bosses within the game are under special protection and cannot be enslaved. Chinmu. Fine. Roar. Die. The boss, feeling its regal authority provoked by Chinmu's peculiar stare, let out a furious roar and unleashed a fireball spell aimed directly at him. This time, Chinmu did not flee the battlefield. With a powerful flap of his wings, he evaded the fireball's assault with remarkable agility. Then, with a determined gaze, he lifted his crossbow and squeezed the trigger towards the boss. With only 65 points of agility, the boss was utterly unable to evade the barrage of arrows raining down upon it. In an instant, crimson began to bloom across its form, followed by a second and third mark. Even as it desperately swung its staff to defend, it was rendered a pincushion in a rapid succession of 10 arrows. The quiver was emptied in mere seconds. Automatically reloading, he continued to fire. Soon, a cascade of damage values appeared. Damage, minus 263, minus 255, minus 286, minus 265. Ding. Plague talent passive triggered. Boss enters poison state, suffering continuous damage. Minus 10, minus 20, minus 30, minus 40. As the marks accumulate, the blood loss per second escalates. Chapter 23. The first kill of the boss, new attributes, new skills, new talents. As 20 arrows struck the boss, its health, which had once exceeded 6,000, dwindled to a mere few hundred in less than 30 seconds. The principal boss's eyes widened in disbelief. How could an elite level 8 zombie possess such ferocious attack power? Even if your name is a tad lengthy, it defies reason. Moreover, you have a poison attribute attack? The principal boss could not fathom whether you were the boss or it was. After enduring over 20 arrows, the damage inflicted by the plague passive alone was exceeding 200 per second on the principal boss. Even if Shenmue ceased his assault, the boss would succumb to this poison. Yet, there was no fear of death in the principal boss's gaze. Born within the dungeon, it was destined to perish within it, an inescapable fate. With a steely glint in its eyes, the boss raised its staff, which suddenly radiated a brilliant golden-red glow. Roaring, it unleashed its ultimate skill, flame, wind, storm. After the furious roar, it lifted its staff high, eyes filled with madness, entering its final state. Although its health bar was rapidly depleting, its momentum grew increasingly formidable. Shenmue, observing this, was momentarily taken aback, a flicker of wariness crossing his eyes. Suddenly, a fierce gale swept through the dungeon space. The wind stung Shenmue's skin, inflicting damage. -1, -1, -1, -1, -1, force damage. Despite his high resistance, force damage values began to accumulate above his head. Above, the once pristine white clouds transformed into towering infernos as the tempest raged. The wind howled, and flames descended. The searing heat intensified, coalescing into a blazing storm. The damage values above Shenmue's head began to soar. Was this the boss's ultimate move? Witnessing this spectacle, Shenmue could hardly react. Avoiding a direct confrontation, he swiftly raised his crossbow and unleashed a volley of arrows at the boss. Yet, as soon as the arrows were released, a rolling sea of fire surged forth, consuming every arrow in its path, rendering them utterly ineffective against the boss. Unrelenting, the inferno surged toward Shenmue. Taking a deep breath, he hesitated not a moment, flapping his wings to retreat swiftly, maintaining a safe distance from the fiery onslaught. A direct confrontation was out of the question. Even with over 10,000 health points, he had no intention of trading blows with the boss. With a swift motion, he vanished from the boss's sight, disappearing into the depths of the dungeon, leaving no trace behind. Principal boss? With such a significant advantage, how could you possibly flee? It continued to manipulate the onslaught of the flame storm, yet found itself at a loss for direction. Most crucially, its health was dwindling rapidly. Remaining health, 600, 400, 200, 0. In the end, the principal boss could only fall in despair. And as the flame storm lost its controller, it too would gradually dissipate. In the cafeteria, within the kitchen, inside a large refrigerator, a system notification suddenly rang in Shenmue's ears. Ding! Congratulations on successfully slaying the level 8 boss, earning evolution points 10,000. Receiving level 8 rare quality Red Lotus Armor 1, level 8 rare quality Staff 1, and acquiring silver coins 88. Ding! As the first player to clear the zombie campus dungeon, you receive an additional talent reward. Fire Element Affinity, Skill, Flamestorm. Note: system rewards for talents do not require spending evolution points to unlock the talent bar. Ding! Detecting that you possess the Fire Element Affinity talent. The rare attribute Magical has been unlocked, which can be exchanged in the Evolution Shop. Ding! The announcement of your first dungeon clearance will soon be broadcasted across the server. Would you like to hide your ID? If not hidden, you will receive 500 reputation points. Ding! A series of system notifications echoed in succession. The array of rewards left Shenmue dazzled and overwhelmed. However, regarding the server-wide announcement, he hesitated not and chose to remain unhidden. Ding! Congratulations to player Thunder Emperor for being the first to clear the zombie campus dungeon. This is a special announcement, encouraging all players to actively explore the dungeon. Ding! Congratulations to player Thunder Emperor. Ding! Congratulations to player Thunder Emperor. The server-wide announcement resonated 3 times, instantly capturing everyone's attention. The zombie campus dungeon was actually cleared by Thunder Emperor? I can hardly believe it. Although the recommended entry level for the zombie campus dungeon is 5 to 8. It is certainly not a dungeon that a level 5 player could conquer. Indeed, I just barely reached level 5 today, and upon entering, I encountered numerous elite monsters and level 6, 7 wild beasts. Merely glancing at them led to my demise in a group assault. Who would have thought Thunder Emperor managed to solo it? Incredible! Our guild also ventured into this dungeon. We could handle ordinary zombies and even elite zombies. But upon entering the teaching building, we were met with a spellcasting boss. A single fireball spell obliterated our entire team of dozens. Thunder Emperor actually managed to slay that boss? How absurd. Is there some strategy or a bug exploit? Thunder Emperor, don't keep it to yourself. Share it with everyone. LV8 player Thunder Emperor. Indeed, I am willing to pay a high price for the zombie campus dungeon strategy. Thunder Emperor as the sovereign of the dynasty. If you consider selling the zombie campus dungeon strategy, please do contact me. I can offer 30,000. In this moment, Shenmue was engrossed in exploring his newfound talents, skills, and attributes. The rare quality attribute magical affinity had elevated his rank from elite to rare, signifying that he had transformed into a rare quality zombie. However, the magical affinity attribute did not enhance his stats. Nevertheless, with this attribute, Shenmue could convert his physical attack power into magical attack power, rendering it a remarkably practical auxiliary attribute. As for his talent in fire element affinity, it merely augmented the damage of fire-based skills. Yet, the skill Blazing Tempest truly captivated Shenmue's attention. Blazing Tempest consumes between 1,000 to 100,000 mana points, capable of inflicting sustained fire damage over a vast area. Note, the greater the mana consumption, the longer the duration, the larger the area of effect, and the greater the damage inflicted on enemies within that range. This was undoubtedly a trump card. Furthermore, as his mana capacity grew, the destructive potential of this skill would escalate correspondingly. Simultaneously, Shenmue pondered another intriguing thought. The sustained area damage of Blazing Tempest would perfectly complement the Plague talent, stacking its passive effects. Perhaps, when combined, they could unleash an unexpectedly formidable power. The more he contemplated, the brighter Shenmue's eyes gleamed, eagerly anticipating a trial of this combination. However, before he could experiment, he noticed that someone had mentioned him in the public chat channel. Many were seeking strategies for the zombie campus dungeon? Chapter 24. Selling strategies while advertising one's own equipment upon observing the chat channel. Shenmue noticed a considerable number of individuals seeking to purchase strategies for the zombie campus dungeon. Among them, the player known as the Sovereign Overlord boldly offered a staggering price of 300,000. Instantly, Shenmue's mind began to race. This transaction was feasible, but maximizing his own profit required further contemplation. After pondering for a while, an idea dawned upon him. He promptly commenced drafting the relevant strategy. Although he had relied on sheer strength to conquer the dungeon, his extensive time spent within its confines had endowed him with intimate knowledge of its intricacies. To successfully clear the dungeon, one must first understand the mechanics. Do not rush to the lecture hall in search of the boss. If the entire dungeon area is overrun with zombies, it will significantly hinder your ability to spawn the boss. Ensure to eliminate at least 80 of the zombies within the dungeon. Strategies for defeating ordinary level 5 zombies. Strategies for elite zombies. Furthermore, regarding the boss defeat strategy, there are 3 main points. 1. Stack magic resistance. In the public trading channel, there happens to be a level 3 piece of exquisite magic resistance gear at level 5. To withstand the boss's damage, one must acquire at least 2 pieces. 2. An introduction to the boss's skills. 3. All of this constituted valuable information. Shenmue had no intention of deceiving anyone. However, the 3 pieces of magic resistance equipment currently up for auction in the trading area were, in fact, listed by him, serving as an additional form of self-promotion. Subsequently, Shenmue opened the Friend Request tab, which he had rarely accessed, and added the Sovereign Overlord, who had made the highest bid for the strategy, as a friend. Sovereign Overlord. Haha, Lord Thunder, you finally accepted my friend request. Great one. Would you consider forming an alliance with our dynasty? Ignoring the pleasantries, Shenmue got straight to the point. I saw your offer of 300,000 for the zombie campus strategy. Indeed, Sovereign Overlord affirmed, if all is well, I can transfer the funds immediately. All right, Shenmue replied. Once I receive the transfer notification, I shall send you the strategy. However, I must mention one thing up front. I will not sell the strategy exclusively to you. Yet, given your generous offer, I can assure you that the strategy one provide will be the most detailed and comprehensive. Shortly, I will also post a condensed version in the trading channel. Is that acceptable? After a moment's reflection, Sovereign Overlord readily agreed. Haha, very well. If our dynasty can possess the only complete strategy, it will certainly grant us a competitive edge. I've just instructed the finance department to transfer the funds to you, and I will cover the transaction fees. Please check your account. Ding. Your bank card has received a transfer record of 300,000 from Sovereign Guild. Indeed, within the next moment, Shenmue received a bank notification, and he swiftly sent the detailed strategy to Sovereign Overlord. Simultaneously, the Emperor's Dominion willingly covered his transaction fee. A small favor he etched into his memory. This individual was forthright and amiable. After perusing the guide, the Emperor expressed profound satisfaction, repeatedly offering his gratitude. Shenmue, after a few casual responses, promptly posted the guide, now trimmed by 80%, on the trading channel, pricing each at 10,000 coins, with no purchase limit. Ding. Vice President of the Divine Realm Guild Jing Xiaoka has purchased your guide. Ding. President of the War God Guild Xinjiang Bahuang has purchased your guide. Ding. LV6 player Emotion L Xiaobu has purchased your guide. Within a mere minute of posting, over a dozen purchase notifications flooded in. Shenmue had made another profit. At this stage, the second-ranking player had ascended to level 6, while the number of level 5 players, though not overwhelming, certainly numbered in the hundreds. The Dungeon Zombie Campus was conveniently the lowest level quest near the Novice Village, making it an attractive challenge for many top-tier players eager to test their mettle. Witnessing the guide's success, a smile crept upon Shenmue's lips. Next on the agenda was the auction of 3 elite-quality magic resistance items. As expected, he soon received notifications from the trading channel. Ding. The Emperor's Dominion has bid 120,000 for your listed level 5 premium magic resistance boots, level 5 premium rune armor, and level 5 premium magic cloak. Ding. Baizhun has bid 150,000 for the 3 pieces of level 5 premium magic gear. Emperor's Dominion. Baizhun. Weren't you just boasting about wanting to claim the head of the Thunder Emperor? How brazen of you to now purchase the guide for him. For these 3 items, I bid 200,000 each. Baizhun. What is this? Unable to outbid me, you resort to idle chatter? Childish. I bid 250,000. Emotion L Xiaobu remained silent, quietly bidding 300,000 for each. Heavens, have they lost their minds? Each level 5 premium item is now fetching bids of 300,000? Do they run a bank? Oh. Emotion L Xiaobu has resurfaced after a long absence. Indeed. I saw him trying to challenge the Thunder Emperor to a duel yesterday, but perhaps he felt disheartened afterward? Nonetheless, this fellow is indeed wealthy. How enviable. Hidden nickname. 500,000 each, totaling 1.5 million. Everyone. Baizhun. Damn. Who is this? Bidding 500,000 for a piece of magic resistance gear? Are they insane? Xinjiang Bahuang. While it is true that consistently clearing the zombie campus dungeon could yield valuable premium gear or high-grade materials, purchasing these 3 magic resistance items merely increases the success rate of completion. An investment of 1.5 million seems rather extravagant. Brother, I kindly advise you to tread carefully lest you incur significant losses. Hidden nickname. Whether I profit or not is of no concern to anyone else. If there are no further bids, these 3 items shall belong to me, and I urge you all not to regret your decisions. A friendly reminder. I learned from Thunder Emperor about the zombie campus dungeon, which has the potential to yield rare quality equipment. Moreover, it's not just one piece. Everyone, what? Rare quality equipment? This. Divine battle in all directions, excited currently, there are very few pieces of rare quality equipment available across the entire server. If we can farm them in the zombie campus, it would indeed be worth it. I offer 600,000, totaling 1,800,000 for 3 pieces. Demon God El Shibu. 70,000, bringing the total to 2,100,000. Baizhun, have you all lost your minds? Even if there's a chance to obtain rare equipment, we must remain composed. I offer 800,000 per piece, totaling 2,700,000 for 3. Sovereign of the dynasty, is this all you can muster? I bid 5 million. Everyone? Sovereign, you truly are formidable. Baizhen, his face pale. Sovereign of the dynasty, the strategy provided by Thunder Emperor merely offers a brief introduction to the 3 skills of the boss. It lacks detailed steps for clearing the dungeon, specific strategies for the boss, and related insights. With this, are you truly willing to invest such a hefty sum? Be cautious. If the rare quality equipment does not materialize, it may very well be your Dynasty Guild members who suffer grievously. Chapter 25, Blood Profit of 5 million. Setting off to the level 10 dungeon. Faced with the scornful jeers of Baizhen, the sovereign of the dynasty showed no signs of restraint. He retorted, I apologize, but you may find this disappointing. The strategy one purchased differs significantly from yours. Upon the utterance of these words, the atmosphere erupted with excitement. What? Could it be that the Thunder Emperor had devised an even more detailed strategy? Old Emperor, do share your strategy with me. I'm quite open to negotiations on the price. Indeed, Old Emperor, you cannot hoard all the benefits for yourself. Baizhen snorted disdainfully, all you do is boast. Ignoring Baizhen, the sovereign of the dynasty exited the chat channel and gathered a group of elite players from his guild. They set forth in a grand procession towards the zombie campus dungeon. Meanwhile, upon receiving a transfer record of 4.75 million with a 5 transaction fee, Shenmue's lips curled into a slight smile. Just moments ago, the player with a concealed nickname had claimed that the dungeon could yield rare quality equipment, and indeed, it was he himself who had made that assertion. This revelation had caused the auction prices to soar several folds. A substantial profit. Shenmue then collected his thoughts and exited the zombie campus dungeon, heading eastward. There lay the deeper realms of the zombie city, where the level of wild monsters continued to escalate. Level 5, Level 8, Level 10. In the Level 5 area, there might still be a few scattered players hunting monsters. However, by the time one reached the Level 8 zone, players were scarcely seen, and in the Level 10 zone, only zombies remained. After a journey of over 20 minutes, Shenmue finally arrived before the entrance of the second dungeon, the LV-10 Wild Boar Territory dungeon. Dungeon, Wild Boar Territory, recommended entry level 10 to 15. Upon noticing the sign at the dungeon entrance, Shenmue paused momentarily before plunging headfirst into the dungeon. Ding! Welcome to the dungeon Wild Boar Territory. As the first player to enter this dungeon, you have the opportunity to make a server-wide announcement. Would you like to hide your ID? I will not hide it. During this period, numerous players had begun to explore various dungeons based on the maps provided on the official forum. The zombie campus was merely one among many. Some level 5 dungeons had already been ventured into by players. Thus, when Shenmue discovered the dungeon, the server-wide announcement did not surprise many. However, as soon as the announcement was made, Shenmue received a private message from the sovereign of the dynasty. Brother Thunder Emperor, are you off to explore a new dungeon again? If you manage to clear it and wish to sell the strategy, do remember to reach out to me. We can negotiate a fair price, and I assure you, you shall not be shortchanged. Of course, I will. Shenmue held a favorable impression of the sovereign of the dynasty and readily agreed. He then closed the private message and turned his attention to his surroundings. The environment of the Wild Boar Territory was markedly different from that of the zombie campus. It was a dense forest, with towering trees reaching toward the heavens, exuding an utterly primal essence. A casual glance revealed dozens of level 10 wild boars, some lounging alone in the grass, others gathered in small groups, while a few were snuffling about in search of food. Soon, a wild boar in search of food detected Shenmue's presence. Snorting, it charged forward with its short legs. Unlike the zombie-infested school where the undead exhibit no hostility towards each other, in the eyes of the wild boar, zombies are nothing but prey, or perhaps invaders. Character: exceptionally strong wild boar. Elite wild creature. Level: LV-10. Talent: Savage Charge. Attributes: Health 1800, Strength 82, Agility 60, Dual Resistance 50, Stamina 55. This level 10 elite wild boar was indeed significantly stronger than the level 5 elite zombies Shenmue had faced earlier in the zombie school, particularly regarding its attributes, which were incomparable. However, for Shenmue, it was simply a matter of raising his hand. With a series of swift shots, The boar fell dead in its charge, never even grazing the hem of Chun Mu's clothing. Ding! Congratulations on defeating a level 10 wild boar 1, earning 16 evolution points. A level 10 wild boar core 1, silver coins 1, and a level 10 common equipment 1. The system notification chimed. Yet, as the wild boar perished, its blood scent instantly provoked the other wild boars nearby. Snorting and charging, the entire wild boar forest erupted into chaos, with dozens of boars rushing forth, causing the ground to tremble and dust to rise, nearly blotting out the sky. Any other player witnessing this scene would likely flee the instance in terror. It was indeed daunting, but Chun Mu stood his ground, unmoved, like a marksman, effortlessly dispatching one wild boar after another. Considering the attributes of the level 10 wild boars, even if they managed to reach him, they could not breach his defenses. Their health may be substantial, making them somewhat tedious to kill, and their fierce demeanor might appear intimidating, but to Chun Mu, they were merely a cluster of soft persimmons, easily manipulated. 10 minutes later. Ding! Congratulations on defeating 47 level 10 common wild boars and 8 elite wild boars, earning 457 evolution points. After eliminating this batch of wild boars at the entrance of the instance, Chun Mu pressed deeper into the wild boar forest. During this time, Big Head and the Negotiator began to eliminate players one after another, and Chun Mu swiftly ascended to level 9. Various elite attributes triggered, granting him a slight boost in stats. However, with 16,000 experience points required to reach level 10, it was clear he wouldn't achieve that today, and he felt no urgency about it. After spending more than 2 hours, the number of wild boars he had cleared along the way reached into the hundreds. Finally, he arrived at the deepest part of the wild boar forest, the location of the wild boar boss. In the zombie school instance, the Emperor of the Dynasty, clad in a complete set of level 5 high-quality gear with magical resistance, wielded a massive shield and anxiously cast his gaze towards the teaching building near the cafeteria. Behind him stood 10 players, each of whom possessed the formidable level of LV6, brandishing daggers in their hands. They too were visibly anxious, beads of cold sweat trickling from their palms. In the distance, a sizable group of level 5 players was engaged in the eradication of both ordinary and elite zombies. Before long, a vice president of the dynasty hastened over from afar and reported, "President, the zombies in the dormitory building, cafeteria, and playground have all been eliminated. Currently, the total number of zombies is estimated to be under control at approximately 21. If we eliminate around 3 more ordinary zombies, we will trigger the boss encounter. Should we proceed with the killings?" Chun Mu had meticulously outlined the quantities of ordinary and elite zombies in the strategy guide. Thus, the Dynasty Guild could precisely manage the timing of the boss encounter. Upon hearing the vice president's report, the Dynasty leader nodded in approval. He commanded, "Excellent. Henceforth, divide into 30 teams with 5 individuals per team. 20 of these will serve as fodder, tasked with drawing aggro and depleting the boss's mana. 2 teams will function as healing squads, restoring health to the fodder teams. Additionally, allocate 8 ranged attack squads to diminish the boss's health as much as possible. The strategy indicates that this boss lacks any regenerative abilities. Every bit of damage counts. Furthermore, strive to provoke the boss into unleashing its fiery storm ability. Once that skill is activated, it will be nearly out of mana, akin to a tiger stripped of its claws. At that moment, I shall personally lead the decapitation squad. Let us aim to conquer this dungeon in a single attempt. While I lead the decapitation squad, the 2 healing teams should prioritize maintaining our health. Do you understand?" Chapter 26, Level 15 Boss, King of Wild Boars, the Fiery Storm Gathers. Understood. The vice president's eyes sharpened, and he nodded in acknowledgement. He then turned and departed, commencing the arrangement of battle tasks. Meanwhile, to preserve the strength of the execution squad, the Dynasty Overlord led them into the vacated cafeteria. The strategy indicated that once the boss unleashed the fiery storm, this place would be relatively safe. In preparation to confront this level 8 boss, the Dynasty Overlord had nearly exhausted all resources, assembling over 160 players of level 5 and above. Among them, more than 100 would merely serve as fodder to draw out the boss's abilities. Yet, whether this arrangement would ensure victory remained uncertain. It all hinged on the accuracy of the strategy provided by the Thunder Emperor. Within the internal chat channel of the Dynasty Guild, reports flowed in. Vice President. 8 ranged consumption teams have found suitable cover and are lying in ambush near the teaching building. Vice President. All 20 fodder squads are in position. Vice President. 2 rescue teams are ready. All right, I will take down another zombie, and the boss will emerge. Prepare yourselves. 3, 2, 1. As the Vice President completed the countdown, a figure holding a staff indeed appeared atop the teaching building. The boss had arrived. Roar. As the roar subsided, the Vice President immediately commanded, First Fodder Team. Retreat to the farthest range of the boss's attacks at the quickest pace. Your task is to lure it down to the ground. It's difficult for us to engage while it's on the rooftop. Furthermore, ranged consumption teams, hold your fire until I give the signal. With the Vice President's orders issued, a 5-member team surged from their cover. On the rooftop, the boss directed its gaze toward them and raised its hand, unleashing a fire explosion. Note: when facing solo players, the boss begins with a fireball, but against teams, it initiates with fire explosion. Boom. The fire explosion struck the ground, impacting only 3 players. Since these players had primarily invested in health points, they were not instantly obliterated, but they were left severely injured. Moments later, they escaped the boss's furthest attack range. The other teams remained hidden in their cover, as long as they did not expose themselves. The boss's aggro would not shift to them. Seeing the 5 players attempting to flee, it promptly turned and descended the building. Upon witnessing this, the Vice President's eyes brightened. Excellent. The first phase of the plan has succeeded. Fodder teams 2 and 3. Once the boss exits the teaching building, encircle it from the left and right sides to take over the aggro from Team 1. Ranged consumption teams, prepare for attack. Not long after, the boss emerged from the entrance of the teaching building. Although its speed could not rival that of Chun Mu, it was certainly swifter than these level 5 players. As I prepared to catch up with the 5 expendable players of Team 1, intending to annihilate them with a fireball, suddenly, 2 groups of players surged forth from either side, brandishing their weapons and launching attacks upon me. A series of damage values materialized above the boss's head, indicating that its defenses were still considerably higher than those of the level 5 players. I nearly breached its defenses. Fortunately, however, the aggro was successfully drawn away by the 2nd and 3rd expendable teams, granting Team 1 a moment of respite. In the next instant, a meteor spell struck, leaving 4 of the 5 expendables in Team 2 with diminished health, while 1 was instantly eliminated. Despite the casualties, the members of the dynasty maintained their composure. The vice captain orchestrated the battle with poise, instructing Team 3 to hold aggro while Team 4 prepared to take over their position. Range damage team, attack. Healing team, restore health to Team 2. Thus, the battle raged for over half an hour, with 20 teams of expendables cycling through. Some were unfortunate and were swiftly defeated, while others managed to survive with the healing team's assistance. The boss's health steadily declined. 6,000, 4,000, 2,000. When the boss's health dwindled to a mere 30, 8 expendable teams had perished, yet the remaining 12, though not reorganized, still possessed adequate health. At that moment, the boss let out a fearsome roar, raising its staff high. The vice captain's pupils dilated as he rapidly relayed commands through the chat channel, warning that the boss was about to unleash a flame storm. Quickly, ranged damage team and healing team, take cover. All expendable teams, attack. Strike as much as you can. Draw aggro away, and do not let the boss direct the flame storm towards the ranged and healing teams. Brothers, hold on. We are nearing the final phase. Let us give it our all. By the end, the vice president of the dynasty was nearly shouting, rallying his teammates. The members, whether in the expendable teams, range damage teams, or healing teams, held their ground without faltering. They fought with unwavering determination. As everything seemed to be within their grasp, with victory on the horizon, excitement surged among them. We are about to succeed in taking down this boss. Although it may not be a first kill, this moment is undoubtedly one to be cherished. In the depths of the Wild Boar Territory dungeon, within a valley in the heart of the Wild Boar Forest, Shenmue crouched alone at the edge of the valley atop a large tree, observing the boss's situation. Character: Wild Boar Territory Boss, King of Boars. Level: 15. Attributes. Other. Note: due to your level being more than 5 levels below that of the boss, you are unable to assess its attributes. Chen Mu, at level 9, found himself unable to investigate the attributes of his level 15 opponent. This caused him a slight discomfort. Such a situation rendered him unable to ascertain whether the opponent was merely a soft target. Furthermore, there was an additional complication. The wild boar boss was not akin to those found in the zombie-infested campus. It was accompanied by its minions, with the number of wild boars around it reaching into the hundreds, all at levels 10 to 12. If Chen Mu wished to engage the boss, he could not avoid these ordinary wild boars. Perhaps he could try the flamestorm? A flicker of contemplation crossed Chen Mu's eyes. This would allow him to utilize the ordinary wild boars to increase his levels, subsequently opting for a single target attack mode to gauge how much health he could deduct from the boss. Should the boss's health diminish significantly, he could proceed with the assault. However, if the boss's health remained above 50, he would wait until tomorrow to level up and allow the negotiator to consume some resources to enhance his attributes before attempting again. Resolute in his decision, Chen Mu sheathed his crossbow arrow and retrieved the level 8 rare quality staff that had dropped from the zombie boss, preparing to unleash a formidable spell. Flamestorm. Ding. Please select the mana consumption required to activate Flamestorm, with a range of 100, 4500, 4500 being Chen Mu's total mana. 4500. After all, Chen Mu possessed only this one skill. It mattered not if his mana was depleted. Flamestorm activation countdown. 3. Whoosh. Suddenly, centered around Chen Mu, a tempest began to sweep across a radius of 3 kilometers. 2. The clouds on the horizon twisted and churned as if scorched by flames, while the temperature of the surrounding air surged dramatically. 1. Flamestorm successfully activated. Chapter 27. A terrifying strike, reducing the level 15 boss to a critical state. Humph. Roar. As Chen Mu unleashed the fiery storm, the nearby herd of wild boars, along with the boss, emitted deep, furious growls from their throats. Each one stood on end, their eyes scanning the surroundings with heightened vigilance, desperately trying to locate the intruder. Yet, before they could fix their gaze upon Chen Mu, a tempest arose, and flames cascaded down. Together, they forged a force of wind and fire that erupted instantaneously, igniting the lush, verdant forest in its path. Boom. The momentum of the fiery storm swiftly reduced the burning trees to mere ashes. Under Chen Mu's command, the tempest of flames ravaged the area for miles around, inflicting continuous damage upon the hundreds of ordinary wild boars and the boss alike, with damage values continuously appearing above their heads. Damage, -68, -96, -118, -149, -188, -214, -256. These figures emerge predominantly from the boss. The ordinary wild boars, lacking such robust magical resistance, suffered damage values exceeding 500 as the power of the fiery storm intensified. This represented an immense area of sustained damage, over 500 per second. The health of both ordinary and elite wild boars could not withstand such onslaught for long, and they were destined to be incinerated. Yet, the devastation did not cease there. As the power of the fiery storm began to reach its zenith, inflicting harm upon the wild boar herd, Chen Mu's plague also took effect, manifesting poisonous damage values above their heads. Howl, howl. The wild boars, once filled with rage, now displayed only fear, terror, and bewilderment in their eyes. The coverage of the fiery storm was so vast that there was no escape. As their health dwindled to critical levels, their dread intensified. They could not comprehend who had unleashed such a terrifying force that engulfed the entire valley. It felt akin to divine retribution. Had the wild boar clan angered some formidable being? In the zombie campus dungeon, the level 8 boss similarly unleashed a fiery storm. The entire campus was enveloped by the roar of wind and the glow of flames. Players hiding within the protective confines of buildings fared better, but those designated as fodder to draw aggro found their health bars plummeting under the searing blaze. Moreover, due to the neural interface technology employed by the game, the experience was rendered 100 authentic, including sensations of pain. Even if players adjusted their pain sensitivity to 1, many still cried out in agony beneath the fiery storm. It hurts too much. This is more painful than being devoured by a zombie. How infuriating. In the midst of the inferno, the sensation of burning is all too vivid. We cannot possibly focus our attention on vanquishing the boss. Indeed, our vision is obscured by the flames, rendering everything invisible. What shall we do? Everyone, hold on, quickly consume your potions, stabilize your health, and strive to buy us some time. The damage output is escalating. Vice President, I can't endure this any longer. My health is nearly depleted, and the potions are utterly ineffective. In less than half a minute, one by one, the expendable players perish in the blaze. During the boss's fiery onslaught, their vision blurs, and a relentless agony torments them, rendering them incapable of even touching one another, let alone inflicting the final blow upon the boss. It seems their demise serves merely to witness the might of the inferno. In the Wild Boar Territory dungeon, atop the treetops by the valley, the skill of the fiery storm is indeed somewhat monstrous. This is the first time Shenmue has unleashed this skill. Observing the level 10 wild boars, whether elite or common, they barely withstand 20 seconds before succumbing, and he cannot help but exclaim, without the skill, slaying over 100 wild boars with crossbow bolts would likely take me hours. Not to mention that when I target the ordinary wild boars, the boss would also retaliate. But now, a single skill resolves all dilemmas. How delightful. Yet, the mana consumption of this skill is beyond what an average person could fathom. After his moment of reflection, Shenmue's gaze sharpened. As the majority of the common wild boars neared their demise, he knew he must act. Otherwise, once the ordinary creatures are defeated, his plague mark would be rendered futile. Plague, detonate all marks, focus attack, king of the wild boars. Before the fiery storm had even subsided, in the valley, each wild boar suddenly erupted with over 10 green marks, each about the thickness of a thumb. The marks ascended into the air. Amidst the flames, they coalesced into a totem resembling a giant rat, towering several meters high. Then, at an almost imperceptible speed, it charged towards the level 15 boss, king of the wild boars, who had no time to react before being collided with by the giant rat totem. Damage, minus 138,930. A shockingly excessive damage value burst forth from atop the king of the wild boars. Its health plummeted instantaneously from 97 to a mere 6. The health bar turning crimson. A piercing, mournful wail erupted from the king of the wild boars. Observing the terrifying damage of 138,000 from the treetops at the valley's edge, Shenmue was nearly struck with fear. The plague with no cap on damage. Moreover, the damage dealt is entirely genuine. This talent, when combined with the fiery storm, is utterly insurmountable, especially as the enemy numbers increase. The lethal strike of the plague grows ever more potent. If only the overall health of the Wild Boar King boss were slightly diminished, it could have been vanquished in an instant. Taking a deep breath, Shenmue's eyes sparkled with excitement. At present, the boss's health was critically low, and the ordinary and elite wild boars had mostly succumbed to the fiery tempest. It was time for him to make his move. With a sudden thrust of his wings, Shenmue soared into the wind, surrounded by the flames of the storm, resembling a sovereign of fire, commanding the skies and gazing down upon all living beings. The Wild Boar King continued to wail in agony within the inferno, blissfully unaware that above it, a particularly robust, spell-casting zombie was descending. With a swift motion, he stowed his staff and drew forth exquisite crossbow bolts, promptly releasing the triggers in succession. Under Shenmue's deft control, the flames no longer posed any threat to his projectiles. In fact, the fire and wind served to cloak the sound of the arrows whistling through the air. Thud, thud, one by one, the arrows struck the Wild Boar King, causing its already dwindling health to plummet rapidly. 6, 5, 3, 1. Chapter 28. Unlocking a new entry. Exceptional Eater. The valley echoed with piercing cries of anguish. The searing flames, the agony of arrows piercing flesh, and the poison of the plague relentlessly tormented the king of wild boars, driving it to the brink of madness. Thunderous crashes resonated as it shattered massive stone pillars with its formidable might. Its eyes were aflame with rage. Tragically, until its last breath, the king of wild boars never discerned the source of the fiery tempest or the arrows that struck it down. It remained oblivious to the identity of its slayer. Ultimately, with a resounding crash, it collapsed to the ground, motionless. Amidst the chaos of flames and gales, Chenmu, witnessing the demise of the king of wild boars, sheathed his crossbow. He effortlessly quelled the lingering fiery storm with a mere wave of his hand. Ding! Successfully terminated the fiery storm, returning 600 unspent mana points. To have mana refunded after halting a skill? A flicker of surprise crossed Chenmu's eyes, yet it was indeed a fortuitous revelation. Moments later, a series of system notifications chimed in his ears. Ding! Congratulations on successfully slaying the level 15 boss, King of Wild Boars. You have earned 10,000 evolution points. Received a level 15 rare quality boar leather armor, a level 15 rare quality mountain giant hammer, and acquired 126 silver coins. Ding! As the first player to conquer the Wild Boar Territory dungeon, you have been granted a permanent 100 to your strength attribute and unlock the special premium entry, Exceptional Eater. Redeemable in the Evolution Shop. Ding! The server-wide announcement for the first dungeon completion is about to be broadcast. Would you like to hide your ID? If not hidden, you will receive a reward of 500 reputation points. Ding! With a soft smack of his lips, Chenmu perused the system notifications. The rewards were indeed substantial. However, the 2 level 15 pieces of equipment were beyond his current capabilities, and even if he attempted to auction them, players would be unable to use them due to their lower levels, resulting in minimal bids. They paled in comparison to the practical Red Lotus armor and staff dropped by the level 8 boss in the campus zombie quest. After a brief moment of reflection, Chenmu stowed the 2 rare items into his spatial backpack and shifted his focus to the newly unlocked entry, Exceptional Eater. For this was the primary objective of his expedition. Exceptional Eater, premium no attribute bonuses, digestion speed increased by 100 times, capable of eating and digesting simultaneously. A 100-fold increase in digestion speed, along with the ability to consume and digest concurrently. This was splendid. Chenmu's eyes lit up, and he promptly bestowed this entry upon both the negotiator and Big Head. As for the server announcement, he chose not to conceal his identity. Although the potential rewards for reputation points remained uncertain, it was always better to accumulate more. On the rooftop of an apartment building at the edge of Zombie City, the negotiator was cheerfully apprehending players bound by the dark-clad assailants, steadily enhancing Chenmu's experience points. Blissfully unaware that its own entry had changed. However, it wasn't long before a growl of hunger emanated from its belly. This morning, before I ventured out, did I not indulge to excess in the warehouse of Nightfall? It has barely been a moment, and already I find myself famished? Initially taken aback, I was soon engulfed by elation, for hunger signifies the opportunity to return to the warehouse for sustenance. Hastily, I sought out Ling Lingqi, who was basking in the sun nearby. With a visage brimming with excitement, I exclaimed, "Brother, I am hungry. Let us return to the warehouse." Having grown familiar with Ling Lingqi, my initial reservations had dissipated, and I now addressed him as brother. Upon hearing my words, Ling Lingqi appeared momentarily stunned. Yet, he quickly noticed the new label above my head, Exceptional Eater. Have you evolved again? At that moment, my title read, an elite zombie, Exceptional Eater, particularly swift, and exceptionally articulate. Ha, splendid. Ling Lingqi chuckled, not pondering further. Evolution is indeed a positive development. At your current rate of evolution, it will not be long before you attain the status of a rare quality zombie. When that time comes, a significant transformation awaits. We can discuss this later. Come, let me escort you back to the warehouse. By the way, bring someone along. Let us keep an eye on these bound players. We shall return to eliminate them later. After issuing these instructions, Ling Lingqi prepared to lead me back. However, suddenly, I received a directive from Chenmu. I promptly addressed Ling Lingqi. Wait a moment. Brother, there is something I have contemplated for quite some time. Ling Lingqi halted his departure, perplexed. What is it? Just speak candidly. There is no need for hesitation. We are comrades. A complex expression crossed my face, embodying sincerity and gratitude, tinged with a hint of hesitation, but ultimately replaced by resolve. I must confess, brother, originally, I was reluctant to discuss this matter. However, your kindness over the past few days has not gone unnoticed. I can sense that you genuinely consider me one of your own. Given this, to withhold anything from you would be utterly remiss. If I failed to disclose this, it would weigh heavily on my conscience. Seeing my demeanor, Ling Lingqi appeared comforted. He patted my shoulder. You, my friend, are quite the vigilant one. Go on. What is it? In truth, I have an older brother. I revealed. His strength is formidable, and like me, he possesses the ability to speak. I wish for him to join me in serving Nightfall, to pledge his allegiance to you, brother. Is that permissible? Oh, Ling Lingqi was taken aback, surprised. Little Tan, you have an older brother? You wish for him to join Nightfall? Indeed. I affirmed earnestly. I hope for your approval. To join Nightfall, one must take a toxic oath using the toxic oath scroll. Ling Lingqi did not immediately acquiesce, his expression turning serious. This is a necessary procedure. Once one enters Nightfall, they are bound for life. There can be no betrayal. Are you certain you wish for your elder brother to join us? The negotiator was taken aback by Ling Lingqi's words. It seemed to him that the other party was subtly advising against allowing the prominent figure to become part of the Nightfall. Had he misinterpreted the situation? Or perhaps Ling Lingqi's loyalty to Nightfall was not as steadfast as it appeared. Could it be that he was merely bound by a toxic oath? Resigned to serve the Nightfall? A series of questions flooded the negotiator's mind. Meanwhile, Chen Mu, observing through the negotiator's perspective, sensed the unfolding scene. However, it was challenging to ascertain the accuracy of his suspicions based solely on a single statement from the other party. After careful consideration, Chen Mu instructed the negotiator to utter a deliberately ambiguous remark. I'll follow my brother's lead. Haha, you're quite clever. Ling Lingqi chuckled, shaking his head. His gaze towards the negotiator now imbued with a hint of camaraderie. There was no trace of the mindless demeanor one would expect from a zombie. As for whether to allow your brother to join us at Nightfall, this matter is not urgent for immediate resolution. How about you take me to meet your brother? Very well. The negotiator replied without a moment's hesitation. Chapter 29. It seems you have forgotten my existence in the twilight? In the public chat channel, the vice president of the Dynasty Guild exclaimed, Ha! We succeeded. Our guild has indeed conquered the zombie campus dungeon. Although we incurred significant losses, we triumphed on our first attempt. This proclamation stirred a tidal wave of excitement, as countless players flooded the chat with their astonishment. What? Your guild truly completed Zombie Campus? Incredible! They clamored. What was the drop rate for the boss? How about the rewards? Please, enlighten us. Indeed, Dynasty Vice President Dynasty Overlord. Do not emulate the Thunder Emperor by withholding information. The Dynasty Overlord replied with a chuckle. Well, this isn't exactly a first kill, so there's nothing to hide. The rewards, they were rather mediocre. Just an 8-level rare piece of equipment, the Sword of Inscription, along with a skill book. Fire explosion. A chorus of players responded in astonishment. What? Rare equipment? Wait, an 8-level rare item? I've heard it is the pinnacle of gear. Indeed. I'm still struggling to fill my slots with basic gear, while others already don rare items. How disheartening. The Fire Explosion skill book, too? At this stage, I have yet to hear of any fire mage capable of utilizing such a skill. This could very well be the first Fire Explosion skill book in the entire server. Dynasty Overlord, esteemed one, I wish to purchase the Fire Explosion skill book for 300,000. Previously, I thought the Dynasty Guild was foolish and wealthy for spending 5 million on 3 exquisite pieces of gear. But it appears they can easily recoup their investment by completing the Zombie Campus dungeon multiple times. Quite shrewd. Dynasty Overlord, great one. Please take me along the next time you venture into the dungeon suddenly. They noticed that the player ranked second had surged from level 6 to level 8. Could this be the esteemed Dynasty Overlord? After all, he had just vanquished a boss. His experience points must have skyrocketed. What? It truly is level 8. He is now just 1 level behind the reigning champion, the Thunder Emperor. In the Zombie City, level 6 Monster Zone, the president of the Divine Realm Guild, Bai Zhan, observed the chat channel, feeling a twinge of discontent as ordinary players lavish praise upon the Dynasty Overlord. After all, when the Dynasty Overlord had purchased 3 exquisite magic resistance items for 5 million, Bai Zhan had mocked him. Now, it seemed he had been thoroughly slapped in the face. His Divine Realm Guild, once on par with the Dynasty Overlord, had always been a rival. Yet now, the Dynasty Overlord's level had seemingly escalated to 8. While Bai Zhan remained at level 6, utterly overshadowed by the popularity of his rival. Do not think you are the only one capable of slaying bosses. Baijin scoffed, his eyes glinting with murderous intent. I, Baijin, can slay too, and while you claim the leftovers, I shall secure the first kill. Just wait. It won't be long before my divine realm surpasses the dynasty. The boss he referred to was, of course, the formidable big head they had encountered last time. Ever since the elite player team of the Divine Realm Guild was utterly defeated by Big Head, Baijin had harbored deep resentment. He promptly gathered numerous players to devise strategies specifically targeting Big Head. With high dual resistances? Then they would procure disposable scrolls to reduce those resistances. Boasting a substantial health pool and the ability to regenerate, they would summon mages proficient in poison attributes. They would afflict Big Head with poison until it could no longer recover. Swift and terrifyingly powerful. They would enlist tanks with taunt abilities to withstand the boss's attacks and block its path, no matter how extraordinary Big Head may be. Under the overwhelming advantages of financial resources and sheer numbers, no boss was insurmountable. To vanquish Big Head, Baijin spared no expense, even enlisting the mighty deity, El Shabu. His confidence was unwavering. President, we have located that boss. It is just down the street ahead. A member soon rushed over to report. Baijin's eyes sparkled with excitement. Excellent. The demonic deity El Shabu, wielding his halberd, stood resolutely beside Baijin, his eyes ablaze with determination. I shall see what abilities this boss possesses. If the Imperial Dynasty can slay it, then I, El Shabu, can do so as well. Brother Shabu, I appreciate your efforts. Baijin smiled and waved to his team behind him. Let us go forth and slay the boss. Today, the Divine Realm Guild shall achieve this first kill. Announce it across the server. Furthermore, publicity team, please create some buzz in the public chat channels. Understood. After issuing his commands, the members of the Divine Realm Guild surged towards Big Head. Meanwhile, Big Head, initially preying on scattered players, was delighted to see a familiar crowd. It had relished its previous encounter with the Divine Realm, as their players were of a notably high level. Each kill would yield ample experience points. Thus, it remained stationary, eagerly anticipating the approach of the 100 or so players from the Divine Realm. Before long, the elite players of the Divine Realm encircled Big Head. Baijin and the demonic deity El Shabu stood firm in the rear, while numerous tank players advanced into the fray. With ranged attacks and scrolls at their disposal, both sides clashed fiercely, effectively cornering Big Head. As Big Head's health steadily dwindled, excitement began to glimmer in Baijin's eyes, while El Shabu tightened his grip on his halberd, poised to strike. Suddenly, the current players were truly audacious. A chilling voice resonated from behind the Divine Realm formation. It seems that after a period of not suppressing your levels, you have forgotten my existence, the Nightfall? Upon hearing this voice, particularly the two words Nightfall, every member of the Divine Realm felt a jolt of alarm. Baijin, El Shabu, and the other players all turned their gazes toward the rear. There, a man clad in black approached, accompanied by a particularly lengthy named zombie. No, not good, the dark-clad figures of the night. Baijin's pupils constricted as he exclaimed, how did they arrive? The demon god, El Shabu, exhibited no hesitation whatsoever, turning on his heel and fleeing without uttering a single word. He vividly recalled the thousands of damage points inflicted by the dark figures. They were far more terrifying than a mere boss. If he did not escape, death awaited him today. Brother, the zombie being besieged is my sibling. The negotiator pointed at the large-headed creature. Oh. Ling Lingqi disregarded Baijin's pale expression and cast a glance at the large-headed zombie, his eyes brightening. An elite zombie that was exceptionally gluttonous, remarkably robust, incredibly strong, extraordinarily swift, notably resilient, uniquely warm, exceptionally intelligent, and remarkably articulate. This name is even longer than Xiao Tan's. Moreover, although it is merely a level 6 zombie, it can withstand a 100-player team with its single body. Indeed, quite impressive. Chapter 30. Ling Lingqi's Proposal and Dado's Development Direction. The Mightiest Zombie, the Tyrant. Ling Lingqi nodded in satisfaction, then shifted his gaze towards the demon god, El Shabu, who had already fled over 100 meters away. With a flick of his wrist, a purple crossbow appeared in his hand. He took aim and fired from afar. No longer concerning himself with El Shabu's fate, he stowed the crossbow and turned to head towards Dado. The negotiator cast a brief glance towards El Xiaobu. Damage, minus 10,023. The opponent had transformed into a beam of white light. The negotiator's pupils constricted. He recalled that the last time Ling Lingqi struck, the damage dealt was only over 8,000. However, on that occasion, Ling Lingqi had not utilized any equipment, while this time he wielded a crossbow. This signified that merely the crossbow had augmented Dado's attack power by an additional 2,000. The purple hue suggested it might be an epic-grade weapon. The negotiator did not find it astonishing that Ling Lingqi possessed an epic-grade weapon, as he knew that upon reaching level 10, Nightfall would bestow upon him a complete set of epic gear. Yet, he had not anticipated the enhancement from such a weapon would be so extraordinary. Envy flickered in the negotiator's eyes as he promptly followed Ling Lingqi. Players along their path dared not obstruct them, swiftly parting ways, none daring to flee. For the memory of the demon god El Xiaobu being dispatched in an instant was still vivid. Dado also turned his gaze towards Ling Lingqi and the negotiator. Through Chen Mu, he was well aware of the current circumstances. However, due to his uncertainty regarding Ling Lingqi's disposition, he refrained from speaking out hastily. "You must be Xiao Tan's brother?" Ling Lingqi addressed Dado as he approached. "Xiao Tan mentioned that he wishes for you to join my Nightfall organization. What are your thoughts?" "This matter has been conveyed to me by Xiao Tan." Dado nodded earnestly. "I am willing to join Nightfall." "Excellent," Ling Lingqi replied, patting Dado on the shoulder. "We shall discuss this in detail later. But before that, you should first deal with these players attempting to encircle you." Upon hearing this, Baizhen shuddered. "Hey, you all go about your business. Don't drag us into this." "Hee, very well." Dado grinned, a bloodthirsty glint flashing in his eyes. Due to the differences in their upbringing, Dado exuded a far stronger aura of menace than the negotiator. "Run, scatter and flee. Every escapee counts." At this moment, Baizhen cast aside any delusions of safety and shouted in the chat channel. He then bolted away. The remaining 100 members of the Divine Domain followed suit, scattering like startled birds. Dado wasted no time and charged after the fleeing Baizhen. Along the way, any Divine Domain members who dared to obstruct him were sent flying with a single slap, while the weaker ones were instantly obliterated. Observing this, the negotiator followed suit, his task being to reap the remnants of the Divine Domain players left battered by Dado. Under the coordination of the two brothers, the casualties among the members of the Divine Domain steadily increased, with the slain scattered in disarray. Ling Lingqi refrained from intervening this time. Apart from Baizhen, none of the other players here were capable of making the leaderboard. He couldn't even be bothered to kill them. After about 20 minutes, the two and the negotiator returned. At this moment, the public chat channel was in an uproar. Shocked, the once mighty Divine Domain Guild, which had stood shoulder to shoulder with the dynasty, was once again being hunted by zombies. Ha ha ha. I can't stop laughing. I remember half an hour ago, members of Divine Domain were boasting that they could secure a first kill on a boss today. And now, I hear that the guild leader Baizhen has lost a level. He is probably unable to even make it onto the leaderboard now. Why bother putting on a brave face? In my view, the foremost guild among players is undoubtedly the Dynasty Guild. Indeed, Divine Domain had a strong start, but it has only faltered since then. As for the discussions in the public chat channel, Ling Lingqi, the negotiator, and Datu paid little heed. Had the tasks been completed? Seeing Datu and the negotiator return, Ling Lingqi spoke. "I have been contemplating regarding your development paths, Xiao Tan, and your brother." Upon hearing Ling Lingqi's words, Xiao Tan, Datu, and even the elusive Chen Mu were taken aback. To be honest, Chen Mu himself had never considered their future directions. Curiosity flickered in their eyes as they leaned in to listen. After a pause, Ling Lingqi continued, "Xiao Tan, your brother's situation is different from yours. Your temperament leans towards strategic restraint and careful planning, whereas your brother is decisive and charges into battle. Therefore, your development path is more suited to commanding the undead horde, becoming the king of zombies. As for your brother, I suggest he pursue a different evolutionary path, one that embodies extreme combat. A tyrant." "Tyrant?" Both the negotiator and Datu were momentarily stunned. It was the first time they had encountered this term. "Once, I encountered a tyrant," Ling Lingqi elaborated. "Its level was lower than mine, yet its strength surpassed my own. Had it not been for someone rescuing me, I might have perished at the hands of the tyrant. But I digress. Let us not dwell on the past. Allow me to explain what constitutes an ultimate combat path. This entails the strongest attributes, the finest combat-related talents, the most powerful combat skill combinations, and the utmost combat will, all harmoniously integrated. As for the strongest attributes, this merely requires the investment of resources to gradually accumulate. The talent and skill combinations, however, necessitate a degree of luck, as having resources alone does not guarantee the acquisition of suitable talents and skills. Determining which talents and skill combinations yield the strongest results is also a path your brother must traverse. Finally, and most crucially, is the strongest combat will. Without this aspect, mere attributes, talents, and the combination of combat skills may not allow one to unleash their full potential. Even if one were to become a tyrant, it would merely be a facade of tyranny. When confronted with a foe of superior strength, they would inevitably succumb. A true tyrant is invincible. Regardless of the adversary or their might, they triumph in every battle. As Daitu listened, his eyes began to gleam with increasing intensity. Once Linglinki concluded his discourse, Daito's voice had, unbeknownst to him, grown hoarse. I wish to attempt it. If one desires to tread this path, joining the Nightfall is not an option. Linglinki cast a penetrating gaze at Daitu and continued, for the rules of Nightfall, along with the toxic oath, would shackle your fighting spirit. Huh. Daitu and the negotiator appeared utterly perplexed. Allow me to pose a question, Linglinki said, his hands clasped behind his back. If you were devoid of the resources provided by Nightfall, would you still aspire to pursue the path of a tyrant? Absolutely. The two responded without a moment's hesitation. Chapter 31. Linglinchi's 3 questions and Data's 3 answers. Its potential exceeds all imagination. Meanwhile, Shenmue had ceased to manipulate Datu, allowing it to unleash its own potential. The words of Linglinchi, along with Data's performance, had stirred something within him. He too wished to uncover what lay at the very core of Data's deepest desires. As the unseen master of Datu, or rather the one who had enlightened it and granted it unparalleled opportunities, he yearned to witness how far Datu could truly ascend. The second question arose. Linglinchi narrowed his eyes, fixating intently on Datu. If you were to tread the path of tyranny, and I, your brother, and indeed the entire Nightfall organization became your hindrances, what would you do? Kill. Data replied resolutely. Even your brother? Could you truly bring yourself to do that? Since he is my brother, he shall not be an impediment. Ha, intriguing. Linglinchi chuckled, though his demeanor quickly shifted back to seriousness. Now for the third question. If Nightfall were to become your enemy, how would you dismantle it? I require a detailed plan. No plan. Data contemplated for a moment before responding with chilling clarity. Just one word. Kill. Upon hearing this, a flicker of concern crossed the negotiator's eyes. Apprehensive that Linglinchi might strike at Datu in an instant, eliminating a potential threat to Nightfall. It speculated that Linglinchi had likely utilized a poisonous oath tool as well. His current actions were already edging towards betrayal of Nightfall. Even to avoid triggering the poisonous oath, it was highly probable that Linglinchi would take action. What was Data contemplating? Merely feigning compliance. The primary objective was to infiltrate Nightfall and deceive them for resources. To begin with a cry for bloodshed. Would others not find this disturbing? Moreover, why did the master not intervene to halt Data's absurd behavior? However, to the negotiator's astonishment, Linglinchi not only refrained from anger, but also allowed a smile to replace his grave expression, exclaiming, "What a heart for slaughter! Your potential may well surpass all expectations." Huh? The negotiator hesitated, casting a puzzled glance at Linglinchi, as if pondering. It seemed he was quite pleased. Yet in the next moment, Linglinchi ceased his laughter, fell silent, and turned away with his hands clasped behind his back. The negotiator heard Linglinchi's command. "Xiaotan, I order you to kill your brother." The negotiator was taken aback. Yet, he quickly regained his composure, recognizing that Linglinchi's decree was a matter of self-preservation, but simultaneously, it was also to protect Datu. After all, if Linglinchi truly wished to eliminate Datu, it would be a mere flick of his wrist. Yet, he refrained from doing so, opting instead to command his brother to kill his brother. In Nightfall, once a command was issued from above, it must be executed. However, whether the task could be completed was not a matter of loyalty, but rather a question of capability. There remained room for maneuvering within this framework. Through the perspective of Datu, Chenmu, upon hearing the command, felt a surge of frustration. It seemed that Ling Lingqi was indeed a cunning individual. However, with this turn of events, Datu's involvement in the Nightfall plan was rendered utterly futile. Simultaneously, thoughts regarding Datu's future development began to occupy his mind. Before departing, Ling Lingqi remarked that Datu's potential would surpass everyone's expectations. What did this potential entail? Could he truly become the tyrant that Ling Lingqi spoke of? Several prerequisites existed for one to become a tyrant. The foremost was an indomitable fighting spirit, which Ling Lingqi had already assessed Datu possessed. The remaining elements, superior attributes, exceptional combat talents, and optimal combat skill combinations, were undoubtedly lacking at present, requiring gradual cultivation and enhancement. Coughing up blood, the negotiator returned, battered and bruised. And upon seeing Ling Lingqi, bowed his head and confessed, "Brother, I have failed." "No worries, victory and defeat are the mother of success," Ling Lingqi reassured him, placing a hand on the negotiator's shoulder. "I believe that one day you will achieve success. By the way, weren't you saying you were hungry? Come, let me take you back to the warehouse for some resources." "Yes." The negotiator and Ling Lingqi exchanged meaningful glances, but neither spoke further. After acknowledging each other, they returned to the Nightfall headquarters warehouse. During their meal, Ling Lingqi casually tossed the warehouse key to the negotiator. "I have secured your access to the warehouse. In the future, whenever you feel hungry, you may come and eat. If you find it cumbersome to travel back and forth, feel free to take some resources with you while you venture out to level up. The priority is to reach level 10 as quickly as possible. After all, the distinction between levels 9 and 10 is monumental." The leader stated that the mission to attack the novice village must be executed no later than 5 days from now. When the special reputation shop refreshes, you are one of the main forces. Do not falter when the time comes. Furthermore, there is a regulation within Nightfall that I must inform you of beforehand. Resources you take out for personal consumption pose no issue. Consume as much as you wish. However, without the leader's approval, it is strictly prohibited to distribute large quantities or particularly valuable materials externally. I trust you will exercise discretion regarding this matter. Understood, brother. The negotiator's eyes lit up as he acknowledged. This time, Ling Lingqi did not linger with the negotiator in the warehouse. Instead, he left behind a rare quality spatial ring with a capacity of 100 square meters and departed alone. Holding the spatial ring in his hand, the negotiator blinked. He understood his brother's intentions. To discreetly procure some resources and clandestinely support your brother, but without going overboard, lest he himself fall into danger. This danger undoubtedly stemmed from the oath of poison imposed on him. Yet, with the persuasive clause at his disposal, the oath held no sway over him. Danger? It was non-existent. The negotiator's lips curled into a subtle smile as he approached the resource shelves within the warehouse, meticulously placing each exceedingly precious item into his spatial ring. Which one is more valuable? Which one possesses greater attributes? That is what I shall choose. Once the spatial ring was filled to capacity, the negotiator settled down in the warehouse and indulged in a lavish feast. Meanwhile, Chenmu reveled in the joy of his attribute enhancements while contemplating the implications of the Nightfall organization's impending assault on the novice village. 5 days from now? Such urgency, he mused. Furthermore, why did the Nightfall organization align their attack with the special reputation store's refresh schedule? Was there a connection between the two? Or perhaps the Nightfall organization also placed great importance on that reputation store. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Chenmu checked his reputation points. To his surprise, he discovered he had accumulated quite a substantial sum, over 3,000 points. Chapter 32, Archer's Divine Skill, Rain of Exploding Arrows, a Chaotic Trading Platform. The Nightfall organization was exceedingly wealthy, possessing abundant resources, yet they placed immense value on the prestige shop. Chenmu narrowed his eyes, his mind racing with thoughts. He murmured to himself, "This clearly illustrates the significance of the prestige shop. It seems I must seek more opportunities to earn prestige points, should the occasion arise. I shall not let it slip by." Furthermore, only 5 days remained. I must expedite the enhancement of my own capabilities. Level and attributes are one aspect. The amalgamation of skills and talents, along with the recruitment of new allies, also requires urgent attention. Shenmue had already savored the sweetness of skill and talent combinations. The fusion of Flamestorm and Plague enabled him to inflict over 130,000 damage on the King of Wild Boars, becoming a trump card in his arsenal. However, this card, though powerful, came with numerous limitations and prerequisites, not allowing for the infliction of tens of thousands of damage at all times. Thus, Shenmue needed to explore new skill and talent combinations. As for recruiting new allies, that posed a vexing challenge. Recruiting a few elite zombies at levels 8 or 9 was beneath his notice, as they could easily be dispatched by other players. Yet, finding potential recruits like negotiators or big heads was not something one could simply stumble upon. After some contemplation, Shenmue resolved to first refine his combat system. As for recruiting minions, he would leave it to fate, preferring quality over quantity. He opened the system's trading platform. Skill Book Sales section, Earth Magic Skill Book, Earth Spike, priced at 3 gold coins or 30,000 currency, Essential Skill Book for Tanks, Shield Bash, priced at 20 silver coins, 2,000 currency, Archer Skill Book, Charged Arrow, priced at 5 gold coins, 15,000 currency. Skills can be acquired through skill books or directly rewarded by NPCs or the system for completing quests. The game had been live for a considerable time, and while the trading market for skill books was not lacking in quantity, a brief glance revealed that most were ordinary skills. Not only did they pale in comparison to Flamestorm, but even spells of the caliber of Fireball were absent. Thus, Shenmue lost interest. Just as he prepared to exit the trading platform, a pinned auction suddenly captured his attention. Auction. Exclusive skill for crossbowmen. Rain of Exploding Arrows. Arrow Rain. Upon activation, this skill consumes 180 mana points, causing the fired arrows to explode and split into 10 smaller arrows, each inflicting 20 of attack damage, lasting 30 seconds with a cooldown of 5 minutes. Bidding method. Bids can only be made in gold coins, with a minimum increment of 1 gold coin, starting price 10 gold coins. Arrow Rain. This skill appears rather promising. Shenmue's eyes sparkled as he analyzed the situation, the transformation of 1 arrow into 10. While each smaller arrow inflicts merely 20 of the damage, still allows for the accumulation of plague marks. Given the rapid firing rate of my crossbow, 30 seconds would be sufficient to launch over 20 arrows. This implies that at least 200 small arrows could be unleashed, layering over 200 instances of the plague mark. If detonated all at once, the resulting damage would undoubtedly be terrifying. I must acquire this skill. Without hesitation, Shenmue entered the amount of gold on the trading platform, 20. This was a full doubling of the starting bid. If these coins were exchanged for cash with a major guild, they could fetch at least 200,000 or more. However, Shenmue wasn't short on money at the moment, having retained his gold for emergencies, and after defeating numerous monsters and players, his coin count had already surpassed 500, more than even some of the larger guild's reserves. Upon placing his bid, relevant information appeared on the trading platform. LV9 player Thunder Emperor, bid 20 gold. Instantly, other players began to take notice. What? Am I seeing things? The first bidder is actually Thunder Emperor, the top-ranked player. Thunder Emperor has finally made an appearance. Oh, we at the Nightmares Guild purchased your 10,000 yuan zombie campus strategy, but we VE attempted it thrice and failed every time. Please, enlighten us. Yes, Thunder Emperor, our 8 departments guild, is also struggling, mercilessly defeated by the boss's Flamestorm. It seems only the Imperial Dominators Guild has managed to clear that dungeon. Thunder Emperor, do you have any magic resistance gear? We are willing to pay handsomely. Just 10 seconds ago, the fresh Thunder Emperor was as delightful as a sweet, soft confection. Amidst the trivial chatter, some players focused their attention on the bidding for the explosive Arrow Rain skill. Unrivaled marksman, this skill is essentially divine for us archers in the early game. And the auction price seems quite reasonable, but does it have to be gold? Would cash suffice? The drop rate from wild monsters is so low. And as a lone wolf, I only have a few dozen silver coins. I can offer 500,000 for this skill. Vice President of the Divine Realm Guild. What's the point of the goldless coming to stir the pot? Go play elsewhere. I bid 35 gold. Aiming true. I bid 50 gold. This skill is perfect for me. Hidden nickname. Unrivaled marksman. I apologize. But I am undertaking a series of hidden quests that require a substantial amount of gold. Cash is not an option. Old Master Huang. I bid 80 gold. Vice President of the Divine Realm Guild. Oh, ISNT this the Chief Archer of the Five Tigers Guild. Old Master Huang? Your guild has so few members. Yet you can produce 80 gold. Color me impressed. But I'm sorry, I bid 100 gold. I refuse to believe that any guild in the current game can easily produce over 100 gold. This skill book shall be mine. The price of the Burst Arrow Rain skill book has been steadily rising. However, Chunmu is well aware that this skill book is undoubtedly worth every penny. And even far beyond that. If the auctioneer were to permit cash transactions, it is likely that players would already be bidding in the millions. In fact, some affluent individuals might even offer tens of millions without causing Chunmu any surprise. After a moment of contemplation, Chunmu casually announced an astonishing bid. Thunder Emperor, 300 gold coins. The reactions were immediate. Wait a minute, Thunder Emperor. I recall you have not established a guild, so how do you possess such an abundance of gold coins? Thunder Emperor, that's none of your concern. With the revelation of the 300 gold coin bid, numerous players, who had coveted this early game archer's divine skill, were left in utter shock. For a brief moment, none dared to place a counteroffer. However, just a few minutes later, the Invincible Marksman spoke up again. Invincible Marksman, offering a 50 premium, seeking to purchase gold coins at the rate of 15,000 cash for 1 gold coin. With no limits. Chapter 33, The Malevolent Capitalists. The divine technique is at hand. Concealed badge? As soon as the phrase unmatched marksman was uttered, a multitude of players sprang into action, eager to respond. Unmatched marksman, esteemed one, I possess a silver coin. I have 22 copper coins. Goodness gracious. This morning I just sold all my copper coins to the Imperial Guild at a fair price. What a loss. The Five Tigers Guild Finance Department. Our Five Tigers Guild is also seeking to purchase gold coins at a premium of 60. What? My apologies, esteemed unmatched marksman. But I must sell my gold coins to the Five Tigers Guild. Farewell. Woe is me, unmatched marksman. I regret my decision. Is there any possibility of a return? Unmatched marksman. I will cover the price difference. Furthermore, I too will offer a premium of 60. This world, after all, belongs to the affluent. As various prominent figures began to procure gold coins with substantial sums, the auction recommenced. Unmatched marksman, 320 gold coins. Elder Huang, 321 gold coins. Unmatched marksman, 325 gold coins. Vice President of the Divine Domain Guild. Fine, you are remarkable. You hold yourselves in such high regard. I shall withdraw. Observing this scene, Chunmu furrowed his brow slightly. He vowed that in this lifetime, what he detested most was the power of money. Just as he contemplated raising his bid further, he unexpectedly received a private message. Imperial Overlord, Brother Thunder Emperor, do you require the skill book Rain of Explosive Arrows? What a coincidence. That skill book happens to be up for auction by a friend of mine. If you are in need, I can speak to him and have him sell it to you at a lower price. I can pass it on to you without any payment. Ha ha ha. This was indeed a pleasant surprise. However, after careful consideration, Chunmu decided to decline the Imperial Overlord's goodwill. To acquiesce would mean incurring a significant obligation to the Imperial Overlord. And such obligations are neither trivial nor inconsequential. Sometimes they cannot even be measured by money. When Chunmu found himself in financial straits, he would naturally be inclined to accept such a favor. Yet now, with both unmatched marksman and Elder Huang as his competitors, it was evident that they were both running low on resources. There was no need to accrue an additional debt of gratitude for something he could acquire through his own abilities. During the exchange between Chunmu and the Imperial Overlord, unmatched marksman and Elder Huang continued their gradual bidding, seemingly testing each other's patience and resolve. It was merely a matter of who would falter first. Unmatched marksman, 335 gold coins. Elder Huang, 336 gold coins. Thunder Emperor, 400 gold coins. Unmatched marksman? Elder Huang? What was initially thought to be a fierce duel between two adversaries, where victory favors the brave, unexpectedly turned into a contest with the sudden appearance of a robust figure resembling Qing Yaojin. Heavens! How could Thunder Emperor possess such a wealth of gold coins? Both of our guilds have been purchasing gold coins at high prices, yet we have barely amassed over 300. He has presented a staggering 400 gold coins all at once. Unmatched marksman. Brother Thunder, I have long admired your esteemed reputation, but I find myself in dire need of this skill book. Might I implore you to part with it? If you could forego the auction, I shall have my finance department transfer 5 million as a token of sincerity. Thunder, no way. Old Master Huang. Thunder, let us negotiate amicably. Must you resort to hurling gold coins? If 5 million does not suffice, then allow me to match that offer. If you relinquish your bid, I shall have the funds dispatched immediately. In this manner, you would acquire a cool 10 million effortlessly. What do you say? To be candid, Chenmu was tempted. He was not in want of funds at present, having recently garnered a substantial profit exceeding several million from his dealings with the imperial dynasty. Coupled with the income from selling ordinary equipment, his assets had surpassed 10 million. However, now he was simply being asked to forego his bid to gain a windfall of 10 million. You insufferable capitalists, must you wield wealth against me? I am overwhelmed by the allure of riches. After much internal struggle, Chenmu ultimately gritted his teeth and refused. After all, he was in dire need of enhancing his strength. With improved capabilities, he could earn that 10 million himself without retreating for mere monetary gain. Envisioning broader horizons, under Chenmu's unwavering resolve, both unmatched marksman and old Master Huang found themselves unable to continue bidding. The humble triumphs over the affluent. Before long, a notification chimed in his ears. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully acquired the skill book Rain of Explosive Arrows. Please click to claim it. Claim. With a flash of white light, a purple skill book materialized in Chenmu's hands. Without hesitation, he clicked to learn, and immediately, his attribute panel underwent a transformation. Personal ID, Thunder character, exceptionally strong, vigorous, swift, resilient, intelligent, tenacious, warm-hearted, eloquent elite zombie. All attributes are of green elite quality. Level, LV9. Experience, 10,815 18,000. Quality, elite. Skills, Blaze Storm. Rain of Explosive Arrows. Talents, Wings of Bone, Plague. Fire Element Affinity. Attributes, Health 52380, Mana 10850, Strength 1224, Agility 625, Physical Resistance 800. Magical Resistance 800, Resilience 520. Stamina 430. Note, the Big Head and the Negotiator have been consuming resources from the Nightfall, thus Chenmu's attributes have been consistently increasing. Weapon, Level 8 Military Crossbow, Premium, Attack Power 160, capable of rapid fire, 50 arrows per minute. Level 8 Gale Boots, Premium, Speed 80, with the skill, Gale. Costing 100 mana, increases speed by 15, lasting for 3 minutes. Level 8 Red Lotus Armor, Rare, Physical Resistance 100, Magical Resistance 800, Resilience 100. With the passive ability, Red Lotus Scorch, inflicting 100 points of fire magic damage per second to enemies within a 1 meter radius. Inventory, Level 15 Rare Quality Wild Boar Leather Armor 1, Level 15 Rare Quality Mountain Giant Hammer, Gold 112, Potions 12590. Evaluation. With your current attributes, even the boss would tremble at your presence. Youngster, cease your hesitance. You are indeed formidable. Venture forth and seize the day. The Rain of Explosive Arrows is now in hand. Furthermore, under the category of exceptionally gluttonous, after indulging, both Big Head and Negotiator have significantly enhanced Chenmu's attributes, propelling them to unprecedented heights. In this brief moment, his health has surpassed 50,000, mana has exceeded 10,000, and his attack power has surged into the thousands. Should the other players catch wind of Chenmu's attributes, they would likely be left speechless, as they approach nearly tenfold that of the level 8 boss from the zombie campus dungeon. Absurd. Closing the attributes panel, Chenmu continued to browse the trading platform and stumbled upon something particularly intriguing. Special Equipment, Concealment Badge. No level, capable of obscuring all titles, attributes, and aura, yet ineffective against entities with attributes vastly superior to its own. Special Auction, Barter. Requires 100 drops of Earth Dragon Essence. With each increment no less than 5 drops of Earth Dragon Essence. Currently, there are no bids. Seller's note: for players who have turned red due to excessive slaying. Your boon has arrived. Simply secure the concealment badge, and you shall no longer need to fear being unable to return to the novice village. Don't miss out as you pass by. Chapter 34. Concealing the identity of the zombie. From now on, I am the Thunder Emperor. The concealment badge is indeed a prized possession. If obtained, Shenmue can obscure the lengthy string of names hovering above his head. With a simple disguise of the zombie claws and the pallid pupils, he could even masquerade as an ordinary player in the novice village, thanks to his player panel. With a single glance, Shenmue resolved to acquire it. As for the Earth Dragon's essence, though he lacked it, the Nightfall warehouse possessed it. The measure was not by drops, but by barrels. Consuming this substance would enhance his magical resistance. Conveniently, the negotiator's spatial ring contained a barrel, approximately several thousand drops. After observing the trading platform and finding no other worthwhile items, he decided against lingering, arranging a meeting with the negotiator, and hurried off. However, before he could encounter the negotiator, the sovereign of the dynasty unexpectedly sent him a private message. Sovereign of the dynasty, congratulations, Thunder Emperor brother. You've secured a divine skill. Haha, brother. I wonder if you might be interested in a hidden quest? Shenmue was taken aback. It seemed the sovereign of the dynasty intended to invite him to participate in a hidden quest. According to the official website of the Apocalypse, hidden quests typically have exceedingly stringent triggering conditions and a considerable level of difficulty. Yet, should one succeed, the rewards are immensely generous, potentially leading to overnight fame. Due to his unique identity, Shenmue had previously refrained from casual interactions with NPCs within the game, making it impossible for him to trigger hidden quests. But once the concealment badge was in his possession, he might just seize the opportunity. Since the sovereign of the dynasty had broached the subject, Shenmue found no reason to decline. Thunder Emperor, do tell. Sovereign of the dynasty. The hidden quest I mentioned is the series of tasks undertaken by the friend who auctioned the divine skill. She has already cleared 2 stages. However, in the 3rd stage, there are 10 zombies in the forbidden area with attributes comparable to the campus boss. My friend simply cannot contend with them and has turned to me for assistance. Yet I might manage 1 or 2 forbidden area zombies, but 10? I truly find myself at a loss. Even with the entire Dynasty Guild backing me, it would be impossible to overcome. What say you? Would the Thunder Emperor care to give it a try? 10 forbidden area zombies with boss-like attributes? Shenmue's eyes brightened. Just as he lamented the inability to recruit high-quality new subordinates, fate had provided him with an opportunity. Thunder Emperor, what level are those forbidden area zombies? Sovereign of the Dynasty, level 8. By the way, there is something you might not know. Your barrage of exploding arrows is actually the reward for the 1st ring of the hidden quest. Perhaps the reward for this 3rd ring of forbidden area exploration will also relate to archers. I can assure you on behalf of my friend, should that be the case, the reward will be sold to you first. Thunder Emperor, very well, I accept this task. Where shall we convene? In the realm of Dominion. A hearty laughter escaped. Very well, let us rendezvous at the eastern gate of the city of the undead, 20 miles hence. My personnel shall arrive in approximately half an hour. Shenmue cast a glance at the map. The distance was indeed considerable. Nevertheless, he acquiesced, very well. We shall meet 20 miles from the eastern gate of the city of the undead in half an hour. At that moment, the negotiator arrived with Big Head, delivering the essence of the Earth Dragon to Shenmue. Shenmue deftly took hold of the concealment badge, a palm-sized, pentagram-shaped artifact that exuded an air of sophistication. After a moment of contemplation, he chose not to adorn it immediately. Instead, he removed his Crimson Lotus armor and tucked the concealment badge within its lining. Once he donned the armor again, the badge would remain concealed, and it was unlikely that anyone would suspect a human would wear the concealment badge beneath their garments. Upon raising his gaze, he noticed that the lengthy string of descriptors above him had indeed vanished. Excellent. This concealment badge proves remarkably effective. Subsequently, he requested a piece of refined ironstone from the negotiator and began to sharpen the claws of the undead. A short while later, aside from being slightly thicker than the average person's, his nails and the hue of his skin were unremarkable, unless scrutinized closely. One would hardly discern that these hands belonged to a creature of the undead. Nonetheless, Chenmu felt it prudent to take further precautions. He wrapped a clean piece of black satin around his palms. As for the issue of his pupils, it was easily resolved. He apprehended a female zombie nearby, pinning her to the ground and removing her alluring eyes. The female zombie growled in confusion, roar, unbeknownst to her, due to the concealment badge. She could not sense the undead aura emanating from him. How dare you, a mere human, mount me? You seek death. As she attempted to retaliate with her sharp claws, a resounding impact echoed. Big Head delivered a powerful blow, shattering the female zombie's skull. Big Head, that was rather brutal, remarked the negotiator, shaking his head with a smile. She initiated the attack on our leader. Big Head's eyes gleamed with ferocity. Then she must perish. At this juncture, Shenmu had affixed the alluring eyes and paid no mind to the banter between Big Head and the negotiator. He scavenged a rearview mirror from a nearby abandoned vehicle and gazed at his reflection. His chiseled features and fair complexion were rather handsome. However, that was not the focal point. Observing the mirror, he noted that his pupils had returned to a normal hue, and he nodded in satisfaction. Excellent. I now bear little distinction from an ordinary person. His gaze inadvertently fell upon a pair of sunglasses within the abandoned vehicle. Without hesitation, he shattered the window, retrieved the sunglasses, and adorned himself with them. Done. From this moment forth, I am the player, Thunder Emperor. Leader, what advantages does being a player confer? Big Head inquired, scratching his head in bewilderment. Human players possess such frail bodies. The resources we undead can consume directly, they must first concoct into potions before partaking. Moreover, our zombies possess fundamental attributes that significantly surpass those of players of the same level. In my opinion, aside from their ability to resurrect indefinitely, they are inferior to us zombies in every other aspect. With a swift kick to the rear of the Big Head, the negotiator explained, Are you foolish? The boss has not truly transformed into a human player. He merely bears an additional identity as one. Essentially, our leader remains a zombie. He still requires resources and maintains superior attributes compared to other players. Do you comprehend? Upon understanding, the Big Head nodded. With the exceptionally clever trait, its comprehension skills were commendable, allowing it to grasp the negotiator's words effortlessly. Shenmu observed his two subordinates' antics and waved his hand, saying, All right, you both should attend to your own tasks. I am about to depart to meet with the sovereign of the dynasty at the eastern city gate. Boss, I shall accompany you. The Big Head exclaimed upon realizing Chun Mu's intention to leave. Although our strength is somewhat lacking, I can still lend you some support. I recall those human players revel in such displays. There is a fellow from the Divine Realm Guild named Baijin, who insists on bringing dozens or even hundreds of subordinates along whenever he ventures out, always surrounded by a throng. He relishes in showing off. It irks me, hence I seize every opportunity to eliminate him. Chapter 35. The friend of the sovereign of the dynasty is actually an acquaintance of Chunmu? With a chuckle, Shenmu shook his head in amusement. The duo of Big Head and the negotiator had increasingly showcased an uncanny sentience. Initially, they required his direct control to execute more intricate tasks. However, they had now developed their own intelligence, complete with emotions and the ability to discern and comprehend their surroundings. Yet, when Big Head made a request, Chenmu firmly declined, stating, I cannot take you this time. You and Little Tan are my trump cards. Our relationship must remain undisclosed. Moreover, if Ling Lingqi discovers the closeness of your association with me, it may raise suspicions. Caution is paramount. I will reach out to you should the need arise. Understood, boss, replied both the negotiator and Big Head in unison. Subsequently, Shenmu bid farewell to his two subordinates and headed eastward, clutching his crossbow. He was prepared to dispatch any brazen zombies or wild creatures that dared to obstruct his path, thus earning a bit of extra coin along the way. Approximately 10 minutes later, Shenmu arrived at the designated location, yet the sovereign and his entourage had yet to appear. Assessing his surroundings, he found himself before a dense, shadowy grove. The term shadowy aptly described the area, as the towering trees and lush foliage rendered it nearly devoid of light, casting a gloomy atmosphere. The chill in the air was palpable, sending shivers down his spine, evoking a sensation reminiscent of a netherworld. This marked Shenmu's inaugural venture beyond the zombie city. According to the game map of Apocalypse, this area was designated as a level 5 to 10 monster spawn zone, predominantly inhabited by zombies, with a smattering of mutated beasts. Peering into the depths of the grove, he soon spotted a small group of aimlessly wandering zombies. A flicker of curiosity crossed his eyes as he noted that their attributes differed from those of the zombies within Zombie City. LV6, Shadow Grove Zombie, he assessed. Investigating their attributes revealed Health 450, Mana 200, Strength 36, Dual Resistance 12. While their overall statistics were comparable to those found in Zombie City, they possessed an additional talent, Shadow Body. In dark environments, gains a 10 enhancement to all attributes, yet suffers a 5 reduction when exposed to sunlight. For Chenmu, this was a rather lackluster talent. However, for these zombies inhabiting the shadowy grove, it was quite advantageous, allowing them to exploit some attribute gains. Observing these zombies, Chenmu felt an odd sense of detachment, akin to observing foreigners. Initially intriguing, but upon further examination, rather mundane. Just as Chenmu redirected his focus to the grove, a delightful chorus of chirpy voices erupted from behind him. Hey, Sister Na, do you think the Thunderlord will truly come? He should, otherwise he wouldn't have felt compelled to respond to the Sovereign. That's wonderful. Since the game's launch, players have repeatedly encountered announcements from the illustrious Thunder Emperor. Yet it is said that no one has ever laid eyes on his true form. We might very well be among the first to behold the Thunder Emperor. Oh dear. I am quite anxious. What if he is not as amiable as one hopes? Will we still be able to progress through the third stage of our hidden quest? Ah, ladies, look ahead. Could that figure be the Thunder Emperor? The Sovereign had mentioned that their meeting place was right here. It must be him. Wow. He is remarkably tall. Surely he stands at least 2 meters, like a giant. Oh no, I find myself utterly defenseless against such long-legged charm. Chenmu was taken aback, his expression momentarily frozen. That voice sounds somewhat familiar. Yes, it was those 6 young girls he encountered when he first entered the game, still weak and resembling a zombie. Who would have thought he would run into them here? Moreover, from their recent conversation, it seems they initiated the hidden quest. They are friends of the Sovereign? How fortuitous! Chenmu refrained from turning around, when suddenly a fragrant breeze wafted past him. Excuse me, are you the Thunder Emperor? The one who spoke was the carefree and lively Legs, who approached Chenmu's side and cautiously inquired, all the while assessing his profile. Such fair skin. His facial features were sharply defined, and combined with his sturdy stature, he exuded an aura of masculinity. The mysterious sunglasses only heightened Leg's fascination. Her cheeks flushed. Indeed, Chenmu turned to face the group of girls. The Sovereign mentioned gathering here. Are you the friends he referred to? Legs, both excited and nervous, nodded eagerly. The Thunder Emperor's voice carried a slight rasp, suggesting a rich timbre. He must have a melodious singing voice. Greetings, Thunder Emperor. I am Xiaona. Xiaona approached as well, extending her delicate hand towards Chenmu and stating that she too was part of the team organizing the hidden quest to explore the Forbidden Grounds. It is such a pleasure to have you join us. In contrast to the almost starstruck Legs, Xiaona appeared remarkably composed. Chenmu extended his hand to grasp Xiaona's. Her gaze briefly flickered to the black satin in his hand, a glimmer of curiosity shining in her eyes. But she quickly averted her gaze. Is the Sovereign not here yet? Chenmu, having noticed Xiaona's glance, withdrew his hand and inquired. Zombies possess no body heat. And fortunately, he had wrapped himself in the black satin beforehand. Otherwise, it might have aroused suspicion. Ha ha ha, Thunder Brother, my apologies for the wait. Just as Chenmu posed his question, a hearty laughter erupted from behind, followed by the sound of numerous footsteps. Turning around, he was met with the sight of over 100 players, each boasting levels of LV5 and LV6, marching towards them in a grand procession. At the forefront stands an individual of an impressive level 8, remarkably equal to that of the negotiator, adorned in the same crimson armor as Chenmu. He wields a striking blue blade of rare quality upon his back. Although this is the first encounter for Chenmu, he can ascertain with certainty that this man is none other than the Sovereign of the dynasty. Trailing behind him are 6 vice presidents, each of level 7 and clad in exquisite gear. As the Sovereign of the dynasty leads his team into the vicinity, all eyes turn curiously towards Chenmu, for in their eyes, he is the renowned Thunder Emperor. Moreover, Chun Mu's imposing physique indeed evokes a profound sense of pressure. As for the absence of any level or information indicators above Chun Mu's head, no one seems particularly inquisitive. After all, the game is replete with hidden information and items. Given Chun Mu's formidable abilities, it is inconceivable that he could not acquire such things. While the crowd admires Chun Mu, he too observes them. Noting their lack of suspicion, at least no one seems to have realized his identity as a zombie, which brings him a measure of solace. The identity of the Thunder Emperor appears to be firmly established. Chapter 36. Entering the Forbidden Realm, where a dragon is imprisoned. Brother Thunder, allow me to introduce you. The sovereign of the dynasty approached Chun Mu with enthusiasm. These 6 individuals behind me are the vice presidents of our dynasty's guild, and they will accompany us into the Forbidden Realm for exploration. Esteemed Brother Thunder. In response to the sovereign's introduction, the 6 vice presidents greeted Chun Mu in unison. Chun Mu merely nodded in acknowledgement. Subsequently, the sovereign briefly introduced the 6 women, revealing that Xiao Na and the sovereign were not only friends but also cousins in reality. However, Xiao Na preferred the freedom of not being bound by a large guild, hence her decision not to join the sovereign's guild. After familiarizing themselves, the sovereign instructed one of the vice presidents to lead 100 elite members of the dynasty to venture into the eerie forest first, clearing the path for everyone. During their journey, Xiao Na extended an invitation to form a team with Chun Mu, the sovereign, and the 6 vice presidents. Thus, a squad composed of 14 players was established, aptly named the Forbidden Realm Exploration Team. Chun Mu secretly sighed in relief. Thankfully, it was not dubbed something like the Beautiful Squad, or he would have found it rather overwhelming. In the game Apocalypse, the team formation feature was relatively lenient, as long as there were 2 or more players. A squad could be formed with a maximum of 15 members. Naturally, a group exceeding 30 could also form a team, but it would then be referred to as a guild. Guild members enjoyed simultaneous dungeon privileges, yet their organization was more structured than that of ordinary squads. For instance, items dropped from monsters defeated by guild members would go directly to the guild leader, who would then distribute rewards accordingly. In contrast, there was no such rule for squads. Whatever one looted belonged to them, and during boss battles, those who contributed more received greater rewards. This model was evidently more favored by casual players or temporary teams. Once the team was formed, they ventured deeper into the eerie forest. The surrounding zombies began to increase in level 5, 6, 7, until numerous level 8 zombies appeared. Fortunately, these zombies were managed by the elite players of the Dynasty Guild, allowing Chun Mu to enjoy a sense of leisure. He initially believed they would proceed uninterrupted until the depths of the eerie forest. However, unexpectedly, Xiao Na came to a halt. She scanned the surroundings, seemingly searching for something. Perhaps it is nearby? Chun Mu followed her gaze, examining the area. Given that his attributes significantly surpassed Xiao Na's, his perception should logically be much sharper. Yet, after a thorough investigation, he found no signs of anything unusual. But in the next moment, a peculiar laughter echoed from a distance. Chun Mu's heart tightened as he turned towards the sound, only to see the bark of an ancient tree beginning to visibly writhe. Moments later, a figure with brown skin emerged. Its height was merely half that of a human, with ears elongated like those of an elf and eyes resembling crystal orbs. Devoid of hair and eyebrows, its appearance was exceedingly peculiar. Exploration. Character: Guardian of the Forbidden Forest, NPC. Level: Attributes. Description: its duty is to guard the Forbidden Realm, yet throughout countless ages, perhaps out of sheer boredom, it often succumbs to slumber. Seldom encountered unless it chooses to reveal itself. Upon hearing the strange laughter, Xiao Na's eyes brightened, and she hurriedly retrieved a letter from her spatial backpack. Dear Mr. Gouling, we have come to explore the forbidden area. This is a handwritten letter from the village chief of the novice village. Please take a look. Before Xiao Na could finish her words, the entity had already approached the group, speaking in a halting human tongue. I have already read the letter from your last visit. This time, it can be waived. I am not so rigid. To enter the Forbidden Realm, each person must pay 100 gold coins. It was no wonder Xiao Na previously sold skill books as valuable as those of a master archer. It was a necessity for entry into the Forbidden Zone. Moreover, this price was rather steep. 100 gold coins per person merely served as an entrance ticket. What they might gain inside was surely not the responsibility of the venerable Mr. Guling. Simultaneously, Chun Mu surmised the reason the dynasty's overlord insisted on bringing him along. He likely feared that, without his presence, the dynasty guild might recklessly enter the forbidden area, causing their spent gold to go to waste. He understood the principle that one must sacrifice to gain. A wise man indeed. As Guling concluded his remarks, the dynasty's overlord stepped forward, presenting a pouch of coins with utmost respect, saying, "Sir, we comprehend the rules. Here are 1,400 gold coins. Please take a look." It must be noted that the dynasty's overlord was indeed affluent. 1,400 gold coins, when converted to cash, amounted to a staggering 14 million. Yet, he produced such a sum without even a flicker of his eyelids, as if he were merely extracting $10. Mr. Guling casually accepted the pouch, shaking it to listen to the clinking of coins within, his eyes narrowing in delight. After a moment, he stowed the gold away. Excellent, every coin accounted for. The old guardian then turned his gaze toward Xiao Na, Chun Mu, and the other 12 individuals. Without further ado, with a hand as rough as tree bark, he waved, and a green luminescence enveloped the group. A system notification echoed in their ears, initiating the Forbidden Realm Teleportation Array. 10, 50, 100, teleportation array activated. With a flourish, as the system notification concluded, the green glow inscribed an intricate rune in the air. The group momentarily lost their vision. When their sight returned, they found themselves in an inky abyss, utterly oppressive, and most terrifying of all, they could not even see one another. Human beings are inherently creatures with a profound reliance on vision, and the pitch-black surroundings can be maddening. Yet, Chun Mu is an exception. At this moment, he is no longer merely human but has transformed into a zombie, with visual nerves that differ from those of a typical person. Although the extreme darkness affects his sight, the impact is minimal. A fleeting glance, his expression froze, and even his pupils constricted slightly. In the distance, there lay a creature sprawling on the ground, its length spanning several dozen meters, coiled together like a small mountain. Its head bore 2 horns, its body was adorned with azure scales, and its claws resembled those of an eagle. The amalgamation of these features gradually conjured the name of a mythical being in Chun Mu's mind. A dragon. Could it be that a colossal dragon exists here? However, it appeared oblivious to the presence of others, lying still on the ground, seemingly asleep or perhaps long deceased. For atop its head, there were no indicators of rank or status. Before it stood 10 motionless zombies, their eyes shut tight, each bearing the insignia of LV8. Due to the considerable distance, Chun Mu was unable to activate his scanning abilities. Chapter 37. The Forbidden Zone Zombies, a group of enslaved epiquality undead. "Why is it so dark?" murmured a vice president of the dynasty, furrowing his brow in frustration. "How are we supposed to explore in this darkness?" Just as his words faded, the 10 zombies suddenly opened their eyes. Their pupils were not the typical milky white of ordinary zombies, but possessed an eerie shade of blue. 10 pairs of eyes fixated intently on the 14 individuals entering the Forbidden Zone, including Chun Mu. At that moment, a faintly glowing blue illumination orb appeared in Xiao Na's hand, dispelling the darkness within a 10-meter radius. "Everyone, be cautious," she exclaimed, gripping a rare quality longsword in one hand and the illumination orb in the other, her face etched with anxiety. "The last time we entered the Forbidden Zone, it wasn't long before we were besieged by 10 Forbidden Zone zombies with attributes rivaling a boss. In an instant, we were torn apart. Thud, thud, thudder roar. Roar." As the dynasty's leaders prepared for battle, heavy footsteps and the chilling howls of zombies echoed from the distance. "Prepare for combat." With a swift motion, the dynasty's leader drew his weapon, gripping it firmly as he bellowed to the group. "Brother Thunder God, we shall rely on you in this fight. I will do my utmost," Chun Mu replied, steadying his crossbow in hand, narrowing his eyes. The distance between both parties dwindled. 100 meters. 50 meters. 10 meters. Detection technique. Activate. Character. Forbidden Zone Zombie. Zombies enslaved by a mysterious entity, having lost their self-awareness. Level. LV8. Quality. 5-star epic. Skills. 1. Windfall Extreme Kill. 5-star epic single target attack skill. 2. Wind Spirit. Rapid movement. 5-star epic enhancement skill. 3. Wind Binding 5-star Epic Control Skill, Talent, Wind Envoy, 300 Enhancement to Wind Attribute Skills, Attributes, Health, 6200, Mana, 3000, Strength, 567, Agility, 220, Physical Resistance, 180, Magic Resistance, 180, Tenacity, 150, Stamina, 160, Weapon, none. Overall evaluation. Caution, it is formidable. Epic quality, zombies enslaved by a mysterious force. Shenmue was taken aback. But he soon steeled his gaze. Since they were not bosses, they were not shielded by the system. He thought to attempt a contract with them. Privilege 1 activate. Ding, contract successful. ZZZZ. Due to interference from an unknown force, Privilege 1 activation failed. At first, upon hearing the words contract successful, Shenmue almost broke into a grin. However, to his dismay, it ultimately, inexplicably failed. Was the unknown force the very one that enslaved these 10 zombies? This meant that in order to contract these 10 zombies, he would first need to locate their puppeteer, whether to negotiate, eliminate, or find another means. As long as one can eliminate the interference, success is within reach, albeit with some complications. However, it must be said that these 10 Forbidden Land zombies are truly exceptional, boasting attributes that surpass even the larger ones prior to consuming the Nightfall resources. Shenmue gazed at them with longing. The critical point is that they have yet to acquire any enhancement from attributes. If you were to contract them, each could possess a luxurious set of top-tier attributes, thereby amplifying their combat prowess even further. At that juncture, summoning just one would be sufficient to single-handedly take down the level 8 boss lurking within the zombie campus. Everything seems to unfold at a leisurely pace, yet in the blink of an eye, the 10 Forbidden Land zombies had already approached Shenmue and his companions. Under the ethereal blue glow of the illumination orb, their claw-like limbs sliced through the air like daggers, charging toward the group. At present, Shenmue was still uncertain who was controlling them. Despite his yearning, he could only engage them in battle first. Cultivating 10 zombies of epic quality would undoubtedly come at a significant cost. Shenmue found it hard to believe that the opposing party would simply stand idly by as these 10 Forbidden Land zombies met their demise. With a swift motion, he raised his hand and squeezed the trigger. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 10 arrows soared through the air, aimed directly at the 10 Forbidden Land zombies. Before they could react, each zombie found itself pierced by an arrow. Vivid crimson blood sprayed forth, accompanied by terrifying damage values manifesting above each zombie's head. Damage, minus 1,589. Poison, minus 10. Minus 10, minus 10. Gulp, the Imperial Overlord, along with numerous vice presidents, Xiana, and others present, instinctively swallowed hard upon witnessing the damage output from Shenmue. One arrow inflicting over 1,000 points of damage, coupled with a poison effect. Goodness, this is astonishing. No wonder the Thunder Emperor reigns as the top player in the game, consistently holding the #1 spot on the leaderboard. His prowess is indeed formidable. And my own attack power pales in comparison. It has only been 2 days since the game launched, yet how has he managed to elevate his attributes to such heights? It seems that having the Thunder Emperor alone suffices. With one strike, 10 arrows were unleashed, and each of the 10 zombies lost nearly a third of their health. A few more basic attacks, and the Thunder Emperor would clear the level. Not only were the other 13 players dumbfounded, but the 10 Forbidden Land zombies also appeared momentarily bewildered. In the span of a heartbeat, their health had plummeted so drastically. Aren't players typically rather weak? However, before they could regain their composure, Shenmue's arrows were once again loosed. This crossbow could fire 50 arrows in 1 minute. After releasing the initial 10 arrows, the reloading time was remarkably brief. In no time, it was fully loaded again. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh this time. The 10 Forbidden Land zombies dared not allow the arrows to strike them again. A surge of azure light erupted from their claws, and their eyes shone with a blue 7-pointed star pattern. Windfall absolute kill. In a swift and overwhelming moment, the clash of claws and arrows resonated with the sound of tempered iron. Subsequently, the arrow was forcefully severed, breaking into 2 fragments. Witnessing this spectacle, a look of astonishment emerged in Shenmue's eyes. To break an arrow in mid-flight was no trivial task, It demanded exceptional acuity, reflexes, and precision. The most critical factor, however, was that the damage inflicted must exceed that which the arrow could inflict. Just moments ago, the 10 zombies had evidently unleashed a skill. And under its enhancement, their attack power surpassed their usual capabilities. Ah, indeed. The Wind Herald talent could amplify their wind attribute skills by an astonishing 300. Yet, even so, this was merely a minor trick, barely surprising Chenmu. To him, the threat was virtually negligible. After blocking Chenmu's assault, all the Forbidden Zone zombies fixated their gaze upon him, various shades of azure radiance emanating from their eyes. Some charged directly at Chenmu, while others activated enhancement skills for their fellow zombies, and yet others cast control skills upon him. The coordination among the 10 Forbidden Zone zombies was remarkably seamless. This is dire. Observing this scene, the sovereign of the dynasty widened his eyes in alarm. The Thunder Emperor was in peril. Quickly, assist the Thunder Emperor. He must not fall victim to the siege of the Forbidden Zone zombies. If the Thunder Emperor were to perish, the prospect of our expedition's success would vanish entirely. At all costs, provide support to the Thunder Emperor swiftly. Chapter 38. The Promotion of Legendary Quality? The manipulator behind the Forbidden Land zombies. Upon hearing the words of the sovereign of the dynasty, Chenmu wore a face of exasperation. 10 zombies from the Forbidden Land were, to him, mere soft fruits easily squished. There was no need for such grandiose displays. Yet, the sovereign, with a serious countenance, declared, "Thunder Emperor, I recognize your strength. Your damage output far surpasses ours. However, you are ultimately a marksman. When it comes to taunting, drawing aggro, and defense, we warriors must take the lead. Everyone, stop dawdling and get moving." With the sovereign's furious command, 6 vice presidents of the dynasty sprang into action. Among them, 3 wielding exquisite iron shields stepped forward and, with a resounding crash, brought their shields down upon the ground in unison. Shield Warrior's elite defense skill, Shield Mountain. Activate. In an instant, a sandy yellow glow emanated from the shields of the 3 defenders, forming an iron wall for Chenmu. Chenmu sighed, "Well, if you all wish to make a fuss, so be it. If some are willing to serve as human shields, it seems there is no reason to refuse." Boom, boom, boom. In the next moment, the 10 Forbidden Land zombies lunged forward, crashing violently into the 3 massive shields. The seemingly impervious iron wall held for just a few breaths before the durability of the shields plummeted. Cold sweat beaded on the foreheads of the shield bearers, veins bulging ominously. This is bad, damn it. These 10 zombies deal too much damage. President, we may not be able to hold on much longer. Before the shield bearers could finish their words, the durability of the front shields was depleted, shattered by the relentless assault of the zombies, sending the 3 shield bearers flying several meters away. Damage, minus 472. Damage, minus 489. Damage, minus 456. A cascade of damage notifications erupted above the heads of the 3 defenders. Despite their utmost efforts, they had merely managed to delay Chenmu for a few fleeting seconds. Quick, block them. Seeing that the shield warriors could no longer hold, the sovereign stepped forward, wielding a colossal sword, positioning himself in front of Chenmu. His eyes were filled with gravity. He understood that, alone, he could not withstand the onslaught of 10 zombies akin to bosses. He could very well be felled in an instant. Yet, he exhibited no hesitation or retreat. For if Chenmu were to fall to their siege, this expedition would be a complete failure. "Thunder Emperor, we are here to assist you. Leg, little bun." And the other women stood resolutely at the sovereign's side, shields raised and swords gripped tightly. Flame burst. 7-star barrage. Light of healing. The other 3 vice presidents simultaneously unleashed their skills. Boom. In that moment, the Forbidden Land was ablaze with fire, arrows and swords flying in a chaotic symphony. However, while the players wielded their skills, the 10 Forbidden Land zombies possessed skills of their own. Spirit of the Wind, rapid movement, activate. In an instant, the speed of the Forbidden Land zombies surged dramatically, their figures darting like phantoms, evading most of the attacks. Windbind, activate. Several warriors, including Xiaona and the Emperor's Dominator, who sought to unleash their offensive skills anew, found themselves unexpectedly ensnared by a tangible gust of wind. rendering them immobile. The duration of their control lasted an astonishing 3 minutes. Despite the combined might of the group, they were still unable to thwart the advance of the 10 Forbidden Land zombies. 5 meters, 2 meters. At the forefront, leg, wielding a massive shield alongside another girl, could even discern the grotesque visages of the zombies in the dim light. Could the remaining 2 shields withstand their onslaught? Doubts plagued Leg's mind, her hand gripping the shield beginning to tremble. Deep down, she perhaps understood the futility of their defense. She merely lacked the courage to acknowledge that she was gritting her teeth and enduring. Yet, while this may sound prolonged, merely a few seconds had elapsed. Just as the claws of the 10 Forbidden Land zombies were about to grasp Leg's shield, and everyone felt their hearts leap to their throats. Shenmue had completed the reloading of his arrows. With an expressionless demeanor, he raised his hand. Whoosh, 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 a barrage of arrows was unleashed. However, unlike before the arrows could strike the Forbidden Land zombies, they suddenly erupted, transforming into a flurry of innumerable smaller arrows. Skill, Explosive Arrow Rain. Activate. PFF. Countless small arrows instantly penetrated the bodies of the 10 Forbidden Land zombies, not only pushing them back several meters, but also inflicting a series of substantial damage. Damage, minus 31710. 10 instances of damage. Poison, minus 110, minus 110. Plague Mark has stacked to the 11th layer. Ha. Splendid shot, Thunder Emperor. The Emperor's Dominator exclaimed as he witnessed Shenmue's second assault, which dealt over 3,000 damage to each of the 10 bosses, reducing their health to below half. He couldn't help but shout in exhilaration. The other members gasped in astonishment. 10 Forbidden Land zombies, and yet, a single volley from him could inflict over 3,000 damage on each, totaling more than 30,000, nearly 40,000 damage. Thunder Emperor, truly formidable. It seemed that even the shadowy figures attempting to overthrow the novice village did not possess such exaggerated attacking power. If this continued, as long as we could delay Thunder Emperor long enough to unleash 1 or 2 more rounds of arrow rain, the 10 Forbidden Land zombies would be doomed. Indeed, brothers. Let us all exert ourselves. Quickly, prepare to withstand the Forbidden Land zombies to prevent them from becoming desperate. Shield warriors, swap to your backup shields, hurry and brace yourselves. Priests, heal the shield warriors. Shiina stood resolutely at Thunder Emperor's side. She instinctively recognized that the skill employed by Shenmue was none other than the one she had previously auctioned off in the trading channel. I must commend you, Thunder Lord. It is no wonder you were willing to expend 400 gold coins to acquire the skill rain of explosive arrows. With your already formidable base attack exceeding 1,000 and the added capability of inflicting poison with your normal attacks, Rain of Explosive Arrows indeed reaches its utmost potential in your hands. It is truly well suited for you. Despite the astonishment and admiration expressed by the onlookers, Shenmue remained unfazed. With arrows loaded, he lifted his hand once more, his gaze firmly fixed on the 10 undead creatures of the Forbidden Land. Prepared to pull the trigger. The arrow's significant damage, coupled with the continuous depletion from the plague-induced poison, meant that with one more volley, he could eradicate all 10 of the Forbidden Land's undead. At this juncture, he pondered why their unseen master had yet to reveal themselves. Could it be that this puppeteer was indifferent to the fate of these 10 undead? After all, they were 10 epic-quality zombies, boasting attributes akin to that of a boss. Just as Shenmue wrestled with his thoughts, the 10 undead creatures also fixated their gaze upon him. The green luminescence within their pupils intensified. Initially subtle, it soon became evident that their eyes were now entirely engulfed in a vibrant green hue, devoid of any previous pallor, rendering them exceedingly eerie. Wait. Shenmue's eyes narrowed as a realization dawned upon him, a sense of foreboding swelling within his chest. Pure green pupils? He quickly directed his gaze towards the depths of the forbidden area, where the corpse of the green dragon lay. Indeed, intricate runes were beginning to materialize upon its scales. The others, hindered by distance and obscured by dim lighting, remained oblivious to this unfolding scene. Yet, Shenmue perceived it with growing clarity. Could it be that the puppeteer of these undead was none other than that very dragon, or perhaps its corpse? As this thought flickered through his mind, a sudden system notification echoed sharply in the ears of all present. Ding! Forbidden Land Undead 10. enhanced by an unknown force. Their rank has escalated from 5-star epic to 1-star legendary, with attributes and skill power significantly augmented. Warning! Warning! The difficulty of the hidden quest has been substantially increased. Exercise caution. Chapter 39. The legendary quality Forbidden Land Zombies, terrifying beyond measure. As the system's notification echoed, the expressions of the Imperial Overlord and Shao Na shifted dramatically. What? The epic quality zombies have ascended to legendary quality, significantly increasing the difficulty of the hidden quest? What on earth is happening? How infuriating! Just as they were about to eliminate these 10 Forbidden Land zombies. Why must such a twist occur? This legendary quality zombie. Oh dear, this hidden quest is proving to be exceedingly arduous. Unbeknownst to them, the voices of Legs and the other girls began to tremble with a hint of sorrow. Upon entering the Forbidden Land, the admission cost was 100 gold coins per person. The last time they entered, they were swiftly defeated. Should they fail again, the repercussions would be dire. In contrast, Shenmue remained somewhat composed. He promptly activated the inspection function on the 10 Forbidden Land zombies, and soon, a series of panels materialized before his eyes. Character: Forbidden Land Zombie. Level: LV8. Quality: 1-star legendary. Skills: 1. Wind's Ultimate Slaughter. 2. Gale's Rapid Motion. 3. Wind's Binding. 4. Dance of the Wind Blades. Talent: Wind Sovereign. 1000 enhancement to Wind attribute skills. Soul of the Wind Dragon. Attributes: Health 46, 200, Mana 3,000, Strength 1,067, Agility 820, Physical Resistance 680, Magic Resistance 680, Tenacity 450, Stamina 560, Weapon none. Comprehensive Evaluation. Infused with unknown powers, their bloodlines have evolved, resulting in a significant enhancement of attributes. Their strength is sufficient to overpower boss of the same level. With a 1-star legendary quality, their health had multiplied more than tenfold. Their mana, strength, agility, and dual resistances had similarly increased by 3 to 8 times, not to mention the addition of an extra skill and a talent. Dance of the Wind Blades. Consuming 100,8000 maximum mana, points of mana, it unleashes 100,8000 wind blades, each capable of inflicting one of strength as true damage. Soul of the Wind Dragon. Possessing a fragment of the Wind Dragon's essence, critical hit rate is enhanced by 100, critical damage by 300, and for each enemy slain. Certain attributes are permanently increased. Shenmue narrowed his eyes. At this moment, the Forbidden Land zombies were no longer mere soft persimmons to be easily squashed. After all, the attributes of each zombie were nearing his own. Even the opponent's Dance of the Wind Blade skill could rival his Inferno Storm, perhaps even surpassing it by a margin. In a one-on-one scenario, Shenmue could only muster an 80 chance of defeating one, but in a 1 versus 10 situation? Apologies. But I have no desire to engage with these legendary quality zombies. Exit the Forbidden Land. At that moment, Shenmue silently submitted his application to exit the system in his mind. Suddenly, a notification appeared. Ding. The Forbidden Land instance is a special space. Once entered, one cannot exit normally unless forcibly logged out or revived in the Novice Village after death. Shenmue thought, what the hell? Just as his desire to retreat grew, the 10 Forbidden Land zombies also stirred, their eyes glimmering with a hint of fury, seeming even more agile than before. With a deafening roar, the air was filled with ethereal azure light emanating from the bodies of the zombies. A fierce wind surged, enveloping the Forbidden Land space, ruffling the war robes and hair of the onlookers. Countless azure blades of wind coalesced in the storm. Hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands. A dense mass, layered and overwhelming. Oh no! The sovereign of the dynasty gasped in shock at the sight. But before he could utter another word, the blades of wind swept forth, engulfing everyone. Splat. The several vice presidents of the dynasty, standing at the forefront with massive shields, were utterly defenseless in a mere breath. They were reduced to a shower of flesh. Following them were the dynasty's sovereign, Shao Na, and the other women. In an instant, the entire Forbidden Land space was left with only Chun Mu and the 10 zombies. How dare they think me easy to bully? A glint of ferocity flashed in Chun Mu's eyes. Since retreat was no longer an option, he resolved to fight back. Flamestorm, unleash. Having sensed the anomaly earlier, Chun Mu had already been secretly preparing the flamestorm. Now, as he released it, there was no need for a countdown. A new tempest arose. Blowing against the oncoming azure blades, its hue a deep crimson, carrying with it waves of scorching heat. In stark contrast to the azure dance of wind blades unleashed by the Forbidden Land zombies, the two forces clashed violently within the space. Boom! The azure and crimson collided, creating a chaotic symphony of destruction as they annihilated each other. The wind blades sliced through the flames, while the flames scorched the wind blades. Damn it, we failed again. This hidden quest is unbearably difficult. Near the resurrection altar in the novice village, Xiao Na, having dropped from LV6 to LV5, wore a grim expression. To clear this, we even summoned the Thunder Emperor, yet the result, that group of zombies managed to evolve into legendary quality. They wiped us out in one encounter. Xiao Na, if it's too much, perhaps we should concede, the dynasty sovereign said, shaking his head in regret. Before my demise, I took a careful look at the attributes of those legendary zombies. Over 40,000 health, more than 1,000 attack, several hundred agility, dual resistances, toughness, plus 4 skills and 2 talents. This task is simply beyond our capabilities at this stage. Sighing deeply, Xiao Na's eyes flickered with a struggle, which ultimately morphed into resignation. It seems that surrender is the only option. What a pity. For the village chief had once revealed to me that if I could complete this series of hidden tasks, he would bestow upon me a hidden class advancement scroll upon my reaching level 10. Huh? Wait. Xiao Na suddenly sensed something amiss as she cast her gaze around. After observing for a while, she blinked and inquired, "Where is the Thunder Emperor? Why hasn't he resurrected? Could it be that he remains trapped in the forbidden space?" Upon hearing Xiao Na's words, the reigning overlord was momentarily taken aback, scanning the surroundings. Indeed, there was no sign of the Thunder Emperor. This seems implausible. That dance of wind blade skill is far more ferocious than the fiery storm of the zombie campus boss, and every blade inflicts true damage. Even if the Thunder Emperor has high magic resistance, he should not have been able to withstand it. What do you think? A vice president nearby pondered aloud. Could it be that the Thunder Emperor was forcibly logged out, and thus did not appear at the resurrection altar immediately? This statement provided a plausible explanation. Xiao Na and the reigning overlord exchanged glances and nodded, feeling a twinge of guilt for having caused the Thunder Emperor to lose a level. However, before they could voice their thoughts, suddenly, Leg exclaimed, "Quickly look at the level leaderboard. The Thunder Emperor hasn't lost a level. This means he is still alive, still within the forbidden space, and has not logged out of the game." What? At this revelation, everyone was astonished. It was simply inconceivable. Chapter 40, Clash of Ultimate Abilities, Plague's Triumph. The atmosphere within the Forbidden Realm is charged with the relentless clash of fiery tempests and the dance of wind blades. The tumultuous sounds reverberating like thunder. The silver lining lies in the fact that Chun Mu has yet to succumb. For the 10 zombies of the Forbidden Zone bear the mark of the plague, their vitality steadily diminishing at a rate exceeding 200 per second as time progresses. However, the grim reality reveals that the wind blades unleashed by the 10 zombies wield a potency far surpassing that of Chun Mu's fiery tempest. His space for survival is inexorably constricting. 50 square meters, 30 square meters, 10 square meters. As the fiery tempest teeters on the brink of obliteration, Chun Mu's forehead begins to bead with cold sweat. This cannot continue. Chun Mu grits his teeth, firmly grasping his staff to maintain the defense of the fiery tempest while transmitting a message to the negotiator. Little Tan, you, and Datu. Consume any resources that can enhance your mana capacity or accelerate mana regeneration. The more, the better, quickly. Upon receiving the message, the negotiator indeed begins to partake in such resources, causing Chun Mu's mana capacity to steadily rise. Whenever he accumulates even a modicum of mana, he channels it into the fiery tempest. Thus, the situation reaches an impasse, with neither side able to gain the upper hand in the short term. Yet, a clash of ultimate abilities cannot remain so tranquil. In the contest of power, it is a matter of life or death, determined by who can deliver the final blow. Two of the Forbidden Zone zombies, frustrated by their inability to vanquish Chinmu through the prolonged onslaught of wind blades, suddenly fixed their gaze upon him. Charging forward with the intent of leveraging their numerical superiority in close combat. Witnessing this, Chinmu's heart leaps with joy. He conjures a crossbow bolt from his spatial backpack, wielding it in his left hand, and unleashes a barrage of explosive arrows upon the two zombies. Damage, minus 122. Poison, minus 220. Damage, minus 126. Poison, minus 230. Damage, minus 120. Poison, minus 240. Due to the enhanced physical resistance acquired by the Forbidden Zone zombies upon their ascension to legendary quality, the damage inflicted by the explosive arrow barrage has significantly diminished. Yet, Chinmu remains undeterred. After all, in comparison to the zombie's staggering health pool, the reduction in damage is of little consequence. What he seeks is to stack the passive effects of the plague through this barrage. Indeed, as the volley strikes, the number of plague marks upon the two Forbidden Zone zombies escalates to an astonishing 100 layers. Their health is plummeting at an astounding rate of over 1,200 per second. The two zombies are momentarily taken aback. Initially, they dismissed the plague's damage of merely over 100 per second. After all, they were confident in their ability to eliminate Chinmu before succumbing to the poison. Yet, they never anticipated that the toxic damage would surge from a mere 100 to over 1,000, multiplying tenfold. With their health exceeding 40,000, they can withstand no more than 40 seconds at best. In an instant, urgency engulfed them. They forcefully broke through the tempest of flames, braving the rain of arrows, with azure light spiraling around their claws. Skill activated, Cataclysm of the Wind. Squelch, squelch. Damage, minus 3,860. Damage, minus 3,557. Chinmu found himself with no room to evade. As two astonishing damage values erupted forth, a gash nearly tearing through the crimson lotus armor on his back, the searing pain surged into his mind. This was the first time since entering the game that he had sustained such severe injuries, causing his eyes to narrow in agony. Die, he bellowed. Plague, concentrated strike. Unable to endure any longer, he unleashed his ultimate move. A glint of determination flickered in Chinmu's eyes as he activated his most potent single-target attack available at that moment. In an instant, a series of green sigils manifested above the heads of 10 Dreadland zombies. While there were merely a few dozen, the numbers swelled to over 100, culminating in an approximate total of 500. As all the green sigils were activated, they coalesced in mid-air, forming a colossal and lifelike totem of a giant rat, towering several meters high. Upon witnessing this giant rat totem, the Dreadland zombies were overtaken by a grave expression. They sensed the formidable nature of this totem. Instinctively retreating a half-step, their gazes filled with wariness. Low growls emanated from their throats. Growl. Everyone, be cautious. Growl. I can sense that if we are struck by this thing, we shall perish. Growl. Damn it, our growth time has been too short, otherwise. If we could extract purification skills from the Wind Dragon's essence, we would not pose such a threat to that human player. Growl. Everyone, stay alert. If that human attacks one of us, it's merely a matter of dying once, and we can respawn, but we must not allow him to strike at our essence. Growl. Our essence is already on the brink of death. It cannot endure any attacks before being revived. Chinmu originally thought that he was destined to die today, for he truly stood no chance against 10 legendary quality Dreadland zombies. If he could manage to slay even one, it might yield something valuable. After all, he had never even heard of legendary quality zombies, nor had he encountered any relevant information on the forums. Next time, once his attributes had improved, he would have the Dominion Overlord bring him back in, and then seek vengeance, or perhaps enslave them. However, just as Chinmu prepared to hurl the lethal strike of plague at one of the Dreadland zombies, he suddenly heard the zombies' growls and dialogues in his ear. If it had been another player, they would likely have understood nothing. But alas, Chinmu himself was a zombie, and the zombie language required no translation for him. The Wind Dragon, is it the essence of these Dreadland zombies? A spark of realization flickered in his mind, and he couldn't help but smile faintly. So it was thus. Without a moment's hesitation, Chinmu launched a lethal strike of the plague towards the distant giant azure dragon, which lay motionless with its eyes closed. Whoosh! The speed of the plague totem was astonishing, almost akin to a beam of light slicing through the air. In the blink of an eye, it soared from the battlefield to hover above the dragon's massive head. Roar. This is bad. How infuriating. That human has truly dared to strike at the core. Roar. Quickly, intercept that attack. Alas. It cannot be stopped. It's over. The 10 undead guardians of the Forbidden Land, filled with urgency and wrath, momentarily abandoned their pursuit of Chunmu and rushed towards the dragon. However, after a brief chase, they soon realized they could not keep up. Their anxiety and fury swiftly morphed into despair. In the next moment, the giant rat totem descended upon the Azure Dragon as if it were a ravenous beast starved for ages. Damage, minus 46,890, due to the insufficient accumulation of plague marks. The damage dealt was not particularly high, yet it still exceeded 40,000, a blow capable of annihilating any of the undead guardians had it struck them. However, Chunmu remained uncertain of the repercussions of inflicting such damage upon the Azure Dragon. Unbidden, sweat began to bead on his brow, and his heart raced fiercely. The plague marks he had painstakingly accrued were now depleted. Should he fail, it would signify utter defeat. This was his sole chance. Would he succeed? No one could say for certain. Chapter 41. Dragon Slaying, an Unexpected Reward, successfully contracting the Forbidden Zone zombies. On the other side, the 10 Forbidden Zone zombies held their breath, their expressions filled with tension. A damage value exceeding 40,000. Not exceedingly high, yet certainly not low. At the very least, these legendary-grade Forbidden Zone zombies could not inflict such damage. The essence must not come to harm. Some of them prayed silently, their faces etched with concern as they gazed toward the direction of the colossal dragon. Others, however, cast their furious, vengeful glances at Chunmu. Roar. Kill him. Eliminate that human. Roar. Dare to harm our essence, he should not exist in this world. Following the furious roars, 6 Forbidden Zone zombies charged toward Chunmu. Wind's Descent. Wind Spirit Movement, Wind's Binding, Dance of the Wind Blades. Various skills surged forth from them, each imbued with the utmost power of the wind. Unleashed with all their might, with only one objective in mind, to slay Chunmu. Their hatred was palpable. Meanwhile, Chunmu's mana had completely dwindled. Even though the Negotiator and the Big-Headed One were consuming resources to augment his mana limit, the meager replenishment was insufficient to allow him to unleash the Fiery Storm once more. Without the Fiery Storm, he possessed no means to resist the dance of the wind blades. Even if his crossbow could still fire arrows, those arrows would be instantly shredded by the countless wind blades. Thus, at this moment, he faced the onslaught of 6 Forbidden Zone zombies with virtually no means of retaliation. Roar. Kill. The furious roars of the Forbidden Zone zombies echoed in his ears, accompanied by the howling of the wind blades. They drew ever closer. Had he failed? A flicker of regret crossed Chunmu's eyes, yet he felt no shame. After all, he had no path of retreat in this battle. It was a fight to the finish, and he had exerted himself to the utmost. To be defeated was inconsequential. Life is long. How could it be devoid of obstacles? If necessary, he would rise again. In 3 minutes, the time for resurrection, he would still be a valiant man. Just as Chunmu prepared to embrace his imminent death with composure, suddenly, a melodious system prompt resounded in his ears. Ding. Congratulations. You have successfully slain the dying LV? World-class ultimate boss. Wind Dragon. Rewards. 10,000 evolution points. 10,000 free attribute points. 10,000 gold. You have obtained a legendary grade bow. Crimson Nightmare 1. No level requirement for equipping. Ding. Congratulations. You have acquired the only divine pet egg in the game, Wind Dragon Egg. Note, there were originally 7 great dragons in the world, each mastering one of the 7 laws governing the world's operation: wind, fire, water, earth, light, darkness, and life. But the calamity of heaven and earth has descended. The power of the 7 dragons' laws collapsed amidst the cataclysm. However, the 7 dragons themselves were indestructible entities. Even if vanquished, they merely entered a temporary cycle of reincarnation, ultimately being subdued after being brought to the brink of death. Wind Dragon Egg. By dripping a single drop of blood upon the egg, one may claim ownership. Upon hatching, one shall obtain a unique god-level pet, the Wind Dragon. Remaining hatching time for the Wind Dragon Egg, 12 hours. as the notification resounded. Shenmue gasped sharply. He had succeeded. He had truly slain a colossal dragon. No, to be precise, he had merely sent a dragon into reincarnation. Moreover, he had acquired a dragon egg. Once it hatched, he, Shenmue, would become the master of the Wind Dragon. Though Shenmue was yet uncertain of the Wind Dragon's true strength, he was confident that the title of world-class ultimate boss was not something an ordinary boss or wild creature could possess. Shenmue believed that if he could hatch and nurture it, it would undoubtedly grant him the power to command the winds and dominate the world. In comparison to this reward, any legendary weapon with growth potential or 10,000 evolution points paled in insignificance. Of course, the 10,000 points of free attributes and the 10 million gold coins were still quite tempting. Without a moment's hesitation, Shenmue promptly dripped a drop of blood onto the dragon egg. Suddenly, the sound of slicing winds filled his ears. At that very moment, the onslaught of 6 Forbidden Land zombies surged forth. However, just as countless wind blades drew perilously close to Shenmue's face, neck, and body, they abruptly halted. Ding! Congratulations on becoming the master of the Wind Dragon Egg. Roar? What is this? The essence of my true form. How is it that this human possesses the aura of our true form? This is impossible. Soon, a bewildered roar erupted from within the storm. As if to ascertain the situation, the 6 Forbidden Land zombies unleashed a variety of skills, causing the raging storm to subside. Yet in the next moment, their eyes widened in shock and fury. A dragon egg. This was the egg transformed from their true form and had fallen into the hands of that human. If it were merely this, they could accept it. They could simply retrieve the dragon egg by force. However, the problem lay in the crimson blood seeping into the egg shell. The Wind Dragon was their true essence. They were all too aware of what this situation entailed. This meant that the dragon egg had claimed its master. Roar! Damn it! Despicable human. One of the Forbidden Land zombies longed to tear Shenmue into pieces, but it found itself unable to act. As a peculiar aura gradually emerged from Shenmue, it stirred a resonance within its very soul, a sensation that only manifested in the connection with its essence. The despair was palpable not only among the solitary Forbidden Land zombie, but also among the others of its kind. After successfully acquiring the dragon egg, Shenmue shifted his focus to these 10 Forbidden Land zombies. Observing their expressions of deep-seated hatred, an eagerness to eliminate him, yet paralyzed by an inability to act, a faint smile began to grace Shenmue's lips. Rarely did he find such amusement. With a voice akin to that of a zombie, he bellowed at the 10 Forbidden Land zombies. "Ha! Are you stunned? You were just intent on beating me to a pulp. And now, you must address me as your master." The zombies retorted, "Ha! Never. We would rather perish than acknowledge you humans as our masters. Zombies and humans are sworn enemies. Wait, how do you speak our language?" With a chuckle, Shenmue decided to drop the pretense, casually deactivating the concealment function of his badge. Instantly, a long string of green descriptors manifested above his head. "Ha! Incredibly strong, vigorous, swift, resilient, clever, tenacious, warm, articulate, an elite zombie. What on earth? Such a lengthy title. And this is merely an elite zombie. Wait, he is not human. He is a zombie. How do we not perceive this?" The other humans who entered with him were completely oblivious to his true nature. Instead, they mistook him for one of their own? How could there be such a cunning zombie, deceiving both sides? The 10 Forbidden Land zombies stood in stunned silence, momentarily unable to comprehend the situation, while Shenmue had already discreetly activated Privilege 1 and effortlessly enslaved 7 of them. This time, no unexpected occurrences arose. As for the remaining 3, his level was insufficient, and the quota for contracts was limited, so he would have to wait until next time. Chapter 42. Kidnapping the remaining 3 Forbidden Land zombies after forging a pact with the 7 Forbidden Land zombies. Shenmue effortlessly exchanged 9 elite attributes for them. He now possessed over 30,000 evolution points, and the elite attributes only cost 900 points, a mere trifle. Master, the 7 Forbidden Land zombies, now enslaved, stood respectfully beside Shenmue, devoid of their initial arrogance and the pride associated with being legendary zombies. Their heads bowed as they addressed him. "Roar! What is going on? Why are you suddenly calling him master?" The other 3 Forbidden Land zombies, perplexed, roared in frustration. Shenmue cast a knowing smile at the trio, hinting that it would not be long before they would comprehend why the others had begun to call him master. The three Forbidden Land zombies remained bewildered, ignoring their confusion. Shenmue turned his attention back to the seven. All right, you need not call me master anymore. Like Xiao Tan, just refer to me as boss. Xiao Tan? That refers to the other two zombies I have contracted. One is called Negotiator Xiao Tan, and the other is Big Head. I'll introduce you to them later. By the way, I have a question. I heard you previously refer to the Wind Dragon as the true body. What is the meaning of that? You are clearly zombies. Upon hearing Shenmue's inquiry, one of the Forbidden Land zombies spoke up. This Forbidden Land space was originally a sealed area. After enduring countless ages, the seal has weakened. The true body, the Wind Dragon, managed to escape a fragment of its soul. We, the 10 zombies, were once ordinary zombies from the ghostly woods. But we were forcibly infused with a trace of the Wind Dragon's soul, which then became our true body. However, this was detected by the Guardian of the Forbidden Land, and we were subsequently re-imprisoned. We have no idea how long we have been confined, with a fragment of the Wind Dragon's soul within us. Our attributes and qualities have been gradually increasing. During this time, we also devised a method to extract the true body's abilities without harming it. Thus, we acquired some of its talents and skills. However, compared to the vast and boundless power of the true body, what we managed to extract is merely superficial. Initially, we believed our existence would persist in this manner until we had extracted a significant portion of the true body's strength, allowing us to grow stronger until we could contend with the Guardian of the Forbidden Land and then escape. Yet unexpectedly, a being named Mei de Shaona suddenly invaded our Forbidden Land space with several humans, disrupting our plans. Upon hearing this, Shenmue was taken aback, realizing the underlying reason. These 10 Forbidden Land zombies, though labeled as such, had already possessed the soul of a dragon within them. Compared to other zombies, their growth potential and intelligence were extraordinarily formidable. However, while the dragon's soul bestowed upon them infinite possibilities, it also governed their thoughts and actions. Ultimately, following the demise of the previous generation's Wind Dragon, the dragon soul that controlled them lost its embodied will, allowing the 10 Forbidden Land zombies to begin developing their own thoughts and agency. Contemplating this, Shenmue squinted, shifting his gaze towards the remaining 3 Forbidden Land zombies that he could not temporarily contract. Without the control of the dragon soul, they had effectively gained their freedom. Would they remain docile within this forbidden space? If they escaped, locating them again would prove challenging. Thus, granting them freedom was not an option. Unbeknownst to Shenmue, the 3 Forbidden Land zombies, upon learning of his identity as a zombie, no longer harbored any aversion towards him. Instead, they welcomed the presence of an external zombie to enliven their existence. During their idle chatter, they listened attentively, occasionally letting out roars to emphasize points that the contracted zombies had overlooked. The atmosphere was one of jovial camaraderie. Suddenly, however, Shenmue commanded, "Bring them to me, bind them." The 3 Forbidden Land zombies were taken aback, exclaiming in disbelief, "Why are you binding us? Indeed, we considered you a brother. How could you do this to us? This is outrageous." Their expressions were a mixture of confusion and grievance. Yet, the 7 Forbidden Land zombies under Shenmue's control showed no sympathy. They rolled up their sleeves and encircled the trio, their eyes glinting with a fierce light, seemingly warning, "Dare to resist, and you shall be punished. You traitorous 7. The 3 Forbidden Land zombies roared, yet they stood still, resignedly accepting their predicament without putting up a fight, as if they understood that 3 against 8 was an unwinnable battle. Soon enough, the 3 Forbidden Land zombies were securely bound. Shenmue, with a smile, glanced at them before directing his attention to the empty forbidden space. The corpse of the Azure Dragon had long since vanished, replaced by a dragon egg, which had entered Shenmue's spatial backpack. Confirming that nothing was amiss, he declared, "All right, we have completed our tasks. It is time for us to return. You should know how to exit the Forbidden Land, right?" One of the Forbidden Land zombies replied, "We simply need to slip through the gap to come and go freely." Shenmue pondered for a moment, then furrowed his brow and asked, "Earlier, you mentioned a guardian outside the Forbidden Land. If I take you out like this, will that guardian cause us trouble?" "No," the Forbidden Land zombie responded after a moment of contemplation. The death of the wind dragon and the recognition of the dragon egg will certainly be sensed by that guardian. Furthermore, this forbidden space exists solely due to the presence of the wind dragon. Now, the dragon of wind has departed. The space of the forbidden land will soon dissipate. It no longer has anything to protect. Perhaps, once we venture out, that ancient being will have long since vanished to enjoy its freedom. For it, guarding the forbidden land is but a shackle, is it not? After pondering, Chenmu nodded, acknowledging the wisdom in this thought, and felt reassured. Upon exiting the forbidden land, Chenmu returned to the shadowy forest. The ancient spirit who had previously transported him and Xiaona into the forbidden land had, as the forbidden land's zombies indicated, already vanished without a trace. This is the shadowy forest forbidden land. We have finally emerged. One of the forbidden land's zombies sighed, its azure eyes filled with emotion. The others echoed this sentiment, in contrast to the negotiator and the large-headed one. They exhibited not only significantly enhanced combat prowess, but also a palpable sense of the passage of time in their demeanor and speech. Chapter 43. Life is a play. Entirely dependent on performance. As soon as Chenmu exited the Forbidden Zone, he was bombarded with messages from friends. The sovereign of the dynasty, Thunder Emperor. Are you still in the Forbidden Zone? How are things there? Do you need assistance? If so, just say the word, and I shall immediately rally the brothers for another expedition. Oh my, Thunder Emperor, it's been so long. Are you still not out of the Forbidden Zone? Could it be that you are on the verge of clearing it? Xiaona, Thunder Emperor, please respond upon receiving this. I have urgent matters to discuss with you. This hidden quest is crucial for me. If you truly manage to clear it, I am willing to offer 30 million. No, 50 million for the clearing reward. Money is negotiable. Thunder Emperor, are you there? The words of the sovereign of the dynasty and Xiaona were laden with anxiety and urgency. Chenmu furrowed his brow, caught up in his own gains. He almost forgot about the two of them. His journey into the Forbidden Zone had been immensely profitable. He had acquired a wind dragon egg, an evolving legendary quality weapon, 10,000 attribute points, and 10 new allies. The contributions of the sovereign of the dynasty and Xiaona to his fortune were not insignificant. After a moment's hesitation, Chenmu commanded the zombies in the Forbidden Zone to find a place to hide, then sent a group video chat invitation to Xiaona and the sovereign of the dynasty. The video invitation connected almost instantly. Chenmu appeared on the screen with a woeful expression, letting out a long sigh. Alas, I apologize, everyone, I did not succeed. What? Both the sovereign of the dynasty and Xiaona were taken aback. Initially, they had not held much hope, but as time passed and Chenmu remained absent, a flicker of hope emerged within them. What if he had succeeded? What if the Thunder Emperor was so formidable that he had vanquished 10 legendary quality zombies in the Forbidden Zone? It was not entirely impossible. Thus, they had continuously messaged Chenmu. Yet, as soon as he appeared, his very first words extinguished their flickering hopes. On the video call, Xiaona's face turned pale, and she bit her lip, unwilling to accept the reality. Thunder Emperor, have you truly failed? But why were you able to stay in the Forbidden Zone for so long? According to the rules of the Forbidden Zone, one can only exit under 2 circumstances, either by being killed or by clearing it. Your level has not dropped. With a deep sigh, Chenmu shook his head and explained, I did intend to attempt to clear it. However, after battling for a while, I realized I was indeed outmatched. Fortunately, I had fortuitously obtained a high-quality teleportation scroll, and to avoid losing levels, I used it to escape in a critical moment. As soon as I emerged, I saw your messages and immediately returned the call. Upon hearing Chenmu's explanation, the sovereign of the dynasty also sighed deeply. After a moment of contemplation, he said, If even the Thunder Emperor cannot conquer the Forbidden Zone, it seems we must abandon this path. Xiaona pressed her lips tightly together, remaining silent. Her eyes filled with unyielding frustration. After much effort, she had finally acquired a hidden quest, only to find herself unable to progress. Having exhausted all available methods, she felt utterly powerless. The thought of surrendering left her with a sense of reluctance. Observing this, the overlord of the dynasty offered comforting words, while Chenmu, standing nearby, occasionally interjected with suggestions for Xiaona to abandon the task. Once the communication ended, Chun Mu's frown transformed into a broad smile. Finally, he could indulge without worry. Upon returning to the zombie city, Chun Mu led the Forbidden Land zombies into the level 10 to 15 dungeon, the Bone Vulture Nest, to grind for monsters. Half an hour later, all 7 of his Forbidden Land zombies had acquired the Bone Wings talent. Subsequently, he fed the Negotiator and Big had the beast cores from mutated rodents retrieved from the Nightfall warehouse, successfully bestowing upon them 7 instances of the Plague talent. With the addition of these 2 extra talents, the combat prowess and survivability of the Forbidden Land zombies surged dramatically. Notably, their innate talent, Dance of Wind Blades, when paired with the Plague, created an overwhelming combination, stacking layers exponentially. Who wouldn't be intimidated? The level 15 Bone Vulture King boss boasted over 100,000 health points, yet under the relentless assault of the 7 Forbidden Land zombies, it was annihilated in less than a minute. Where could one seek justice for such an occurrence? The elite vultures within the dungeon, along with the beast cores dropped by the Vulture King, were swiftly consumed by the Forbidden Land zombies, ushering in a period of unprecedented growth in their attributes. With the addition of these 7 powerful subordinates, Chun Mu became increasingly disinclined to engage in monster slaying himself, opting instead to leave the grinding to his minions. His only task was to cultivate a bond with the 3 remaining uncontracted Forbidden Land zombies, to prevent their escape, while brainwashing them to dispel any thoughts of fleeing. Look how swiftly your 7 companions have grown in strength. Just stay with me, and your future will be infinitely bright, your days endlessly joyful. The 3 Forbidden Land zombies, possessing considerable intelligence, understood Chun Mu's words and, under his persuasive influence, eagerly joined the monster-slaying team. They eagerly began assisting Chun Mu's 7 little brothers in battling wild creatures. The atmosphere became harmonious once more. As time passed, the sun gradually dipped below the horizon, and the night quietly enveloped the earth. Chun Mu, with a blade of grass in his mouth, reclined on a massive rock at the cliff within the Bone Vulture Nest, gazing up at the star-studded sky. Simultaneously, he focused his attention on his experience bar. Experience 14780-16000. At this rate, it was likely that by tonight, or at the latest by tomorrow morning, he would attain level 10. According to the official game description, at level 10, players are granted an opportunity for a class change, while level 10 monsters possess the chance for evolution. Having reached this milestone, I am not only able to evolve, but, theoretically, I should also receive a privileged opportunity for a lottery draw. I wonder what new talents I might acquire. Apologies, dear village elder. In the novice village, before the venerable elder with a cane and snow-white hair, Xiao Na stood with her head bowed, her expression one of despair. I have completed the 3rd phase of the task you assigned me and successfully entered the Forbidden Grounds using your letter. However, I simply cannot defeat the 10 zombies that dwell there. I have been slain twice in succession. On my 2nd attempt, I even brought along the president of the Dynasty Guild and numerous elites, including the top-ranked player, the Thunder Emperor, yet we still face defeat. To make matters worse, those 10 zombies in the Forbidden Grounds evolved into legendary quality during the battle. At this rate, it seems we will be unable to fulfill your request within the stipulated time. Chapter 44. Beware of your adopted son, Old Village Chief. Upon hearing these words, the Old Village Chief adjusted his white beard, a grave expression flickering across his eyes. Just a day prior, Xiao Na had approached him, revealing the Nightfall's sinister plan to obliterate the novice village. In response, he had entrusted her with a set of hidden quests. The initial 2 stages were relatively straightforward, aimed at enhancing Xiao Na's abilities as much as possible. However, the 3rd stage was of paramount importance. It required her to venture into the Forbidden Grounds and slay the 10 undead lurking there, followed by defeating the Wind Dragon to acquire its egg. If Xiao Na succeeded in her quest, the dragon egg would become a quest item, incapable of being contracted or hatched, and must be handed over to the Old Village Chief. Alas, Xiao Na had failed. With a long sigh, the Old Village Chief remarked, "Well, if that is the case, so be it. Coincidentally, I have recently taken in a formidable player as my adopted son. Perhaps I shall assign this task to him." Adopted son? Xiao Na was taken aback. She had not anticipated that an NPC could adopt a player. Indeed, he is none other than the demon god, Lu Xiaobu, who consistently ranks 2nd or 3rd on the leaderboard. The rare quality weapon he wields, the Fong Tian Huaji, was bestowed upon him by me, the old village chief replied, pride radiating from his visage. It appeared that having the demon god Lu Shibu as an adopted son was a matter of great honor. However, after a brief pause, his brow furrowed with concern. Yet, I have heard that my adopted son was recently targeted by the Nightfall's dark-clad agents while hunting a boss, resulting in his demise. He has fallen from the leaderboard. I wonder if you will manage to complete this task. Upon hearing the old village chief's words, Xiaona's expression turned peculiar. Although she had never interacted with the demon god Lu Shibu, she had heard rumors about him. He was said to be a distinguished guest of the Divine Realm Guild and a friend of Bai Town, a man driven solely by profit, capable of any treachery. Old village chief, you must exercise caution regarding your adopted son, though she refrained from voicing this concern. Recognizing that the old village chief had given her an opportunity and that her failure to complete the task rendered her unworthy of criticism towards his son, she feared that such remarks might irritate him. Seemingly oblivious to the oddity in Xiaona's demeanor, the old village chief continued, to my knowledge, the Nightfall organization covertly possesses an Earth Dragon. Although this Earth Dragon, like the Wind Dragon, is in a state of near-death confinement, it is highly probable that Nightfall has developed methods to extract its power or various abilities, should they wield the Earth Dragon's strength and capabilities against our novice village. And we remain devoid of any dragon power to counter them, we would be in dire peril. Xiaona gasped in shock. What? If the novice village is destroyed by Nightfall before we reach level 20 and enter the main city, it would mean that all players would lose their chance to resurrect. Death would equate to being forcibly expelled from the game. Initially, Xiaona believed that the novice village could not be so easily annihilated. However, it was unexpected that the elder of the village displayed such a pessimistic attitude towards resisting the encroaching darkness. The severity of the situation exceeded all imagination. In essence, if the 10 Forbidden Land zombies could not be slain, and the hidden task of obtaining the dragon egg of the Wind Dragon remained unfulfilled, all players would likely face the dire threat of forced withdrawal from the game. Yet, the old village chief had placed the hope of completing this hidden task on the shoulders of the trickster, Lu Xiaobu, a mere jester. How could he possibly vanquish those 10 formidable Forbidden Land zombies, which even the Thunder Emperor could not contend with? By what merit could he bear the weight of saving the novice village? Xiaona furrowed her brows, her expression reflecting utmost distress. However, this matter had surpassed her capabilities, rendering it beyond her power to resolve. What should be done? Were they truly destined to watch helplessly as the Nightfall obliterated their novice village? No. If there were to be any hope for salvation, it could only rest with the Thunder Emperor, even if he could not defeat the 10 Forbidden Land zombies now. What if, in a few days, his level increased to 10 and he successfully transitioned his class? His strength would undoubtedly surge significantly. Perhaps he alone could save the novice village. Taking a deep breath, Xiaona spoke gravely, Elder, I have some understanding of the strength of the trickster Lu Xiaobu. Given his combat prowess, the chance of him defeating 10 legendary quality Forbidden Land zombies is virtually non-existent, even with the backing of the Divine Realm Guild. It would be futile. Perhaps, you might consider seeking out the Thunder Emperor. I believe he is the only one with a glimmer of hope to accomplish this task. The Thunder Emperor? The elder chuckled with resignation. The top player on the game leaderboard. I acknowledge his prowess. I would indeed wish to entrust this hidden task to him. However, I cannot ascertain his whereabouts. Moreover, as the village chief, I must remain within the confines of the novice village and cannot step away. Leave it to me, Xiaona declared with unwavering determination. I will ensure that the Thunder Emperor comes to find you. Upon hearing this, the elder's eyes sparkled with hope. He exclaimed excitedly, that would be splendid. I appreciate your effort. Due to the 100 realism of the game Apocalypse, the official website claimed that sleeping here was no different from sleeping in reality, allowing the brain to relax fully. Thus, Chenmu decided to spend the night atop the cliff in the Bony Vulture's Nest dungeon. The air here was far fresher than on Earth, and the weather was pleasantly cool, eliminating the need for air conditioning. What bliss! Just as Chenmu was preparing to drift into slumber, a sudden video call request interrupted him. Xiaona? What could she want at this hour? Puzzled, he accepted the video call. Xiaona got straight to the point. Thunder Emperor, the elder of the novice village wishes to see you. Do you have time to return? Chenmu was taken aback. The village chief wanted to see him? What could it be about? Xiaona continued. It concerns the hidden task. I informed the elder tonight that I would no longer be able to undertake that task. I suggested he assign it to you. The old village chief has consented. Now, all you need to do is visit the novice village to accept your quest. A look of astonishment flickered in Chunmu's eyes. A hidden quest presented so willingly? However, after a moment's contemplation, he shook his head and replied, It is not convenient for me to return at this time, and I fear I cannot accept the quest for now. I appreciate your kind offer. After all, Chunmu was not an ordinary player. He was a zombie. With his level advantage, he could disguise his identity using the concealment badge before regular players, making it difficult for them to discern his true nature. Yet, when faced with the old village chief of the novice village, he lacked confidence in his ability to maintain the ruse. Should his true identity be revealed? He was uncertain how the chief would react. Rather than risk exposure, it was wiser to remain in the shadows until his strength had increased. Moreover, he was already aware of the hidden quest mentioned by Xiaona, particularly regarding the greatest reward within the forbidden area, the Wind Dragon's egg, which he had already secured. Why take unnecessary risks by seeking out the village chief? What if the chief coveted his dragon egg and attempted to seize it by force? Upon hearing Chunmu's refusal, a distinct look of bewilderment crossed Xiaona's face on the other end of the video call. Thunder Emperor, she thought, just as she was about to persuade him further. However, unexpectedly, Chunmu abruptly ended the video call. Xiaona. Chapter 45, The Three Directions of Zombie Evolution. Hunters, Elementalists, and Controllers. Little Na found it perplexing that she was essentially offering a hidden mission to the Thunder Emperor. How could he simply refuse? If it were anyone else, they would likely revel in the opportunity for days and devise strategies to complete the task. After all, even a fool knows that the rewards for hidden missions are extraordinary. What is wrong with the Thunder Emperor? Does he truly turn down advantages? Or could it be that his previous encounter in the Forbidden Zone left him terrified of the zombies? After the video call ended, Little Na's face clouded with concern. As Chunmu had declined the task, the pink quilt barely concealed her flawless, long legs as she sighed softly. Were we players truly destined to watch helplessly as the Nightfall organization annihilated the novice village? How did things escalate to this point? The game Doomsday features more than just our novice village. I recall the official website mentioning that our Dragon Kingdom spans a staggering 9.6 million kilometers, giving rise to 960 novice villages. Moreover, other nations possess a corresponding number of novice villages. Why not explore other novice villages to see if they too are plagued by the Nightfall organization? If they are, I could glean insights from their strategies against it. Doomsday is indeed a monumental phenomenon. Even the relevant government departments regard it with utmost seriousness. To be forcibly removed from the game would equate to missing the chance to seize control of the future. I cannot afford to give up lightly. Resolute in her decision, Little Na began browsing forums of other novice villages in different regions. Yet, the more she scrolled, the more furrowed her brow became. Among the 960 novice villages in the Dragon Kingdom, hers was the only one facing the Nightfall organization. Subsequently, Little Na delved into the forums of other nations. Most countries also had no news regarding the Nightfall organization. However, a forum from a novice village in Sakura country caught her attention. Though they lacked the Nightfall organization, they faced a similar threat, the Water God High Priest. Its aim was also to destroy the novice village. The players from that region of Sakura country, aside from venting their frustrations, were equally at a loss. After half an evening of scouring the forums, Little Na failed to discover any means to save her novice village. Eventually, she succumbed to a drowsy slumber. The night breeze in the Bone Vulture Canyon was refreshingly cool. Chunmu slept soundly until dawn, and as he awoke, the familiar sound of a series of system notifications filled his ears, just as it had the previous morning. Historical record. Your level 8 negotiator has, during the night before, vanquished a level 3 player 2078, a level 4 player 486, and a level 5 player 223. Click to view details. Your level 7 big head has, during the night before, defeated a level 3 player 698, wild creatures 1024, and a level 4 player 223. Click to view details. Your level 8 abysmal zombie 7 has, during the night before, eliminated 234 level 10 wild creatures and 3 level 15 boss bone vulture kings 3. Click to view details. Gained experience points 32, 550, evolution points 120, 000. Gold coins 280, rare equipment 8, exquisite equipment 27, plain equipment 1, 086, various materials, and potions 95, 274. Ding, congratulations. You have leveled up to level 10. Special traits such as exceptionally strong, powerful, swift, resilient, intelligent, tenacious, warm, and agile, all attributes are of green elite quality, have triggered passives. Gained health 1800, strength 120, dual resistance 100, mana 1000, resilience 96, health regeneration 100, speed 100. Congratulations, due to your level up, you have obtained free attribute points 100. Ding, you meet the conditions to exchange for rare quality attributes. You may proceed to the evolution shop to redeem rare attributes. Ding, you have met the advancement conditions. You may choose one of the following advancement paths. 1. Hunter, your health, strength, and agility will receive a significant boost. Unlock one exclusive talent, Bloodthirsty Hunt. Evolution paths, Ordinary Zombie, levels 1 to 9, Hunter, levels 10 to 29. Ripper, levels 30 to 59, Destroyer, levels 60 to 99. The zombie gene can evolve only up to Destroyer, with a maximum level of 99. Note, in the event of a mutation evolution, you may directly evolve from Ordinary Zombie to Tyrant. Tyrants are divided into First-tier Tyrant, level classification corresponds with Hunter. Second-tier Tyrant, level classification corresponds with Ripper, 3rd tier, 4th tier, up to 9th tier, with no upper limit on levels. 2. Elementalist, your mana, strength, and magic resistance will receive a significant boost, and strength will permanently convert to spell damage. Unlock one exclusive talent, Spell Specialization. Evolution paths, Ordinary Zombie, levels 1 to 9. Elementalist, levels 10 to 29. Naturalist, levels 30 to 59. Mystic, levels 60 to 99. The zombie gene can evolve only up to Mystic, with a maximum level of 99. Note, in the event of a mutation evolution, you may directly evolve from Ordinary Zombie to Mystic, with the potential to achieve 9th tier, with no upper limit on levels. 3. Special Evolution Path Controller. Health, mana, and agility will receive a significant boost, and mana will permanently convert to control value. Control value aids you in commanding zombies and determines the maximum number of zombies you can control. Unlock one exclusive talent, Enslave Zombie. Note, the zombies enslaved by the controller do not grant experience points or items upon defeating enemy units, which marks a significant distinction from Privilege 1. Evolution Path, Ordinary Zombies, levels 1 to 9, Controller, levels 10 to 29, Master, levels 30 to 59, Sovereign, levels 60 to 99. The highest evolutionary stage for zombie genes is Sovereign, with a maximum level cap of 99. It is noteworthy that the controller possesses the ability to command other zombies, leading the populace to refer to them as the Zombie King. However, this unique evolutionary path is exceedingly rare, with the probability of a zombie choosing to evolve into a controller being less than 1 in a billion, resulting in scarce encounters with such controlling zombies. The evolution process of the zombies is akin to a purification of the body by the forces of the game's rules. Throughout this process, the corresponding attributes are enhanced on a percentage basis. Consequently, the higher the foundational attribute values prior to evolution, the greater the additional attribute bonuses acquired post-evolution, thereby significantly enhancing combat power. Furthermore, upon selecting any one of the 3 available evolutionary paths, the player is irrevocably barred from choosing the other 2. Each evolutionary stage permits only a single opportunity to undergo the purification by the forces of the game's rules. Indeed, the upgrade has occurred. Moreover, the system notification this time was rather extensive. Shenmue could only review it line by line. Initially, the attribute values conferred by the elite title from this upgrade were remarkably substantial, surpassing even the total bonuses received from advancing from level 5 to level 8 by a notable margin. Chapter 46. I choose to evolve into a tyrant. Apologies, but your temperament does not meet the criteria at present for Shenmue. The enhancement of these attributes and the additional 100 free attribute points merely serve as a slight embellishment. It is evident that the transition from level 9 to level 10 represents a significant watershed. No wonder discussions in forums have indicated that under equivalent developmental conditions and skill levels, a single level 10 player can easily overpower 10, or even more, level 9 players. After perusing the introduction to the basic attribute enhancements, Chunmu shifted his focus toward the evolution paths. 3 options lay before him: the Hunter, who directly augments combat prowess, the Elementalist, who transforms into spell damage, and the Controller, who manipulates the undead. Which to choose? First, he dismissed the Elementalist, as he already possessed both spell damage and elemental affinity. Selecting this path would be somewhat redundant. The Controller's evolution path intrigued him, as his nature inclined towards avoiding risks. If he could command a horde of zombies to battle his foes while he remained safely behind, that would undoubtedly be the most exhilarating experience. However, upon further contemplation, Chunmu ultimately refrained from choosing the Controller path. After all, he held a privilege. The future evolution path of the Negotiator would undoubtedly lead to the Controller, and with his privilege, he could command the Negotiator to manipulate the zombie horde, allowing him to remain in the safety of the rear. A secure strategy indeed. As for whether the Negotiator could seize that minuscule chance to evolve into a Controller, that was not a concern for Chunmu. With the nightfall looming, if they dared to invest substantial resources in nurturing the Negotiator, how could they lack the assurance to transform the Negotiator into a Controller? It would be absurd. Their foundation is formidable. Having eliminated 2 options, only one remained. I choose to evolve into Tyrant. Beep. Your basic attributes and current combat power perfectly meet the conditions for evolving into a Tyrant, but your temperament does not qualify. Apologies, you cannot choose to evolve into a Tyrant. Chunmu, what is going on? What is wrong with my temperament, preventing me from evolving into a Tyrant? Just because I've been a bit cautious? Surely there can be a cautious king among tyrants? Alas, the game system is rigid. No amount of complaint or grumbling from Chunmu would yield any effect. If it says he cannot choose, then he cannot choose. With a darkened expression, Chunmu recalled, "Wait, I remember that when I reach level 10, I have a chance to draw a privilege, right?" "Beep, correct," replied the system. Taking a deep breath, Chunmu declared, "All right, let us proceed with the privilege draw." As his words fell, a vast wheel of fortune, densely inscribed with various privilege names, materialized before him, with a pointer positioned at the center of the wheel. Chunmu yearned to discern the privileges that adorned the spinning wheel, yet its rapid rotation rendered him unable to grasp any tangible details. He could only faintly perceive 3 distinct colored sectors. The first was white, occupying a remarkable 70 of the wheel, housing hundreds of privileges within its bounds. The second was purple, encompassing 29, and upon a cursory glance, it appeared to contain merely a few dozen privileges. The third, a scant one, was red, and notably, it bore the least number of privileges, only 1. From the established norms of apocalyptic games, Chunmu surmised that the red privileges were the rarest and smallest in segment, suggesting their superior quality. Following closely was purple, while white seemed to be of the least merit. He remained uncertain as to which sector his privileges belonged. His gaze remained fixed upon the grand wheel as it whirred incessantly. After a minute, his eyes began to strain. 3 minutes later, he felt somewhat dazed. Yet the wheel continued its frenetic spin. Unable to restrain himself, he inquired, "Why has it stopped yet?" Ding. The privilege lottery wheel requires you to call for it to halt. Chunmu was taken aback internally. Why was this not mentioned sooner? "Stop," he exclaimed impulsively, surrendering to the wheel's dizzying speed. Miraculously, the wheel came to a standstill. However, before he could discern the privilege he had drawn, it vanished from sight. He could only vaguely see that the pointer seemed to indicate the purple sector. Ding, congratulations. You have acquired the 2nd-tier privilege, Ultimate Evolution. This evolutionary path is a more potent and perfected extension of the Tyrant evolution. It possesses the unparalleled combat power of the Tyrant, alongside the elemental manipulation capabilities of the Enigma, while also granting dominion over ordinary zombies. At present, you are the sole zombie in the entire game with the conditions to evolve into an ultimate entity. Ultimate evolution? Chunmu was momentarily taken aback, bewildered. He had desperately sought the Tyrant evolution, only to be unexpectedly granted an even more perfect ultimate evolution. Well, so this is how it is played? Nevertheless, he found himself significantly satisfied with this privilege. The only lament was not having drawn the privilege from the red sector. However, every 10 levels he ascended would afford him another chance to draw privileges, so he was certain he would eventually obtain it. Soon after, Chenmu claimed the privilege email. Ding, privilege email successfully received. You are now evolving into Ultimate Zombie. As the system notification concluded, Chenmu suddenly felt as though countless ants were gnawing at him, an unbearable itch that coursed through his skin, bones, meridians, and even his very marrow. What the hell? In an instant, his forehead bulged with thick veins, cold sweat pouring forth. It was all so abrupt. There had been no forewarning. And the pain was excruciating. He continued to wail in agony, his hands clutching his head as he rolled on the ground, the protruding rocky walls scraping against his skin, mercilessly wearing it down. Unbeknownst to Chenmu himself, amidst this excruciating pain, his skin's defenses, bone density, and various attributes were rapidly surging. Even the bone wings, deliberately retracted. The neurons within his brain, and the nuclei hidden within his genes began to undergo a gradual transformation. It was unclear how long he had been lamenting. But only after a while did the pain slightly abate, eventually dissipating entirely. Yet, Chenmu remained in a state of unconsciousness, lying atop the cliff's rocky edge. Until, in the east, a golden sun emerged, casting its first rays upon him. Is it over? Chenmu slightly opened his eyes, and upon feeling no pain in his body, instinctively raised a hand to shield his eyes from the blinding light. To his astonishment, his once fearsome claws now resembled the hands of an ordinary human. However, when those seemingly dull nails penetrated the rock wall, they pierced through as effortlessly as if they were slicing through tofu. So effortlessly, in fact, that Chenmu did not even realize that his other hand had burrowed into the cliff's summit, merging seamlessly with the sun-baked, hardened rock. Chapter 47. The terrifying ultimate form. Chenmu slowly rose to his feet. It seems I have grown taller again. Though he lacked a mirror to clearly observe his own condition, merely standing up allowed him to perceive a distinctly altered vista before him. He retrieved a standard 1.8-meter spear from his spatial backpack and measured it against himself. Approximately 2.3 meters tall now. Blinking in astonishment, he soon discovered further anomalies within his physique. To his surprise, his bony wings had sprouted near-perfect white feathers. Doesn't he look as cool as my former skeletal wings, he muttered. A hint of dissatisfaction creeping into his expression. Why do I resemble a birdman? With a swift motion, he attempted to unfurl his wings. In that instant, he was astounded. The scenery before him seemed to rewind like a film. Glancing back, he realized that in the mere span of a breath, he had soared over 100 meters. Incredible! This flight speed surpasses my previous capabilities by more than tenfold. Driven by curiosity, Chenmu accessed his attribute panel to investigate further. Personal ID. Thunder Emperor. Character. An exceptionally robust, powerful, swift, resilient, intelligent, warm, and magical elite zombie of the ultimate form, Extreme. Hint. Your level has reached 10. And you meet the criteria for rare attributes such as super strong. You may enter the evolution shop to exchange for upgrades to elite quality. Level. LV10, experience points, 3,215 20,000. Quality, elite, evolution form, ultimate form, all attributes enhanced by tenfold. And all skills and talents receive substantial boosts in this state. Skills, Fiery Storm, Extreme, Explosive Arrow Rain, Extreme. Talents, Bony Wings, Extreme, Plague, Extreme. Fire Element Affinity, Extreme. Attributes, Health points 623800, Mana 158500, Strength 18240, Agility 8250, Physical Resistance 8000, Magic Resistance 8000, Tenacity 6200, Stamina 6300, Weapon Level 10 Dawn Crossbow, a legendary quality weapon that can grow base strength value augmented by an additional 6,000 points. Capable of firing 100 arrows per second without the need for reloading. Level 8 Gale Boots, Premium. Level 8 Crimson Lotus Armor, Rare. Level 8 Moon Spring Necklace, Level 8. Pet. Wind Dragon Egg, remaining incubation time, 3 hours. Evaluation. The ultimate evolutionary form, unprecedented even within the entire history of the Apocalypse game narrative. Your growth potential is beyond the system's estimation. You need only to know that among peers of the same rank, you are invincible. 662,000 health points. After reviewing his attributes, Shenmue was left utterly dumbfounded, along with an additional 150,000 mana, 16,000 strength, and a series of figures that felt as though they belonged solely in a dream. However, it now conspicuously appeared on his attribute panel. After taking several deep breaths, Shenmue's mouth, which had been raised in a smile, could not suppress its upward curve. Damn, when I was at level 2. Witnessing the Night Veil's Lin Qing deliver over 8,000 damage with a single punch nearly terrified me. Now, my strength attribute has exceeded his by more than double. In addition to the attributes, Shenmue also discovered that every talent, skill, and even the character's traits bore the prefix extreme. Upon further understanding, he realized that this extreme merely indicated an enhancement. The skills and talents had been made more visually spectacular, and their power or effects had been amplified several times. Overall, Shenmue had but one thought in his mind: I have risen. No longer shall I fear the dark-clad figures of the Night Veil. If they dare to approach me, I can send them flying with a single punch, leaving them to question their existence. Just as Shenmue reveled in his newfound strength, a system notification suddenly echoed in his ears. Ding! Your level has risen to 10, and you have completed evolution. Receiving system rewards. 1x level 10 epic equipment random gift box has been sent to your mailbox. Please collect it promptly. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the qualification to travel to the level 1 main city. The monster spawn area in the level 1 main city ranges from level 10 to 60. The highest level monsters in the novice village are only level 15. And the maximum level cap is 29 if you do not proceed to the main city. You cannot complete the second stage evolution. Note: the system will automatically upgrade your map module and has marked a safe route to the main city. An epic equipment random gift box? And I've also gained access to the main city? Shenmue blinked and then shook his head with a chuckle. Why would I want to go to the main city when I have finally acquired the power to dominate the novice village? Am I seeking punishment? Moreover, at this stage, all players can remain in the novice village. I wouldn't be able to level up in the main city anyway. He merely glanced at the main city information and chose not to dwell on it. Instead, he first used his evolution points to purchase a selection of rare quality traits for himself and his legion of zombies. Next, he claimed the epic equipment random gift box. What he received was a piece of leather armor, Demon Hunter leather armor, epic, which provided substantial dual resistance and a slight agility boost. The cost-effectiveness was rather impressive. Yet, compared to Shenmue's extraordinarily exaggerated attributes, the protection offered by an epic leather armor was merely a decorative enhancement. Casually, Shenmue donned the Demon Hunter leather armor and discarded his previous level 8 rare quality Crimson Lotus armor into the trading platform for auction. However, shortly after the system notification concluded, another one chimed in. Ding! Your level has risen to 10, and you have completed evolution. Would you like to hide your ID in the server-wide announcement? Note: as you are the first player to reach level 10 in the Apocalypse game across all service zones, this announcement will be disseminated to all global service areas, a total of 8,000 service zones. If you choose not to conceal it, you will receive a reward of 10,000 prestige points and 1,000 free attribute points. If you choose to conceal it, you will only receive 1,000 free attribute points. Due to your delayed response, this announcement has been postponed for 8 hours. If you do not respond within the next 12 hours, with only 4 hours remaining, you will forfeit the opportunity for this global announcement. This global announcement will indeed reach all service zones worldwide? A flicker of surprise crossed Shenmue's eyes as he murmured to himself. Moreover, the rewards include an additional 1,000 free attribute points. The prestige points amount to a staggering 10,000. To put this into perspective, I had accumulated just over 8,000 prestige points through various quests and boss kills from level 1 to level 9. The system has indeed been generous this time. Let me calculate the time. It seems there are just over 3 days left until the prestige shop refreshes. Well, even though I am uncertain whether it will yield items I can utilize, I shall secure the prestige points first. After all, my Thunder Emperor identity is already well known, so I have no qualms about the entire world knowing. Chapter 48. The Global Chat Channel. The worldwide level ranking is launched, and nations stand defiant. Beep. Server announcement. Global channel congratulations to the Dragon Nation Service Area, number 9527 Newbie Village, player Thunder Emperor, for becoming the first player from all newbie villages in the global channel to reach level 10. Reward, Epic Equipment Random Gift Box 1. 10,000 Reputation Points. 1,000 Free Attribute Points. The Global Chat Channel and Worldwide Level Ranking are now open. We encourage all players to actively level up and enhance their strength. Note, countdown for Reputation Store refresh time in each regional newbie village, 3 days and 15 hours. Once the Reputation Store opens, a global individual challenge tournament and a power ranking will commence. Only the top 10,000 players in the global level ranking may participate in the individual challenge tournament. If you can ascend to the top 100 of the power ranking, substantial rewards await. Click for details as the system announcement resonated. A world-class chat channel indeed appeared on the functional pages of all players. Players from the beautiful nation. A player from the Dragon Nation has actually reached level 10? How is that even possible? It is known that as levels progress, advancing becomes increasingly arduous. To rise from level 7 to 8 requires slaying hundreds of zombies of the same level, from 8 to 9 at least over 2,000, and from 9 to 10 more than 5,000. The Dragon Nation must be cheating. Our beautiful nation has only reached level 8 at best. And many of our newbie village leaders haven't even surpassed level 7. How can they claim to reach level 10? This is unacceptable. Players from the Pickled Vegetable Nation, Thunder Emperor. 500 years ago, we from the Pickled Vegetable Nation were one family with your Dragon Nation. To share your leveling secrets with us, please. Thunder Emperor. I will trade you 10 gene of pickled vegetables for your leveling secrets. If you're not keen on exchanging secrets, I could trade for an epic equipment gift box instead. Players from the Good Life Nation, Baka. How could these East Asian invalids from the Dragon Nation level up so quickly? I refuse to believe it. This must be a fabrication. Thunder Emperor. Don't think your rapid advancement makes you remarkable. I, Ozawa, have already obtained a hidden class specialization scroll ahead of time, and when the global power ranking is revealed, I will undoubtedly crush you. I will live stream the moment you kneel before me, Aoi Ozawa, weeping and begging for mercy. Aoi Ozawa, go for it. We support you. Aoi Ozawa is renowned in our great life empire for his exceptional swordsmanship, comparable to a thunderstorm, earning him the title of the Sword of Thunder Emperor. Thunder Emperor. Your ID contains the character for Thunder, which is an affront to Aoi Ozawa and the Sword of Thunder Emperor. Change your ID immediately and surrender the Divine Secrets and Epic Equipment gift box, or else you shall face dire consequences. Players from the Third Nation, Thunder Emperor from the Dragon Nation Service Area number 9527, it seems you are developing quite well. Recently, while I was engaged in battling an 8th level boss, I stumbled upon a rare item, the Interregional Player Betting Scroll. I was initially uncertain about whom to challenge for a betting agreement. However, it appears I have now found my target. If there is blame to be assigned, it must fall upon your audaciousness in daring to reveal your name on a global announcement. Just wait, for when I ascend to level 10, I shall challenge you. That epic equipment shall be mine. Shenmue merely glanced at the screen before shutting down the global chat channel. As the first player to achieve level 10, he attracted envy, threats, and even declarations of intent to wager against him. Truly, fame breeds jealousy. Yet, Shenmue paid it no mind. He had fully developed his capabilities. It was not that he looked down upon other players, but rather, in his eyes, they were all beneath him. With his strength now enhanced, his next course of action would be to seek vengeance against the Nightfall organization. After enduring their threats and pursuits for so long, Shenmue could not simply turn the other cheek. Everything was meticulously noted in his little notebook. Of course, if it were within his means, he would not shy away from toppling the Nightfall organization, for he had heard from Ling Lingqi that their vault contained numerous treasures. It would indeed be a pity to leave them untouched. The Thunder Emperor had already reached level 10. In the office of the Nightfall organization's leader, the chief sat on the sofa, his expression dark as he gazed at Ling Ling Qi, who stood before him with utmost reverence. After a deep breath, he spoke. Was it not my instruction to suppress player growth as much as possible? Is this how you fulfill your duties? I demand an explanation. Chief, Ling Ling Qi replied calmly. My 1,000-mile tracking device was malfunctioning for a time. Once repaired, I discovered that Thunder Emperor has remained hidden within a dungeon, hardly emerging at all. I have had no opportunity to eliminate him. As for curbing player growth, I have been diligently working on this. My subordinates can attest that we scarcely rest for more than 4 or 5 hours a day. The rest of the time is spent either slaying players or capturing them for Xiaotan to dispatch. If I were to summarize, it would be that our numbers in Nightfall are simply too few, compared to the vast influx of new players numbering in the hundreds of thousands or even millions. Our efforts are but a drop in the ocean. Moreover, on the leaderboard, aside from Thunder Emperor's name prominently displayed, others have chosen to conceal their IDs. I am unaware of who possesses higher levels or greater strength. How can we effectively stifle player development under such circumstances? Upon hearing Ling Ling Qi's words, the Nightfall leader's brow remained furrowed. However, he refrained from further reprimands, for Ling Ling Qi spoke the truth. The plan to hinder player growth had met with some success on the first day, but thereafter, it proved utterly ineffective. Even if the Nightfall members can eliminate hundreds of players daily, it is hardly sufficient. The Nightfall leader tapped his fingers rhythmically on the desk, frowning in contemplation for a moment. Then he spoke. I understand this matter cannot solely be attributed to you. Very well. Level 10 players pose little threat to our overarching plans. By the way, how fares the zombie you've been nurturing, named Xiaodan? Reporting to the leader, Ling Ling Qi responded. Xiaodan has reached level 8 and is expected to attain level 9 later this morning. With some effort, he should achieve level 10 by the day after tomorrow. At that point, I will provide him with a skill book on Dominion. With this skill, combined with his innate disposition, he is ideally suited for the controller evolution path. I have a 98 confidence rate in successfully cultivating him into a corpse king. Excellent. The Nightfall leader's expression softened slightly. You have done well in this regard. Xiaodan is pivotal to our plan to annihilate the novice village. You must nurture him diligently. Understood. Ling Ling Qi nodded in affirmation. All right. The Nightfall leader waved his hand. Please summon Ling Lingy. I need to inquire about the progress of our player subversion efforts. Bang, before the Nightfall leader could finish his sentence, the office door was flung open. A figure clad in black rushed in, exclaiming, Leader, it's bad news. One of our outer members has been slain by a player. What? Upon hearing this, the Nightfall leader was taken aback, quickly rising to his feet. A player has killed one of our outer members? How is that possible? Even our outer members have reached the novice village level cap of 29, and currently, only Thunder Emperor has achieved level 10. How could a player possibly defeat a member of Nightfall? Chapter 49, Sunlight's sixth brother, Shenmue brother, are you looking for me? It is, the Thunder Emperor. The black-clad figure gasped for breath before continuing his report. A player has witnessed the Thunder Emperor's actions. Moreover, after he eliminated the outer members, he stripped them of several rare quality items and placed them on the trading platform for auction. Although our outer members' equipment starts at level 20 and is currently unusable by players, many are still participating in anonymous bids. Bang! The leader of the Nightfall slammed his hand on the table, his expression darkening. The Thunder Emperor indeed possesses astonishing audacity. He had been hiding in the dungeon, afraid to emerge, yet now he dares to provoke my Nightfall organization? Humph. Send out orders. Let Ling Ling San lead a team to hunt the Thunder Emperor down from level 10 to level 1. I shall ensure he cannot leave the novice village. Leader, allow me to handle this. Ling Ling Qi, who had been silent for a while, finally spoke, recognizing that dealing with the Thunder Emperor was inherently his mission. The Nightfall leader waved his hand and replied solemnly, Your current priority is to focus entirely on training Xiaotan. Set everything else aside. Moreover, Ling Ling San's tracking abilities surpass yours. Very well. Ling Ling Qi's eyes flickered momentarily, and he refrained from saying more. Boss, Nightfall has dispatched Ling Ling San to pursue you in the streets of the zombie city, within the level 5 to 10 monster spawning area. As Shenmue concealed his wings and dispatched another black-clad member of Nightfall, selling their equipment on the trading platform. The negotiator immediately sent a message. Ling Ling San? Chun Mu raised an eyebrow, a smirk forming on his lips. What a significant catch. With the negotiator acting as a spy, Chun Mu had gained considerable insight into the Nightfall organization. Nightfall comprised 3 hierarchical levels. At the pinnacle was the Nightfall leader, whose origins were shrouded in mystery, and whose combat prowess remained unknown. However, it was he who founded Nightfall, undeniably its strongest member. The second tier consisted of core members from Ling Ling Yi to Ling Ling Jiu, totaling 9 individuals, each possessing formidable combat abilities and unique skills and styles. Among them, Chun Mu was most familiar with Ling Ling Qi, a crossbowman specializing in firepower coverage, somewhat akin to Chun Mu's own style. Information regarding Ling Ling San was scarce. It was known that he excelled in tracking, akin to an old hunter in the jungle. It was said that no one marked by him, aside from the novice village chief, had ever survived. This included several seasoned NPCs within the novice village, such as former blacksmith shopkeepers and 3 captains from the guard team, all of whom had fallen to his blade. The third tier of Nightfall comprised outer members, numbering in the thousands, with approximately 100 under each of the core members from Ling Ling Yi to Ling Ling Jiu. The remainder fell under the command of the Nightfall leader, with some handling logistics and others stationed at the headquarters. It is said that the 100 peripheral members under Ling Ling San have been trained into formidable hawks, possessing impressive skills in reconnaissance, search, tracking, and containment. All right, I understand. Chun Mu responded to the negotiator. You can continue to indulge in the revelry of the Nightshade. There is no need for you to concern yourself with matters here. But, boss, the negotiator's anxious voice reached Chun Mu's ears. The core members are vastly different from the peripheral ones. Their strength cannot be underestimated. Do not be deceived by my recent resource consumption. Our attributes are indeed increasing rapidly. However, Nightshade invests heavily in nurturing its core members as well. They have unrestricted access to a plethora of resources, and their duration of consumption far exceeds ours. Their attributes are undeniably terrifying. Moreover, each of the 9 core members possesses a complete set of epic-level equipment. You must exercise caution. Haha, rest assured. Chun Mu chuckled. Acknowledging the negotiator's concern, I am well aware. Sensing Chun Mu's confidence, the negotiator ceased further commentary. After all, he knew his leader well. Chun Mu had always preferred to pick on the soft targets and would never engage with the hard ones. Since the boss had spoken, the negotiator felt relieved. Once the remote communication with the negotiator was severed, before Chun Mu could set out to find the next peripheral member of Nightshade to eliminate, he suddenly turned his gaze toward the rooftop of a distant house. Truly, the Hawks of Nightshade are impressive. Their senses are remarkably keen. On the rooftop, a figure with a cloth covering their face was concealed in the shadows, peering out slightly, fixating their gaze upon Chun Mu. If this had occurred before Chun Mu's ascension to level 10, he might not have detected the individual. But now, in his ultimate form, his attributes across the board, including perception and crisis insight, had significantly improved. The moment the individual locked eyes with Chun Mu, he became aware of their presence. Just an ordinary peripheral hawk. After confirming the target was a soft fruit, Chun Mu feigned ignorance and began to stroll down the street, gradually approaching the figure. On the rooftop of the house, a black-clad individual whispered into a small electronic device, "Sir, I have locked onto the target, located in the 5 to 10 level monster spawning zone. Coordinates, 509, 1002. Requesting backup." Excellent. A raspy voice emanated from the device. Maintain observation and keep the target in your sights. We will arrive in no more than 5 minutes. Additionally, ensure your safety. Rest assured, sir. The black-clad figure replied with a confident smile. So far, the target remains unaware of my presence, so there is no cause for concern regarding safety. Good. The communication was abruptly severed, and the figure in black once again fixed his gaze upon the spot where Chun Mu had previously stood. Wait a moment. Where has he gone? Just moments ago, he was here, and now he has vanished without a trace. The figure in black was taken aback, quickly scanning his surroundings, yet after a thorough search, he still could not locate Chun Mu, causing his brow to furrow in concern. How could he have lost sight of him? This should not be the case. Logically, When the target is unaware of being watched, their movements should be traceable, so how could he have disappeared so suddenly? A disquieting premonition surged within the heart of the figure in black. "Brother, are you looking for me?" A bright and sunny voice suddenly emerged from the shadows behind him. The figure in black felt a jolt of alarm and swiftly turned to look back, only to behold a man towering over 2 meters, exceedingly robust and handsome, who was grinning widely at him. The Thunder Emperor. It is him. This is bad. When did he arrive? In an instant. The figure in black's pupils narrowed to the size of pinpoints, and he swiftly drew a dagger, gripping it tightly in his hand. Chapter 50. The Hunter in the Jungle. As the tension mounted for the cloaked figures, Chun Mu remained remarkably composed. After exchanging a cordial greeting, he summoned the legendary Dawn Bow of level 10, grasping it firmly in his hands. With a gentle squeeze of the trigger, a flurry of arrows cascaded forth like a torrential downpour, aimed directly at the shadowy assailants, leaving them no time to react. Before the assailants could wield their daggers to block the deluge of arrows, they were swiftly transformed into pincushions, each arrow striking with devastating precision. Damage, minus 20,145. Damage, minus 19,034. Damage, minus 20,262. The damage inflicted varies based on the location of the arrow's impact. The Dawn Bow, boasting an exceptional legendary quality, unleashed 100 arrows per second, with no cooldown or loading time required. In the blink of an eye, a series of damage values appeared above the heads of the cloaked figures. Remarkably, the outer members of the Nightfall organization displayed considerable strength, each possessing attributes akin to minor bosses. Against all odds, one of them managed to withstand 8 arrows from Chun Mu, absorbing a staggering 160,000 points of damage before succumbing. Ding! Congratulations! You have successfully slain the Nightfall Organization LV-29 NPC-1, earning 10,000 evolution points, acquiring 6 rare-grade equipment pieces, receiving 23 gold coins, and obtaining 106 potions, materials, and items. As the system notification resonated, Chun Mu gradually stowed away the Dawn Bow. One advantage of slaying NPCs is the guarantee that they drop 100 of their carried items upon death. Additionally, Chun Mu still received evolution points, though this amount was trivial in his eyes. He carelessly tossed his spoils onto the trading channel for auction, when his gaze inadvertently fell upon a palm-sized black device lying on the ground. Bending down, he picked it up, and suddenly, a raspy voice emanated from the device. "We have 3 minutes until arrival. What is the situation on your end? Why have you not provided continuous updates on the target's location?" A glimmer of amusement flickered in Chun Mu's eyes as he replied, "The target you speak of must be me, correct?" There was a pause of 3 seconds before the raspy voice resumed. Thunder lorded his eye. Chun Mu casually responded, "The infamous Ling Ling San of Nightfall? You actually know me." The voice on the other end expressed evident surprise, but before Chun Mu could respond further, it turned icy, continuing, "Did you kill my men? Humph. You are the first to dare take the life of someone from Ling Ling San. You are now surrounded. In no more than 2 minutes, I will arrive. Prepare for your confession. That is your only option." As Ling Ling San finished his final words, a cacophony of static crackled through the communication device. Evidently, the opposing party has switched communication channels. The communication has ended. Chun Mu casually discarded the communication device onto the ground, crushing it beneath his foot, and then approached the edge of the rooftop, gazing down at the surrounding environment. This was an area designated for level 8 monster spawns. All around him, hordes of zombies roamed, with only a few players visible in the distance. After surveying the area, Chun Mu soon spotted, not far away, hundreds of figures clad in black, swiftly darting among the shadows of the apartment buildings. The surrounding zombies exhibited no inclination to impede the advance of these black-clad individuals. Chun Mu furrowed his brow. The uniformity of the black attire made it impossible for him to discern who Ling Ling San was among the throng. At that moment, the multitude of black figures, while on the move, directed their gazes toward Chun Mu's location. Countless pairs of eyes met his, each observing the other. A chilling aura of hostility erupted. Without uttering a single word, it was akin to a pack of lions encircling a solitary tiger in the jungle, the lions contemplating how to sever the tiger's throat. while the tiger disdainfully refrained from roaring in defiance. The distance between them diminished. 300 meters, 100 meters, 50 meters. Surround the target's residence. Ling Ling San's steady voice resonated in the ears of all the black-clad individuals. Upon nearing the building where Chen Mu resided, 12 of them promptly brandished enormous shields. They formed a tight line, shields interlocking, and charged into the building, ascending the staircase with determined resolve. Teams 2 and 3 rapidly secure the rooftops of nearby residences and prepare for long-range fire coverage. Teams 4 through 8 scatter and conceal yourselves nearby. Should the target possess any hidden cards and attempt to break free from our encirclement, intercept him immediately. Teams 9 and 10, follow me. Objective: eliminate the target. With Ling Ling San's commands issued, the entire 100-member squad commenced operation like a finely tuned mechanism. They swiftly adapted to the surrounding terrain, laying out an intricate trap from which not even a fly could escape. It was no wonder that Ling Ling San was reputed as the most formidable pursuer and hunter in the night. His prowess was indeed formidable. Tracking his prey, he ensnared it in a web, leaving it with no escape, ultimately leading to its demise within the snare. Observing the meticulous setup of the night squad, Chen Mu felt nothing but intrigue. He exhibited no signs of panic or fear. After all, to him, these black-clad individuals, including Ling Ling San, were nothing more than soft targets to be easily manipulated. Chen Mu summoned the Dawn S-Bow, holding it firmly in his grasp. He stood atop the rooftop, patiently awaiting the inevitable approach of the night squad. Their self-imposed entrapment. Thud, thud, thud. Soon, a cacophony of heavy footsteps echoed behind him. Clang. The door at the rooftop was forcefully flung open, and immediately, 12 black-clad individuals wielding shields poured out, swiftly aligning themselves in a straight line, confronting Chen Mu in a standoff. "Report, my lord, we have cornered the target on the rooftop," declared the foremost figure among them, raising a hand in a commanding gesture as he led the other 11 closer to Chen Mu, seeking to constrict his available space for movement. "Hey, there's no need to be so cautious," Chen Mu remarked, spreading his arms with a smile. "Call your friends up here. Let us have a go together. I assure you I won't flee. Otherwise, after dealing with you, I'll have to descend and handle the others. That would be quite troublesome." However, the 12 black-clad warriors paid no heed to Chen Mu's words, continuing their slow advance. Fine. Seeing that communication was futile, Chen Mu simply lifted the crossbow in his grasp. He aimed directly at the massive shield held by the foremost warrior and decisively pulled the trigger. Whoosh, 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 clang, 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 thud. A barrage of arrows was unleashed. Initially, the shields managed to deflect the onslaught, but each arrow packed a staggering 20,000 points of damage. The devastation was unimaginable. Moments later, the durability of the colossal shields was depleted, and the rain of arrows pierced through, transforming the 12 shield-bearing figures into mere porcupines. The rapid-fire capability of the Dawnbreaker crossbow was utterly terrifying. So terrifying that, until their last breath, the 12 black-clad warriors could not fathom they would meet their demise so swiftly. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully slain 12 LV-29 NPCs of the Nightfall organization. Reward. Chapter 51. Attempting to escape? Apologies, but you were all surrounded. Alas, the heavily armored squad was completely annihilated upon their first encounter. My lord, the target's strength far exceeds our estimates. On the rooftop of another residential building, a Nightshade team, initially positioned at a vantage point, was preparing to deliver fire support against the Thunder Emperor. Little did they expect that in the blink of an eye, the squad tasked with containing the Thunder Emperor would suffer total destruction. Instantly, the Nightshade members responsible for providing cover were left in utter disbelief. The intelligence was flawed. The Thunder Emperor's combat prowess is not comparable to that of an ordinary level 10 player, not to mention level 10 players. Even the attack power of their 9 core members may not reach such ferocity. As the fire support team alerted Ling Ling San, his grave voice soon resonated through the communication device, confirming that the threat indeed exceeded expectations. Who would have thought his offensive capabilities would be so formidable? Furthermore, his weapon emanated an orange glow. Could it be a piece of legendary quality equipment? Humph, this lad possesses some fortune. Everyone, be cautious. It is imperative that you do not allow yourselves to be caught in his line of fire, for you cannot withstand his onslaught. Yet, high output does not equate to invincibility. Teams 9 and 10, heed my command. Activate stealth skills and advance. Ascertain his health and defenses. With Ling Ling San's order given, 20 or so cloaked figures within the building where Chen Mu resided exchanged knowing glances, silently nodding in agreement, without uttering a single word. Their forms vanished into a distortion of light. Meanwhile, as a system notification echoed in Chen Mu's ears, a sudden, faint sound of slicing air sharply pierced through the moment. The interference from the system alert had masked the sound, and by the time Chen Mu sensed impending danger, there was no time for evasive maneuvers or defensive actions. Ding! Almost immediately, a tremendous force struck his back, accompanied by a resounding clang of iron. Force damage, -1. Chen Mu? The cloaked figure. Chen Mu's eyes narrowed as he swiftly turned to look behind him. He was met with a gaze filled with disbelief. Indeed. The cloaked figure struggled to comprehend that their lethal strike had resulted in a mere -1 in force damage. Wait, is this some sort of mistake? A -1 point of force damage is somewhat humiliating. My foundational attack power exceeds 1,000, coupled with the assassin's abilities like the hidden strike, critical hit, and vital attack. That last blow should have inflicted at least 6,000 damage. So why could I not even breach the target's defenses? This is illogical. It is evident that inflicting over 6,000 damage in an instant would cause even a level 10 boss to lose a significant portion of its health. Could it be that this creature's resistance surpasses 6,000? What kind of fear of death would compel someone to stack their defenses to such an extent? Don't attribute points cost anything? It must be noted that Chen Mu's attribute points indeed do not come at a price. More accurately, he has accrued his attributes by utilizing the resources provided by Nightshade, with his innate dual resistances already reaching 8,000. Coupled with the defense from a level 10 epic armor, his total resistance must be nearing 10,000. It would be absurd for a mere peripheral member of Nightshade to breach his defenses. When confronted by an ambush from a cloaked assailant, Chen Mu remained unfazed, expressionless as he raised his hand and dispatched the intruder with a single arrow. His gaze then swept across the vicinity. In the shadows, he sensed that there were undoubtedly more than just this one assassin lurking on the rooftop. Unfortunately, Chen Mu lacked skills or talents to counter stealth. Unless he unleashed a wide-area AoE damage skill like Firestorm, he truly had no means to deal with those capable of vanishing from sight. Should he unleash his ultimate move? Yet, he worried that as soon as he did, a strong Nightshade member would emerge to target him. Although he no longer feared the likes of Ling Ling San or Ling Ling Qi, the depth of Nightshade's resources was still formidable. Chen Mu dared not be overly complacent. Otherwise, he would have already stormed the Nightshade headquarters rather than attempting to lure them out first. Clearly, Nightshade was not foolish. Aware that they could not eliminate their target, they would naturally refrain from revealing themselves. For a moment, the rooftop was eerily silent, concealed in the shadows. Ling Ling San observed as Chen Mu eliminated another cloaked figure. Noticing the -1 damage indicator above his head, his expression turned grave. He couldn't help but swallow hard. He found it perplexing how a level 10 player could be so powerful. Terrifying attack power, legendary weaponry, and exaggerated attack speed were one thing. But the key was that his defense was absurdly high. How could they possibly kill such a person? It was a headache. After a brief contemplation, Ling Ling Qi decisively issued an order. Withdraw, everyone, disperse and retreat. He is not a target we can defeat. It is likely that only our leader has a chance against him. One must commend Ling Ling San for his astuteness. He was an exceptional hunter. Upon realizing they could not eliminate their target, his first choice was to abandon it and preserve his own life. Following Ling Ling San's command, the various Nightshade teams began to mobilize. First, the assassins on the rooftop, followed by 2 ranged fire support teams from the adjacent building, and several squads tasked with preventing Chen Mu's escape, including Ling Ling San himself. Everything proceeded as orderly as it had upon their arrival. Just as they all withdrew from the building where Chen Mu resided, and noted that he seemed disinclined to pursue, Ling Ling San felt a wave of relief wash over him, just as he prepared to lead his subordinates away to safety. Suddenly, on the rooftop, Chen Mu sat overlooking them, grinning widely as he spoke. Ling Ling San, Do you believe this place is one you can come and go as you please? With that, Shen Mu clapped his hands together. Humph. What? Do you think we intend to let you leave? Ling San, perplexed by the sudden clapping of the Thunder Emperor, retorted coldly. You are rather presumptuous, my lord. The team I have trained, while not daring to claim the title of the strongest squad in the Nightshade, once faced the entirety of the novice village's guard when we took on the blacksmith shop owner. None could capture us, and we even managed to slay 3 captains in our counterattack. If you doubt my words, feel free to test us. What is that? Initially, Ling San's face radiated confidence, believing that regardless of Qin Mu's formidable strength, they could not be detained. But suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of 10 figures rising abruptly into the sky. As these 10 figures emerged, a fierce whirlwind swept through the realm. Ordinary zombies of levels 5 to 10 in the surrounding streets were blown off their feet, showcasing the immense power of the wind and the extraordinary nature of those 10 figures. Witnessing this scene, a sense of foreboding surged within Ling San and the other members of Nightshade. Their pupils dilated in alarm. This is bad. An ambush is upon us. Chapter 52. The Dance of the Wind Blades returns, accompanied by the plague, inflicting damage so high that even the night fears it. Suddenly, 10 figures ascended into the sky. And they were none other than the legendary quality Forbidden Land zombies under Qin Mu's command. Note, among them, 2 were not enslaved by Qin Mu's privilege. They merely followed him due to his verbal persuasion. Zombies. The 10 Forbidden Land zombies bore no concealed insignia to hide their identity. The glaring orange LV-8 Forbidden Land zombie emblem above their heads was immediately spotted by the members of the Night. The members of the Night were utterly taken aback. What is happening? We're here to eliminate the player Thunder Emperor. What are these zombies doing here? The key point was that all 10 zombies were of legendary quality. When did legendary quality zombies emerge from the novice village? Absurd. All right. We can tolerate legendary quality zombies. Among the 10 Forbidden Land zombies, 2 seemed relatively normal, but what about the other 8? Super gluttonous, super robust, super agile, super tough-skinned, super Forbidden Land zombies? What on earth? How could they have such an elongated name, unable to conceal their overhead insignia? The Night members were naturally able to inspect their attributes. In the next moment, the members of the Night somewhat relaxed. This batch of legendary zombies appeared to be underdeveloped, with health and mana below 100,000, and attributes such as strength and agility only in the thousands, not particularly high. Moreover, their skills and talents were quite limited. Overall, they did not pose a significant threat. Note, the Forbidden Land zombies lacked any resources in their realm. Thus their attributes remained in a diminished state. Theoretically speaking, even after Qin Mu brought them out, they had slain numerous wild monsters and consumed several beast cores, slightly compensating for their shortcomings, yet they still fell considerably short of the combat power of a normal legendary quality zombie. In a one-on-one scenario, it seemed that the Night merely needed to dispatch an ordinary outer member to comprehensively crush this batch of Forbidden Land zombies. Humph, do they think they can obstruct us? The Night, with just 10 underdeveloped legendary quality zombies. How naive. After gaining a slight understanding of the situation, Ling San coldly snorted at Shen Mu and then commanded his subordinates, do not pay any attention to these 10 zombies. The plan remains unchanged. Retreat. If these 10 zombies dare to intercept, eliminate them on the spot. With the order given, Ling San prepared to lead the way in retreating. And the other Night members, initially shocked, soon regained their composure and did not take the 10 Forbidden Land zombies seriously. Just as they were about to withdraw, suddenly, whoosh, 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 the already howling hurricane intensified even further, and azure wind blades, each about half a meter long and shimmering with cold light, gradually coalesced. Initially, the number of wind blades was not substantial, but in the blink of an eye, their count surpassed thousands, even reaching tens of thousands, effectively dominating the space within a 10-mile radius. This is the culmination of a powerful attack unleashed by the 10 formidable zombies from the Forbidden Area. Expending all their blue energy, the dance of wind blades. The members of Nightfall, caught off guard, soon found themselves ensnared by a tempest of wind blades. A wave of astonishment washed over them. Some of the peripheral members instinctively swallowed hard. Upon witnessing this, Ling San was momentarily taken aback. astonished by the ferocity of the assault from the 10 zombies. However, as he recalled the lamentable attributes of these Forbidden Zone zombies, his surprise dissipated, replaced by disdain. With a cold snort, he declared, "Humph, mere theatrics. Ignore these wind blades and charge through." Saying this, he led the charge directly into the oncoming storm of blades. Swish, swish, swish. The relentless wind blade showed no mercy, slicing towards Ling Ling San and the other Nightfall members like scythes. Squelch, squelch, squelch. Health, minus 4,624. Health, minus 4,624. A series of damage values emerged above the heads of all Nightfall members. Ling Ling San frowned slightly, for the magnitude of the damage took him by surprise. These wind blades dealt genuine damage? Humph. I underestimated these legendary quality zombies. Fear not, everyone. The area covered by the hurricane is but 10 miles. At our speed, we shall break free in mere minutes. These wind blades cannot take our lives. Increase your pace. My lord, this is dire. The wind blades are poisonous. Just as Ling Ling San prepared to break through, a member from the periphery shouted in alarm. After being struck, we've all been afflicted with poison marks. The group looked up, and indeed, alongside the damage inflicted by the wind blades, layers of poison damage began to accumulate above their heads. Initially, the poison damage was merely a few dozen points. For the Nightfall members, boasting health pools of over 100,000, it wasn't immediately alarming. However, as they endured more strikes from the wind blades, the poison damage escalated rapidly, draining thousands of health points each second. Some of the unfortunate souls even began to lose over 10,000 health points per second. How could they withstand this? Before long, several peripheral members had their health plummet below 50%, their faces paling visibly. My lord, this cannot continue. A frantic ranged member shouted, drenched in sweat. Our main attribute lies in our attack power. Our health is not robust. In just a minute or two, we shall surely falter. There is no time to escape. In a panic, he desperately gulped down healing potions. Fortunately, Nightfall was exceptionally affluent, and the healing potions they carried were of high quality, providing substantial recovery, allowing them to maintain their health. Yet, in the mere moments it took to utter these words, the plague marks on that individual compounded significantly. The poison was draining their health faster than the high-quality healing potions could replenish. How could this be? Infuriating. The other members surrounding the Nightfall were hardly in a better state. Each of them bore a faint expression of panic and fear upon their faces. Yet, even in the face of the grim realization that escape was futile and death awaited them here, none faltered in their formation. They steadfastly clustered around Ling Ling San, utilizing their bodies as shields to protect her from the relentless onslaught of razor-sharp winds. My lord, you must flee. Among us, you are perhaps the only one with a chance of escape. Indeed, my lord, we shall provide cover for you. Please, hurry and get away. A flicker of resentment crossed Ling Ling San's eyes. Damn it, if only Ling Ling Chi were here. She lamented, her face etched with frustration. Even if his firepower might not intercept every blade of wind, it would certainly prevent us from being so utterly cornered. Chapter 53, Slaying Ling Ling San, Spatial Transmission. The arrival of the Nightfall leader. Unbeknownst to him, Ling Ling San had clenched his fists tightly. But what could he do in his despair? With Ling Ling Chi absent and the 10 soaring zombies far beyond reach, they had no means to retaliate. Other than enduring the blows, there was no alternative. Yet, Ling Ling San was acutely aware that if this continued, none of his subordinates would likely survive. These subordinates were all nurtured by him with great care. If he were to watch them perish helplessly, he would be scolded by the leader upon his return, and he would never forgive himself. No, he absolutely could not allow this entire force to be annihilated. Taking a deep breath, Ling Ling San seemed to have made a resolution. He suddenly shouted towards the direction of Chun Mu. Thunder Emperor, I know you can hear me. This time, I concede defeat, as long as you spare my brothers. From this day forth, I guarantee that Nightfall will no longer trouble you. I can even offer you a complete set of epic equipment in exchange for the lives of my men. Otherwise, Nightfall will be at odds with you to the bitter end. Seeking mercy, are we? The voice of Chun Mu drifted in the wind, his tone far more relaxed compared to the tense and indignant demeanor of the Nightfall members. Many of them turned their gazes towards the source of the voice. But alas, they could see nothing. How could the seemingly overwhelming old six hide so effectively? I reiterate, this is not a plea for mercy. It is a proposal for peace. Ling Ling San's demeanor remained resolute as he spoke with a deep voice. Continuing this conflict is of no benefit to you. Is that so? Chen Mu's response was delivered in an indifferent manner. Let me think it over. I shall provide you with an answer in 3 minutes. Damn it. I can endure for 3 minutes, but my brothers will likely perish in that time. A flicker of anger flashed in Ling Ling San's eyes. He understood that the Thunder Emperor's reply had already indicated his stance. Very well. Ling Ling San had no intention of prolonging the negotiation. A cold glimmer passed through his eyes. Thunder Emperor, this is of your own making. With that, he flipped his wrist, revealing a red button in his palm. Not far away, concealed within the hurricane, Chen Mu's pupils constricted upon seeing the button. This was a spatial transmission device. The negotiator possessed a similar one. Ling Ling San was preparing to summon reinforcements. Kill Ling Ling San. A grave command escaped Chen Mu's lips. In the skies above, upon the pinnacle of the hurricane, a formidable zombie, with bone wings unfurled, received the order. Its gaze turned icy as it pointed a finger menacingly at Ling Ling San, activating its innate ability Plague. A lethal strike unleashed. With the intent of the formidable zombie descending, nearly 100 members of Nightfall were enveloped in a surge of green light. All the green luminescence coalesced in midair, forming a massive rat totem towering several meters high. The moment Ling Ling 3 encountered the colossal rat totem, an instinctual sense of impending doom surged through him. His pupils constricted, and without a moment's hesitation, he promptly pressed the button on the teleportation device. Leader, I request assistance. Roar, puff. Critical damage, -1. 38 M. Before Ling Ling 3's cry for help could fully escape his lips, the green rat totem descended from the sky, crashing down upon him and revealing a horrifying damage value above his head, over 1 million. Once the plague's layers accumulated to a sufficient level, even Chen Mu would perish from such a lethal blow, let alone Ling Ling 3, whose attributes were inferior to his own. In the next instant, a system notification echoed in Chen Mu's ears. Ding, congratulations on successfully slaying LV-29, core member of the Nightfall, Ling Ling 3, boss, earning evolution points 10,000. Epic set 1, gold 1888, potions, materials, items 115. A tremendous haul. Ling Ling 3, indeed a core member of Nightfall, yielded a reward significantly greater than that of ordinary peripheral members. Alas, he was not a player. Otherwise, the experience points alone would likely have sufficed for Chen Mu to level up 2 or 3 times. My lord, as Ling Ling 3 was struck by the colossal rat totem, the peripheral members could not help but exclaim in shock. Yet, the next moment, the giant rat totem dissipated, and Ling Ling 3's body had already been obliterated into a cloud of crimson mist. No, Ling Ling 3. Damn it, the Thunder Emperor. He actually killed Ling Ling 3. Thunder Emperor, from this day forth, you shall be my sworn enemy within Nightfall. If I cannot slay you into submission, I vow to never relent. One by one, the peripheral members of Nightfall, though their health was already low, gritted their teeth and cursed Chen Mu, venting their wrath as if they yearned to devour his flesh and drink his blood. Just then, a pitch-black beam of light descended from the heavens, violently tearing through the raging winds, shattering even the accompanying blades of true damage in its wake. The leader has arrived. One peripheral member, realizing the situation, exclaimed in astonishment. My lord, you must avenge Ling Ling 3 by slaying that Thunder Emperor. Indeed, my lord. The Thunder Emperor has committed heinous acts by slaying our Ling Ling 3. Kill the Thunder Emperor. Kill the Thunder Emperor. Kill the Thunder Emperor. Even before the dark beam of light dissipated, and the figure of the Nightfall leader had yet to emerge, the many peripheral members could hardly contain themselves, erupting into fervent cries. The Nightfall leader has come? A shiver ran down Chen Mu's spine, a wary expression flashing in his eyes. Through the negotiator, he was well aware that the Nightfall leader was not someone of Ling Ling 3's caliber. Even the combined strength of the 9 core members of Nightfall might not match the leader's might. No one knew just how formidable he truly was. The Nightfall leader was, without question, the sole adversary that Chen Mu regarded with trepidation within Nightfall. Drawing a deep breath, he prepared himself, without a trace of hesitation. Shenmue led the 10 Forbidden Land zombies in a swift retreat, preparing for any unforeseen circumstances. This was the battlefield he had chosen as the sixth among them. How could he not secure an escape route for himself? In the blink of an eye, Shenmue and the 10 Forbidden Land zombies arrived at the entrance of a dungeon. "Boss, why are you running when we are so powerful?" One of the zombies exclaimed, bewilderment etched on its face. "Moreover, our plague marks have stacked up. Just moments ago, defeating that Ling Ling San only triggered 1/10 of the marks, yet it unleashed over 1,000,000 in damage. If someone truly formidable comes our way, we can detonate the remaining marks and inflict tens of millions in damage instantly. I refuse to believe we cannot obliterate them." Indeed, another zombie chimed in. "No matter how impressive an NPC from a novice village may be, they cannot possibly amass a health pool in the millions, can they? Boss, if you wish to leave, by all means, do so. I will remain and unleash a barrage of destruction. Once I've relished the thrill of the explosion, you can emerge to clean up and claim the spoils." Chapter 54. The Terrifying Nightfall Leader, Crushing the Plague Totem with Bare Hands. Shenmue blinked, comprehending the thoughts of these Forbidden Land zombies. They had been cooped up for far too long in the Forbidden Zone. Once released, they sought nothing more than to engage in boss battles, which instilled in them a newfound confidence. Furthermore, with Shenmue having imparted the plague talent to them, they now possessed a formidable trump card. It was as if they were eager to unleash a devastating plague strike on anyone they encountered, exhibiting a brazen demeanor that knew no bounds. "Well, it's fine to play around," Shenmue mused before nodding, "but safety is paramount. If you find yourselves unable to win, retreat immediately. Understood? Anyone who dares to perish here had better watch out. I won't hesitate to disturb your ancestral graves." "Boss, we zombies don't have ancestral graves," one of the Forbidden Land zombies timidly replied. "Look, another Forbidden Land zombie," someone shouted, pointing towards the epicenter of the black light pillar. "He is coming. The leader of the Forbidden Land is here." The words of the Forbidden Land zombie ignited a spark, illuminating the eyes of all the other zombies. "Brothers, let us strike. Blow him to smithereens. Damn it, how dare he oppose our boss? Today, we shall show him the vibrant colors of our flowers." "Hey, brother, where did you come up with such flamboyant phrases?" "Learned it from the boss." Shenmue. These Forbidden Land zombies were indeed pent up, picking up anything peculiar they encountered. Nevertheless, their chatter did not hinder their actions, one after another. They unleashed the deadly plague strikes. Amidst the storm, the green glow surrounding the peripheral members of the Nightfall had already dissipated. Yet, as the plague talent was activated once more, their heads glowed green again, this time with a ferocity that far surpassed the last, the green luminescence spreading across the sky. Eventually, the luminescence coalesced, transforming into a giant rat totem towering over 10 meters high. In the center of the Nightfall's peripheral members stood a man clad in a black robe, his face obscured by a ghostly mask. With his hands clasped behind his back, he gazed up at the giant rat totem. He was none other than the leader of Nightfall. He could sense the terrifying lethality embedded within the giant rat totem. Yet, there was no hint of panic on his face, nor any trace of fear. He simply regarded the totem with a calm demeanor, murmuring, "No wonder it could slay Ling Ling San. Indeed, it possesses some capabilities. Thunder Emperor, as a player, you are merely level 10, yet hold such prowess. I had previously underestimated you." His voice was soft, yet Shenmue, several miles away, heard him distinctly, his eyes widening in surprise. But in the next instant, his pupils constricted sharply. He witnessed the 10-meter giant rat totem lunging towards the Nightfall leader. The latter merely raised a hand lightly, and a jet-black beam of light shot forth, instantly shattering the giant rat totem as if it were but a bubble pierced by a stick. It is essential to understand that the colossal rodent totem is propelled by 9 Forbidden Land zombies, harboring countless plague marks, which collectively inflict damage points exceeding 10 million. However, has it truly been so easily breached? Retreat. Hurry, retreat. After taking a deep breath, Shenmue, without the slightest hesitation, bellowed at the 10 Forbidden Land zombies, "Retreat into the instant space." No sooner had his words left his lips than his figure swiftly darted into the instance. Witnessing the bizarre prowess of their leader, the 10 Forbidden Land zombies dared not linger outside any longer and likewise plunged into the instant space. As Chenmu and the 10 Forbidden Land zombies made their escape, the tumultuous winds that had stirred the heavens gradually subsided. The swirling blades of wind ceased their assault as well. Leader, we cannot allow them to escape. They are the masterminds behind the demise of the esteemed Ling Ling. An anxious member from the outskirts of the Nightfall faction exclaimed upon seeing Chenmu and his companions flee. Indeed, leader, this Thunder Emperor is truly detestable. And his rate of growth is alarmingly swift. It has only been a few days since players entered our world. How can he possess such formidable power? Another added. If we allow him to continue to grow unchecked, our Nightfall will be in peril. Furrowing his brow, the Nightfall leader replied, What you speak is well understood. Yet I harbor no intention of pursuing them. After all, a significant distance separated the two parties. Even the Nightfall leader, no matter how powerful, could not traverse the miles in an instant to confront Chenmu and the Forbidden Land zombies at the threshold of the instance. As Chenmu and his band of zombies vanished into the instance, the Nightfall leader could only shake his head and sigh. Once he takes refuge within the instance, even I cannot slay him. I suspect he intends to establish the battleground here, likely preparing for an escape should he find himself outmatched. This individual, capable of infinite resurrection, is nonetheless overly cautious. Such cunning, to eliminate him will prove exceedingly difficult. However, upon hearing the Nightfall leader's words, a disgruntled member from the periphery protested, Leader, must we simply stand by and watch him wreak havoc? He can enter or exit the instance at will. With his hands clasped behind his back, the Nightfall leader's gaze turned cold as he replied, The control of the Novice Village's instance lies with the old village chief. Once we obliterate the Novice Village and seize the relevant authority, we shall merely close the entrance permissions to the instance. In due course, the instance shall become the Thunder Emperor's tomb. Nonetheless, I must also guard against him emerging to slay our Nightfall members while I am absent. As he spoke, the Nightfall leader paused, retrieving a token and tossing it to one of his subordinates. Go, deliver this token to Ling Ling 9. Instruct her to lead the Earth Dragon and block the exit of this instance. A member of the Nightfall outskirts received the token, astonishment flickering in his eyes. The Earth Dragon. It is said that the Earth Dragon is a hybrid descendant of the legendary world-class dragon, the Dragon of Earth. Although he was uncertain of the veracity of the rumors, it was undeniable that each creature possessed power far exceeding that of the 9 core members of the Nightfall. Even a single drop of its blood could bestow considerable attribute enhancements. This was indeed our trump card. The leader, in preparation to confront the Thunder Emperor, had even summoned the Earth Dragon? This seemed rather to overestimate the Thunder Emperor, did it not? Though perplexed, the outer member dared not inquire further. Raising the token high above his head, he replied, Yes, I shall obey. Within the 8th level instance, the Wind Beast Canyon, Mada thought to himself, How fortunate I was to be cautious. Chenmu took a deep breath, his eyes filled with solemnity. Had he hesitated even for a moment, he might have found himself in peril. He then turned his gaze towards the 10 approaching Forbidden Zone zombies, cautioning, You all must remain vigilant. When venturing outside, one can never predict when a formidable adversary may emerge unexpectedly. Do not let your ability to fly lead you to recklessness, understand? If you fall, it will indeed be the end. Chapter 55, The Night Approaches, the Earth Dragon. Listening to Chenmu's reprimand, the 10 Forbidden Land zombies all shrank their heads in submission. Understood, boss, they muttered in acknowledgement. The 2 who had yet to be enslaved by privilege could only roar in frustration. Enough. Chenmu waved his hand, halting further admonishment. Instead, he commanded, Calculate the time. The dragon egg of the Wind Dragon will hatch in about an hour. You all should go and slay some wind beasts in the dungeon. We cannot allow the little one to be hungry upon its arrival. Each of the 10 Forbidden Land zombies harbored a fragment of the former Wind Dragon's soul within them, which fostered an innate affinity for the Wind Dragon. The mere mention of the impending hatching sent them into a frenzy of excitement. Understood, boss. 1 hour is more than enough for us to hunt plenty of wind beasts. We'll make sure the little one is well fed. With that, the 10 Forbidden Land zombies flapped their wings and soared into the distance. In their exuberance, any wind beast they encountered, regardless of its level, became their target for annihilation. In an instant, the Wind Beast Gorge was awash with swirling wind blades and gusts of hurricane force. The wind beasts within the dungeon were utterly bewildered. We have no enmity with those zombies. Why are they attacking us? Alas, the disparity in power was overwhelming, and the Wind Beast stood no chance against the Forbidden Land zombies. Even the level 12 Wind Beast King was mercilessly dispatched. Shenmue, however, paid no mind to the actions of the Forbidden Land zombies. After all, in this level 8 dungeon, their reckless behavior posed no threat. Finding a favorable location, Shenmue summoned the Wind Dragon's egg from his spatial backpack. The egg was quite sizable, standing half a person tall, and its overall hue was a striking azure, radiating beauty under the golden sunlight. Hatching countdown, 55 minutes 23 seconds. 22 seconds. While Shenmue awaited the hatching, an unsettling report came from the negotiator. Boss, trouble is brewing. Ling Lingjio from Nightfall has moved out. It seems she intends to ambush you. A flicker of confusion crossed Shenmue's gaze. I had just dealt with Ling San not long ago. Does the Nightfall leader truly fail to grasp reality, sending only Ling Lingjio against me? Is she not concerned that I might easily eliminate her? Indeed, if there were only Ling Lingjio waiting outside the dungeon, Shenmue would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to quietly dispose of her. After all, every core member of Nightfall was akin to a boss, ripe for the taking. Boss, do not underestimate Ling Lingjio's capabilities. She specializes in taming battle pets. While her personal combat strength may be lacking, her battle pets are formidable beyond measure. You must remain vigilant. Noticing that Shenmue seemed unfazed, the negotiator divulged all pertinent information regarding Ling Lingjio. Under her command, she boasted 8 earth dragons, 12 mammoth elephants, 36 battle eagles, 108 war lizards, and over 10,000 poison rats, encompassing a diverse combat strategy across land, sea, and air. Ling Lingjio had once spoken to me about her. Among the 9 core figures of the Nightfall, the most formidable is undoubtedly Ling Lingjio. Should Ling Lingjio summon all her battle pets, she alone could easily overpower the other 8 cores. Only the leader possesses the authority to command that wild woman to willingly submit. Shenmue was momentarily taken aback, a shadow of seriousness crossing his eyes. So formidable indeed? It appears that Ling Lingjio is quite a force to be reckoned with. I have come to realize that among the 9 cores, the later the number, the stronger the individual. However, the negotiator interjected, we cannot underestimate Ling Lingjio despite her impressive strength. She is not without her shortcomings. The battle pets she maintains have quite the insatiable appetite. Were it not for her affiliation with Nightfall, she could never afford to sustain so many pets. Nightfall boasts 10 enormous warehouses, 3 of which are dedicated solely to feeding her battle pets. Under ordinary circumstances, her pets reside within the secret breeding base of Nightfall, emerging only during times of conflict. This time, however, there is no need for a full-scale mobilization. Otherwise, the logistics would be exceedingly difficult to manage. I have heard that the leader has permitted her to bring only 1 earth dragon along. Of course, do not be deceived by the small number. For the earth dragon's power is terrifying. Ling Lingjio and the other 2 cores have previously sparred with it. Yet, in a 3-on-1 scenario, they were unable to breach the defenses of the earth dragon, and were even driven back in retreat. According to Ling Lingjio, all 8 earth dragons were personally captured by the leader 3 years ago during an expedition to the Forbidden Grounds. Their initial level upon capture was already legendary, certainly not to be underestimated. Moreover, with the resource allocation from Nightfall over the past 3 years, their attributes have reached a level of terror that few dare to contemplate. Additionally, the innate talents and skills of the earth dragons are remarkably potent. Within Nightfall, it is whispered that Ling Lingjio is referred to as the Crazy Woman. While the Earth Dragon is dubbed the King of Destruction, their combination is a source of great distress for many. Upon hearing Ling Lingjio's introduction, a thoughtful expression flickered in Shenmue's eyes. The Earth Dragons were brought from the Forbidden Grounds? It seems. This situation bears some resemblance to the zombies in my own forbidden area. Yet, the distinction lies in that the Earth Dragons have matured over 3 years. While the zombies in my Forbidden Grounds have only just begun to develop, they are simply not comparable. Nearby the entrance to the Wind Beast dungeon, the ground trembled with a rhythmic thud, thud, thud. All the zombies in the vicinity were overtaken by fear, turning their heads towards the source of the sound. There, a woman of striking physique, clad in animal skins, was seen striding atop a colossal beast towering over 30 meters, stretching nearly 100 meters in length. Its skin resembling massive, rugged rock. Roaring, the zombies along her path dared not obstruct her, fleeing in panic. This giant beast is none other than the Earth Dragon spoken of by Ling Ling Jiao. Behind the Earth Dragon, dozens of former peripheral members of Ling Ling San followed closely. Humph. You useless lot. A fierce voice erupted from the woman. Not even a 10th level player can be dealt with, and I have to personally bring the Earth Dragon out? The scolded peripheral members dared not utter a word, their faces reflecting a palpable submissiveness. Ling Ling San is likewise a fool. The woman expressed her extreme displeasure as she continued her journey, cursing under her breath. The quest to attack the novice village hasn't even begun, and yet it has already met its demise. Humph. All those resources squandered over the years. As she continued her tirade, the woman seemed to lose interest. Upon reaching the edge of the Wind Beast Canyon dungeon entrance, her gaze sharpened. The Thunder Emperor, is it? Since I am personally intervening. You can very well prepare for your demise. Those with a modicum of intelligence would do best to hide within the dungeon for eternity. Otherwise, brace yourself to become fodder for the Earth Dragon. Chapter 56. The Hatching of the Wind Dragon, the terrifying form of the world-class boss hatchling. Within the confines of the Wind Beast Canyon instance, Chun Mu wore a troubled expression. Upon hearing of Ling Ling Jiao's formidable strength, he resolved to remain hidden within the instant space. However, this meant he could not intervene in the assault on the novice village, which left him feeling somewhat frustrated. As time trickled by, the 10 Forbidden Area zombies would intermittently return, bringing with them a steady supply of Wind Beast corpses and beast cores. In the span of a mere hour, the number of beast cores had exceeded 1,000, and the corpses had accumulated to mountainous proportions. Suddenly, a system notification echoed in Shenmue's mind. Ding. Congratulations! Your pet egg, the Wind Dragon egg, has successfully hatched. Please name it. After naming, the Wind Dragon shall emerge from its shell. What? Shenmue's mind jolted, pulling his thoughts away from Ling Ling Jiao and the Earth Dragon. Naming it was rather straightforward. Since it was a Wind Dragon, he decided on the name Little Wind. Ding. Naming successful. Crack. As the system notification faded, Shenmue heard the sound of cracking from beside him. Turning his head, he saw a fissure forming on the massive cyan egg, which stood half his height. With a pop, a small head adorned with antlers and sparkling eyes peeked out from the shell, curiously surveying its surroundings. Upon its first glance, it spotted Chunmu, and a flicker of warmth passed through its wide, innocent eyes. After all, prior to its hatching, Chunmu had already recognized it as his own with a drop of blood. Roar. The newly hatched little wind let out a couple of cries in its tender voice. Chunmu understood. This little creature was calling him father. A slight smile crept onto his lips as he reached out to stroke Little Wind's head. I'm not fond of being a father figure. Just call me boss from now on. With an obedient nod, Little Wind let out another enthusiastic roar, brimming with spirit. Whoosh. At that moment, the 10 Forbidden Area zombies seemed to sense the emergence of Little Wind and flew back from the distance, each bearing a significant load of beast cores and wind beast flesh. Boss, we're back. Has the little one been born? As the Forbidden Area zombies drew near and beheld Little Wind, they eagerly approached. Little Wind, unperturbed, sensed a mysterious connection with these zombies, feeling an innate familiarity towards them. Little Wind, come here. Let me introduce you. These 10 can be considered your brothers. This one is 4th brother, and that one is 5th brother. Chunmu, uninterested in naming each zombie individually, referred to them simply as Old 4, Old 5, and so forth, up to Old 13. While the 2 larger ones were called 2nd brother and 3rd brother. He positioned himself as the boss. Wind Dragon, Little Wind, a splendid name. After exchanging introductions, the 10 Forbidden Area zombies exhibited an exuberant warmth towards the newly hatched creature. Some directly cradled the Little Wind from its dragon egg, others held its tiny claws, while some gently caressed its little head, exuding an aura of warmth and harmony. Oh, Little Wind, you shall become a world-class boss in the future. Make sure to look after your brothers. Haha. Nevertheless, although Little Wind is no longer our true form, we indeed share a significant bond. Look, Little Wind, I've brought you some delicious treats. Roaring with delight, the speechless undead in the Forbidden Land could only beam with a silly grin, observing the lively scene. Shenmue smiled silently as he casually probed into Little Wind's attributes. Character, world-class boss, wine dragon, infant. Level 5 required for evolution to juvenile form. Identity, Battle Pet, Host, Thunder Emperor, Level, LV1, Experience, 110,000, gaining experience by vanquishing wild monsters, players, NPCs, or consuming resources. Quality, 5-star Holy Level, above Legendary, below Divine, Skill 1. Able to utilize all wind attribute skills below Divine level, including forbidden spells. Skill 2, Dragon Breath, exclusive skill for world-class boss. Conjures a hurricane to unleash devastating strikes over a vast area. Cooldown time, 3 minutes. Skill 3, Rebirth, upon death, will not be completely extinguished, but transform into a dragon egg to be reborn. For every 10 level increase, 1 exclusive skill for world-class boss is granted. Talent, Sovereign of Wind, wind attribute skill power amplification by 100 times. Dragon Sovereign exerts formidable suppression over dragon-type beings below world-class boss. Dragons will each kill grants a slight permanent attribute enhancement. Attributes, Health, 8 million. Mana, Infinite, Strength, 30,000, Agility, 16,000, Physical Resistance, 18,000, Magical Resistance, Infinite, immune to all spell damage. Tenacity, 16,000. Stamina, 16,000. Evaluation. Once a world-class boss matures, it will become the supreme overlord of a continent, its power beyond imagination. However, it is best not to let it engage in battle while in its infant state, as it is at its most vulnerable then. Shenmue? Are you telling me this is the attribute of level 1? This is called weakness. This is undeniably terrifying. 8 million health, infinite mana, infinite magical resistance. And its attributes comprehensively surpass my ultimate undead form, coupled with the all-encompassing wind attribute skills and the extraordinarily potent talents. Shenmue was astounded. He knew that future world-class boss would be formidable, but he never anticipated that one could be this outrageously powerful right from birth. To be honest, Shenmue felt a twinge of envy. However, his lips could not help but curl upward. Having a world-class boss as a battle pet implies that as long as he nurtured Little Wind well, he could stride confidently through the game of Apocalypse. Oh, by the way, did Xiao Tan not mention that a woman named Linlin Jiao was blocking the entrance to the dungeon with a formidable earth dragon? An earth dragon, you say? That implies a lineage of draconic blood, does it not? Higi, my apologies. Xiao Feng's innate talent as the Dragon Lord is perfectly poised to counter you. Shenmue's eyes sparkled with excitement as he approached Xiao Feng, glancing at the 10 undead creatures from the Forbidden Land who were still frolicking about. Very well, Xiao Feng has just emerged. You, as his elder brothers, ought to put in some earnest effort as well. These beast cores are insufficient. Go forth and hunt more, so that Xiao Feng may feast to his heart's content. All right. The undead creatures showed no hesitation, acknowledging his words before bidding farewell to Xiao Feng and soaring into the sky. At this moment, Xiao Feng measured approximately a meter in length. With the ability to manipulate the winds, it soared gracefully through the air, displaying remarkable agility. It wagged its tail and nuzzled against Shenmue, letting out a cheerful roar. Boss. Shenmue, with a benevolent expression, smilingly offered a wind beast core. Here. Have a taste. With great obedience, Xiao Feng opened its mouth and took a bite of the beast core. Unlike a negotiator who would swallow it whole, Xiao Feng savored the core as if it were a delectable treat. It crunched with a satisfying crispness. After merely a couple of chews, it was reduced to a fine mash. Those teeth are indeed impressive. Chapter 57, The Forbidden Wind System Spell, The Abyss of 10,000 Winds. Shenmue silently praised in his heart, then began to feed the little wind with beast cores, one after another. During this time, he attempted to bestow the Super Eater attribute upon the little wind, but to no avail. After all, the essence of a battle pet lies in its role as a combat companion, distinct from that of a negotiator. Nonetheless, even without any attribute enhancements, the little wind's appetite was formidable. After half an hour, the mountain of beast cores had all been consumed, and even the corpses of the wind beasts and the shells from its hatching were not spared. This consumption propelled its level from 1 directly to 3. Its length grew to nearly 2 meters, and its attributes surged geometrically. Health exceeded 15 million, strength reached 50,000, and other attributes broke through 30,000. This left Shenmue astounded. Wonderful, wonderful. You are exceptional. You are invincible. Thankfully, you are my battle pet. Otherwise, I would have fled upon encountering you. Yet, despite devouring such a vast quantity of resources, the little wind remained insatiable, incessantly crying out for more food. Even 10 Forbidden Land zombies, working tirelessly, could barely keep up. Ultimately, Chenmu had no choice but to part with some treasures from his spatial backpack, including beast cores, materials, and spoils from slaying Ling Ling San. He even spent a considerable sum to purchase a large batch of resources from the trading channel. Only then did he manage to alleviate the little wind's initial hunger. There was, however, a silver lining. After consuming such an abundance of resources, the little wind's size expanded to 3 meters, and its azure dragon scales bore a striking resemblance to those of a true dragon. Crucially, its level ascended from LV3 to LV5, fully transcending the infant stage and entering the juvenile phase. Attributes: Health 30 million, Mana, Infinite, Strength 100, 000, Agility 60, 000, Physical Resistance 60, 000, Magic Resistance, Infinite, Immunity to all spell damage, Toughness 60, 000, Stamina 60, 000, Big Brother upon entering the juvenile stage. The little wind could now articulate human speech, albeit in a soft and delicate tone. Chenmu patted the little wind's head and chuckled, "Little wind, you have grown. How about we venture out to hunt monsters together?" And no, the little wind tilted its little head, contemplating before timidly refusing. "I think I need to grow even stronger before I can hunt monsters." "Chenmu? Brother, are you kidding me? With your attributes, I feel intimidated just looking at you. You actually still want to grow stronger before daring to hunt monsters? Whose personality have you inherited?" Chenmu's expression darkened. He had thought he was cautious, but Little Wind was even more so. Who could he turn to for reasoning? But then, a thought crossed Chenmu's mind, and he cleverly coaxed, "Little Wind, how about we go out for some delicious food?" All right. Upon hearing about food, the Little Wind immediately perked up with excitement. Seeing the Little Wind fall for his ruse, Chenmu revealed a knowing smile. What he referred to as delicious was, of course, Ling Ling Geo and the Earth Dragon, who were stationed outside the instance. Taking advantage of the absence of the Nightshade leader, he planned to deal with the two first. Moments later, Chenmu summoned 10 zombies from the Forbidden Zone, mounted on the back of Xiaofeng, and soared towards the entrance of the instance. Outside the entrance of the Wind Beast Valley instance, Ling Ling Geo lay leisurely on the back of the Earth Dragon, yawning and basking in the midday sun, her long legs swinging in the air. To an onlooker, one might think she was on a holiday. However, she was not disregarding the Nightshade leader's orders. Her relaxed demeanor stemmed from her unwavering confidence in the Earth Dragon. As soon as someone emerged from the instance, the Earth Dragon's vigilance would ensure it detected them immediately, and then it would tear them apart and devour them whole. Throughout this process, Ling Ling Geo would hardly sense the fluctuations of battle. Having spent 3 years in close companionship with the Earth Dragon, they had developed an extraordinary rapport, allowing Ling Ling Geo to cultivate a carefree attitude before combat. There was no denying the Earth Dragon's immense power. It was a creature that simply should not exist in a novice village. Nearby, dozens of outer members tasked with containing Chenmu observed Ling Ling Geo's nonchalance and dared not speak against it. Instead, they wore expressions of obsequiousness. Some willingly offered their belongings to feed the Earth Dragon. Others busied themselves eliminating nearby zombies, while the most sycophantic among them climbed onto the Earth Dragon's back, fanning Ling Ling Geo with a hand fan. Suddenly, the previously clear sky darkened ominously. A fierce wind howled to life, lifting zombies into the air, along with a number of bewildered players. What in the world is happening? Why has a strong wind suddenly arisen? Oh no. I can't believe my 200 pounds are being swept off the ground. My body is completely uncontrollable. What is going on? I was grinding monsters just fine, and now this. Bang, 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 and the next instant, both players and zombies were violently blown apart by the raging winds. The hurricane swept away everything in its path. Dust, blood mist, severed limbs filled the air, and at that moment, a small horned head peeked out from the exit of the instance. It was Xiaofeng. After revealing part of its head, Xiaofeng surveyed the surroundings with wary eyes. It seemed that for it, Stepping out of the Wind Beast Valley meant confronting a world fraught with peril. Caution was paramount. First, it unleashed a gust of wind to obscure the view outside, ensuring greater safety. After all, it possessed ample mana to cast various spells without concern. Where did this wind come from? No, that's not right. My senses have been completely masked by this wind. Not only my senses. My attributes have been suppressed by over 60%. Could it be the Wind-Tide Forbidden spell, the Abyss of Winds? Suddenly, a voice filled with sheer terror pierced through the ears of Xiao Feng. Unbeknownst to her, this voice of dread emanated from Lingling Jiu, cloaked in the night. Just moments ago, she had witnessed countless zombies and players being violently obliterated by the force of the wind, a sight that lingered vividly in her mind. Had her attributes not vastly exceeded those of the zombies and players, she surely would have met a similarly grim fate. Confusion clouded her thoughts. Why would someone unleash a wind-based forbidden spell for indiscriminate destruction? Which esteemed figure was casting such powerful magic? She yearned to uncover the truth. Yet the tempest obscured her vision, leaving her in the dark. Roar. Following this, a resounding and fearsome dragon's roar echoed through the air. It was the Earth Dragon. At that moment, disbelief and shock filled its eyes, for within the gale, it sensed an aura that struck fear into its very core, the presence of one of the 7 supreme dragons. It was merely a mixed-blood dragon, unworthy to even carry their shoes, destined only to be crushed or devoured. Fear gripped it. It longed to flee, yet its limbs, as formidable as pillars of heaven, remained stubbornly rooted to the ground. This was the weight of ancestral bloodline suppression. Gradually, all that the Earth Dragon could manage was to cower on the ground, trembling in terror. Chapter 58. Instant Kill of Lingling Jiu. Who taught you to unleash your ultimate move right away? However, just as Lingling Jiu and the Earth Dragon were filled with astonishment, Xiao Feng heard Lingling Jiu's voice, accompanied by a dragon roar that resonated far louder than its own. Instinctively, it shrank its head back. There are actually beings who have survived my winds, and even an adult dragon. How frightening. Subsequently, Xiao Feng opened its mouth, unleashing its world-class boss-exclusive skill, Breath of the Wind Dragon. In an instant, boom, a cyan beam of light surged forth, carrying cataclysmic potential, sweeping toward the Wind Dragon and Lingling Jiu. After releasing the attack, Xiao Feng dared not linger, and before it could ascertain the outcome, it quickly retracted its head and retreated from the instance's exit. Within the instant space, Qin Mu, riding atop Xiao Feng, along with 10 other undead slayers who had yet to exit the instance, witnessed Xiao Feng's retreat, all appearing utterly bewildered. What happened, Xiao Feng? Master, outside. Outside there are people, and I saw a dragon larger than myself, covered in stone, and I'm so scared. What you described must be Lingling Jiu and the Earth Dragon, Qin Mu immediately surmised. Seeing the fear evident in Xiao Feng's eyes, he gently patted its head and reassured. Do not be afraid. Based on my calculations, your attributes and skills, as well as your innate talent, are capable of overwhelming them. They cannot contend with you. The real fear should lie with them. Upon hearing Qin Mu's words, Xiao Feng blinked in a semblance of understanding, but they were able to withstand my wind. And I worried they might come to attack me. So I retreated. Boss, should we perhaps not go out? Xiao Feng can forego snacks. Observing Xiao Feng's demeanor, Qin Mu furrowed his brow in contemplation. Withstanding your wind? That shouldn't be possible. Could it be that, being newly born, you have yet to adapt to your own attributes, thus unable to exert your full power? If that is the case, then it is prudent to be cautious. Suddenly, a succession of system notifications echoed in his ears. Ding, your battle pet Xiao Feng has successfully slain 678 players, 523 zombies, 75 members of the Nightfall Outer Circle. Boss Lingling Jiu X1, Boss Earth Dragon X1. Reward, experience points. Qin Mu, I was just about to advise you to be cautious. And yet, you, uttering the most cowardly words, have effortlessly dealt with the enemies? Hey, boss, I think I just heard a peculiar sound. Xiao Feng also heard the system notification. However, it was oblivious to its significance, scratching its head in confusion, then looking at Qin Mu with a bewildered expression. Qin Mu was at a loss for words. It seemed that outside, the formidable Lingling Jiu, the Earth Dragon, and other members of the Nightfall had likely been wiped out by him. Speaking thus, he gently ruffled Xiao Feng's head, encouraging, "Be more confident next time. You are indeed strong. Is that so?" Xiao Feng blinked, somewhat confused, yet nodded enthusiastically. "All right, boss. Well then, let us venture outside." With that, Shenmue led Xiao Feng and 10 Forbidden Zone zombies out of the instant space. Upon their emergence, Shenmue was momentarily taken aback. Before him lay a colossal, charred pit, several hundred meters in diameter and 2 to 3 meters deep, as if a meteor had struck. Within the pit, faint traces of blood and bits of flesh were discernible, mingled with a plethora of rubble. Aside from this gigantic crater, the nearby buildings had all collapsed. And as far as the eye could see, there was nothing but wreckage and the corpses of zombies, resembling a hellish landscape. My heavens, this. The eighth among the Forbidden Zone zombies gasped in disbelief. "Xiao Feng, did you do this?" Xiao Feng placed a small claw to his mouth. Biting it gently, "I was so frightened earlier, especially when I saw that earth dragon larger than myself. I inadvertently exhaled a breath of dragon fire. I cannot ascertain if it was my doing." Everyone turned their gaze towards Xiao Feng, their faces a mixture of shock and disbelief. Then, one of the Forbidden Zone zombies shook his head, his expression grave. "I recall that when we first entered the instant space, it was quite bustling, with a considerable number of zombies. Yet now, it is nothing but ruins. Indeed, Xiao Feng's combat prowess is rather terrifying," he continued, directing his gaze towards Shenmue. After a pause, he added, "Boss, it appears Xiao Feng will be our trump card from now on." Upon hearing the Forbidden Zone zombie praise him, a hint of shyness faded from Xiao Feng's face. He perked up, eager to hear further compliments from his master. However, Shenmue not only refrained from praising Xiao Feng, but instead delivered a sharp smack to his face. "Dragon fire? That is a formidable technique. Who on earth instructed you to unleash your most potent moves right at the start?" Xiao Feng, taken aback, responded with a pitiful tone. "Huh? Boss, what did I do wrong?" With a serious countenance, Shenmue began to educate him. "Xiao Feng, remember this. You may freely cast wind-type forbidden spells, as they do not deplete your mana. However, dragon fire and certain dragon-type skills should be conserved whenever possible. They are your means of survival. If overused, and your enemies discern your capabilities, you may easily become their target. Do you understand?" Xiao Feng obediently nodded. "Understood, boss. I shall remember." Seeing that Xiao Feng had grasped his lesson, Shenmue ceased further admonitions. His gaze shifted towards the distance. Ling Ling Jiao was dead, the Earth Dragon was dead, and even the nearby members of Nightfall had perished. Yet, the Nightfall leader had yet to appear, suggesting that he remained oblivious to the events that had transpired here. Next, we might as well take advantage of this period to develop our skills and elevate our levels. When the time comes, we shall venture into the Nightfall and see if we can raid their warehouse. With a resolute glint in his eyes, Shenmue made up his mind and, accompanied by 10 Forbidden Land zombies, mounted the swift creature, Xiao Feng, soaring into the distance. Xiao Feng possessed remarkable wind manipulation abilities, and with a single flight, they ascended above the clouds, soaring thousands of meters above the ground. Even if players looked up to the heavens, it would be exceedingly difficult to catch a glimpse of Shenmue and his companions, yet they could effortlessly observe the players below, finding a location bustling with players. Shenmue commanded Xiao Feng to unleash a colossal wind-based forbidden spell. Simultaneously, the 10 Forbidden Land zombies initiated the dance of wind blades, coordinating their efforts to eliminate players. Whoosh, whoosh, swoosh. On that day, the wind howled fiercely, strong enough to lift both humans and zombies alike. Many players were oblivious to the unfolding chaos, stumbling into their demise amid the tempestuous winds of the forbidden spell. Some, by mere chance, caught sight of the wind blades swirling within the hurricane. Yet they remained utterly unaware of the identity of their assailant or the one responsible for their downfall. Chapter 59. The players are bewildered by the massacres. The old village chief's speculation. As Shenmue and Xiao Feng unleashed their devastating rampage, the chat channels across the server erupted in chaos. What on earth is happening? I was inexplicably whisked away by a gust of wind. As if being swept away wasn't enough, this wind possesses an eerie quality, capable of nullifying my perception and sense of pain. Before I even realized what was occurring, I was abruptly slain by a blade of wind. Brother, I too am bewildered. This is utterly outrageous. What on earth is going on? Could it be a bug in the game? Damn it. I just spent $6,000 on that exquisite level 8 equipment, and in a single encounter, it was all lost. Oh, the anguish. As the number of casualties mounted, so did the complaints. Initially, the outcry was mostly from scattered players, but gradually, even prominent guilds began reporting incidents of being slaughtered by the wind. In response to this phenomenon, several large guild strategy teams promptly commenced investigations into the hurricane's patterns and the reasons for its emergence. Remarkably, their findings were quite insightful. The Divine Realm Guild. This hurricane is likely a recent weather phenomenon introduced by the game system to enhance gameplay diversity. As for why the hurricane can kill players, that remains to be thoroughly examined. It may be that this hurricane originates from high-level areas, such as the main city, possessing formidable lethality that current players cannot withstand. We urge all players to take precautionary measures. Upon witnessing the onset of a hurricane, seek shelter indoors. The Dynasty Guild. Weather phenomenon. The strategy team of the Divine Realm Guild is speaking nonsense. According to our analysis at the Dynasty Guild, this hurricane is likely the result of a powerful boss's presence, which implies that our novice village is about to face a calamity-level boss. The Dynasty Guild is willing to offer a substantial bounty for any information regarding this boss. Please contact us with any leads, and we assure you, the reward will be most satisfactory. The Five Tigers Guild. As the day wore on, the hurricane incident showed no signs of abating. Players suffered significant losses, and countless zombies and various wild creatures fell victim as well. Even the undead city sustained considerable destruction. Are we to be deprived of our gaming experience? Fine, fine. If I cannot confront you, I refuse to believe I cannot evade you. As a result, many players felt compelled to refrain from leaving the novice village, opting instead to hunker down. Some engaged in the scattered quests offered by village NPCs, running errands, while others took up secondary professions, such as alchemists, blacksmiths, and appraisers. Within the novice village, a rare scene of prosperity began to emerge. At the old village chief's residence, the demon god, El Shubu, wore a troubled expression, gazing intently at the old village chief. Father, what do you believe is the origin of the hurricane that is raging all around? When will it cease? Sigh, ever since I was killed by the Nightfall faction, I have fallen off the leaderboard for quite some time. I see that if I spend a little more time, I could climb back up. However, now a hurricane has arisen, making it impossible to venture out and engage with the zombies. Moreover, regarding that hidden quest, I have yet to undertake it, and my heart is filled with anxiety. Upon hearing the words of the demigod Lushiabu, the old village chief, stroking his long beard, fixed his gaze upon the sky. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, his expression gradually grew more solemn, as if an elusive inspiration had begun to take shape. Yet, the demigod Lushiabu continued to chatter incessantly beside him. Father, please assist me once more. The old village chief was compelled to pause his thoughts and turned his attention to the demigod Lushiabu. Child, I see your loyalty and recognize your earnest efforts, but the matter of the hidden quest is beyond my control. Nevertheless, I shall bestow upon you a scroll of teleportation. With the scroll, you may transport yourself to a concealed dungeon. There, you can enhance your strength without concern for the hurricane. The difficulty of this hidden dungeon is considerable, but should you manage to conquer it alone, you will be rewarded with a scroll for a hidden class transition that is exceptionally suited to you. As he spoke, the old village chief casually handed a crimson scroll to the demigod Lu Xiaobu. A hidden dungeon? Thank you, father. Lu Xiaobu's eyes sparkled with excitement as he gratefully accepted the scroll and promptly utilized it. After sending Lu Xiaobu on his way, the old village chief's gaze flickered, his eyes deep as the ocean. He redirected his thoughts to the hurricane incident, murmuring, a hurricane capable of effortlessly annihilating numerous players. Could it be? It has emerged? But that cannot be. To enter the forbidden ground, one must possess my handwritten note as a key. Otherwise, no one else could ever enter and unleash it. Only 2 players hold my handwritten note. Neither of them has yet cleared the forbidden ground and extracted the wind dragon's egg. However, only it could generate such a powerful hurricane. Who could have cleared the forbidden ground, retrieved the wind dragon's egg, and even managed to hatch it? If it were merely a player, that would be manageable. I could issue relevant quests and offer rewards to persuade them to bring the wind dragon to help defend my novice village against the encroaching night. Yet, If the wind dragon falls under the dominion of the night, that would spell disaster. Wait. Didn't Tishana mention that when she perished in the Forbidden Ground, that Thunder Emperor remained unscathed? Could it be that the wind dragon is indeed in his possession? The likelihood is considerable. The more the old village chief pondered, the more convincing the possibility became. It seems I must carve out time to personally visit the novice village and seek out that elusive Thunder Emperor. Although the old village chief resolved to find the Thunder Emperor, he bore significant responsibilities that prevented him from acting hastily. 2 days swiftly passed. It wasn't until the third day that he finally managed to muster a bit of time and energy, preparing to step out of the novice village. In search of Chenmu. At this moment, outside, numerous players occasionally reported that in certain regions, another tempest had struck, causing many to lose their levels. The old village chief was convinced. He simply needed to venture to the locations where these tempests manifested, and he would undoubtedly find the Thunder Emperor. Thus, an elderly man with silvery hair, for the sake of his homeland, leaned on his cane and stepped beyond the safety of the novice village. After 3 days of relentless monster hunting, Chenmu's level surged dramatically, from level 11 to 12, ultimately reaching a pinnacle of level 15. Unfortunately, at this stage, most players hovered around level 8, with few managing to ascend to level 9. The discrepancy in levels was vast. Each time he eliminated a player, he could only garner a meager 1 to 2 experience points. Yet, the experience required for Chenmu to level up was daunting. Achieving level 15 was nearly the utmost limit of his capabilities. A significant factor contributing to this was that many players were too intimidated to leave the novice village, leading to a gradual decline in the overall killing efficiency of Xiaofeng. Chapter 60, The Revelation of the Zombie Identity? The special task of the newbie village chief. Aside from Chenmu reaching level 15, both Xiaofeng and the 10 Forbidden Land zombies, including De2 and the Negotiator, have also attained level 12. After the Negotiator ascended to level 10, he received the backing of Nightfall and successfully became a controller, earning the title of the true Zombie King. Similarly, De2 has successfully been promoted to a Tyrant. Although its quality is only rare, its attributes surpass those of the 10 legendary quality Forbidden Land zombies. The enhancement in attributes from the Tyrant identity is indeed remarkable. Not only are the attributes augmented, but even its talents and skills experience significant boosts under the Tyrant identity. Currently, although De2 is merely at level 12, in terms of overall combat power, it can utterly dominate the level 29 peripheral members of Nightfall. The gap to the core members like Lingqi is not insurmountable. With a slight increase in De2's level, it won't be long before it can easily overpower them. As for the 10 Forbidden Land zombies, they have all chosen to become Wind Elementalists. Note: a variant evolution in the Elementalist system, the number of wind blades released by their ultimate skill, Windblade Dance, has exponentially increased, and the lethality of their wind attribute skills has surged. When paired with the Plague talent, they become formidable weapons of mass destruction. These 10 Forbidden Land zombies have nearly transformed into Chenmu's most powerful firepower coverage squad. However, the most terrifying enhancement belongs to Xiaofeng. After all, it is a world-class boss. Its base attributes have multiplied several times, and it has gained a unique dragon-related talent, Dragon's Gaze, that can forcibly control enemies for 10 seconds, regardless of level or attribute disparities. Though 10 seconds may seem fleeting for Xiaofeng, it is ample time to gather and unleash its dragon breath. Under the breath of a dragon, all things cease to exist. Who can withstand it, and who would dare to risk their life in defiance? This development feels delightful. In the skies above, Chenmu lay back on Xiaofeng's back, adorned with dragon scales, hands clasped beneath his head, exclaiming in bliss, "Wonderful!" At this moment, Xiaofeng's size had grown to over 20 meters, comparable to a large ship. Suddenly, a brilliant white light surged down before Chenmu. Startled, he quickly sat up and drew his legendary Dawn crossbow, his gaze firmly fixed on the white beam before him. "Thunderlord, do not be alarmed," came an ancient voice from within the light. An elderly man, leaning on a cane and with hair as white as snow, emerged from the white column. With a cheerful smile, he said, "I am the village chief of the newbie village. It is a pleasure to meet you, and I apologize for any disturbance." The village chief? Chenmu glanced upward and indeed saw the title hovering above the man's head, LV? Newbie village chief. Yet, despite knowing the man's identity, Shinmu's eyes remained filled with wariness. After all, although he is a player, he is, in essence, a zombie. Shinmu was unaware of the village chief's stance towards the zombies. In the game Apocalypse, every NPC possesses independent thought, akin to real human beings. Some experts even speculate that these so-called NPCs may very well be replicas of countless human neural elements, intricately delving into the depths of human nature. They are far from mere rigid programming codes. One can regard them as living beings. Although this conjecture may seem exaggerated, Shinmu, having had considerable interactions with the Nightfall, possesses a far deeper understanding of NPCs than other players, grasping one crucial truth. Never underestimate the humanity of NPCs. Aside from maintaining vigilance, Shinmu did not forget to employ the system's innate inquiry skill. Ding. Due to the vast disparity in strength, you are not authorized to probe the attributes and details of the novice village chief, a significant gap in power. Presently, he was a level 15 ultimate zombie, capable of overpowering even equivalent bosses, or even those formidable level 29 bosses or the 9 core members of Nightfall. He questioned himself, believing his attributes could easily surpass theirs. Yet despite this, he was still far inferior to the village chief. A chill ran down Shinmu's spine. After a moment of contemplation, he inquired, "Have you come to see me for a specific purpose?" The village chief was also scrutinizing Shinmu. Upon noticing his towering figure of over 2 meters, he initially paid little heed. But in the next moment, his expression drastically changed. "You are indeed a zombie? A remarkably strong, swift, resilient, intelligent, warm, and magical ultimate rare zombie that can converse?" The old chief silently marveled at the lengthy title. Clearly, even though Shinmu wore a concealment badge, his attribute panel was still laid bare before the village chief. Seeing his identity instantly exposed, Shinmu instinctively took a step back, gripping the Dawn crossbow tighter. Simultaneously, he covertly signaled to Xiao Feng in his mind, instructing it to prepare for combat at a moment's notice. Yet, should a nascent world-class boss truly engage in battle with the novice village chief, would it stand a chance? Shinmu himself did not hold the answer to that query. In contrast to Shinmu's anxiety, the old village chief wore a countenance of confusion and contemplation. After scrutinizing Shinmu for a while, he shook his head and murmured, "You possess a player's exclusive ID. More precisely, you are a player who has inadvertently transformed into a zombie. You retain the player's panel and all associated abilities, yet your identity is that of a zombie. Hey, no wonder your development has outpaced that of other players by such a margin. Even one of the 7 world-class bosses, the Wind Dragon, has fallen under your control. In this apocalypse, your zombie identity offers immense advantages. If utilized wisely, it could even serve as an invisible shield of protection. It is hardly surprising that you have scarcely set foot in the novice village." In just a few words, the elderly village chief has managed to discern much about Shinmu's true nature. However, upon learning of Shinmu's authentic identity, the old chief displayed no inclination to take action. Instead, he maintained the same affable demeanor as before. "Young friend, the Thunder Emperor, you have truly impressed me," he remarked. "There is no need for you to feel anxious. The reason I was able to uncover your secrets is primarily due to my ability to access certain system privileges. Otherwise, your concealed emblem would have limited my knowledge to the fact that you are a zombie. Beyond that, I would have been unable to ascertain anything further. Moreover, my duty is to oversee the players." He chuckled. "Though you may be a zombie, at your core, you remain a player. So to me, you are no different from the others. Worry not about my intentions towards you. In fact, should you wish to return to the novice village, you are always welcome." Shinmu was taken aback. It seemed there was nothing he could conceal from this old man. Nevertheless, after the village chief's explanation, the tension that had long been coiled within his mind began to ease slightly. He smiled and replied, "Very well, I appreciate your understanding, Chief. Additionally, I hope you can keep my identity as a zombie confidential." "Of course, no problem at all," the chief said, adjusting his white beard. "However, I have come to you today with a request. Beep. The village chief has issued you a unique special mission: protect the novice village and destroy the Nightfall organization. Eliminate the Nightfall leader and more than 2/3 of the core and peripheral members. Time limit, 3 days. Mission reward, World Blessing 1. Along with intelligence regarding the Earth Dragon, one of the 7 world-class bosses. Note: if you gather all 7 dragons, you will obtain the divine title, World Guardian. This grants you the essence of the entire world's power, bestowing infinite health, unlimited mana, and boundless strength. Failure penalty: should the novice village be destroyed, you will lose the opportunity for infinite resurrection. Upon death, you will be forcibly ejected from the game. Chapter 61. A mere 70% chance of victory? How perilous! After perusing the task description, Shenmue's eyes flickered with apprehension. The mission to safeguard the novice village was easily comprehensible, for the Nightfall organization had been brazenly targeting players during this period. As the village chief of the novice realm, uncovering Nightfall's plan to annihilate the village should not prove overly difficult. However, the old village chief astonishingly expected him to dismantle the Nightfall organization, though Shenmue had recently experienced a significant surge in strength, rendering him unafraid of several core members and numerous peripheral figures of Nightfall. He remained oblivious to the true nature of their leader. Their last encounter had been but a fleeting glance. Yet the image of Nightfall's leader effortlessly shattering the plague totem remained indelibly etched in Shenmue's mind. He pondered, even with his newfound abilities, including those of the Wind Dragon, accomplishing such a feat was far beyond his current capabilities. Thus, for Shenmue, the Nightfall leader likely represented an insurmountable challenge. My apologies, esteemed village chief. After much contemplation, Shenmue shook his head in refusal. I cannot accept this task. If given time to develop, I am confident that with the Wind Dragon and various privileges at my disposal, I shall eventually be able to defeat the Nightfall leader. However, 3 days is rather too hasty. I am unwilling to take the risk of accepting a task that I may fail to complete, which could ultimately lead to my own downfall. Even though the blessings of the world may seem grand, and the intelligence regarding the Earth Dragon appears enticing, rewards remain only rewards until they are securely in hand. Upon hearing Shenmue's refusal, the old village chief displayed a clear flicker of surprise in his eyes. He chuckled softly, shaking his head. I have encountered numerous players, and you all tend to be driven by the allure of bountiful rewards, often accepting missions regardless of their difficulty before contemplating how to complete them. Yet here you are, outright denying me. Is it that my offered rewards do not captivate you? Or perhaps you desire something specific? Feel free to express your wishes to me. Within my capabilities, I shall endeavor to fulfill them. Esteemed village chief, Shenmue replied. This is not an issue of rewards. Primarily, I am unable to contend with the Nightfall leader. Indeed, with your current prowess, that foe is formidable. The old village chief responded, stroking his beard with a smile. You might not even qualify to partake in the battle, and could easily find yourself dispatched in an instant. However, your pet does possess the eligibility to engage. After all, it is one of the 7 world-class bosses. Although it currently stands at level 12 and has yet to evolve into its mature form, it should be capable of ensuring your survival in the presence of the Nightfall leader. In due time, I shall also lend you my assistance. Based on my estimations, our chances of success would be no less than 60%. Shenmue, 60%? That feels akin to courting death. Taken aback by Shenmue's response, the old village chief paused momentarily before clarifying, My dear friend, you may have misconstrued my words. What I meant to convey is that our chance of success stands at 60%. If I were to introduce a few more trump cards, achieving a 70% chance is not entirely out of the realm of possibility. 70%? Upon hearing this, Shenmue waved his hands repeatedly, expressing his dissent. The old village chief, with a concerned expression, inquired, with a 70% success rate, Dear friend Thunder Emperor, are you not willing to give it a try? Even if the odds were as high as 99%, I would still find it precarious. Shenmue, with conviction, replied, Old village chief, it would be prudent for you to return. I cannot accept this task. The old village chief, perplexed, retorted, Pray tell, what manner of person are you? With a 70% success rate, any other player would be overjoyed. How can you deem it insufficient? Before the old village chief could voice further objections, Xiaofeng, with a serious demeanor, chimed in, The boss is correct. A mere 70% success rate means we cannot undertake this task. The old village chief nearly choked in disbelief, exclaiming, What a calamity! Your master's disposition reflects your own. Are you both so fearful of death? Dear friend Thunder Emperor, he continued, Before the destruction of the novice village, both you and your pet can be revived even in the event of death. Surely you are aware of this? With patience. The old village chief persisted. Even if the success rate is 70% and luck is not in our favor, what harm could come from failing once or twice? Worst case, we revive and try again. The rewards for completing this task are quite substantial, particularly the World's Blessing. This is the only one in the entire novice village. While the rewards from the World's Blessing are random, they could potentially yield divine artifacts. At the very least, one might receive legendary quality equipment or related items that can grow in power. Furthermore, are you not tempted by the clues to the Earth Dragon? Collecting all 7 dragons would grant you the unique divine title, World Guardian. Not only would this augment your combat prowess, but it would also bestow upon you unparalleled honor. When the time comes to reveal this title, regardless of whether you are a zombie or a human, within the main city or any empire, you shall be treated as an esteemed guest, revered by all. To be candid, the old village chief added, these are the finest rewards I can present. Old village chief. Shenmue inhaled deeply. I am indeed enticed by the rewards, but I truly cannot accept this task. Perhaps you should seek assistance elsewhere? The old village chief, frustrated, retorted, if I could seek assistance elsewhere, would I be here conversing with you? Yet the issue remains. The Wind Dragon is in your possession. If you do not step forward, who could possibly confront the Nightshade leader? Thunder Emperor, what would it take for you to accept this task? Suppressing his own sense of helplessness, the old village chief posed the question once more. Others would beg and plead to undertake a task, yet here he was. The esteemed village chief of a novice village, reduced to imploring the Thunder Emperor to accept his assignment. Feeling the weight of the old man's sincerity, Shenmue hesitated before suggesting, how about this, old village chief? Why not provide me with the World's Blessing and the clues to the Earth Dragon first? Once I enhance my abilities, I possess a complete assurance of defeating the Nightfall leader. At that time, I shall earnestly contemplate whether to accept your task. What do you think? The old village chief was momentarily stunned, his face a mask of disbelief as he gazed at Shenmue. You expect me to grant you the task's reward first, and only then will you consider accepting my mission? Not quite, esteemed elder. Shenmue corrected with a shake of his head. What I meant was that I would earnestly consider whether to accept. The old village chief, slightly irritated, responded with an unpleasant expression. Do you think I am easily trifled with? Now that your level has surpassed 10, you are free to venture into the main city. If I were to give you the reward in advance and you fled, I would be unable to pursue you. I swear it, without a flicker of shame. Shenmue replied, esteemed elder, you must possess a vow scroll or some related oath item, correct? Should I take your reward and ultimately decide that the risk is still too great to accept the task, I would consider the reward as a loan from you. When I am capable of repaying it in the future, I will assuredly return it in full. Alternatively, I could replace it with equivalent items. If I were to break this promise, I, the Thunder Emperor, would willingly abandon this account and never enter the game Doomsday again. Chapter 62, The Blessing of the World and the Divine Protection, granting a remarkable 90 damage immunity. Regarding Shenmue's proposition, the old village chief furrowed his brows, contemplating for an extended period. Ultimately, he consented to half of it. The blessing of the world could indeed be granted. Yet the clue to the Earth Dragon was not located within the novice village. Thus it could not be provided prematurely. If granted, should the Thunder Emperor venture outside the novice village in search of the Earth Dragon, he would be unable to return. Note: players and the vast majority of NPCs who leave the novice village are unable to return. Only a select few NPCs possessing special items can traverse freely. The old village chief's agreement to bestow the blessing upon the world was primarily due to the fact that currently, only the Thunder Emperor possessed the qualifications to stand against the Night Lord alongside him. Should he refuse, the novice village would be in peril without the aid of the Wind Dragon. Thus, he had no choice but to take a gamble. He wagered that once the Thunder Emperor received the reward, he would likely hesitate to part with it. This is human nature. Moreover, with the cursed Oath Scroll serving as a final safeguard, he was not fearful of the Thunder Emperor reneging on their agreement after claiming half the reward. As for the old village chief's proposal, Shenmue did not decline further. He promptly established a cursed oath, completed under the vigilant gaze of the old village chief. Without the use of any textual traps, After all, he possessed the super persuasive trait, rendering oath-related items powerless against him. Once Qinlei Emperor completed the cursed oath, the old village chief, with a pained expression, retrieved an exquisite box from his bosom. Ding, congratulations! You have obtained the item, Blessing of the World. Upon opening, you may receive a random blessing from the world. Upon receiving the box, a notification sound echoed in Qinmu's ears. Open it. As Qinmu's intent descended, a radiant cascade of colors suddenly surged forth, enveloping him, randomly bestowing a blessing. Ding, congratulations! You have unlocked the special trade exchange privilege for the game Doomsday, Divine Protection, with the world's guardianship, regardless of the form of damage inflicted upon you. You shall receive an absolute 90 damage immunity. For instance, if an enemy's attack power is 120,000 and you possess 20,000 physical resistance, you would normally incur 100,000 points of damage, but with the immunity, you would only sustain 10,000 points of damage. Furthermore, while equipped with the Divine Protection trait, in addition to the 90 damage immunity, you shall also gain substantial base attribute values. Even true damage can be reduced by this absolute immunity. Divine Protection? A 90 absolute damage immunity, coupled with substantial attribute values? Upon witnessing the reward of the blessing, Qinmu inhaled sharply. Excellent. This reward was exceedingly favorable. The crux of the matter was that this blessing from the world manifested as an unlockable trait, implying that he could purchase it repeatedly in the evolution shop. Not only could he equip himself with this 90 absolute immunity and substantial attribute values, but also his companions, Big Head, the Negotiator, and the 10 Headless Zombies could don it as well. Except for Little Wind, who could not equip traits, Qinmu's team would be akin to a horde of indestructible cockroaches. Invincible. Old Village Chief. I, the Thunder Emperor, accept this task. Qinmu's confidence surged dramatically. Haha, excellent. The old village chief chuckled, stroking his long beard. It appears that this time, my young friend the Thunder Emperor has made quite a substantial gain. However, before the old village chief could finish his congratulatory remarks, Qinmu's expression turned serious. As for safeguarding the novice village, I naturally bear an unshirkable responsibility. Yet, the task of dismantling the Nightfall is not one to be taken lightly. I suggest we should consider dividing the task of destroying the novice village. For instance, slaying a peripheral member of Nightfall could yield a reward of 100 gold coins, while eliminating a core member might merit 10,000 gold coins or equivalent equipment. What do you think? The old village chief retorted, Young lad, you are being rather greedy. I've just bestowed upon you the world's blessings, and you turn around to demand additional rewards for the task. Old village chief. Let's be clear. Qinmu insisted, with an air of entitlement. If you hadn't granted me the world's blessings, I wouldn't have the confidence to complete the task, let alone eradicate Nightfall. Now, although I feel capable of accomplishing the task, the only reward left is merely a clue to the Earth Dragon, which feels rather paltry. The reward does not align with the difficulty of the task. I assume you wouldn't want to see me slacking off after accepting the task. Would you? The old village chief glared, his white beard trembling with anger. You, utterly shameless. Humph. I have no problem increasing the task rewards, but your demands are exorbitant. I simply cannot afford it. For slaying one peripheral member, I could offer a mere 1 gold coin. Their strength pales in comparison to yours. And you dare ask for 100 gold coins? As for a core member, I could offer you at most 100 gold coins. Agreed. It's a deal. Qinmu grinned and readily accepted. However, you must also reward me for the Nightfall members I previously dispatched before accepting the task. To him, eliminating Nightfall was a certainty, and securing a bit more from the old village chief was merely a way to collect some interest in advance. As both parties reached an agreement, a system notification chimed in Qinmu's ears. Ding. You have previously slain 2 core members of Nightfall and 178 peripheral members, earning a total reward of 378 gold coins. Please check your account. Under normal exchange rates, 1 gold coin equates to 10,000 currency units. A sum of 3.78 million had just been credited, equivalent to a significant portion of a central city property. The old village chief truly was prosperous. After relishing this thought, a sincere smile spread across Qinmu's face. All right. Since we have settled this matter, I shall take my leave. Do take care with the nightfall issue." The old village chief waved his hand, preparing to depart. He had no desire to linger in this place for even a moment longer, fearing that if he stayed any longer, his decades-old trousers would be stripped away by the Thunder Emperor. That fellow. Truly outrageous. "Wait, old village chief, there is one more thing," Shinmu suddenly interjected. The old village chief had already raised his hand to summon a beam of teleportation light, poised to step into its luminous embrace and depart. Upon hearing this, his figure staggered momentarily. He turned, his expression darkening. "Young friend Thunder Emperor, the task reward has been firmly established, and I shall not alter it." "It is not about the task reward," Chinmu replied, spreading his hands in a gesture of innocence. The old village chief then let out a sigh of relief. As long as the reward was not mentioned, he could proceed. "I wish to inquire about information regarding the leader of the Nightfall organization," Chinmu continued. "Well, according to the rules, this information requires the activation of hidden conditions to be provided to players." The old village chief paused, deliberating for a moment before nodding. "However, since you have accepted my task, I shall make an exception and grant you this information. Remember, it must not be disclosed after you have read it." With that, the old village chief tossed a scroll to Chinmu. Just as Chinmu grasped the scroll, the old village chief vanished into the sky along with the teleportation light. Lingering not a moment longer, Chinmu, was it really necessary to flee so swiftly? After musing silently, he disregarded the thought and unfurled the scroll in his hands. Chapter 63, The World's Secrets, the True Identity and Intentions of the Nightfall Leader. World Secrets. 3 centuries ago, there existed no divine tier. Above the sacred tier was the worldly tier. However, with the arrival of the extraterrestrial demons, the laws of the world underwent a transformation, prompting the system to redefine the worldly tier as the divine tier. Thus, the worldly boss, also known as the divine boss, possesses the potential to evolve into a divine being during its juvenile phase, ultimately capable of contending against gods. The blessing of the world, also referred to as the blessing of the divine. Introduction to the extraterrestrial demons. They are an immensely powerful group, claiming to originate from the demon realm. The leader among them is one of the 12 deities, commanding countless demon generals and legions. Upon their arrival, they nearly reduced the entire world to ruins. Consequently, a virus began to proliferate. A significant number of humans lacked immunity to withstand the viral invasion, resulting in their transformation into zombies. The 7 great dragons of the native world, along with numerous formidable bosses and mutated creatures, united in defiance against the demon legions, unwilling to be subjugated. This conflict would later be known as the War of the Gods. Ultimately, both sides exhausted their high-end combatants. However, the demon legions, hindered by their distance from reinforcements, were relentlessly driven back by the local forces, eventually disappearing without a trace. The 7 great dragons, on the brink of death, were sealed within a forbidden domain. To safeguard them, the will of the world established a rule preventing non-chosen ones, players, from completely vanquishing the dragons or transforming them into dragon eggs. The Elder's Postscript. A decade ago, a small team arrived at our novice village, known as Nightfall. Through my investigations, I discovered that the leader of Nightfall is, in fact, a descendant of a demon general from that era. Moreover, the 9 core members of Nightfall, along with many peripheral members, are either descendants of the demonic forces or humans recruited from the native world by the Nightfall leader. My conjecture suggests that Nightfall's objective is to obliterate the novice village and subsequently construct a grand teleportation array upon its ruins, thereby opening a passage between the demon realm and our world. However, the materials required for such a cross-dimensional teleportation array are exceedingly formidable. Among them are rare materials that cannot be collected by mere mortals, which is why Nightfall has been scheming for a full decade. Now, they seem poised to act once more. It is likely that they are nearing the completion of the materials necessary for the cross-realm teleportation array. Having perused the contents of the scroll in one breath, Chinmu could not help but take a deep breath. The planning of the Doomsday game is remarkably intricate. The history from 3 centuries past has been meticulously woven into the narrative, seamlessly connecting with the present. One particular detail captured Chinmu's attention. The leader of Nightfall is a descendant of a demon general. While the 9 core members and numerous peripheral individuals consist of both demon progeny and local humans recruited. No wonder the strength of the Nightfall leader seems so extraordinary, clearly beyond comprehension. After all, their ancestors nearly toppled the entire world. Intriguingly, among the members of the Nightfall organization, there is a local human whom Chun Mu might indeed recognize, Ling Lingqi. It is no wonder he previously sensed that the young man was somewhat complicated. He seems loyal to Nightfall, yet possesses an air of rebellion, as if he were inscribed with the words, "I shall annihilate Nightfall." In 6 hours, the prestige marketplace of the Novice Village will be refreshed. Within the Nightfall headquarters, the 7 core members and thousands of peripheral members, all cloaked in black robes, were expressions of utmost seriousness. The leader of Nightfall, with hands clasped behind his back, spoke with a piercing gaze. According to reliable intelligence, among the items to be refreshed in this prestige marketplace, there lie 3 rare materials that we desperately need. If we can procure these 3 materials, we will have everything required to construct the interdimensional teleportation array. At that time, my demonic army shall once again descend upon this world, and the entire realm shall tremble before us. And you all shall be the heroes heralding the arrival of the demonic forces. Upon hearing the leader's words, fervor ignited in the eyes of the majority of Nightfall members. Most of them were descendants of the demon realm, and due to their unique identities, they navigated this world with utmost caution, banding together for warmth, fearful of exposure and the potential wrath of the world's powerful beings. However, should the demonic army arrive and successfully overthrow and enslave this world, their status would transform entirely. They would become the new masters of this realm. Long live, long live, long live. In an instant, many Nightfall members raised their right hands, shouting with exhilaration. Among them, Ling Lingqi and the negotiator displayed a shift in expression. Although they too raised their hands in fervent cheer, their eyes reflected neither enthusiasm nor zeal, but rather solemnity and contemplation. Minutes later, as the cheers subsided, the Nightfall leader continued, "Yet, mere materials are insufficient. We must seize a novice village. Warriors, the time has come to shed blood for the demon realm. Will you follow me to conquer the novice village and establish the grand interdimensional teleportation array to welcome the demon army? We shall follow you, great leader, into battle." With the leader's proclamation, the Nightfall members responded with high spirits. Excellent. The Nightfall leader paused, casting his gaze upon Ling Lingqi and the negotiator beside him. "I hereby declare, in light of the deaths of Ling Ling San and Ling Ling Jiao, the seats of the 9 core members are now vacant. From this day forth, Ling Lingqi shall temporarily assume the duties of Ling Ling Jiao, overseeing the various war beasts nurtured by Nightfall, and the negotiator shall be promoted to Ling Ling San. One shall command the horde of the undead, while the other shall be responsible for intelligence gathering, enemy reconnaissance, and assassination missions. Ling Lingqi, negotiator, do you accept?" "We willingly accept." Both Ling Lingqi and the negotiator stepped forward, clasping their fists in salute. "Wonderful. With you 2 generals in Nightfall, what do we have to fear in achieving great things?" The leader of the Nightfall expressed his admiration, his eyes gleaming with satisfaction. Ling Lingqi was a talent he had discovered himself, possessing remarkable abilities and an astonishing flair for combat. Among the 9 core members, he could indeed be regarded as a formidable warrior. Furthermore, Xiaotan was unearthed by Ling Lingqi as well. Now, it had evolved into a zombie king, capable of commanding thousands of undead. This ability was exceedingly precious for the relatively small numbers of Nightfall. Moreover, the most crucial aspect was that, although Xiaotan was a zombie, its intellect rivaled that of humans. While commanding the horde of corpses, the Nightfall leader believed it could also competently handle intelligence gathering, enemy reconnaissance, and target assassination. Thus, the envoy inadvertently became a core member of Nightfall, as Ling Lingqi and Xiaotan were officially appointed. A thunderous applause erupted from the numerous members of Nightfall. Chapter 64. A brief discussion on infiltrating the Nightfall High Command and dismantling the Novice Village plan commence. As the applause subsided, the Nightfall leader spoke once more. "Gentlemen, I grant you 3 hours. Ling Lingqi, you are tasked with mobilizing all the battle beasts we have raised. Ling Ling San, you are responsible for assembling the 80,000 zombies under your command, ensuring they are prepared for the assault on the Novice Village." "Yes, I shall obey." The negotiator and Ling Lingqi responded in unison. The Nightfall leader merely nodded before issuing further commands. Linglingi, you will liaise with our informants among the players, ensuring their cooperation in our mission to obliterate the novice village. Upon success, generous rewards await. Understood. Linglingi, with a hawk-like nose and a somber expression, replied. Lingling, you will oversee the military supplies, potions, and equipment for this battle. Yes. A stout man clad in black stepped forward, responding with a steady demeanor. Lingling C. Proceed to the warehouse and gather the necessary materials for constructing the teleportation array. Yes. Boss. Just after Chinmu concluded the scroll given to him by the old village chief. He had yet to seek trouble with Nightfall when the negotiator delivered a piece of intelligence. The Nightfall organization is preparing to launch an attack on the novice village in 3 hours. The entire Nightfall is mobilizing. They are gathering personnel, procuring logistical supplies, and deploying battle beasts. I have also received the order to assemble 80,000 level 10 zombies to serve as vanguards. What should we do now? Taken aback by the negotiator's words, Chinmu pondered for a moment. The old village chief had just spoken with him, and now Nightfall was poised to strike. Their actions were rather swift. Narrowing his eyes in contemplation, Chinmu instructed, Xiao Tan, follow Nightfall's directives for now. Do not rush to betray them. I recently sent 2 concealment badges to Datu. When you have the chance, seek him out and discreetly don the badges. You will act openly while Datu operates in the shadows, providing mutual support. Understood? By the way, I will add a new clause for you. Use the concealment badges to mask this new clause, ensuring it goes unnoticed by others. When the time comes, at my command, you will betray them. Do you comprehend? Yes. Understood. The negotiator replied, evidently unaware of the implications of the new clause that Chinmu referred to. All right, you may proceed with your tasks. After giving his instructions, Chinmu patted Xiaofeng's head and said, let us head to the novice village. Of course, boss. With a swish of his dragon tail, Xiaofeng took off towards the novice village at once. The 10 Forbidden Land zombies that had been hovering nearby, assisting Xiaofeng in slaying monsters, also flapped their wings to follow suit. As they flew, Chinmu opened the evolution shop. Indeed, among the redeemable entries, there appeared a striking red, divine, entry, divine blessing price, 1 million evolution points. As it was drawn from the world S blessing, this entry enjoys a significant discount. Evolution balance, 28 million. During this period, Chinmu had vanquished numerous monsters, including a considerable number of boss creatures. The number of evolution points had reached an astonishing level. It was more than sufficient. Consuming 13 million evolution points, he redeemed 13 divine blessing entries. He equipped himself first, and then the 10 Forbidden Zone zombies, who, upon receiving the large-headed negotiator's prepared stealth badge, were also outfitted with one. Without delving into the reactions of the large-headed negotiator, the 10 Forbidden Zone zombies were taken aback when they noticed the newly added red divine blessing above their heads, doubting whether they were dreaming. Divine blessing, a super strong, powerful, swift, resilient, intelligent, tenacious, warm, magical, articulate, and consumable divine level Forbidden Zone Mystifier zombie. My goodness, I have transformed from a legendary quality zombie into a divine quality one in an instant. This implies that my growth ceiling has reached the divine level. Our leader is remarkable, silently providing us all with divine level entries. Indeed, while those elite and rare quality entries were commendable, the attributes they conferred were not extensive. Suddenly, we found ourselves endowed with divine level entries. Quickly, let us examine what enhancements this divine level entry has bestowed upon us. What the heck? 90% absolute immunity. Astonishing. Is it not? What? Indeed, and it even offers a 90 immunity effect against true damage. Wait, my attributes have also been significantly boosted. I initially had just over 600,000 health, and now, over 8 million. Strength, agility, dual resistances, and other attributes have all risen to at least 100,000 or more. Goodness, this is akin to a colossal doubling, with high resistance and a substantial health pool. I feel incredibly resilient now, as long as the enemy doesn't deal damage in the range of 50 to 60 million. They won't be able to eliminate us in an instant. I sense that if we encounter the Nightfall leader again, we could confront him head-on with all 10 of us. Indeed, he won't be able to take us down easily. But with our super windblade dance combined with the plague, alongside Xiao Feng and the leader, we might even manage to turn the tables on him. Huh? Shenmu quietly listened to the discussions among the Forbidden Zone zombies, a subtle smile gracing his lips. At that moment, upon seeing the divine blessing entry, he had already anticipated such a scene. Otherwise, he would not have confidently accepted the old village chief's task. After approximately half an hour, Shenmu, Xiao Feng, and the 10 Forbidden Zone zombies arrived above the novice village. Shenmu patted Xiao Feng's head and instructed, Xiao Feng, you and the brothers wait up here for a moment. I will go down for a visit. Do not descend without my command. Do you understand? Understood, boss. Xiao Feng replied obediently. With a swift motion, Shenmu unfurled his wings and dove towards the novice village. However, upon breaking free from the clouds, he veered slightly to avoid detection by players. After approximately 10 minutes, he descended into a small grove adjacent to the novice village, retracting his wings. Alone, he began his approach towards the village. Along the way, he encountered several scattered low-level players engaged in hunting the local wild rabbits. Upon seeing Shenmu, their eyes sparkled with wonder. Wow, this person is incredibly tall. He must be even taller than that basketball giant, Yao Ming. One exclaimed, Hey, why doesn't he have a level indicator above his head? Another pointed out, Look at his equipment. That leather armor is radiating a purple glow. Could it be an epic-grade leather armor? My goodness, epic-grade armor. This is a big shot. They murmured in awe. Who could this esteemed figure be? The sovereign of the dynasty? Or perhaps the demon god, El Shibu? Or someone else entirely? Is it possible that he is the Thunder Emperor? Though, I find that unlikely. I've heard that the Thunder Emperor has never returned to the novice village, always elusive like a dragon that is seen but never caught. Chapter 65. Entering the novice village, initiating level 1 alert, 2 battle merit lists. Amidst the adoring and reverent gazes of numerous novice players, Shenmu stepped into the novice village. In contrast to the dilapidated structures of the zombie city, the buildings here were relatively well preserved. However, the conditions were akin to those of old rural houses, predominantly constructed of stone. Come, fresh wild rabbit meat. Take a look as you pass by. For those learning the cooking profession, purchasing more can earn you a 20% discount. Potions. A variety of potions are being sold at a bargain. Alas, my sister lies in the operating room, and I still need some surgical fees. With tears in my eyes, I am selling top-quality level 3 equipment for just 1,000. I implore the wealthy gentleman to lend a hand. Numerous players were setting up stalls along the streets. Some were peddling rabbit skins and various materials hunted from outside, while others offered potions or weapons and equipment not exceeding level 5. Many low-level players rummaged through the stalls, haggling over prices amid the incessant clamor. At this stage, weapons of levels 6 to 10 were frequently sold in the auction house. After all, that was the mainstream level for high-end players. Conversely, level 1 to 5 equipment had become scarce in the auction house, as the low prices made it unworthy after deducting the auction fees. Little copper coin would remain in one's possession. Thus, setting up stalls allowed for greater profit maximization. Grandpa, I want to eat candied hawthorn. All right. Grandpa will buy it for you. Occasionally, NPCs could be seen walking through the streets, or a few groups of guards clad in pure white armor, wielding long spears, patrolled expressionlessly. The entire novice village was imbued with a lively atmosphere. At this moment, it is likely that, apart from Shenmu, no one else was aware that the Nightfall army was preparing to raise the novice village. Like a mere passerby, Shenmu navigated through the bustling streets and alleys, and before long he arrived at the residence of the village chief. Knock, knock, knock. The door was tightly shut. Shenmu reached out and knocked. Who is it? With a creak, the door opened, revealing the village chief, rubbing his bleary eyes. It's the midday rest period. No tasks are being assigned. Go back, child. Village chief. Shenmu spoke calmly. The village chief's drowsiness dissipated instantly, and a sense of alarm surged within him. Thunder Emperor. Shouldn't you be dealing with the Nightfall? Why are you suddenly here? A sense of foreboding rose within the old village chief. I'm here to give you a warning. Shenmu assessed the time in his mind and spoke. In approximately 2 hours, the Nightfall organization will gather their forces and march towards the novice village. They are well prepared. Not only will core members be involved, but peripheral members will also join, including a considerable number of formidable battle pets and the Corpse King capable of commanding zombies. Furthermore, there are 80,000 level 10 to 12 zombie soldiers. Oh, indeed. According to my sources, it appears that within the ranks of the players, there exist numerous insiders among them. I am uncertain of their identities, but their levels are undoubtedly formidable. Prepare yourself mentally. What? Upon hearing Chen Mu's words, the old village chief's eyes widened in shock. They're arriving so swiftly. Are they set to assault our novice village today? Moreover, there is the Corpse King, and insiders have been embedded among our novice village players. This. Young friend lady, are you certain of the accuracy of this information? The information is 100% accurate. Chen Mu replied earnestly, after all. I have accepted your task and received your benefits. I would not jest about such matters. Upon hearing Chen Mu's confirmation, the old village chief's expression hardened. Very well. I understand. Thank you for your warning. After expressing his gratitude, the old chief's staff emitted a brilliant white light, which he forcefully struck against the ground. With a resounding thud, the white light shot up into the sky, only to suddenly burst forth like fireworks, scattering into countless luminous specks. In a matter of moments, the sky was filled with glowing lights, coalescing into a translucent protective dome that enveloped the entire novice village. Is this the novice village's protective shield? Observing the old chief's actions, Chen Mu was filled with wonder. However, before the village chief could respond, a system notification echoed in the ears of all players. Alert! Alert! All players, attention NPCs of various positions in the novice village. In 1 hour, a large number of enemies will invade the novice village. They are known as the Nightfall Organization, descendants of the demon realm, possessing immense power. Moreover, they are determined to raze the novice village to the ground. Their approach is ferocious. From this moment forth, the entire village enters a level 1 alert status. Repeat. From this moment forth, the entire village enters a level 1 alert status. The novice village's defensive shield has been activated. Members of our faction may enter and exit freely, but members of the enemy faction will be barred from entry. However, the energy of the defensive shield is limited. In the face of the enemy's relentless assault, it is expected to sustain only 3 hours. All NPCs and village guards, please proceed immediately to the edge of the defensive shield and prepare for battle. Intercept the enemy forces. All players, return to the novice village at once and prepare to assist the guards in repelling the enemy. Main quest: protect the novice village, defeat Nightfall. Participants, all players. This quest is mandatory and cannot be refused or ignored. Quest duration: to be determined. Estimated enemy forces: 1 ultimate boss, Nightfall leader, 1 controller among the undead, Corpse King boss. 7 minor bosses, corresponding to the 7 core members of the Nightfall faction. Chen Mu has eliminated 2 of them, claiming his reward of gold coins. The old village chief is only aware that there are 7 core members remaining. There are over 1,000 peripheral members, more than 100 battle beasts, and approximately 80,000 level 10 to 12 zombies. The battle merit leaderboard and the exchange list have officially commenced. For each enemy unit slain, 1 can gain additional battle merits. These merits can be utilized on the exchange list to redeem equipment, materials, items, experience points, and other strategic resources. Furthermore, the top 10 players on the battle merit leaderboard will receive substantial rewards after the completion of the main quest. Upon seeing this system notification, Chen Mu's first reaction was one of exhilaration. His second reaction was to immediately turn to the old village chief, his face alight with anticipation and excitement. Old village chief, I should be eligible to participate in the main quest and its associated rewards, as well as the 2 battle merit lists, right? Let us clarify this. Our private tasks are separate matters. They should not hinder my claim to 2 rewards. The old village chief replied, All right, considering the intel you provided in advance, I want to contest this with you. With a concerned expression, he gazed into the distance and sighed, I hope our novice village can weather this storm. Then, as if struck by a thought, the old village chief turned his attention back to Chen Mu. Although the external enemies of Nightfall may be formidable, we can confront them with all our might. However, we are nearly powerless against the traitors among the players. To guard against any eventuality, I will give you something in advance. He then retrieved a scroll from his robe and handed it to Chenmu. Upon examining the scroll, Chenmu was taken aback. Is this a player betting scroll? He recalled seeing one in the World Channel, held by a player from the Asin Kingdom, though he was not well versed in its specific use or details. What does this mean, old village chief? Chenmu inquired curiously. The old village chief stroked his beard and explained, if our novice village were to fail or if Nightfall successfully constructs the two-world teleportation array, you could use this scroll to wager against other novice village players. The stakes can be set as the location of the two-world teleportation array. Should you prevail, you could invoke the power of the game rules to forcibly relocate the array to another novice village. While we cannot completely avert the arrival of the demon army, as long as they do not descend upon our novice village, we will have some breathing room. Understood. Chenmu replied solemnly, it's better for a friend to fall than for me to perish. Such a guilty endeavor, for Chenmu, a seasoned veteran, naturally evokes no sense of incongruity. The old village chief cast a profound glance at Chenmu and then gently patted him on the shoulder, saying, Child, the final safeguard of our novice village is entrusted to you. Chapter 66. The eve of the great battle, everyone is in motion, some rejoicing, some anxious. With the emergence of the system announcement across the server, astonishment graced the faces of players, whether in the novice village or battling monsters outside. What? Someone intends to attack the novice village? The Nightfall organization? What on earth is that? Indeed. How come I've never heard of it before? Hiss. Nightfall. I have heard that during the first few days of the game's launch, many players who ascended the leaderboard were mysteriously hunted down. And the hunters were none other than Nightfall. What? Is this Nightfall organization truly that formidable? The core members of Nightfall can effortlessly deal thousands, even tens of thousands of damage with a single strike, making them a veritable nightmare for players at this stage. They are even more powerful than bosses. The crux is their levels all stand at 29. I've heard they were not originally from the novice village. They were forcibly relocated here, and thus their levels were suppressed. Yet their equipment, attributes, and skills are leagues beyond what novice village players possess. Goodness, they are that strong? At this stage, aside from the Thunder Emperor who has reached level 15, everyone else on the leaderboard is merely at levels 8 or 9. The disparity is staggering. Indeed, not to mention comparing ourselves to members of Nightfall, even in the task descriptions. Good heavens, even the zombies attacking us start at a minimum of level 10. If a confrontation were to ensue, in a one-on-one scenario, we might not even be able to defeat a mere zombie. No wonder this main quest necessitates the full mobilization of the village NPCs, with players merely assisting them. Could it be that our novice village will truly be obliterated? Without the novice village, if we fail to reach the main city, death would mean a lack of resurrection opportunities, wouldn't it, that effectively force us to log off? Ha ha ha, my friend, no need to be so pessimistic. While Nightfall is indeed formidable, I believe their assault on the novice village is merely a plot device devised by the game's creators. It is meant to enhance our sense of participation and achievement. I concur with this perspective. As ordinary players, we cannot compete with those wealthy consortiums in terms of financial investment, nor can we match the strength of those guilds. We usually can only engage with minor monsters. Where would we find the opportunity to challenge bosses? Yet this time, with all NPCs mobilized to assist us in boss battles, perhaps we too might partake in the spoils. Ha ha ha. The game developers truly understand our plight as ordinary players. Furthermore, those two honor boards may very well be our chance to alter our fates. In contrast, the vast majority of ordinary players remain blissfully unaware of the severity of the situation. They perceive this main quest as mere narrative necessity. The novice village cannot possibly be destroyed. They believe that as long as they follow the NPCs in various guilds, they can reap some battle achievements. The great battle looms ahead. The atmosphere was strangely relaxed. Quickly notify all offline members and those on leave. The Emperor's guild leader, with wide eyes filled with urgency, issued commands in the guild chat. All members must log in within an hour. The nightfall is imminent. Even if it costs us dearly and we lose a few levels, we must prevent them. President, a new member, recently recruited for a handsome sum and possessing commendable skills, was somewhat bewildered by this order. Is it really necessary to be so intense over a mere game? This main storyline quest will evidently last for quite some time. Some members have personal matters that hinder their ability to log in. Why must there be a compulsion? The Emperor's guild leader took a deep breath and, while awaiting the members to log in, took a moment to explain, Doomsday is not merely a game. Countless high-ranking officials and media outlets predict it to be the focal point of this century. Do you know how many people worldwide have entered the game? I don't know. The new member shook his head in confusion and, after a moment of thought, replied, at least several tens of millions, right? Pfft. The Emperor's guild leader scoffed. Several tens of millions? That's merely the player count from a few small countries. Just in our Dragon Nation, there are approximately 200 to 300 million players. If we consider the entire globe, the total could very well exceed 1 billion, or even more. I fear that if I delve too deeply, you might not comprehend it. So let us discuss something more tangible. Just think about it. What kind of terrifying economy would be driven by these 1 billion players? Indeed, that does sound quite serious, the new player murmured, furrowing his brow. When speaking of the economy, I'm merely scratching the surface, the Emperor's guild leader continued, taking a deep breath. To put it in broader terms, the Doomsday game could even influence the fate of a nation. I cannot elaborate too much on such intricate matters. You only need to understand that there are merely 9,600 novice villages in Dragon Nation. Losing even one equates to a diminished foundation and a loss of fortune for the future. The affairs of the nation are of utmost importance and cannot be treated lightly. This is the responsibility we bear as citizens of Dragon Nation. I understand, President. The new member's expression hardened, seriousness etched across his face. I will give my all in this battle to prevent the nightfall from ravaging the novice village. Quickly, all soldiers. Fortify the village perimeter. Blacksmith Wong, 3 months ago, I forged a fine iron sword with you. I have yet to test its sharpness. Today, I shall use the blood of the nightfall to put this blade to the test. Tailorly, do you have any leather armor for sale? Bring me 3 sets. Street vendors, hurry, pack up your stalls and prepare for battle. With the system announcement reverberating, the entire novice village sprang into action. The soldiers, clad in silver armor and all at level 29, readied themselves. In the village, there exist numerous NPCs of varying ranks and attributes, some stronger and others weaker. Meanwhile, thousands of players stranded in the city donned their armor and grasped their weapons, rushing towards the edge of the protective barrier. Not only within the village, but also in a dense thicket of wild boars outside. The president of the Five Tigers Guild, the level 8 Marshal St. Yun Chong, wielding the rare Qinglong Yinhua knife, bellowed at all members, urging them to return to the novice village with utmost haste. President, we haven't even had the chance to disassemble these wild boars into materials. Perhaps we should wait until we finish, or the loss would be too great. President, I am still battling the elite wild boars. I am on the verge of depleting their health. Some members hurried to gather around the president, while others wore expressions of regret. Upon hearing these words, Marshal St. Yunchang's eyes widened fiercely. Forget it. Abandon everything. Leave the wild boar corpses behind. Let the elite monsters go. Return to the novice village at once. Hurry. Understood. Despite the pangs of loss felt by many members, they responded with fervor. It was not just the Five Tigers Guild, a vast majority of guilds grinding monsters outside, along with numerous independent players from various regions, were all hastily making their way back. If one were to gaze down from the heavens, they would see a flurry of players racing across the entire expanse of the novice village territory, their destination unmistakably clear, the novice village itself. Chapter 67. The night descends. 80,000 zombies surge. 3 hours swiftly elapsed. In front of the Nightfall headquarters, several core members stood resolute, while over 1,000 peripheral members prepared for battle. To their left loomed 100 formidable beasts, their grotesque visages growling ominously. To the right, 80,000 zombies, their gazes fierce and suffused with a thirst for blood. All troops, heed my command. The Nightfall leader, positioned at the forefront, surveyed his gathered members and with a grand gesture proclaimed, "Let us march forth." With the leader's command echoing through the air, the army commenced its advance. The 80,000 zombies served as the vanguard, followed by the core members of Nightfall and the 1,000 peripheral soldiers forming the main contingent, with the monstrous beasts forming the rearguard, creating an imposing serpent-like formation that surged towards the direction of the novice village. As they traversed the path, The mindless scattered zombies were either trampled underfoot by the Nightfall army or reduced to remnants, while the more astute ones scrambled to take refuge within the towering residential buildings. Trembling in fear, having crossed the entirety of the zombie city and traversed a desolate expanse along the Beast Mountain range, the army reached a 0.5 kilometers from the Novice village's protective barrier by noon. The sun hung high in the sky, casting a golden radiance that bathed the land in a shimmering glow. Within the Novice village's protective barrier, as tens of thousands of players peered outside, their eyes widened in astonishment. As the saying goes, once the number exceeds 10,000, it becomes boundless. Yet here, the sheer count of 80,000 created a suffocating spectacle. Not to mention the towering earth dragons, each over 30 meters tall and nearly 100 meters long, their skin resembling massive rock walls, following behind the Nightfall troops. With each passing moment, as the Nightfall army drew closer to the Novice village's protective barrier, the earth trembled with increasing intensity. 5 kilometers. 3 kilometers. Inside the Novice village, some players swallowed hard, their faces paling, while even certain NPCs began to breathe heavily. The enemy's might was terrifying. Could we possibly triumph in this battle? In the air above, Chenmu and the old village chief stood on the back of a small wind spirit, gazing down at the entire Nightfall army. The Nightfall leader truly lives up to the legacy of a demon general. This army is impressively organized, Chenmu mused, stroking his chin. However, he found the composition of this so-called army somewhat peculiar. The largest contingent of 80,000 zombies did not belong to Nightfall, but to his own followers. One could only wonder how the Nightfall leader would react upon discovering this scene. The old village chief furrowed his brow, his expression grave. Though together with the Wind Dragon, we possess a 70% chance of contending with the Nightfall leader, the sheer number of zombies in their ranks is overwhelming. Moreover, the core members of Nightfall, the battle beasts, and the numerous peripheral members are certainly not forces that ordinary players can withstand. This battle will be arduous. Upon hearing this, Chenmu turned to the village chief beside him and remarked, I understand that the players cannot contend with zombies of levels 10 to 12. But do we not have over 1,000 NPCs? Their strength should surpass that of the players, shouldn't it? The old village chief shook his head and replied, although the NPCs in our village possess high levels, their combat abilities vary greatly. Only the guards and a select few can directly confront the members of the Nightfall perimeter. However, our total number of guards is scarcely 100. In this regard, we are vastly outmatched by the Nightfall perimeter and the Beast Warriors. Therefore, to secure victory, we must swiftly eliminate the Nightfall leader before the shield is wholly breached. This will leave the Nightfall organization leaderless. At that point, we can concentrate our efforts on annihilating the core of Nightfall and those formidable Earth Dragon Beast Warriors. Should any part of this plan falter, our Novice village could face an irreparable and catastrophic blow. As he spoke, the old village chief's gaze was already fixed on the position of the Nightfall leader. His eyes filled with a fierce, killing intent. Once the battle commenced, time would be of the essence. Moments later, a radiant white light began to emanate from the old village chief, his aura surging dramatically. His white beard billowed in the wind, transforming him from his previously frail appearance into a seasoned warrior, exuding a powerful presence. Chenmu blinked and inquired, well, if I were to resolve the matter of those 80,000 zombies in advance, would that alleviate the urgency? The old village chief paused, regarding Chenmu with a hint of confusion. He replied, furrowing his brow. Eliminating 80,000 zombies would indeed relieve a significant amount of pressure. However, the Nightfall leader is right here. Even if I were to take action myself, it would be impossible to bypass the Nightfall leader to deal with the zombies. Xiaofeng, Chenmu said without further explanation, crouching down to pat the dragon scales of Xiaofeng. Let us unleash a massive area-wide forbidden spell upon the horde below. In this grand conflict, Chenmu's desired outcome was, without revealing the identities of Xiao Tan and Datu, the Novice village would emerge victorious while the Nightfall would suffer defeat. Since Xiao Tan's 80,000 zombies posed a substantial threat to the Novice village, it was imperative to eliminate them first. For the negotiator, having the zombies eradicated would make it easy to recruit more in the city of zombies. For Chenmu, slaying 80,000 zombies at this critical juncture would not only allow him to boast, but also enable him to amass significant military merit. All right, Xiaofeng responded. his dragon eyes shimmering with a green light, and soon, a fierce tempest began to swirl within a radius of dozens of kilometers. Forbidden spell, abyss of 10,000 winds. Simultaneously, Chenmu hurriedly relayed orders to the negotiator to coordinate with Xiaofeng. That won't work, Thunder Emperor. The old village chief interjected, witnessing the serious expressions on Chenmu and Xiaofeng. Though your battle pet, the Wind Dragon, is powerful and destined to become a world-class boss. However, the Nightfall leader will not passively watch as we effortlessly annihilate the zombies. You might as well conserve your strength. What if it actually happens? Chenmu, unfazed, shrugged and replied, after all, my little wind has an infinite blue bar. Casting a forbidden spell is merely a trivial matter. A tempest swept across the land for dozens of miles, swiftly enveloping a staggering 80,000 zombies within its grasp. A series of damage values materialized above the heads of all the zombies. Initially modest, but within mere seconds, the damage figures soared past 100, relentlessly climbing higher. Their health bars diminished rapidly. Outside the novice village, within the ranks of Nightfall, the 8 core members, including Xiao Tan, along with the Nightfall leader, exchanged glances of alarm. They gazed skyward. Was that a wind-based forbidden spell? Ling Lingqi's pupils contracted as she instantly recognized the source of the hurricane. Humph. The Nightfall leader scoffed. Do they truly believe they can resolve my 80,000 zombies with a wind-based forbidden spell? The foundation of the novice village is indeed formidable. Yet, to think they can extinguish my zombie tide with merely this? How naive. With that, the Nightfall leader leaped into the air. Dark energy surged from his being, and from a distance, he appeared as a black sun suspended in the sky. The Nightfall leader extended his right hand, fingers curled, and a chilling voice emerged from his lips. Wind, cease. Chapter 68. The negotiator strikes in secret. 80,000 corpses meet their demise in an instant. As the words of the Nightfall leader fell, the previously howling tempest began to gradually subside. Humph. Mere trifles. Observing this, the Nightfall leader let out a cold snort. His hands clasped behind his back, his gaze filled with arrogance. It was as if the so-called forbidden spell was utterly inconsequential to him. Long live the leader, the zombies, along with thousands of outer members and several core individuals, could not help but cheer exuberantly. In the game Apocalypse, while the grade of a forbidden spell may not reach the level of divine skills, it is not to be compared with ordinary abilities, undoubtedly ranking among the most terrifying and powerful skill series. Even the formidable Nightfall core members had to tread cautiously when faced with forbidden spells. A moment's negligence could spell disaster. When the forbidden spell was unleashed, the Nightfall army was thrown into disarray, yet the Nightfall leader effortlessly dispelled it, greatly boosting the morale of his forces. Above the novice village, the old village chief shook his head in dismay, sighing, "Young friend Thunder Emperor, I have warned you. As long as the Nightfall leader is present, it will not be easy to move those 80,000 zombies." Chuckling, Chenmu replied nonchalantly, "Is that so?" Old village chief, the matter is far from over. The old chief paused, perplexed. Hadn't the wind-type forbidden spell been broken? Chenmu smiled but offered no explanation. After all, his intention to let Xiaofeng cast the wind-type forbidden spell was merely a ruse, the true means to annihilate the 80,000 zombies lay not with Xiaofeng, but with the negotiator. He was the king of corpses, the absolute master of the undead. With a mere thought, he could summon legions, and with another, he could annihilate all under his command. Just watch quietly. Within the safety of the novice village, all players and NPCs beheld the tempest enveloping the Nightfall army. The players were all too familiar with this tempest. Over the past 2 or 3 days, many had perished at the hands of this very storm. As the tempest seemed poised to strike the zombie horde, the players were filled with excitement and anticipation, some even reveling in the impending doom of the undead. Yet, suddenly, the Nightfall leader intervened. The tempest ceased. All players were momentarily stunned, then became dumbfounded, and subsequently erupted in outrage. What the hell? The wind just stopped. I had just cleaned myself up, and now you show me this? I was eagerly awaiting the tempest to send the zombies flying. Exactly. Why was the wind so fierce against us yet so feeble against the zombies? This is unfair. Game developers, come out here. I demand an explanation. I want to see the zombies blown to pieces by the tempest. Yes, we want to witness the zombies being annihilated by the storm. Observing the players in a frenzy, The shopkeeper of the general store could only shake his head in resignation, stating, "It's not that the tempest is weak, if I am not mistaken. That wind is indeed a wind-type forbidden spell. But the Nightfall leader is simply too powerful. It was he who forcefully interrupted the forbidden spell. Astonishing. This boss possesses remarkable prowess." Upon hearing this, players began to express their astonishment. "Do you think we have a chance to bring down the ultimate boss of the Novice Village, the Nightfall leader? Wake up. Such a boss is beyond our current level to defeat. Even if the Thunder Emperor were to arrive, he would surely be thwarted. Alas, I merely wish to witness the spectacle of a hurricane lifting 80,000 zombies into the sky. What wrong have I committed?" On the earth, amidst the Nightfall army formation, as the wind finally ceased, the members of Nightfall erupted into cheers, yet the face of the negotiator changed dramatically. He urgently exclaimed, "Leader, this is bad. The wind has indeed stopped. However, the health of the zombies under my command continues to plummet." All members of Nightfall were taken aback, their gazes drawn towards the zombies ahead. -213, -356, -479. One by one, the zombies were marked with damage numbers above their heads, each displaying expressions of agony, clutching their heads, their bodies trembling uncontrollably as if subjected to inhumane torment. Moments later, bang, the first zombie collapsed. Then the second, the third. A total of 80,000 zombies fell like a line of dominoes within the next half-minute. Devoid of any breath, the vast array of 80,000 zombies perished in an instant. This scene, it could not merely be described as spectacular. It was swifter than harvesting crops with a scythe. How could this happen? The Nightfall leader was bewildered, his expression one of utter disbelief. The wind-based forbidden spell had clearly been halted by him, but why did the 80,000 zombies still perish? What went awry in the process? This defied logic. The other members of Nightfall were equally confounded. Wait, we painstakingly nurtured the zombie king and summoned the horde to serve as our vanguard. Yet, the battle hasn't even commenced, and how could 80,000 zombies meet their demise? It would be one thing to perish, but to do so inexplicably, as if struck down by a collective stroke, is rather unsettling. As everyone pondered the inexplicable events, the negotiator discreetly crushed a concealed poison within his molars, deliberately lowering his health. "Not good, little Tan." Quickly noticing the negotiator's condition, Ling Lingxi exclaimed, "Your health is rapidly dwindling. Hurry, consume a healing potion." With that, he hastily produced a handful of super healing potions from his storage ring and forced them upon Little Tan. Ordinary zombies could be replaced with ease. A return to the zombie city for recruitment was a trivial matter. However, Little Tan was the zombie king, and he absolutely could not be harmed. Otherwise, all the immense efforts Nightfall had invested in nurturing their core would be rendered futile. Ling Glinky's exclamation drew everyone's attention back to the negotiator. Those with potions hastily retrieved them, while others procured items to enhance their health limits. The atmosphere was bustling with activity, all in a fervent attempt to preserve the life of this traitorous negotiator. Above the Novice Village, not only was the nightmarish scene on the ground in disarray, but even the old village chief's mind struggled to comprehend the chaos. Wait, how could all the zombies be dead? Thunder Emperor, what exactly just transpired? Shenmue, with a smile, waved his hand dismissively, indicating it was merely a minor maneuver and that the old chief need not concern himself too much. As he spoke, he opened the military merit board. Military merit board. First place, Thunder Emperor, military merits, 850,000. Slain level 10 to 12 zombies, 80,000 per head. Second place, empty, note. 1 point of military merit can be exchanged for 1 silver coin, or used on the military exchange board to acquire necessary equipment. Resources, or hidden quests. With just a single action, he had amassed 850,000 military merits, setting aside what could be obtained from the military exchange board. Even the ratio of 1 military merit to 1 silver coin indicated that Shenmue had garnered over 80 million. Splendid. Indeed, in large-scale warfare, playing the cunning strategist to amass military merits is the easiest path to fortune. Chapter 69, The Siege, the Terrifying Beast of Nightfall. Shenmue's eyes brightened as he silently closed the military merit board. Subsequently, He issued an order for Xiao Tan to request the Nightfall leader to return to the novice village and gather 80,000 zombies. The military merit was not to be squandered. Soon, Xiao Tan relayed the response. The Nightfall leader agreed and was en route to the city of zombies. Chun Mu smiled broadly, estimating that with Xiao Tan's speed, the round trip to bring back another 80,000 zombies would only take 2 or 3 hours. This meant that, at the latest, he could accumulate more military merit within 3 hours. Such delightful prospects. However, Chun Mu was taken aback to find that, despite the absence of the 80,000 zombies as vanguards, the Nightfall army showed no intention of retreating. With a sudden sweep of his hand, the Nightfall leader commanded his troops. All units, advance. Boom! As the command was issued, 7 corps members, thousands of peripheral troops, and hundreds of battle beasts charged towards the novice village's protective shield. With the zombies gone, the battle beast became the spearhead. Each of these beasts, nurtured by Nightfall, stood at level 29, their forms reminiscent of colossal ancient dinosaurs. Most astonishing were the 8 earth dragons leading the charge. Each stood over 30 meters tall and stretched over 100 meters in length, resembling moving hills. Rumble. As the Nightfall army surged forward once more, the ground trembled beneath them. Archers and mages, prepare for ranged attacks behind the protective shield. At that moment, the captain of the guard bellowed. With his command, over 100 guards and thousands of surrounding players readied their bows and arrows or grasped their staves, poised for a long-range strike, waiting for the Nightfall army to enter their attack range. Meanwhile, several thousand players without ranged capabilities tightened their grips on their swords, daggers, and axes, preparing to burst forth from the shield for a desperate fight. Outside the shield, roar, roar, roar. As the 8 earth dragons approached within 500 meters of the novice village's protective barrier, they unleashed a deep, resonant roar. Then, they surged forward. For these behemoths, each exceeding 100 meters in length, 500 meters was a trivial distance. Boom. The 8 hills collided violently with the protective shield, the thunderous sound echoing for miles. Players and NPCs within the shield, as well as Nightfall members outside, were left with ringing ears. Particularly for those players huddled at the edges of the barrier, the impact was unbearable, causing blood to seep from their ears. Ding! You have temporarily entered a state of severe tinnitus. For 1 minute, you will be unable to hear any sounds. Gulp at this moment. Countless players could not help but swallow hard, their eyes filled with terror. Attack! Quickly attack! Fire arrows! Slay these earth dragons! Hurry! The captain of the frontline guards shouted urgently, his actions swift as he drew his bow and nocked an arrow. In an instant, 7 arrows shot forth like meteors. A rare class ability, the archer's exclusive skill, 7-star death. Thunderous sounds erupted. Critical damage, minus 1,680, minus 1,680, minus 1,680. Truly, the captain demonstrated his prowess, inflicting over 10,000 damage points in a heartbeat. As his command resonated, the NPCs in the village were the first to react. Some loosed arrows, others cast spells, and many hurled lethal projectiles. Following closely were the tens of thousands of players, while some were momentarily stunned, unable to hear the commands. They observed the NPCs springing into action and knew they could not remain idle. Those with arrows shot them, while those with skills unleashed their might. Behold! Let me unleash a fireball, may it obliterate you, beast. Chain fireballs. Ice spikes. Wind blades. The cacophony of countless attacks surged through the novice village's protective barrier like a vibrant meteor shower, crashing down upon the 8 earth dragons, a truly spectacular sight. Boom, boom, boom. Force damage, minus 1, minus 1, minus 1. 6,000, earth dragon bloodline triggered, automatic healing per second. However, as the barrage of attacks struck the massive forms of the earth dragons, only negligible damage indicators appeared above their heads, though an army of ants may overwhelm an elephant. If that elephant can regenerate substantial health, how does one contend with it? It seemed only the village guards could inflict any significant harm upon the dragons. Roar! A mocking glint appeared in the dragons' eyes. They paid no heed to the assaults upon their bodies. With a thunderous roar, they channeled their power once more and charged violently against the protective barrier. Not only the dragons. Soon, Hundreds of war beasts of the night began to join the fray. Thud, thud, thud. The once steadfast protective barrier of the novice village began to tremble under the onslaught of the 100 war beasts. Gulp. How on earth do we fight this? Our damage cannot breach their defenses. And to make matters worse, these beasts can heal themselves. This is exceedingly beyond our capacity. Thank goodness for the protective barrier. Otherwise, should these beasts breach it, we would surely be trampled to death. Outside the protective barrier, in the air. Roar, the Nightfall leader and his numerous members had initially intended to assault the novice village together to shatter the protective barrier, but suddenly, a dragon's roar resonated. Following that, a deep, aged voice echoed, "How dare you invade my novice village numbered 9527, you audacious fools!" On the ground, the Nightfall leader and his followers all looked up in astonishment. Before them stood an elderly man, leaning on a cane, atop the head of a colossal azure dragon. He radiated a brilliant white energy, casting a fierce gaze upon the assembled crowd beneath the night sky. The village elder. Ling Lingqi narrowed her eyes slightly, glancing at the old man before shifting her attention to the magnificent dragon. Her pupils abruptly constricted. The azure dragon. Leader, could it be that? That is the legendary world-class boss, the Wind Dragon? The recent wind-based forbidden spell must have been cast by it. Our 80,000 zombies falling inexplicably dead is likely its doing as well. Indeed. The Nightfall leader nodded gravely, his expression filled with seriousness, affirming. This is indeed the Wind Dragon. Leader, the Wind Dragon is a world-class boss. We may not stand a chance against it. Upon hearing the Nightfall leader's confirmation, Ling Lingqi hastily suggested, "Why don't we retreat? If we all fall here, what are you panicking for?" The Nightfall leader took a deep breath, his voice steady, stating, "Though it is a world-class boss, it is still in its juvenile stage, currently at level 15. Its power is likely but a mere fraction of its peak strength. I shall handle it along with the old village chief. You all, along with the battle beasts, should proceed to destroy the novice village. It would be best if you can set up the interdimensional teleportation array." Chapter 70, The Night Leader versus the Old Village Chief and Xiaofeng. Upon issuing the command, a shadowy energy enveloped the Night Leader. Whoosh, he soared into the air, propelling himself toward the positions of the Old Village Chief and Xiaofeng. Old Village Chief, you seem to be well. As the Night Leader approached within 100 meters of the Old Village Chief, he hovered in the air and greeted him as if they were old friends. "How dare you attack my novice village?" The Old Village Chief's eyes brimmed with fury. "I vow, today shall be your day of reckoning." With that, he thrust his staff forward. Boom! A beam of white light surged forth, striking at the Night Leader with astonishing speed, piercing through the clouds and causing the very fabric of space to tremble. The Night Leader's gaze sharpened. He understood that each village chief possessed means far exceeding the power limits of their novice village, namely, the power of the game's rules. This white light was so potent that even a level 100 boss would be instantly pierced through. Without arrogance, he swiftly drew a pitch-black, great sword from his inventory, intending to block it. However, at that moment, a flash of emerald light sparked in Xiaofeng's eyes as he activated his signature skill, Dragon's Gaze, ignoring level and attribute differences, forcibly controlling an enemy for 10 seconds. The action of raising the great sword to block faltered abruptly, and before the Night Leader could react, the white light pierced through his chest. Splat. Critical damage, -10, 080, 000. Blood spattered. With a single blow, it inflicted damage in the millions. Ha ha ha, Xiaofeng, splendid work. Seeing this, the Old Village Chief waved his staff repeatedly, conjuring a series of white lights that transformed into needle-like projectiles, sweeping toward the Night Leader. Not only the Old Village Chief, but Xiaofeng also seized the opportunity, his eyes shimmering with azure light. He unleashed 3 high-tier wind spells in quick succession. Wind's ultimate descent. Wind's might shatter fate. Wind's power devour soul. As the second wave of attacks was about to descend upon the Night Leader, the strong control effect on him had yet to fade. Suddenly, the once clear sky darkened, plunging the surrounding area into utter darkness. Then, an ominous black energy shield rose around the Night Leader. Clang, clang, boom, rumble. The combined assaults of the Old Village Chief and Xiaofeng struck against the black energy shield, failing to break through, merely creating ripples across its surface. 10 seconds later, cough, cough. The Knight Leader withdrew the black energy shield, blood trickling from his mouth. To think you could breach my life-saving talent. I underestimated you. But to kill me? With such meager tactics, you are far from sufficient. The dark energy surrounding the Knight Leader surged towards him, and astonishingly, the horrific wounds that had bled profusely began to mend. My superior instructed, do not grant him a moment's respite. Strike. Before the old village chief could make a move, Xiao Feng's gaze sharpened, and he summoned several forbidden spells in quick succession. Moments later, enormous azure energy spheres, each measuring 100 meters in diameter, surged forth with a thunderous roar. Observing this, the old village chief hastened to follow suit. However, this time, devoid of the formidable gaze of the dragon. The Nightfall Leader appeared considerably more composed, either merging his form with the darkness to evade the spells or wielding his obsidian greatsword to deflect the onslaught. The clash between the two sides was a dynamic exchange of offense and defense, marked by a cacophony of sound and fervor. Given the current situation, it seemed that the three of them would struggle to inflict any truly lethal damage upon one another in the short term. Instead, they engaged in mutual attrition, exchanging blows and probing for weaknesses. Meanwhile, Chunmu led 10 Forbidden Land zombies, lurking within the clouds, observing the battle between the old village chief, Xiao Feng, and the Nightfall Leader. TSK, TSK, TSK. After a prolonged gaze, the third zombie shook his head and remarked, these three are grotesque. Each one more terrifying than the last. I initially hoped to find an opportunity to see some advantage amid their conflict. Ah, gulp. The sixth zombie swallowed hard, his face pale with trepidation. Brother, perhaps we should abandon the notion of seizing advantage. Although we possess divine realm attributes and can withstand some damage, the intensity of their attacks is beyond our capability. If we engage, we might merely become targets for relentless bombardment, rendering us ineffective. In fact, we might inadvertently hinder the old village chief and Xiao Feng. Indeed, you are correct. Chunmu nodded in agreement, acknowledging, it appears we have underestimated the Nightfall Leader. I initially thought that with the old village chief and Xiao Feng confronting him directly, we could capitalize on the chaos to launch a surprise attack. Perhaps we could even eliminate the Nightfall Leader in the process. But given the current dynamics, it is prudent to let the three of them battle it out for now. We will strike when they tire. The 10 Forbidden Land zombies, upon hearing this, exhibited no hesitation, promptly nodding in assent. They then turned their gaze toward the battlefield below. In stark contrast to the aerial bombardment, the ground was remarkably tranquil. Observe the over 100 battle beasts. How innocently they charged against the protective barrier, unperturbed by the attacks. The players and NPCs, though brandishing weapons and wearing expressions of grim determination, had yet to inflict any casualties upon one another or the battle beasts throughout their extended skirmish. Let us descend to the battlefield below, Chunmu declared. First, we shall eliminate the Nightfall's beasts, and then seek an opportunity to target the core and periphery of Nightfall. With that, he plunged toward the battleground, while the 10 Forbidden Land zombies used their cloaking insignias to conceal their attributes, diligently following in Chunmu's wake. As they drew closer to the novice village, they tucked away their wings and descended into a secluded corner, subsequently weaving their way to the forefront of the battlefield. Archers, quickly, amplify your firepower and aim for that earth dragon. Let the magical damage follow suit. One exclaimed. By the gods. Recovering 6,000 health in a mere second is impressive, isn't it? I refuse to believe that with all our ranged players focusing their fire, we cannot diminish its health bar. After a period of attrition, the players began to discern a pattern. Remarkably, when all firepower was concentrated on a single earth dragon, even though its health was absurdly high and the collective attacks merely dealt force damage, they gradually whittled down the creature's health by a full 10%. However, this strategy came with a drawback. In the pursuit of securing optimal damage output, the area was overcrowded with players jostling for position. Chapter 71. The Terrifying Wounds. Where did the mysterious powerhouse come from? Chunmu, accompanied by 10 Forbidden Zone zombies clad in player gear, jostled through the crowd for a considerable 10 minutes before finally managing to reach a position to deal damage. Boss, why are we not hunting war beasts elsewhere? Why must we squeeze in with everyone else to take down a single one? One of the Forbidden Zone zombies, looking puzzled, directed its gaze towards Chunmu. Are you foolish? Shinmu shot a sidelong glance and replied, "If we were to hunt war beasts alone, wouldn't that expose us in an instant? Everyone would surely wonder how a few of us could possess such high attack power and still take down war beasts individually. There are infiltrators among the players, particularly in the Nightshade faction. It's best to remain discreet and avoid unnecessary trouble." As he spoke, Shinmu summoned the Dawn Bell, concealing its legendary quality brilliance and disguising it as an ordinary piece of equipment. He then raised his hand, and with a series of swift Yubi arrows flew forth one after another. "Oh!" the Forbidden Zone zombies echoed in response, mimicking Shinmu as they brandished the rare quality bows he had distributed to them, unleashing a barrage of arrows. A few dozen meters ahead, beyond the protective barrier, the damage values above the head of the Earth Dragon continuously emerged without interruption. -1, -1, -1, -180,000, -60,000, -80,000, -50,000, -190,000, -1, -1, -1, -1. The multitude of players exclaimed. -1 damage we can comprehend. That's the force damage from not breaking through defense, which is normal. But what in the world are those consecutive -60,000, -80,000 damages? Even more astonishing was the interspersed -180,000 and -190,000 damage values. Surely, this cannot be the damage we players are capable of inflicting. Even the strongest NPC, the captain of the guards, only deals a little over 1,000 damage when using skills. Since the crossbow designs utilized by Shinmu and the Forbidden Zone zombies were identical, once their arrows were loosed, there was no distinguishing them from the player's arrows. No one could tell which arrow had been shot by whom. Consequently, everyone was left bewildered. In an instant, many players ceased firing, turning their heads to survey their surroundings in search of the mysterious powerhouse responsible for the tens of thousands, even over 100,000, damage inflicted. Simultaneously, the public chat channel of the Novice Village erupted in excitement. Which esteemed individual dealt over 100,000 damage? Please come forth. Yes, great one. We humbly seek your guidance. We've been battling for ages and have only managed to whittle down the Earth Dragon's health by less than 10. It's exceedingly difficult to farm monsters. White legs. I've figured it out. It must be the Thunder Emperor. Thunder Emperor. Baijin. What? The Thunder Emperor? It seems rather implausible. Although the Thunder Emperor ranks first on the leaderboard, how could a level 15 player surpass the damage dealt by a level 29 village guard captain? Other players chimed in. Indeed, young lady. Do not excessively glorify the Thunder Emperor. In my opinion, it is highly likely that a powerful NPC merely passing by has silently joined our battle. Yes, that seems the most probable. Everyone began to search for any mysterious NPCs who might have suddenly appeared in their midst, particularly those who appeared formidable. If anyone discovers such an NPC, do share with the group. In White Town, a voice remarked, if it truly is the damage inflicted by a mysterious NPC, the one who locates that NPC will receive a cash reward of 10,000 from my Divine Domain Guild. Huh. You and the Divine Domain Guild are quite the dreamers. Finding a mysterious NPC could trigger a hidden quest. Do you truly think 10,000 is enough to entice someone to reveal its whereabouts? Other players echoed, exactly. You must be dreaming. Yet, they observed that there were no mysterious NPCs around them. Coughing slightly, Shinmu glanced at the chat channel, cleared his throat, and promptly ceased his shooting, joining the crowd in their search as if genuinely looking for that elusive NPC. Noticing that no one was paying attention to him, Shinmu finally exhaled in relief. After all, his identity as the Thunder Emperor had only been revealed to a select few, including the dominant figures of the dynasty and his companions. After a moment of contemplation, Shinmu commanded the 10 undead from the Forbidden Grounds to separate from him. With each arrow released, he discreetly shifted his position, ensuring he did not remain stationary to deal damage. Thus, when the first Earth Dragon was slain, no one noticed Shinmu and the 10 undead at all. Ding! Congratulations on successfully slaying the LV-29 legendary quality wild creature, Earth Dragon 1. You have gained evolution points. 30,000. Legendary quality equipment 1. Gold coins 18. Materials. Earth Dragon blood. Ding! As the primary contributor to the Earth Dragon's demise, congratulations. You have received a military achievement reward, 60,000. A system notification abruptly resonated in Chun Mu's ears. As the 30-meter-tall, 100-meter-long Earth Dragon thunderously collapsed, players were bewildered and then erupted into frenzy. It's dead? We really killed an Earth Dragon. Haha. Wow. I just received a system notification. Although I only dealt over 100 points of damage, I was rewarded with a level 10 exquisite piece of equipment. Me too. Unbelievable. This Earth Dragon is so bountiful. Even assists have such generous rewards. Oh, I leveled up? Incredible. I merely tossed a few burning scrolls and gained 6,000 experience points. What a thrill. Absolutely exhilarating. Ha ha ha. We've struck it rich, struck it rich. Thank you, mysterious benefactor, for joining us in defeating the boss. Ha! Quickly, to the next Earth Dragon. If we can slay these Earth Dragons and the Nightfall beasts today, we'll be in for a windfall. Perhaps our novice village could dominate the global leaderboard's top 10. Indeed, let us all exert ourselves. Brothers, charge forth. The players, having tasted the sweetness of victory, were ecstatically invigorated, akin to having been injected with adrenaline, eagerly launching a frenzied assault on the next Earth Dragon. At this moment, everyone understood that the greater the damage inflicted upon the Earth Dragon, the more bountiful the assist rewards would be upon conclusion. No one held back any longer. Those with items cast them, those with skills unleashed them, and those short on mana consumed potions. It was sheer madness. Everyone had succumbed to the frenzy. Meanwhile, Shenmue found himself entwined with 10 Forbidden Land zombies, relentlessly attacking the Nightfall battle beast in wave after wave. Shortly thereafter, the second, third, and so on. Within a mere hour, through their combined efforts, they had slain over 20 colossal beasts. The captain of the guard and numerous NPCs from the novice village stared in astonishment at this achievement. In their minds, while these players exhibited potential, those below level 10 were hardly formidable. Yet, this group had managed to systematically take down the level 29 battle beasts cultivated by Nightfall. These battle beasts were the very aces of Nightfall. When did players become so formidable? It was utterly unfathomable. Chapter 72. The night retreats, players charge forward. Indeed, it was not only the NPCs in the village who were bewildered. Even the core members of the night and the thousands of peripheral participants outside the barrier wore expressions of disbelief. Particularly the night core members. How formidable is the Earth Dragon? In a direct confrontation, without revealing hidden cards, even 3 core members of the night combined might struggle to slay a single Earth Dragon. This creature, a descendant of the world-class boss with the bloodline of the Earth Dragon, was their trump card. Originally, the knight had intended to wait until the protective barrier dissipated, using the Earth Dragon as the primary force to raze the novice village to the ground. But now, before the Earth Dragon could even make its mark, it was being slain one after another by a horde of players under level 10. What on earth is happening? Ling Ling Chi narrowed her eyes, turning to Ling Yi, who commanded the battlefield, and whispered urgently, "Didn't you say that at this stage? Players, even with the village's NPCs, could not possibly kill the Earth Dragon. Do you understand that if the Earth Dragon falls, our ability to flatten the novice village will increase in difficulty by dozens, even hundreds of times? If we jeopardize the leader's grand plans, do you comprehend the consequences?" Faced with Ling Chi's pressing inquiry, Ling Yi's expression darkened. According to the reports from our insider among the players, it seems there is a mysterious figure assisting them from the shadows. After all, the Earth Dragon boasts exceptionally high defenses, not to mention players under level 10. Even our peripheral members of the night would find it challenging to breach its defenses. This mysterious figure must possess formidable strength. A mysterious figure. Ling Chi was taken aback. Over the years, we have thoroughly assessed the strength and capabilities of the powerful beings in the novice village. How could a mysterious figure suddenly emerge? Ling Yi, in your view, what shall we do next? We cannot simply allow them to slaughter our war beast one by one. Ling Yi took a deep breath, her face solemn as she nodded. You are correct. Let us first withdraw the war beast by 1,000 meters to evade the player's ranged attacks. We must conserve our strength for now. Additionally, Ling Chi, inquire about the newly appointed Corpse King, Ling San. How long until it can return with the horde of corpses? Ling Chi estimated the time and replied. Little Tan over there will take at least an hour to return. Very well, Ling Lingy contemplated for a moment and declared. Then we shall delay our assault for an hour. Bring forth the command. Let the war beasts retreat. As Ling Lingyi's command was issued, a deep horn sounded abruptly. The war beasts, which had been relentlessly battering against the novice village's protective barrier, ceased their movements upon hearing the horn, a glimmer of clarity flashing in their bloodshot eyes. Roar. After a couple of fierce roars, dozens of war beasts turned and began to withdraw. The knights' war beasts are retreating? Everyone look. The war beasts are pulling back. A player, witnessing the situation, suddenly erupted with a loud shout. The captain of the guards, armed with a longbow, observed the retreating war beasts, his eyes narrowing. It seemed that the Nightfall was wary of the significant losses among its beasts and had chosen to temporarily withdraw. However, it could also be a strategic ploy to lure us out of our defensive shield for a battle in the open. After a moment of contemplation, the captain's gaze sharpened. He then commanded, "Everyone, take a moment to rest and replenish your arrows swiftly. No one is to step outside the defensive shield without my orders. After all, our shield regenerates armor value when not under attack, allowing its duration to be extended indefinitely. If Nightfall seeks to delay, we shall accompany them to the end." "Yes," echoed the voices of hundreds of guards and the NPCs aiding from the village. Yet, upon hearing this command, the players were less than pleased, and one immediately shouted, "Captain, we hold the advantage. Why must we cower within the shield? Indeed, how can we fight like this?" Another chimed in. "The art of war states, when the enemy retreats, we advance. When the enemy is weary, we strike. Now that the Nightfall beasts are retreating, it is the perfect moment for a counterattack. Besides, we have been battling for over an hour. I estimate the Nightfall beasts must be fatigued as well. If we hide within the shield, are we not granting them time to recover? Yes, we must not cower. We should break out and slay as many war beasts as we can. Perhaps we might even eliminate some core members of Nightfall. With the support of our mysterious ally, what do we have to fear?" As more players began to protest, clamoring to charge out, Chenmu couldn't help but sigh, inwardly chuckling at the irony. These individuals may not possess remarkable strength, yet their ability to stir up excitement was unparalleled. However, the player's desire to step outside the shield aligned with Chenmu's intentions. After all, the only threat to him from Nightfall, the leader, had been detained by the old village chief in Xiaofeng. The remaining Nightfall core members, peripheral fighters, and the war beasts were essentially ripe for the picking. If he did not seize this opportunity, would it not be a missed chance? Consequently, Chenmu remained silent, blending in with a group of 10 Forbidden Land zombies amidst the crowd, joining in the uproar. "Silence!" the captain of the guards bellowed. Seeing the players in disarray, the players complied, falling quiet and turning their gazes towards him. The captain, with patience, explained, "Although we have slain over 20 Nightfall war beasts, the main combat strength of Nightfall remains largely intact. The reason I ordered everyone to stay within the shield is out of concern that if we recklessly venture out and suffer heavy casualties, a counterattack from Nightfall could lead to the fall of the novice village. The old village chief has instructed us. Our primary objective is to protect the novice village." Very well. As soon as the captain of the guards finished speaking, a player immediately responded, "Captain, you and your team should stay behind in the village while we players venture out to slay. Even if we perish, it's merely a loss of 1 level. A minor setback. Should the Nightfall retaliate, we still possess the strength to fight back." Indeed, with one individual leading the charge, several players swiftly raised their weapons, shouting in unison, "Brothers, the opportunity for battle is fleeting. Follow me to slay. Kill. Kill." Thunderous roars erupted as thousands of players, brandishing their weapons, charged out of the novice village as protective barrier. Chenmu and 10 Forbidden Land zombies mingled among them, dashing toward the retreating dozens of Nightfall beasts. "Come back. Return to me." The captain of the guards, witnessing this scene, was enraged, his eyes filled with fury as he bellowed, "You are defying military orders. Come back. Did you hear me?" Yet, at that moment, no one paid him any heed. Not only the initial throng of over 10,000 players ignored him, but soon an increasing number of players disregarded the captain altogether, howling as they surged forward. 20,000, 30,000, 50,000. Ultimately, all players, the entire army, charged forth. It was as if those who lagged behind would miss out on even a drop of soup. Chapter 73, Bloodshed in the Wilderness, Frantic Players. The Captain of the Guards, witnessing the players burst forth from the protective barrier, felt a surge of frustration as the once bustling novice village fell eerily silent. In a fit of rage, he slammed his longbow against the ground, his chest heaving as if he were on the brink of suffocation. This band of players was utterly reckless, unrestrained by any sense of order. It was beyond his control, completely unmanageable. "Ah, Captain," the shopkeeper of the general store said with a knowing smile, approaching the irate captain. "You see, you've had little interaction with the players. You don't quite understand their mindset. For us, death is a profound fear, but for them, it's merely a commonplace occurrence. As long as they can reap rewards and complete tasks, dying a few times is of no concern to them. Let them kill. If they can slay a few more battle beasts, all the better." Thud. As he spoke, outside the protective barrier, a massive nightmarish crocodile, measuring dozens of meters in length, collapsed into a pool of blood. A throng of players fervently brandished their blades, mercilessly hacking at the beast, which was on the brink of death. "Look." The shopkeeper nodded towards the battlefield. "The results are quite impressive, aren't they?" However, the guard captain furrowed his brow, casting his gaze towards another part of the battlefield. There, a colossal bear beast was furiously swiping its massive paws, and the surrounding players were utterly defenseless. One by one, they fell victim to its might, with waves of white light signaling their demise. In mere moments, hundreds of players had perished, yet the bear's health bar barely registered a dent. It was a brutal massacre. If that enigmatic figure hidden among the players had not intervened, the ordinary players stood no chance against the battle beasts. The guard captain inhaled deeply, shaking his head slowly. "This is a senseless sacrifice and waste." "Indeed," the shopkeeper nodded in agreement. "By the way, Captain, can you identify that mysterious presence among the players? With such formidable power, why must he remain concealed within the ranks of those players?" The guard captain shrugged. "How would I know outside the novice village's protective barrier?" Members of the Nightfall faction, along with several core members, were taken aback upon witnessing the retreat of the battle beasts and the players' audacious pursuit. "Are these players mad or foolish? How dare they chase after us? Lord Ling, we must seize this opportunity. Let us mobilize our forces. If we can decimate this horde of players, it will make our destruction of the novice village significantly easier." "Agreed." Without hesitation, Ling commanded. "Nightfall, heed my orders. Mobilize the entire army. Annihilate all players. Furthermore, locate that mysterious powerhouse hidden among the ranks." Relying on their superior offensive power, they dared to slay the beasts of the Nightfall. Their crimes are unforgivable. "Find him. I shall rend him limb from limb." As Ling issued her command, thousands of peripheral members of Nightfall, along with several core members, drew their weapons and surged toward the multitude of players. Witnessing the Nightfall members and several core figures joining the fray, the players felt not an ounce of fear, but rather an exhilarating thrill. "Brothers of the Dynasty Guild, let us fight. Whoever manages to slay a core member of Nightfall will be richly rewarded." The Dynasty's leader, wielding a golden blade, charged ahead, leading hundreds of his comrades directly toward Ling. "Capture the king to catch the thief," commanded the Five Tigers Guild, following the Dynasty Guild's lead to annihilate the Nightfall Corps. "Onward," proclaimed the president of the Five Tigers Guild, Wuxing Yuchong, as he too plunged into the battle. Not just these two guilds, but an increasing number of guilds abandoned their original adversaries, clustering behind the dynasty's leader in hopes of sharing in the spoils. Gradually, the players rallying behind the dynasty amassed into a formidable force of tens of thousands, their momentum overwhelming. "Boss, so many are heading to kill Ling. Should we not join them as well?" At that moment, 10 Forbidden Land zombies had returned to Chen Mu's side. Chen Mu blinked, shaking his head. "Ling is the commander on the battlefield for Nightfall. If we eliminate him, it will likely alert the Nightfall leader. That would complicate matters. Better to consume them bit by bit. First, we'll deal with the beasts. These creatures lack intelligence, making them easy prey, and the rewards will be substantial. Only then shall we confront the Nightfall core members." "Understood." Upon hearing Chun Mu's instructions, the 10 Forbidden Land zombies nodded in agreement and followed closely behind him. On the battlefield, smaller guilds, particularly those at odds with the dynasty, as well as numerous independent players, opted not to engage Linglingi. Instead, they focused on defeating the beasts and the peripheral members of Nightfall. Chun Mu and the 10 Forbidden Land zombies mingled among the throngs of players, systematically slaying one beast after another. Ding! Congratulations! You have successfully slain LV-29 legendary quality beasts, Giant Bear 3, Spotted Tiger 6, Land Turtle 12, Nightfall peripheral members 213. Earning evolution points, 930,000. Ding! Congratulations! You have received a military merit reward, 180,000. Kill! 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 The battlefield devolved into chaos, filled with the cacophony of desperate cries for blood. However, the fruitful achievements of Chun Mu did not reflect the overall ease of the battlefield. On the other side, the Dynasty and 5 Tigers guilds faced dire straits. Over 10,000 players besieged 7 core members of Nightfall. It appeared as if they had encircled the core members with layers upon layers. Yet, in reality, surrounded by players, the 7 Nightfall cores wreaked havoc with mere basic attacks, leaving the players disoriented and lost. In their wake, limbs flew and rivers of blood flowed, as players fell one after another, dissipating into ethereal white light. Each of their moves claimed the lives of several, if not dozens, of players. They embodied the essence of invincible reapers on the battlefield. The negotiator once remarked that each of the 9 Nightfall cores possessed a unique combat style. Linglingi excelled in the art of extreme combat and slaughter. Her skills and innate talents were crafted for the sole purpose of killing, particularly thriving in chaotic skirmishes and large-scale battles where she was as comfortable as a fish in water. Linglinger was renowned for unleashing devastating and frenzied lightning spells. Not a soul could withstand the force of his lightning strikes. Meanwhile, Linglingchi was dubbed the artillery platform, for when he loosed a bolt from his crossbow, a rain of arrows would fill the sky. Individually, any of the Nightfall cores would be beyond the capabilities of these players to contend with. Now, united as 7, they had decimated over 10,000 players down to a mere 3,000 in a mere half-hour. President, these foes are formidable, our losses are grievous, lamented a vice president of the dynasty, approaching the sovereign leader with a heavy heart, urging, perhaps we should retreat. This relentless struggle serves no purpose. No. The dynasty's leader replied, his gaze steely and resolute. It holds significance. Our purpose lies in stalling Linglingi and the others, preventing them from commanding the battlefield effectively. Especially Linglingi. If we can hold her back, she will be unable to direct the Nightfall forces. In such a case, our hidden, mysterious powerhouse will have the time and opportunity to eliminate more Nightfall beasts and peripheral members. For this cause, even if we must sacrifice countless lives, it will be worthwhile. Chapter 74. Astonishingly, the mysterious powerhouse is the demon god, Lu Xiaobu. Upon hearing the words of the dynasty overlord, the vice president was momentarily taken aback. Unable to restrain himself, he remarked, "Does that mean we will become cannon fodder?" The Dynasty Guild, after all, is the foremost guild among players. This collective task in the novice village is a rare opportunity. If, in the end, our Dynasty Guild fails to gain any military merit, then, compared to the ultimate victory, what does this minor sacrifice mean for us? Before the vice president could finish his statement, the Dynasty Overlord interjected, "Moreover, our Dynasty Guild may not necessarily suffer losses. Enough of this. Let us continue to charge forward with our brothers and ensure that Ling Yi of the Nightfall does not escape." Reluctantly, the vice president, though dissatisfied, ultimately chose not to voice further objections and dutifully executed the orders of the Dynasty Overlord. Little did they know that within the protective barrier of the novice village, the captain of the guards and numerous NPCs had been closely observing the performances of all players on the battlefield. "Captain, look over there. The players from the Divine Realm Guild have performed quite commendably. They managed to slay a giant bear amid the siege." Slaying a giant bear is hardly significant. It does not impact the overall battlefield. Look over there. The Dynasty Guild, with their over 10,000 players, has actually managed to corner the 7 core members of Nightfall. Although the Dynasty Guild had yet to claim any kills, in terms of contribution, they undoubtedly stood among the highest, second only to the mysterious powerhouse. Indeed, Without the valiant efforts of the Dynasty Guild to hold back Ling Yi and the core members of Nightfall, the situation would not be as optimistic as it is now. Hearing these discussions, the captain of the guards nodded in agreement. He had some recollection of the Dynasty Guild, reputed to be the foremost guild among players, with its leader being both reputable and powerful. In this time of war, the Dynasty Overlord displayed no reckless ambition for glory, sacrificing himself to empower others. "It appears I have found a worthy successor for my legacy," he whispered softly. Then he shifted his gaze from the Dynasty Overlord and scanned the entire battlefield, ultimately locking onto the 10 Forbidden Land zombies. Indeed, after a period of observation, he had finally identified the so-called mysterious powerhouse. Although Qin had instructed the Forbidden Land zombies to conceal their identities and strengths while slaying enemies, ordinary players could hardly penetrate their disguise. However, the captain of the guards was not comparable to any ordinary player. "These 10 do not seem like players, nor do they appear to be from our village." The captain murmured thoughtfully, "No, more accurately, the mysterious powerhouse in our novice village may not be limited to just these 10. There should be another. But he is so well hidden that I cannot detect him. If I am not mistaken, the undetected mysterious powerhouse undoubtedly possesses strength far exceeding that of these 10. Who are they, and from whence do they hail? What compels them to extend a hand to our fledgling village?" Countless questions flitted through the mind of the captain of the guards, yet after much contemplation, he remained without answers. After all, he could never surmise that Chun Mu and his companions were not human, but rather the undead. As time progressed, approximately 2 hours later, all the beasts of the night had been vanquished. Following this, the throngs of outer members surged forth. At this moment, the battlefield was teeming with players, while only 7 core members of the Nightfall remained. Although nearly every player had faced death at least once during the recent skirmish, some even multiple times, none were concerned about such matters now. They encircled the 7 core members of Nightfall, their eyes brimming with greed and excitement. "Boss." The 10-headed Forbidden Land stealthily returned to Chun Mu's side, with the 3rd member leading the laughter. "Ha ha, after all this time, we have finally dealt with the minions. Now, we can focus on these core members of Nightfall." Chun Mu nodded in agreement, yet before he could utter a word, suddenly, a loud cry pierced his ears. "The 7 core members of Nightfall, my Divine Realm Guild desires 2 of them. Is that unreasonable?" Turning to look, he saw Bai Zhen, clad in rare quality gear, standing before thousands of players, chest out and spear in hand, boldly declaring. Surrounding him were the Emperor's Dominants, Xiao Na, and Marshal Saint Yun Chong, all casting skeptical glances. The Emperor's Dominants spoke first. "Bai Zhen, are you certain your Divine Realm Guild can secure 2 core members of Nightfall?" Following suit, Xiao Na and Marshal Saint Yun Chong chimed in. "If it weren't for the mysterious powerhouse aiding us from the shadows, we might not have achieved such a favorable situation." "Are you implying that you wish to spare the mysterious powerhouse and confront the 2 core members of Nightfall yourselves? Not to belittle your Divine Realm Guild, but with your current strength, you would struggle against even 2 outer members, let alone the core." "Ha ha." Bai Zhen, unfazed by their retorts, laughed heartily. "Gentlemen, since you harbor doubts, allow me to reveal the true identity of the so-called mysterious powerhouse. The demon god Lu Xiaobu. Please, make your appearance." As Bai Zhen's words fell, the demon god Lu Xiaobu emerged, riding a fiery steed, wielding a purple halberd, adorned in epic armor, with an LV-12 emblem atop his head, gracefully making his way from the rear. With a flick of his halberd, a violet arc of electricity spiraled around him. Merely observing him exuded an air of grandeur. He was the adopted son of the old village chief, who, before discovering Qin Mu, had placed the hope of rescuing the novice village upon him. To nurture his potential, the old village chief had specially bestowed upon him a scroll for a hidden dungeon. Not long ago, the formidable demon, El Xiaobu, emerged triumphantly from a concealed dungeon, his level dramatically soaring to 12. Not only did he successfully transition into a hidden profession, but he also acquired an entire set of epic-grade equipment, marking a profound transformation in his combat prowess. Subsequently, El Xiaobu reunited with his friend, Bai Zhen. The reason Bai Zhen's Divine Domain Guild could vanquish the Beast Warriors in the outskirts of the Nightfall was largely due to the formidable presence of El Xiaobu. With a resounding thud, El Xiaobu slammed his halberd into the ground and proclaimed, "With me, the demon El Xiaobu, at the helm. Capturing the two core members of Nightfall is but a trifling task. Who dares to oppose? If there are any dissenters, step forth and face me in combat." Chapter 75, The Conspiracy of Nightfall. As Chenmu made his move, the fiery tempest clashed with the thunderous forbidden spell. Upon witnessing the demigod Lu Xiaobu, the imperial overlord, along with Xiao Na and numerous players, a collective gasp filled the air. 10, 12 levels? Apart from the enigmatic Thunder Emperor, there were indeed players exceeding level 10. Everyone, look at the global leaderboard. The demigod Lu Xiaobu has ascended to the second position beneath the Thunder Emperor. Could this mysterious powerhouse truly be the demigod Lu Xiaobu? It appears so. While sheer level alone does not indicate much, observe his equipment, entirely purple and of epic quality. Amidst the envious gazes of the crowd, a smirk crept across Lu Xiaobu's lips, even more challenging than an AK. Seeing no one opposing him after a prolonged silence, he declared, "Since there are no objections to my alliance with the Divine Realm Guild to seize the two Nightfall cores, we shall not hold back." On Chenmu's side, the 10 Forbidden Land zombies were momentarily taken aback by Lu Xiaobu's arrogance. "Boss, should we make a move?" One hesitated. "No need to rush," Chenmu replied with a smile, a glint of curiosity in his eyes. "I am eager to see if the so-called demigod Lu Xiaobu can contend with the Nightfall course. Moreover, it won't be long before Xiao Tan and De Tu lead the horde over." Within the encirclement, the 7 Nightfall cores stood back to back, their brows furrowed. "Ling Ling Yi, how did you command the battle to allow this rabble to annihilate our beasts and outer members?" Ling Ling Air, clad in black and wielding a staff, glared at Ling Ling Yi. "Now, only the 7 of us remain. How shall we execute the task assigned by our leader?" "What's the rush?" Ling Ling Yi replied, her expression unyielding. "It is merely a few inconsequential members lost. Everything is under my control. In approximately 20 minutes, the interdimensional teleportation array will be established. There will be no delays in executing our leader's mission." "What?" Ling Ling Air was momentarily stunned, unable to process the information. Meanwhile, Ling Ling Chi narrowed her eyes thoughtfully. "Are you suggesting that the players you recruited earlier have already set up the teleportation array in the novice village?" "Precisely," Ling Ling Yi affirmed with a nod. "I anticipated the resistance in invading the novice village would be formidable. If we relied solely on brute force, failure was inevitable. Hence, I devised this covert strategy. The reason I allowed our outer members and beasts to be slain by the players was twofold: to buy time and to lull these players into a false sense of security, making them believe victory was assured. My friends, as long as we endure for 20 minutes, once the interdimensional teleportation array is complete, the demonic army will arrive, surely to obliterate the entire novice village, and indeed, the entire world." "Ah, how delightful." Ling Ling Air's eyes were no longer filled with rage as he burst into laughter. He then turned his gaze toward the throngs of players. "With that, I can unleash my full might and slay them." Ling Ling Air raised his staff high and chanted, "O God of thunder from the heavens, grant me the power to summon the lightning. Let me shatter the darkness of this realm with your thunder." As his words fell, his mana visibly diminished at an alarming rate. Boom. In an instant, the previously clear sky was cloaked in thick, ominous clouds, the sound of thunder resonating endlessly, and purple energy enveloping the earth. Thunderous forbidden spell, lightning strike. At that moment, all players couldn't help but look up at the sky, their eyes filled with astonishment. What on earth is this? The Nightfall core can summon a thunderstorm, and the scale is utterly outrageous. Crack. Boom. Before the players could recover from their shock, bolts of purple lightning roared down from the heavens, obliterating wave after wave of players into mere ashes. "Run for your lives. This is beyond our capability to combat." Boom. As countless bolts of lightning descended, several were aimed directly at Chenmu and 10 Forbidden Zone zombies. Unlike the panicking players fleeing in all directions, Chenmu remained utterly composed. After all, his companion, the Little Wind, could also cast forbidden spells, and its power and grandeur far surpassed this. The core of Nightfall truly harbors hidden depths. There are indeed those who master forbidden spells? A quiet murmur escaped Chenmu's lips as he replaced his dawn crossbow with a fire-type staff. Observing the bolts of lightning locking onto him, Shenmue waved his hand casually. Suddenly, a tempest of scorching winds swept through the air, swirling with a fierce heat. Blazing, fiery, storm, boom. In an instant, raging flames coalesced, entwined with the hurricane, charging toward the descending lightning. When the purple met the red, the entire world seemed to be reduced to these two colors. However, while purple signified forbidden spells, red merely represented ordinary fire magic. Yet at this moment, it was the red that began to engulf the purple. This is the blazing storm. Immediately, players recognized the signature of Chun-Mu's ultimate move, halting their flight and turning to gaze in his direction. The Thunder Emperor. Among them, the Emperor's leader, Shao Na, along with numerous vice presidents of the Empire, instantly identified Shenmue. After all, they had witnessed him unleash the blazing storm in the Forbidden Zone. It truly is the Thunder Emperor. And he is indeed on the battlefield. Previously, the demon god, El Shibu, claimed to be a mysterious powerhouse, which felt rather peculiar. Now it seems that the one aiding us in slaying the Nightfall Beast is likely not the demon god El Shibu, but the Thunder Emperor. Indeed, it is undoubtedly the Thunder Emperor. It turns out he has been by our side all along. Only we were unaware. This cunning individual has concealed himself so deeply. Indeed, I had a splendid opportunity to reach out to him, yet he didn't even bother to respond. If it weren't for the catastrophic repercussions of the Nightfall Core's grand move affecting him, he would likely continue to hide away. Not only are the sovereigns of the dynasty in shock, but at this moment, Ling Air, a practitioner of thunderous forbidden spells, is equally astounded. How could the blazing tempest possibly suppress my thunderous forbidden spell? Why is this happening? It is inconceivable. The reason a spell is deemed forbidden is that its power transcends the realm of ordinary magic. With staff in hand, Ling Air fervently ignites his mana, striving to amplify the forbidden spell's potency while gritting his teeth and howling in rage. However, no matter how hard he tries, the thunder continues to strike relentlessly. The violet hue on the horizon diminishes with each passing moment, giving rise to an ominous sense that the red flames are on the verge of surging forth, poised to devour the dark clouds and the purple essence of the sky. What grants the blazing tempest the audacity to suppress my forbidden spell? By what right? As his furious roar echoes, he exhausts his mana in a final effort, and blood spills from his mouth. The dark clouds and violet essence in the sky dissipate entirely. Chapter 76. The negotiator returns with the corpse tide. Ling Air, are you all right? Upon witnessing Ling Air spitting blood, Ling E and the other core members of the Nightfall group immediately gathered, their expressions fraught with concern. Cough, cough. I'm fine. Ling Air continued to cough up blood, his eyes filled with trepidation as he warned, be cautious. There are formidable players among the opposing camp. Their attributes are likely far superior to mine. Otherwise, they could not have so effortlessly obliterated my forbidden spell with mere ordinary magic. Hearing Ling Air's words, Ling Yi's brows furrowed slightly. They were somewhat aware that there were indeed strong players within the opposing faction, as it would have been impossible for them to slay so many battle beasts and peripheral members without such strength. However, they had not anticipated that the players would possess such overwhelming power, capable of breaking even forbidden spells. Taking a deep breath, Ling Yi spoke slowly. Ling Air, you should first recover from your injuries and replenish your mana. Furthermore, with that, Ling Yi turned his gaze toward the other core members of Nightfall and commanded, from now on, we shall focus solely on defense, conserving our strength as much as possible. We will await the completion of the inter-world teleportation array. Understood. Several core members of Nightfall nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, on the players' side, the revelation of the Thunder Emperor's identity had ignited an uproar. As they witnessed the Thunder Emperor obliterate the forbidden spell cast by the Nightfall Core with a single fiery storm, a thunderous cheer erupted among the crowd. The Thunder Emperor is incredible. Ha ha ha. The Thunder Emperor truly deserves to be the best player in the game. With him on our side, victory is assured. Brothers, let us slay the Nightfall Core. Archers, mages, quickly, unleash your ranged attacks, bombard them. With morale soaring, the players possessing ranged attack capabilities spontaneously organized themselves, launching their offensive. In an instant, the sky was filled with a rain of arrows, fireballs, and wind blades. Humph, mere trifles. Linling Ba from Nightfall observed the barrage and coldly declared, "Watch this." As her words fell, a dark crystal sphere suddenly appeared in her hand. Immediately, a surge of black light erupted, forming a pitch-black energy shield within a radius of several dozen meters. The specialty of Linling Ba was absolute protection. Boom. Clang, 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 boom. The relentless onslaught met the energy shield, dissipating into nothingness or being deflected, failing to inflict any harm upon the Nightfall core sheltered beneath the shield. Linling Qi suppressed their fire. Beneath the shield, Linling Yi's expression sharpened as he issued his command. "Not a problem," Linling Qi replied, flipping his hands to reveal two epic-level crossbow bolts. With a leap, he ascended onto the energy shield. All eyes turned toward Linling Qi, who, gathering strength at his waist, began to spin mid-air. As he twirled, countless arrows shot forth from his crossbow bolts, scattering in all directions like petals released by a celestial maiden. The masterful archer's technique, a torrential rain of arrows. To my astonishment, the crossbow bolts can be wielded in such a manner. Witnessing this spectacle, the players gaped in disbelief. However, before they could brace themselves or evade the onslaught of bolts, the deluge had already descended. With a series of piercing sounds, the damage inflicted was staggering. -10, 000, -10, 000, -10, 000. In mere moments, the front ranks of thousands of players were turned into porcupines, collapsing into pools of blood. No one could withstand his assault. In the span of 3 seconds, he unleashed 3,000 arrows, each capable of delivering over 10,000 points of damage. Observing this scene, Chunmu narrowed his eyes, realizing he had previously underestimated Ling Lingqi. He recalled their first encounter when Ling Lingqi effortlessly dealt over 8,000 damage, leading Chunmu to believe that this was the extent of Ling Lingqi's prowess. Yet now, it appeared to be merely the tip of the iceberg. Reflecting on his encounters with Ling Ling San and Ling Ling Jiao, he remembered that the victory over Ling Ling San was primarily due to the terrifying accumulation of the plague passive, which allowed him to succeed in a surprise attack. As for Ling Ling Jiao, initially, Xiao Feng's wind-type forbidden spell had proven ineffective, but only after unleashing a world-class boss's signature move, Dragon Breath, could he secure the kill. This clearly demonstrated that the comprehensive combat power of the Night Core was quite formidable. Even though many of the Night Beast's attributes exceeded those of the Night Core, in a true showdown, the Night Beast would undoubtedly falter against the Night Core's trump cards. It can be said that the 9 Night Cores represent the true essence of the Night. Intrigued, Chunmu smiled broadly, a glint of cold determination flashing in his eyes. If that is the case, then they cannot be allowed to escape. Just as he was preparing to take action from the distance, the demon god Lu Xiaobu suddenly charged forth on his steed, wielding the Fangtian Huaji, bursting out from the ranks of players. Brothers of the Divine Domain Guild, follow me to kill. Kill. With Lu Xiaobu's thunderous roar, hundreds of members of the Divine Domain Guild raised their weapons and surged toward the location of the Night Core. Not only the Divine Domain Guild, numerous allied minor guilds and ordinary players also rallied in a great wave, roaring as they charged forward. The number swelled to thousands. "Damn it, boss, do these fools intend to steal the kill?" A Forbidden Land zombie exclaimed indignantly upon witnessing this. Chunmu's gaze sharpened. Just then, the guttural roars of a horde of zombies erupted from behind. Turning around, he was taken aback to see the negotiator and Dado leading 80,000 zombies back into the fray. Previously, Chunmu had slaughtered the 80,000 zombies for military merit. And now, he chuckled to himself, realizing that Little Tan and Dado had arrived just in time. With a grin, Chunmu secretly commanded Little Tan and Dado, eliminate all players. He is indeed a zombie, and to advance, he must eliminate players. Chunmu's experience points had stagnated for quite some time, and now, with all players congregated outside the novice village, it presented a splendid opportunity to accrue experience. As the wave of 80,000 zombies surged forth, an exhilarating cheer erupted from the core of the Night Vale. Ha ha ha! Look, it's the newly ascended Ling Ling San, returning with the tide of 80,000 zombies. Our reinforcements have arrived. Humph, this battle has been exceedingly frustrating up until now, with the return of the 80,000 zombies. We must eradicate every player in sight. Ling Ling Qi. The turning point in this battle owes much to your decision to bring Xiao Tian into our Night Vale. Ling Ling Yi patted Ling Ling Qi's shoulder with a sense of satisfaction, declaring that should our grand plan succeed, your contributions will be significant. Ling Ling Qi. In truth, the moment Ling Ling Qi laid eyes on Xiao Tan's arrival, he felt a surge of joy. However, upon noticing the presence of Datu beside her, an unsettling feeling crept into his heart. Hadn't he asked Xiao Tan not to involve Datu in the Night Vale? How could this be? Did Xiao Tan sense the dire straits of the situation and wish for her brother's assistance? After a brief moment of contemplation, Ling Ling Qi chose not to elaborate to the other members of the Night Vale Corps, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Chapter 77. The Onslaught of 80,000 Corpses. The tyrant emerges, blood soaks the earth. Brother, hold on. I have returned. As the negotiator and his team approached the battlefield, merely a few hundred meters away, he suddenly roared at Ling Ling Qi, then turned to the horde of zombies, bellowing, "Zombies, attack! Annihilate all players!" The response to Ling Ling Qi's command was a thunderous roar from 80,000 zombies, shaking the very heavens and earth. This is bad, the horde. The horde is upon us, so many zombies. Look at those two leading zombies. They are incredibly strong, powerful, swift, resilient, intelligent, and even capable of magic and speech. They are the master zombies. Note, the divine blessing attribute has been concealed by the negotiator's hidden badge. What the hell, such a long name. The master. It must be the zombie king mentioned in the quest released by the old village chief, right? Look, beside that zombie king, there is another zombie towering over 5 meters tall. Its title suffix is tyrant. I scanned their attributes, and they are all question marks. They are only level 12, just 5 levels above us, yet we cannot see their attribute panels. This is illogical. According to the game rules, the reason we cannot see them is likely due to their attributes vastly exceeding ours. At this moment, all players focus their attention on the zombie horde. The appearance of a zombie king was already daunting, as it had been mentioned in the collective mission. However, when they beheld the tyrant, towering over 5 meters with skin resembling steel, their faces turned pale with fear. Just by its appearance, it was evident that it was far beyond their capabilities. The visual impact was overwhelming. Meanwhile, the players, including the formidable demon god Lu Xiaobu, prepared to confront the core of the Nightfall. Yet they too were drawn to the negotiator, the giant, and the horde. Damn it! Why does the horde come now of all times? Baizhen seethed, cursing under his breath. What terrible luck! Demon god Lu Xiaobu, mounted on his steed, wore a grim expression. The horde has arrived, and the zombies, in both level and number, surpass us ordinary players. With them around, we cannot safely encircle the Nightfall Core. We must temporarily set aside the Nightfall Core and deal with the horde first. Divine Domain Guild, heed my command. Baizhen nodded, took a deep breath, and ordered, let us slay the zombies. Damn it, if we can take down the zombie king and that tyrant, it will be a significant contribution to our merits. With Baizhen's command, Demon God Lu Xiaobu and numerous members of the Divine Domain Guild bypassed the Nightfall Core members and charged towards the horde. Kill the surrounding players. Witnessing this, quickly followed in the wake of the Divine Domain Guild. The battle cries reverberated through the air. It must be said that with the formidable deity El Shibu leading the charge, the players' morale soared to unprecedented heights. Moreover, individuals possess a tendency for blind conformity. Whether in the realm of gaming or in reality, witnessing the throngs of players embarking on a quest to vanquish zombies. Those who had yet to set forth were gripped by a fear of exclusion, eagerly joining the fray. Thus, tens of thousands of players gallantly charged towards a horde of zombies, their levels surpassing theirs by a notch. Utterly reckless, beside the negotiator. The tyrant known as Big Head observed the audacity of the players as they surged forward. With a disdainful snort, he declared, Little Tan, leave those ordinary zombies to you. I shall deal with that mounted one. The deity El Shibu, previously, he and that individual named Baizhen had harbored intentions of taking me down, attempting to treat me as a mere boss to be farmed. This time, I shall surely crush him. With thunderous footsteps, Big Head advanced towards the deity El Xiaobu. As the distance between them diminished, El Xiaobu's expression sharpened, realizing that the tyrant's target was none other than himself. With a flourish of his legendary halberd, he boisterously proclaimed, Ha, come forth. Today, I shall be the one to slay you, tyrant. Both Big Head and El Shubu were at level 12. Big Head had undergone one evolution, while El Xiaobu had successfully changed classes, neither yielding to the other. Suddenly, El Xiaobu bellowed with fervor, channeling all his might as he aimed his halberd directly at Big Head's knee. There was no other choice. Big Head was simply too tall. Even mounted on his steed, Red Hair, he could only strike at Big Head's knee. Yet, before El Xiaobu's halberd could make contact, Big Head unleashed a sweeping kick, forcefully striking both Red Hair and El Xiaobu. Then came the thunderous impact. Boom. Gush. Blood erupted from both El Xiaobu and Red Hair. Damage, -80. 000. Damage, -60. 000. In an instant, both figures were propelled backward, crashing to the ground and carving deep furrows in the earth. El Xiaobu? Red Hair? Why had they been sent flying in a single round? By the heavens, were it not for their formidable equipment and substantial health, they would have surely been obliterated in that instant. The disparity was overwhelming. At that moment, El Xiaobu's visage was a tumultuous blend of crimson and green, an extraordinary display of emotion. Bai Zhen and numerous members of the Divine Realm Guild, witnessing El Xiaobu being unceremoniously dismounted, nay, to be precise, sent sprawling along with his steed, were left utterly astounded. This. El Xiaobu was the second highest ranked player globally, rumored to be a hidden class changer, equipped with epic gear. How could he be defeated in a single strike? Indeed, that tyrant was merely at level 12. This was utterly absurd. Gulping nervously, it became evident that these zombies were formidable adversaries. Within the ranks of players, particularly among the members of the Divine Realm Guild led by White Town, the demon god Lu Xiaobu was regarded as the foremost warrior, a paragon of strength. Yet, this formidable being had been vanquished in a single blow. Such a defeat was bound to dampen morale. A sense of confusion began to flicker in the eyes of many players. Not far away, Shenmu observed the scene of the demon god Lu Xiaobu being flung aside. A look of disbelief etched upon his face. With such meager abilities, how could he possess the audacity to confront two core Nightfall entities? What hubris! At that moment, the negotiator led the horde of zombies charging forward. The cacophony of their roars echoed in the ears of the players, causing some to tremble in fear and flee in panic. This is bad. Run for your lives. Good heavens, the zombie tide is upon us. Hurry. For heaven's sake, don't run away. What are you doing? We could at least fight these zombies. We can be resurrected. If we can exchange our lives for even one or two of theirs, it would be worth it. Stop. Quickly. Retreat to the safety of the novice village shield. Indeed, let us return and employ ranged attacks to wear down the horde. That is the wisest course of action. Players were divided between those who stood their ground and those who fled, resulting in utter chaos. However, the zombies, all of level 10 to 12, possessed not only superior levels and strength but also the unified command of the negotiator. In an instant, a significant number of those who chose to fight were overwhelmed. Falling one after another, their throats ruthlessly bitten, they lacked even the strength to resist. Meanwhile, those attempting to escape found themselves outpaced by the zombies, being caught in relentless waves. A melee was imminent, staining the very earth with the blood of the players. As for Chenmu, he merely cast a fleeting glance at the battlefield of zombies and players before redirecting his focus. He led 10 Forbidden Land zombies towards the 7 core Nightfall entities. Today, he intended to claim the lives of the players, and he would also exact the lives of the 7 core Nightfall beings. Chapter 78. Chenmu versus 6 Nightfall core members. The overwhelming presence of the ultimate form. In the heart of the battlefield, the 7 members of the Nightfall Corps observed with delight as the player army was relentlessly pursued and slaughtered by 80,000 zombies. Excellent. Keep slaying them. Ha ha ha. Xiao Tan. Over there at 3 o'clock, a group of players is attempting to escape amidst the chaos. Quickly, send zombies to intercept them. Today, not a single player shall escape. Eliminate them all. As the 7 Nightfall Corps members monitored the situation, 11 figures suddenly encircled them. Ling Ling Yi's gaze fixated on the leader among the 11. You are the Thunder Emperor. Chenmu had been dealing with the Nightfall for quite some time. During this period, he had hunted down 2 key members, Ling Ling San and Ling Ling Jiao. The Nightfall had naturally gathered ample intelligence regarding Chun Mu's appearance and various aspects of his identity. In an instant, all Nightfall Corps members pointed their weapons at Chun Mu. Thunder Emperor, you are quite audacious to appear before us. Humph, having slain 2 of my Nightfall Corps, you have now made it onto our kill list. It is time to repay this debt with your life. Everyone, be cautious. The Thunder Emperor is exceedingly cunning. We have attempted to deal with him several times, but either he eluded us or vanished without a trace. Let us all strike together and ensure he is slain on the spot. We must not grant him a moment to breathe. Hearing the words of the 7 Nightfall Corps members, Chun Mu grinned and replied, Do you not realize the situation? Currently, it is you who are surrounded by me. With a sharp glint in his eyes, he commanded, Kill. Leave not a single one alive. Understood, boss. As Chun Mu's words echoed, the 10 Forbidden Land zombies following him flashed with a gleam of azure light. When Blade Dance activate, a fierce gale suddenly swept across the battlefield. Howling incessantly as azure wind blades coalesced within the tempest, their numbers multiplying exponentially, becoming countless. Humph. A spell that doesn't even reach the level of a forbidden incantation dares to show off before me. Ling Ling Air dismissed the wind blades conjured by the 10 Forbidden Land zombies with utter disdain. With a cold snort, he unleashed a surge of purple energy from his staff. Break for me. Boom. With Ling Ling Air's thunderous command, the heavens echoed with the sound of rumbling thunder. However, before the storm clouds could fully gather, the wind blades surged forward, swiftly tearing through the roiling thunderclouds and purple energy into shreds. Puff. Ling Ling Air spat out a mouthful of blood. It must be noted that Ling Ling Air was rather unfortunate. Previously, during his spell duel with Chun Mu, he had already exhausted his magical energy and sustained significant injuries. Now, as he attempted to unleash a powerful spell again, he was thwarted by the combined efforts of the 10 Forbidden Land zombies, who shattered his forbidden incantation. Ling Ling Air, perhaps you should focus on recuperating before proceeding, Ling Ling Chi remarked, shaking his head at the sight. Stepping forward with resolve, he stood before the crowd and declared, Leave the wind blades to me. Ling Ling Air, amidst coughing up blood, bore a visage of astonishment and gravity. Taking a deep breath, he cautioned, Be wary. The 10 brought by the Thunder Emperor are no ordinary foes. As the two conversed, the 10 zombies from the Forbidden Grounds pointed their fingers at the 7 core members of the Nightfall. Today, none of you shall escape. With a united cry, the wind blades descended like a tempest, swirling and slicing through the air, aimed directly at the 7 core members. Ling Ling Chi's eyes sharpened, and with deliberate calm, he raised a crossbow in each hand. Then, with a swift pull of the triggers, brilliant purple light erupted from the crossbows, unleashing an endless barrage of arrows. Upon closer inspection, one would notice that each bolt fired by Ling Ling Chi struck a wind blade, shattering it upon impact. In that moment, the sky seemed to be filled solely with the chaos of arrows and wind blades colliding. Ha ha, Ling Ling Chi, splendid work. Among the core of Nightfall, while Ling Ling Air is renowned for his magical artillery, it is truly Ling Ling Chi who bears the brunt of our firepower. A few core members exchanged remarks before Ling Ling Yi declared, Ling Ling Chi, hold off those conjuring the wind blades. We shall eliminate the Thunder Emperor. With that, Ling Ling Yi brandished his weapon and led the charge toward Chun Mu. The remaining 5 core members shared glances and nodded in agreement, following suit. Do you really think you can challenge our leader with just the likes of you? A zombie from the Forbidden Grounds smirked at the sight of the 7 core members preparing to split their forces. It intended to divert some wind blades to intercept Ling Ling Yi and his group, but suddenly, the voice of Chun Mu rang in its ears. You need not concern yourselves with these 6 core members. Chun Mu, wielding the legendary Dawn crossbow and adorned in epic grade armor, unfurled angelic white wings. He had entered combat mode. If you have the capacity, use the wind blades to eliminate more players. Elevate your levels as swiftly as possible. As Chun Mu issued orders to the Forbidden Ground zombies, he advanced toward the 6 core members. With each step, his aura intensified, and his gaze grew increasingly fierce. Upon witnessing this transformation in Chun Mu's presence, the 6 core members were momentarily taken aback. His aura, something was amiss. So powerful. No, it was not merely strength. Why did I feel a sense of dread and tremor emanating from him? It was as though he possessed a crushing superiority in terms of life essence. This cannot be. The Thunder Emperor is but human, his level not exceeding ours. How could his life essence surpass us so profoundly? Could it be a mistake? Unbeknownst to them, the 6 core members of the Nightfall were filled with gravity and incredulity. They even forgot to launch an assault on Chun Mu. In truth, the reason why Chun Mu could exert a crushing superiority over them in terms of life level was primarily due to his ultimate form. What is the ultimate form? It is the most perfect war machine, a being born for slaughter. In the presence of this ultimate form, the core members of Nightfall felt as if they were mere deer wandering in the wilderness, while the Thunder Emperor was the apex predator, a fierce tiger. At this moment, Chun Mu's fundamental attributes and abilities had surpassed those of the Nightfall core. This rendered the aura he exuded even more intimidating, causing the Nightfall core to tremble in fear. Yet, the core members of Nightfall could hardly believe this reality. The individual they had once deemed a target for extermination, whom they had relentlessly pursued to the point of desperation, had now transformed into a being capable of instilling fear in them all. Chapter 79. The Thunderlord Strikes. Annihilating the four in an instant, dominating the arena with soul might. Gulp. No one linger in hesitation. Let us all charge forth together. Ling Ling he swallowed hard, suppressing the unease swelling within him, and promptly issued his command. With a steely glint in his eyes, he dispelled all distractions and brandished his great sword, the first to cleave towards Chun Mu. He was, after all, the most formidable in close-quarters combat among the 9 core members of the Nightfall, possessing innate talents and skills honed solely for battle and slaughter. Ling Linger nodded gravely, raising his staff and chanting an incantation. The remaining core members of Nightfall sprang into action in succession. Ling Ling Si, wielding daggers in both hands, flickered and activated the rogue class's exclusive skill, invisibility. Ling Ling Wu produced scroll after scroll from his spatial ring. These scrolls contained the seals of powerful puppets, and as he tore them open, 10 towering iron giants, each standing 3 meters tall and wielding blades and shields, materialized before them. Ling Ling Lu conjured vibrant orbs of light, casting them into the bodies of several Nightfall core members, bestowing various enhancements and replenishing their health and mana. Ling Ling Ba retrieved a massive shield and slammed it down with a resounding thud, fortifying the non-close combat members behind him alongside the 10 iron puppets. As the 6 core members of Nightfall joined forces, their coordination was so flawless that it was impossible to detect even the slightest flaw or superfluous movement. Everything was as orderly as a finely tuned machine. Witnessing this, Chun Mu merely chuckled nonchalantly. Ding! In the next moment, a sound of iron clashing resonated from the nape of his neck. Force damage, -1, poison, -1, -1, -1, still force damage. Behind Chun Mu, Ling Ling Si, brandishing a purple dagger and just emerging from invisibility, was taken aback by the damage displayed, his eyes widening in disbelief. -1 point of force damage. How could this be possible? As an assassin, the primary attribute he focused on was strength. His base attack power exceeded 15,000. When accounting for the epic dagger, the enhancements Ling Ling Lu provided, and his own skill damage, that strike alone should have dealt no less than 60,000 damage to the Thunderlord. Yet, why had he failed to breach even the Thunderlord's defenses? Was he not only at level 15? How could his physical resistance be so formidable? Even the Nightfall leader could not afford to lavishly stack physical resistance to such an outrageous degree, could he? Note: the Divine Protection attribute automatically grants immunity to 90 of attacks. Thus, the 60,000 damage inflicted on him was reduced to merely 6,000, while his physical resistance had already reached nearly 10,000, making it impossible to breach. Alright, even if your physical resistance is high, but the poison on my dagger is no trifling matter. By rights, it should deal at least 8,000 damage per second. However, for the Thunder Emperor, this poison seemed to make little difference. Could it be that the Thunder Emperor had deliberately amassed an extraordinary amount of magical resistance? Ling Ling and the others were utterly bewildered. As an assassin, he could hardly fathom that his dagger aimed at the enemy's throat felt akin to merely giving a massage. It was utterly absurd. Ah, you truly dare to launch a sneak attack on me? Before Ling Ling and the others could comprehend the situation, Chun Mu had already turned around. To be honest, Had Lingling remained concealed, he would have indeed been difficult to detect, given that Chunmu lacked the skill to break stealth. However, since the opponent had chosen to reveal himself, well then, I apologize. Chunmu grinned broadly. Without further ado, he raised the crossbow in his hands and pulled the trigger aimed at Lingling. Whoosh, 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 a flurry of arrows was unleashed. The proximity was such that Lingling had no time to react. Damage, minus 150, 000. Damage, minus 170, 000. Damage, minus 160, 000. The Dawn crossbow unleashed 100 arrows per second. In an instant, Lingling was riddled with arrows, with damage figures soaring above 10 million hovering above his head. His body stood rigid, clutching the dagger, yet he did not stir an inch. A system notification suddenly erupted in Chunmu's ears. Ding! Congratulations. You have successfully slain LV-29, core member of the Nightshade, Lingling, boss. You have gained evolution points 30,000, Epic Assassin Set 1, Gold 1888, Potions, Materials, Items 115. Lingling? Lingling. The 5 core members of Nightshade, witnessing the damage figures floating above Lingling's head, were taken aback, their eyes wide with disbelief. At that moment, their gazes were filled with astonishment and incredulity. The Thunder Emperor's defense was already absurdly high, yet his attacks were equally terrifying. Each arrow dealt damage in the hundreds of thousands. Moreover, to release such a multitude of arrows in a mere second, the rate of fire rivaled even that of the formidable Lingling Chi. A legendary quality crossbow. At this moment, Lingling Yi was the first to regain composure, staring at the crossbow in Chunmu's hands, still radiating an orange glow. His pupils constricted to the size of pinpoints. Taking a deep breath, he hurriedly exclaimed, "Everyone, be cautious. The crossbow in the Thunder Emperor's hands is of legendary quality, surpassing even that used by Lingling Chi by a significant tier." What? Just as Lingling Yi's words fell, the remaining core members of Nightshade finally grasped the gravity of the situation, their eyes filled with disbelief. A legendary quality crossbow. It is well known that the higher the quality of weaponry, the more formidable the combat power it bestows. However, acquiring equipment of such high quality is no simple feat. Epic quality equipment is already a rarity in novice villages, with only 9 core members of Nightshade able to wield it. Legendary quality equipment is reserved solely for their leader. Lei Di was merely a level 15 player, yet he astonishingly possessed a piece of legendary grade equipment. This, gulp. In that instant, all the members of the Nightfall Corps could not help but swallow hard. However, Chunmu paid no heed to their astonishment. After dispatching Lingling Si, he swiftly redirected his crossbow toward Lingling Ba and the numerous battle puppets that stood in his way, unleashing a relentless barrage of arrows. Clang, 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 boom. Boom, boom. Lingling Ba's massive shield and the battle puppets shattered one after another under the torrential downpour of Chunmu's arrows. They were utterly incapable of withstanding it, even though the other members of the Nightfall Corps exerted all their efforts to assist in defense. They could not halt Chunmu's rain of arrows. From the moment he entered the fray, he dominated the battlefield with overwhelming strength. 3 minutes later, Lingling Air, Wu, Lu, and Ba fell in succession. Ding! Congratulations on successfully slaying LV-29, Nightfall Corps members 4, boss, earning evolution points 120,000, Epic Set 4. Chapter 80. The Negotiator's Passive Talent, Subduing Lingling Chi. How infuriating! The only surviving Lingling Yi was now riddled with arrows, his blood staining the black robe crimson. His eyes blazed with fury as he relentlessly swung his blade to deflect the incoming projectiles. However, as the other members of the Nightfall Corps continued to fall, the weight of his burden grew heavier. Gradually, even he could no longer endure. With a sickening thud, 2 more arrows struck him, and his vitality plummeted to its lowest point. In a final, desperate roar, he lamented, "I refuse to accept this. I have yet to witness the establishment of the interdimensional teleportation array, nor have I seen the demonic army surge into this world. I cannot accept it." With a resounding crash, Lingling Yi fell. Congratulations. You have successfully slain LV-29, Nightfall Corps member Lingling Yi, boss, and received 30,000 evolution points. The battle concluded, and Qinmu retracted the dawn crossbow, shifting his gaze towards the swirling vortex formed by the wind blade. Ling Lingqi, wielding a crossbow, continued to unleash a barrage of arrows, stubbornly resisting. Meanwhile, 10 undead from the Forbidden Zone leisurely manipulated the wind blade, both consuming Ling Lingqi's arrows and inflicting continuous damage upon him. It was 10 against 1. Despite Ling Lingqi's impressive rate of fire and remarkable accuracy, it was utterly impossible for him to evade all the wind blades. At that moment, he was drenched in blood, his vitality dwindling to a mere fraction. Even if Qinmu chose not to intervene, in a few minutes, Ling Lingqi would surely succumb to exhaustion. Just then, the negotiator suddenly approached Qinmu, pleading, "Boss, could we spare Ling Lingqi? After I became the controller, I acquired a passive talent called zombie virus. If I manage to bite Ling Lingqi, he will become a zombie. At that point, if I can grant him a particularly articulate trait, he will be freed from the binding of the Nightfall's curse scroll. He could then become our ally." Qinmu was already aware of the negotiator's zombie virus passive talent. Furthermore, he was not surprised by the negotiator's plea for Ling Lingqi, as Ling Lingqi had played an instrumental role in the negotiator's rise, and their bond was not easily articulated after so much time spent together. Observing the negotiator's imploring gaze, Qinmu pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. "Very well. Ling Lingqi will be entrusted to you." Coincidentally, after his promotion to level 15, there were still 3 unused contract slots of Privilege 1. If Ling Lingqi could be contracted, it would indeed be beneficial for Qinmu. Of course, while allowing the negotiator to bite Ling Lingqi and a few other Nightfall Corps members could transform them into zombies and subdue them with Privilege 1. Qinmu held a certain disdain for their combat capabilities. Rather than binding them through contracts, it would be more prudent to reserve the slots. And upon arriving at the main city, assess whether there are superior and more formidable NPCs available for transformation into zombies. Moreover, after being pursued by the Nightshade for so long, it would be unsatisfactory to not vent some frustration by eliminating a few core members. Upon witnessing Qinmu's agreement to spare Ling Lingqi's life, the negotiator's face lit up with the glee of a child weighing over 100 pounds. As he hurried towards Ling Lingqi, the 10 Forbidden Land zombies ceased their assault upon the negotiator's arrival, dispersing the wind blades and clearing a path for him. Ahem. Little negotiator. Ling Lingqi, seeing this, could hardly remain oblivious to the connection between the negotiator, the Thunder Emperor, and those enigmatic beings wielding the wind blades. His expression was exceedingly complex. "You can actually disregard the constraints of the Nightshade's toxic oath scroll? Brother." The negotiator grinned widely, approaching Ling Lingqi. "I apologize for keeping this from you for so long. It is time you learned the truth. My true master is the Thunder Emperor you have been relentlessly pursuing. My intention in getting close to you and agreeing to enter the Nightshade was to provide cover for my master. As for the toxic oath scroll, that contraption holds little power over me, and I can assist in breaking the constraints it imposes on you." With that, the negotiator opened his mouth and bit into Ling Lingqi's neck. Ling Lingqi made no attempt to resist. In fact, his eyes betrayed a hint of astonishment and delight. "You mean, roar." Once the zombie virus from the negotiator entered Ling Lingqi's body, his pupils began to whiten, and before he could utter another word, he had transformed into a zombie, emitting only low, guttural growls from his throat. Upon witnessing this transformation, Qinmu activated his privilege on Ling Lingqi. "Ding! Congratulations. You have successfully enslaved LV-29 zombie Ling Lingqi unevolved. However, due to your level being only 15, Ling Lingqi's level will be forcibly suppressed to 15. Note: Ling Lingqi possesses 1 opportunity for evolution and can choose a direction for his transformation." Upon receiving the notification of successful contract, Qinmu promptly exchanged a complete set of attributes for Ling Lingqi. As for the direction of evolution, that could be left to Ling Lingqi to decide later. At this moment, Ling Lingqi was gazing upward, bewildered by the attributes floating above his head. Divine protection, super strong, powerful, swift, thick-skinned, intelligent, resilient, warm, quick, magical, articulate, edible. God-tier quality zombie. This. So long, brother. Noticing Ling Lingqi's days, the negotiator spoke up. "Well, congratulations. You are now a part of our zombie family. As for the attributes above your head, if an invisibility badge appears on the auction platform later, have the boss procure one for you. That way, you can conceal that lengthy title. Ling Lingqi nodded slightly, yet it was evident that he had not fully acclimated to his newfound identity as a zombie. He first gazed at his now pallid hands, adorned with nails that had grown to several centimeters in length, and then cast his eyes upon his attributes panel. Character: Ling Lingqi. Identity: Zombie. Host: Thunder Emperor. Level: LV15. Evolution form: not evolved. Skills: Storm of Pear Blossoms, Dual Crossbows, Precision Shooting, Fire Coverage, Charged Shot. Total: 28. Talents: Master Level Crossbow Specialization, Perfect Accuracy, Long Range. Total: 6. Attributes: Health: 12, 800, 000. Mana: 1, 500, 000. Strength: 8, 240. Agility: 3, 250. Physical Resistance: 2, 000. Magical Resistance: 2, 000. Tenacity: 1, 800. Endurance: 2, 600. Weapons: Night Crossbows X2, Attack 2, 000. Capable of evolving into epic quality equipment. Can condense the dark elemental energy of the world into crossbow bolts, firing 80 bolts per second with no cooldown. Note: other equipment is of 25 level epic quality. Insufficient level to equip. Status: good. Prior to his transformation into a zombie, Ling Lingqi's status had read Special, bound by the Nightfall Poison Oath Scroll. However, it had now changed to good. This signified that the binding power of the Poison Oath Scroll had completely dissipated. Yet, from this day forth, he would serve as the Servant of the Thunder Emperor. Chapter 81. The Formation of the Interdimensional Teleportation Array and the Resource Betting Scroll. Ling Lingqi's eyes shimmered as she turned her gaze towards Qinmu, who was not far away. In an inexplicable manner, she sensed a peculiar connection with the Thunder Emperor. It seemed as though, before him, there would be no secrets left. Even the thoughts swirling in her mind might be discerned by him. Thunder Emperor, I am grateful for your assistance in liberating me from the Nightfall. Ling Lingqi refrained from voicing her thoughts aloud and instead endeavored to convey them telepathically to Qinmu. At that moment, Qinmu had donned a mask and concealed himself behind several zombies, wielding the dawn crossbow. He stealthily fired at players, the sound of his arrows echoing in the shadows. Upon hearing Ling Lingqi's words, he did not turn around or halt his actions, but responded via thought transmission. We are all comrades here. There is no need for pleasantries. Now, if there are no further issues, let us assist in eliminating some players. We require a vast amount of experience points to level up. Understood. Ling Lingqi's eyes sharpened upon receiving the command. She then directed her attention towards the players. At that moment, the core of Nightfall had mostly been extinguished. If Qinmu were not a zombie, their battle strategy might have merely focused on dispatching the Nightfall leader. However, the conflict was far from over. Due to the players being attacked by the horde controlled by the negotiator, Qinmu and his companions were unable to gain experience points. Thus, after neutralizing the unstable elements of the Nightfall core, he instructed the negotiator to command the zombie horde to form a massive encirclement on the battlefield. The ordinary zombies needed not slay players. Their sole task was to prevent any from escaping the perimeter. Within the encirclement, chaos reigned. Boom, boom, boom. The colossal figure of the big head, towering over 5 meters, trampled down upon the battlefield, crushing multiple players with each step. The second player, the demon god Lu Xiaobu, who was tasked with holding back the big head, had met his demise countless times. The top 10 Forbidden Land zombies wielded a multitude of wind blades. Sweeping through players lives like autumn leaves falling in a gust. Gazing across the battlefield, blood, severed heads, and dismembered limbs ascended into the air in a macabre dance. Ling Lingqi cast a fleeting glance before drawing 2 crossbows, joining Qinmu and the big head in their relentless slaughter. Whoosh, 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 a volley of arrows was unleashed. With Ling Lingqi's rapid attack speed, her efficiency in dispatching players was remarkably high. Before long, a system notification resonated in Qinmu's ears, heralding his level advancement. Ding! Congratulations! You have leveled up to level 16, earning 1,000 free attribute points An additional sum of free attribute points can be acquired upon ultimate evolution. Passive triggers for attributes such as Divine Blessing, Super Strength, Thick Skin, and others activated, bestowing him with Health 10,000, Strength 2,000, Agility 5,000, and Dual Resistances. Now, with each level Chunmu ascended, the attributes he gained were nothing short of terrifying. 1,000 free attributes, coupled with a plethora of additional bonuses. What a remarkable boon. If the other players were to discover this, they would surely be terrified. What you have achieved is not merely an upgrade. Even if we were to complete a job transition, we might not match your enhancements. However, upon witnessing these attribute augmentations, Chunmu displayed no signs of surprise for him. This was simply a matter of having leveled up once, a mere increment that did not significantly elevate his overall combat prowess. By the way, Thunder Emperor, there is something I must report to you. Suddenly, Ling Chi was struck by a thought. Immediately, he transmitted to Chunmu. Recalling what Ling Yi had mentioned about embedding numerous traitors among the players, who were likely hiding within the novice village. They were secretly establishing a two-realm teleportation array. What? Upon hearing Ling Chi's report, Chunmu promptly set aside the matter of leveling up. His expression turned serious. He pressed Ling Chi for details, questioning how there could be players lingering within the novice village, secretly arranging a teleportation array among the numerous NPCs? Are you certain this information is accurate? Ling Chi replied. Ling Yi stated it himself. The information should be reliable. All right, I understand. Chunmu took a deep breath and swiftly dashed towards the novice village. However, before Chunmu could reach the novice village, a colossal black pillar of light, 100 meters in diameter, suddenly shot up into the sky. Haha. The two-realm teleportation array has been completed. Following this, hearty laughter resonated from the horizon. Chunmu halted in his tracks and looked up. He beheld the Nightfall leader, whose black robe was tattered, his eyes brimming with excitement and fervor, hovering in midair, casting a provocative gaze upon the village chief of the novice village. Old man, you cannot prevent the arrival of my demonic army. Haha. The old village chief's expression was grave as he stood atop the dragon's head. Narrowing his eyes and speaking in a deep voice, you should first concern yourself with the battlefield below. The core of Nightfall, all the battle beasts and peripheral members, save for the Corpse King, have been nearly annihilated. In constructing this teleportation array, your Nightfall organization is virtually on the brink of extinction. Humph. The Nightfall leader flicked his battle blade, coldly asserting, as long as my grand plan succeeds and the two-realm passage is opened, this minor loss is inconsequential. Even if I were to perish today on the battlefield, it would still be worthwhile. Ha 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 ha. The two-realm teleportation array. The old village chief ignored the fervent Nightfall leader. His countenance somber as he remarked, this calamity upon the world. Ultimately, it could not be prevented from manifesting. Sighing deeply, the old village chief quickly turned his gaze towards the novice village. Soon, he spotted Chunmu on the ground. At this moment, Chunmu held an ancient scroll in his hand, resource betting scroll. Thunder Emperor, the worst-case scenario has come to pass. The fate of my novice village now rests solely in your hands. Fortunately, the old village chief had taken precautions. So when he witnessed the emergence of the interdimensional teleportation array, he likely did not remain entirely composed. However, he is aware that matters have not deteriorated to that extent. Thus, with a steely gaze, he patted the little dragon's head, gripping his staff firmly, and declared, "Little wind, press on. Today, we shall surely vanquish him and eliminate future threats." With a mighty roar, a dragon's bellow echoed. Little wind, flicking his tail, charged alongside the old village chief towards the Nightfall leader. After enduring a prolonged battle, the Nightfall leader's health and condition had dwindled to less than a third of his prime. Should they succeed in this confrontation, future troubles would be significantly reduced. As the old village chief and the wind dragon charged once more, the Nightfall leader's breath hitched, and his gaze turned icy. While retreating, he bellowed, "The interdimensional teleportation array has already been established. Should you not flee for your lives?" Flee? A beam of white light suddenly shot forth from the old village chief's staff. "I shall confront you here until the very end. Are you mad?" The Nightfall leader's eyes widened in disbelief as he witnessed the old man's determination. His hand gripping the blade trembling involuntarily. He could never have anticipated that even with the interdimensional teleportation array laid out, the old village chief would still choose to fight. Chapter 82, Betting on a Better Life. Has the interworld teleportation array been relocated abroad? What is that? Within the novice village, the captain of the guards and numerous NPCs momentarily focused their attention on the towering black pillar of light, which stretched up to 100 meters in diameter. This is dire. It's the interworld teleportation array. The shopkeeper of the general store was the first to react, urgently exclaiming, "What? The interworld teleportation array? Our defensive shield has not been breached. How could the Nightfall establish the interworld teleportation array in our novice village? This cannot be right. It cannot be mistaken. I have seen the illustrations of the interworld teleportation array in historical records. How could this happen? It's over. With the emergence of the interworld teleportation array, our novice village is doomed." Upon realizing the truth, despair washed over the faces of all the NPCs. Not only them, some players who had perished in battle and subsequently resurrected, originally eager to return to the fray, stood frozen in shock upon hearing the NPCs declare that the black pillar was indeed the interworld teleportation array. What is going on? We have fought tooth and nail outside. How could the interworld teleportation array suddenly be constructed? Developer, come out. I will curse your ancestors for generations. You are deliberately preventing us from enjoying this game. In an instant, the morale of the players plummeted. However, a group of players concealed in the shadows beheld the interworld teleportation array with glimmering eyes. Excellent, excellent. After lying in wait in the novice village for so long, we have finally constructed the interworld teleportation array. Lord Ling Ling has stated that as long as we complete the task, each of us shall receive a generous reward. Ha ha ha. While some rejoiced, others despaired. Just then, a system notification suddenly resonated in everyone's ears. Ding! Player Thunder Emperor has successfully triggered the resource betting scroll. Betting resource, interworld teleportation array. Betting opponent, the strongest player of Novice Village 001 in the Shaori Z Buogwa service area, LV Tin Shaoze. Song Jing. Selecting equivalent betting resources for the opponent. Ding! Selection successful. The opponent's resource is Novice Village Rule Crystal. Betting rules. The strongest player of Longwa Service Area 9527, Thunder Emperor, will engage in a 1v1 duel against Shaoze. Song Jing. The victor may designate the ownership of the betting resources. The betting officially commences. As the system notification concluded, a transparent space, several football fields in diameter, suddenly emerged above the novice village. Two beams of white light descended upon the center of this transparent arena. In one beam of light stood a bewildered middle-aged man with a sword at his waist, while in the other was Chin Mu, gripping the dawn crossbow. Everyone, look. That's Thunder Emperor. The previous system notification indicated that Thunder Emperor has utilized the resource betting scroll, meaning he is now wagering with the people of Shaori Z over the interworld teleportation array. Does this imply that if the Thunder Emperor wins the wager, the interrealm teleportation array will be relocated to the side of Little Sun? Astonishing, is it not? This way, our collective mission's progress will remain unaffected. It seems we are quite secure now. Indeed, as long as the interrealm teleportation array does not end up in our novice village. The Thunder Emperor is truly remarkable, capable of producing resources to wager such an item as a bet scroll. How amusing. Following this, Little Sun is likely to be utterly bewildered. I am eager to witness their expressions when they are warmly greeted by our friends from the demon realm. In midair, within the arena of the wager. Thunder Emperor. How dare you, a mere level 16, challenge me, who has just reached level 10 and has yet to embark on the class transition quest. At this moment, the indignant Shaoze, Aoi, pointed a finger at Shinmu and exclaimed, "You are taking advantage of my misfortune. You, from the east, are devoid of martial virtue. Truly despicable." He was now in a state of panic. After all, the system prompt had just made it abundantly clear, if he were to lose, the law crystal of his novice village would be seized by the Thunder Emperor. Although he had never heard of such a thing as a law crystal of the novice village, the very name suggested its immense value. If he were to lose the wager, that precious law crystal would indeed be taken from him by the Thunder Emperor. Should that occur, would he not become a pariah in his own novice village? However, Aside from dedicating his life to his novice village and striving to fight, he seemed to have no other choice. After cursing for a lengthy while, Xiaozhe Aoi took a deep breath, forcing himself to remain calm. He tightly grasped the hilt of his sword, his gaze fixed intently on Chunmu, preparing himself for a desperate struggle. Yet, facing a level 16 while he was merely level 10 and unclassed left him feeling profoundly uncertain. Chenmu displayed a smile that was neither fully sincere nor mocking and said, "My dear Xiaozhe Aoi, I recall that when the World Chat channel opened, you expressed your desire for a duel with me? Here is your opportunity." Gulping nervously, Xiaozhe Aoi retorted, "Are you here to humiliate me? Humph, Thunder Emperor. If you possess the capability, wait until I return from my class transition, and we shall duel then. You, who are known as the Thunder Sword, with a blade as unstoppable as a thunderbolt." Shinmu teased, "Is there truly a need for a class transition? But rest assured, I shall not take advantage of you. Should I emerge victorious in this battle, I shall not allow you to leave empty-handed. I will gift you the inter-realm teleportation array from our novice village." Xiaozhe Aoi. Even in defeat, the Thunder Emperor would bestow upon him the inter-realm teleportation array. What is happening? Could it be that he is genuinely intimidated by my reputation as the Thunder Sword? Or perhaps, this Thunder Emperor is indeed a traitor? For a moment, Xiaozhe Aoi found his thoughts utterly bewildered. Not only he, but at this moment, the players of the Novice Village 001 of the betting party were equally bewildered upon hearing Chunmu's words, completely at a loss. Chunmu ceased his idle chatter, raising his hand and swiftly releasing an arrow that obliterated Xiaozhe Aoi. Ding! The battle result is in. Player Thunder Emperor emerges victorious. Betting pool of Novice Village 001. Rule Crystal, awarded to Thunder Emperor. As per Thunder Emperor's request, the two-world teleportation array of Novice Village 9527 in Dragon Country is granted to Xiaozhe Aoi, commencing the relocation of the two-world teleportation array to Novice Village 001 of Little Days. Countdown begins. 10, 9, 8. Soon, the system notification echoed once more. With a whoosh, the black pillar of light above Novice Village 9527 in Dragon Country began to fade dramatically, as though on the verge of vanishing from this realm. Witnessing this scene, the old village chief in the sky battlefield felt a slight alleviation of the solemnity etched upon his face. Indeed, Thunder Emperor had successfully accomplished his task. Conversely, the Nightfall leader was initially taken aback, followed by a drastic change in complexion. Resources at stake, forcibly relocating the two-world teleportation array. "How dare you, old fool? Ha!" Observing the Nightfall leader's furious reaction, the old village chief chuckled. "Nightfall leader, remember, while the devil may rise a foot, the path of virtue ascends a mile. This farce must come to an end today." With that, the old village chief continued his assault against the Nightfall leader. As the system countdown reached its conclusion, the two-world teleportation array vanished entirely from the novice village. All players, witnessing this spectacle, erupted in jubilant cheers. "Well done, Thunder Emperor! Haha! Long live Thunder Emperor! Brothers, let us venture forth to slay zombies. Finally, we can earnestly engage in collective quests." Chapter 83, The Arrival of the Demon Army, Annihilating the Novice Village in 3 seconds. The world in turmoil. In the novice village of Little Days 001, bewildered players gazed in curiosity at the ominous black pillar that had suddenly appeared. What on earth is this pillar? According to the system description, it is a transdimensional teleportation array. A transdimensional teleportation array? I have never heard of such a thing. Is it impressive? Well, anything that can be compared to the core rules of the novice village must be significant, right? Although the players of Little Days were unaware of what a transdimensional teleportation array entailed, their nature of boasting remained unrestrained. In an instant, many players from Little Days flocked to the World Chat channel, eager to bark out their thoughts. "Thunder Emperor, you're quite perceptive. Recognizing the need to utilize the transdimensional teleportation array to mitigate the losses of our Great Days Empire. Otherwise, you would become our adversary. Thunder Emperor, quickly tell us. What exactly is this transdimensional teleportation array?" Dragon Country player. The players of Dragon Country's Novice Village 9527, upon witnessing this, could not help but chuckle to themselves. Did you expect us to assist you little days in finding answers? Not a chance. We shall remain silent. Just wait a little longer, and you shall be in for a surprise. Indeed, not long after, the transdimensional teleportation array began to stir. Rumbling, the entire black pillar started to tremble violently, as if a demon was about to awaken. The players of Little Days had specifically set up a live broadcast for all to view globally. Soon, players around the world beheld a figure clad in golden armor, adorned with ram's horns, stepping forth from the pillar. It stood in the void, gazing down upon the novice village 001 of Little Days. Its eyes filled with disdain. After many years, the demon army has finally returned to this world. A deep, hoarse voice emanated from the ram-headed figure. Children, come forth. The time for slaughter has arrived. Let the blood of these ignorant natives herald the arrival of my demon kin. With a grand gesture, the ram-headed giant summoned forth waves of ram-headed beings from the ominous black pillar. I understand now. The so-called transdimensional teleportation array must be a dungeon. A player exclaimed as they witnessed the monsters continuously emerging from the black pillar. Excitement spread rapidly among the players of Little Days. A dungeon standing within the novice village? Excellent. Even without leaving the novice village, we can encounter monsters. You foolish dragon country dwellers, you have unwittingly bestowed such a treasure upon us. Ha ha ha. Thank you, Thunder Emperor. Yet, before the players of Little Days could revel in their triumph for long, the leader of the goat-headed beings suddenly narrowed his eyes, drawing his blade from his waist. With a swift motion, he slashed forward, unleashing a formidable wave of energy in the form of a 1,000-meter blade. Everything in its path, players, NPCs, and even the structures within the novice village was effortlessly cleaved in two. Players in the village were left bewildered. What just happened? How did I die? In a mere 3 seconds, the goat-headed being unleashed over 100 energy blades, decimating the entire novice village 001 without any semblance of resistance. All NPCs, including the captain of the guards and the village chief, perished without exception. Astonishingly, even the resurrection altar within the novice village was obliterated. In that instant, a system notification echoed in the ears of players worldwide. Warning. Warning. The novice village 001 of Shao Rizi has been utterly destroyed by the demon realm leader Ying. All players within this village will be unable to resurrect due to the destruction of the resurrection altar. Upon death, players will be forcibly and permanently logged out. As the notification resonated, the global chat channel fell into a profound silence. After a moment, a player from Asangu inquired, "Is anyone still alive in Novice Village 001? Speak up. What is going on? Didn't you just say that the two-world teleportation passage was merely a dungeon?" A player from Baixiangor replied, "Brother, save your breath. The players in Novice Village 001 are likely all wiped out or forcibly logged off. No one can respond to you now." A player from Piaoligua exclaimed, "My God, the energy blades unleashed by that goat-headed being in the live stream were terrifying. Did you see? Even their village chief couldn't withstand it and was sliced in half." From Bangzigua, one remarked, "In 3 seconds, a novice village has been annihilated. Good heavens. With such fearsome monsters around, the other novice villages in Shao Rizi are surely at risk too." A player from Pao Kai Guo reassured, "Fortunately, the game forum states that there exists a system barrier between countries in the service areas. In the current game version, no one can cross national boundaries. Otherwise, if those monsters from Shao Rizi invaded our land, we would be in trouble." Other nations expressed gratitude. "We thank the players of Shao Rizi for their tremendous sacrifice." While players worldwide were engrossed in discussions regarding the demon army and the destruction of a novice village, the demon army itself appeared somewhat perplexed. "General Yang, this land does not seem to be the location we visited last time," remarked one curious demon subcommander, surveying the surroundings. "Indeed, it was not." General Yang nodded. Yet he remained indifferent. "For our demon army, any invasion is an invasion, regardless of the destination. Our primary objective is to conquer this land. In due time, this territory shall serve as the stronghold for our demon forces. Once we establish our presence here, we shall gradually extend our conquest across the entire world. Attention, all troops." With a fierce glint in his eyes, General Yang raised his sword, pointing it forward, and commanded, "Kill, kill, kill, kill." In an instant, Countless warriors of the demon realm emerged from the teleportation array, raising their weapons high and shouting fervently. With bloodthirsty expressions, they surged in all directions. Wherever the demon army tread, annihilation was their sole directive. Nothing would be spared. Not even a living worm would escape their wrath, as they would cleave it in twain without hesitation. Truly, their ferocity knew no bounds. Chapter 84. The Core of the Novice Village Rules, Slaying the Nightfall Leader. A new blessing from the world. The Novice Village Rule Crystal. Novice Village number 9527 in the Dragon Kingdom. Chun Mu held a palm-sized milky white crystal ball in his hand, curiously examining it. This rule crystal was what he had just won from Little Ri. For the moment, he had yet to fathom its purpose, and even the system's probing function yielded no useful information. Never mind. I shall inquire with the old village chief later. Chun Mu shook his head and stowed the rule crystal into his spatial backpack. Subsequently, he glanced at the battlefield where the negotiator and the two were engaged. Although players were being slain repeatedly, the proximity to the novice village allowed them to respawn almost immediately. Therefore, the battle would not conclude anytime soon. After observing for a while, Chun Mu turned his gaze towards the battlefield high above. The old village chief and Xiao Feng were still locked in a fierce struggle against the Nightfall Leader. However, the disparity in strength between the two sides was becoming increasingly evident. The old village chief and Xiao Feng clearly held the upper hand, exuding an air of confidence. Meanwhile, the Nightfall Leader was bloodied, showing signs of being unable to endure much longer. The task given by the old village chief, annihilate the Nightfall, would be deemed complete once I slay the Nightfall Leader. With the Nightfall Leader now weary, the outcome seems to be determined. Chun Mu's eyes glimmered as he quickly analyzed the situation on the battlefield. Then, gripping the dawn crossbow, he concealed himself among the corpses and commenced his slaughter of the players. After all, one must always soften the fruit before squeezing it. Engaging the Nightfall Leader was a laborious and thankless task. Only a fool would take it on. The battle raged from afternoon until nightfall, and Chun Mu himself lost count of how many players he had dispatched. The good news was that his level had risen from 16 to 18. The levels of his undead minions had also increased by 2 to 3 levels, significantly boosting their overall combat power. No, I refuse to accept this. As the moon hung high in the sky, the Nightfall Leader erupted in a desperate roar. Then, he was completely engulfed by a breath of dragon fire from Xiao Feng. A system notification rang out in Chun Mu's ears. Ding, congratulations. Your battle pet Xiao Feng has successfully slain the level 29 boss Nightfall Leader, earning 120,000 evolution points and 10,000 war merits. You may acquire 3 legendary quality equipment: Night Hunter leather armor, mysterious cloak, and dark night boots. Gold, 100,000. Chun Mu's eyes brightened. The Nightfall Leader was finally vanquished. Warriors. Before Chun Mu could assess his spoils, the old village chief, brandishing the head of the Nightfall Leader and riding Xiao Feng, descended from the sky, hovering about 20 meters above the ground. His face radiated exhilaration. Addressing all the players and NPCs, he bellowed, "The Nightfall Leader has been defeated. This battle, we have triumphed." At this moment, the players were too preoccupied to continue their skirmish with the undead. Everyone looked up at the old village chief in the sky. Especially when they beheld the severed head of the Nightfall Leader in his hand, their eyes suddenly sparkled with exhilaration. We have triumphed. Ha! We have won at last, after fighting all day. Long live the old village chief. Cheers erupted around them. Soon after, a series of system notifications echoed in their ears. Ding! Congratulations to all players. You have successfully defended the novice village and annihilated the invading army of Nightfall. Main quest: protect the novice village, defeat Nightfall, completed. Now announcing the leaderboard. First place, Thunder Emperor. Merit points, 16. 5 million. Contributions: assisted the old village chief in slaying the Nightfall Leader. Single-handedly killed 8 core members of Nightfall, eliminated 13 peripheral members, 89 battle beasts, and 80,000 zombies. Just as Nightfall was about to successfully establish the teleportation array between the two realms, you cleverly used a wager scroll to relocate it, thus preserving the novice village. Second place, Dynasty Overlord. Contributions: organized Dynasty Guild members to assist Thunder Emperor in defeating 214 peripheral members of Nightfall, 9 battle beasts, and 1,046 zombies. Merit points, 60,000. Third place, White Town. Contributions, organized Divine Realm Guild members to assist Thunder Emperor in surrounding and defeating 23 peripheral members of Nightfall, 5 battle beasts, and 689 zombies. Merit points, 20,000. Fourth place, Martial Sage and Chang. Contributions, organized 5 Tigers Guild members to assist in surrounding and defeating 17 peripheral members of Nightfall, 2 battle beasts, and 129 zombies. Merit points, 10,000. Note, collective mission rewards are based on merit points for redemption. The merit redemption list will close in 3 days. Players wishing to redeem their merits should do so promptly. The leaderboard was revealed, and indeed, Thunder Emperor dominated the top position. While it was expected, given his renown and strength, the real astonishment lay in the fact that his merit points alone surpassed the cumulative total of all other players combined. A staggering 16.5 million merit points. My goodness. It is worth noting that aside from the leaders of major guilds, the merit points of other players generally hovered around a few dozen to a few hundred. Even the formidable demon god Lu Xiaobu only managed to reach about 5,000 points. Of course, Lu Xiaobu was targeted by the big shots. Otherwise, his merit points would undoubtedly exceed 10,000. In that moment, envy filled everyone's eyes. Thunder Emperor, what a legend! After indulging in their envy, they eagerly turned their attention to the merit redemption list. They had heard that merit points could be exchanged not only for gold or silver coins, but that the resources on the redemption list were rare treasures not easily encountered in everyday life. Everyone rushed to open the redemption list. World Blessing, 10 million merit points per portion. Legendary quality equipment, items, scrolls, etc. 100,000 to 500,000. 000 battle merits per piece. Evolving legendary quality equipment starts at 5,000 battle merits. Epic quality equipment, items, scrolls, etc. 10,000 to 50,000 battle merits per piece. Rare quality equipment, items, scrolls, etc. 100 to 500 battle merits per piece. The dazzling array of exchange options left everyone in awe. Naturally, the vast majority of players could only afford rare quality items or those of lesser quality. Only the elite were entitled to purchase items of rare quality or above. Shenmue, however, immediately focused his attention on the top of the exchange list. World Blessing. To his astonishment, there was a World Blessing on the exchange list. It is worth noting that the previous World Blessing had granted him the ability to unlock a divine-level exchange privilege. This item was undoubtedly invaluable. Without a moment's hesitation, Shenmue purchased the World Blessing. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully exchanged for World Blessing Scroll 1. Would you like to use it? Use. As Shenmue's thoughts descended, a cascade of colorful light surged upward, enveloping him in a radiant aura. Chapter 85, Human Identity? Constructing One's Own Citadel. Random Blessing in Progress. Ding! Congratulations. You have unlocked the human identity. You can freely switch between the zombie and human identities. Upon witnessing the content of the world's blessing, Shenmue was momentarily taken aback. Human identity? This, one could argue it, is indeed beneficial. After all, while Shenmue possessed the concealment badge, which allowed him to mask his zombie identity, the badge was not infallible. The old village chief could discern at a glance that Shenmue's true identity was not that of a human, but rather a zombie. Now, with the ability to genuinely switch his identity to that of a human, his safety was significantly assured. However, when considering the practical utility of this newfound ability, Shenmue found himself at a loss for words. It did not enhance his attributes or combat prowess, rendering it somewhat superfluous. A shadow of disappointment crossed Shenmue's face. He lamented not having drawn a divine-level attribute unlock this time. Yet, as he contemplated his imminent journey to the main city, he realized that possessing a human player identity would indeed facilitate many matters. At the very least, he would not have to worry about being exterminated by NPCs in the main city who might mistake him for a zombie. Since the world's blessing could not be revoked, Chen Mu resigned himself to quietly accept it. At that moment, he had over 600 battle achievement points remaining. After some reflection, he casually spent 5 million to purchase a piece of growth-capable legendary quality equipment, the Crimson Warblade. This would serve to fill the gap in his melee weaponry. With the remaining points, Chen Mu exchanged them for various legendary quality combat scrolls, such as Fire Elemental Forbidden Spell Scroll, Earth Elemental Forbidden Spell Scroll, and so forth. Having expended all his battle achievement points, Chen Mu commanded the negotiators and Big Head to lead the horde of zombies away from the vicinity of the novice village while he returned to the village himself. Haha, dear friend Lightning Emperor, we owe our victory in the novice village this time largely to you. As soon as he stepped into the old village chief's home, the chief, leaning on his cane, greeted him with a beaming smile and warmly took Chen Mu's hand. Old village chief, I am here to settle the quest, Chen Mu replied directly, skipping any pleasantries. One is the task of annihilating the Nightfall, and the other is the gold reward for slaying the core of the Nightfall and its outer minions. Rest assured, my old friend will not shortchange you. The village chief chuckled, clearly in high spirits. He produced a scroll, a letter, and a pouch of gold from his robes, presenting them to Chen Mu. As we previously agreed, for each Nightfall outer minion or beast slain, you earn 1 gold coin. For each core of the Nightfall, the reward is 100 gold coins. I shall settle this for you on the spot. Furthermore, the clues regarding the Earth Dragon can be found within this scroll. With this scroll, you will be able to locate the sealed resting place of the Earth Dragon by presenting my letter of recommendation. The Guardian of the Sealed Land will grant you access through its gates. Whether you can obtain the Earth Dragon will depend upon your own fortune. Note, the Nightfall leader is not a player and cannot bring the Earth Dragon out of the Forbidden Zone. He can only extract some of the Earth Dragon's power for his own use. As he spoke, the old village chief adjusted his long beard. After a brief pause, he continued with narrowed eyes, to be honest, I do hope you succeed. After all, the interdimensional teleportation array has already been set up. This implies that the demon army has entered our world, albeit you have dispatched them to other nations. However, a confrontation with the demon realm is ultimately unavoidable. Our world still requires the protection of 7 mighty dragons. Chen Mu stroked his chin, wearing a serious expression. The fate of the world hinges upon the 7 dragons. It cannot be taken lightly. Old village chief, how about you grant me another portion of the world's blessing? This way, I would have a greater chance of subduing the Earth Dragon. The old village chief retorted. Get lost. You think I'll let you swindle me for something good again? Not a chance. Old village chief, what do you mean by swindling? Chen Mu exclaimed in indignation. I, the Thunder Emperor, have always respected the elders and cared for the young. Furthermore, I bled for the novice village during this Nightfall battle. If it weren't for me. All right. The old village chief rolled his eyes. While you are not entirely wrong, you are asking for 3 rewards for this one task. Humph. It's the first time I've encountered such brazen players as you. Chen Mu rubbed his nose, realizing he could not extract anything further from the old village chief. Subsequently, he smiled widely and inquired, by the way, old village chief, there is something else I wish to consult you about. Do you know the specific function of the novice village's rule crystal? The novice village rule crystal? The old village chief was momentarily taken aback, then furrowed his brow. Why do you ask about that? Noticing the old chief's vigilant demeanor, Chen Mu briefly explained the origins of the rule crystal he possessed. Fearing the old chief might forcibly seize it, he refrained from presenting the crystal itself. The old village chief scrutinized Chen Mu deeply, then lifted his teacup and took a small sip before explaining, the novice village rule crystal is the source of power for a novice village. When the Nightfall invasion occurred, I was able to deploy the novice village's defensive shield by harnessing the power of the rule crystal. As for the one in your possession, if you are willing, I would be prepared to purchase it at a handsome price. Really? Chen Mu's eyes lit up. I would sell it for 100 portions of the world's blessing. Huffed. Upon hearing Chen Mu's words, the old village chief spat out a mouthful of tea. You really have the audacity to demand such a high price. Cough, cough. Seeing the old village chief's reaction, Chen Mu awkwardly chuckled. 100 is too much. I could consider 80 portions instead. Forget it. The old village chief rolled his eyes again, not to mention that I have no world blessings left, even if I did. It wouldn't be possible to purchase it at that price. You might as well keep it for yourself. With this rule crystal, you can undoubtedly construct a city that belongs entirely to you. Subsequently, the old village chief began to explain to Chen Mu the usage of the rule crystal. Chen Mu listened attentively. It was quite simple, really. One merely needed to select a location, embed the rule crystal into the ground, and drop a single drop of blood to gain the recognition of the world's will. The rule crystal for the novice village has a radiant diameter of up to 10 kilometers. Within this range, if any of Chen Mu's zombies perish, they can respawn at the same location after a certain period. If sufficient materials are gathered, a resurrection altar can be constructed. At that time, should any players join Chen Mu, they too can be resurrected at the altar upon their demise. In times of conflict, Chen Mu can also utilize the rule crystal to summon a defense shield akin to that of the novice village. Overall, it is quite an impressive feature. However, there is one crucial point to consider. If the city Chen Mu builds is a city of zombies, it will attract the attention of the main city, which may even dispatch a formidable army to eradicate it. Conversely, if it is a city inhabited by players, the surrounding wild creatures will autonomously unite to launch a beast-tide assault. Only by enduring the beast tide or withstanding the onslaught of the main city's forces can this city continue to exist. To build a city? Chen Mu squinted, pondering deeply, murmuring to himself that this indeed requires careful consideration. Chapter 86. The Raid on the Nightfall Warehouse and the Origins of Ling Lingqi upon exiting the home of the village elder. Chen Mu did not linger in the novice village. He mounted his trusty steed, Xiao Feng, and ventured eastward, swiftly converging with the negotiator and the throngs of the undead. Let us proceed to empty the Nightfall Warehouse. Chen Mu commanded with a sweeping gesture, setting a course for the city of the dead. The howling winds filled the air, accompanied by the heavy footfalls of the approaching horde. Unbeknownst to him, Chen Mu had already established his own faction and army within the game Doomsday. Perched upon the head of Xiao Feng, he exuded the demeanor of a seasoned general. After more than 2 hours, Chen Mu led the formidable army of undead to the former headquarters of Nightfall. The structure still stood as a testament to modern technology, its imposing facade gleaming in the dim light. 2 guards from Nightfall stood vigil at the entrance, their eyes alert and suspicious. Upon spotting Chen Mu, Xiao Feng, the negotiator, and Ling Lingqi, confusion flickered in their eyes. One guard hesitated before addressing the negotiator and Ling Lingqi. Masters Ling Ling, what brings you here? However, without a word in response, Ling Lingqi raised her hand and unleashed a flurry of crossbow bolts, instantly slaying the bewildered guards. When it came to ruthless tactics, none could rival Ling Lingqi among Chen Mu's ranks. She exhibited no hesitation in dispatching former allies. Boss, Ling Lingqi turned to Chen Mu after eliminating the sentries. Though nearly all of Nightfall's forces were mobilized during the novice village skirmish, a few guards were left behind to prevent wild monsters from infiltrating the headquarters. They are merely lowly minions. Brother. Before Chen Mu could reply, the negotiator chimed in, that seems a bit wasteful. While the guards may not possess exceptional combat prowess, they are still elite troops trained by Nightfall. If you deem them unworthy, allow me to convert them into zombies. That way, I can assemble my own guard. With a nod of agreement, Chen Mu responded, you make a valid point, Xiao Tan. Sooner or later, we shall establish our own city-state, and these remnants of Nightfall could serve as a valuable addition to our ranks. We ought to recruit them. Indeed. Ling Lingqi's eyes gleamed with determination as she concurred. The group then ventured into the heart of the Nightfall stronghold. Along their path, any core members encountered were swiftly subdued by Ling Lingqi and the zombies of the Forbidden Zone, subsequently transformed into undead by the negotiator's bite. Thus, Chen Mu's forces continued to swell in number. After meandering through the Nightfall headquarters for a while, they finally arrived at the Nightfall warehouse. Indeed, within this treasure trove lies a veritable cornucopia of resources, nearly countless in number. Chen Mu traversed the warehouse, his eyes wide with astonishment, smacking his lips as he reminisced about the days when Xiao Tan indulged freely within these walls. He had often contemplated how splendid it would be if the Nightfall warehouse were wholly his. At last, that dream has materialized. Let us commence. Gather all resources and pack them away. With Chen Mu's command issued, the negotiator, Big Head, the undead from the Forbidden Zone, and a newly recruited group of outer members began to utilize spatial rings to frantically collect various resources. Chun Mu reclined in an ornate armchair, eyes half closed, relishing this rare moment of leisure. "Boss, I have brought all the skill books collected by nightfall." Lin Lingqi soon approached, presenting a stack of skill tomes. Among them were several commendable skills tailored for archers, as well as universal skills applicable to all professions. "Would you care to peruse them?" Chenmu nodded, accepting the skill books and began to examine them. Storm of Pear Blossoms, archer-exclusive skill, upon activation, increases firing speed by threefold for a duration of 5 minutes, with a cooldown of 12 minutes. Unity of Arrows, merges all arrows into one, unleashing a terrifying destructive force. In total, there were 12 skill books. Even a single tome tossed onto the auction platform could fetch an astronomical price. Splendid. Chenmu nodded in satisfaction and proceeded to learn all the skills. "By the way, boss, would you like to visit the Prestige Mall?" Lin Lingqi continued. To facilitate resource exchanges, the Nightfall headquarters coincides with the location where the Prestige Mall refreshes. "Oh?" Chenmu's eyes glimmered with intrigue. "I had intended to send someone to locate the Prestige Mall after clearing Nightfall's warehouse. Let us go and take a look." "Yes." Lin Lingqi nodded in agreement, leading Chenmu towards the location of the Prestige Mall. "From now on, you shall remain by my side as my chief steward." Chenmu mused aloud to Lin Lingqi during their journey. Initially, he had not considered keeping a steward, but he recognized Lin Lingqi's meticulous and thorough nature, which would serve him well. Moreover, under the contract of Privilege 1, he felt assured that Lin Lingqi would not betray him. Lin Lingqi paused, then smiled. "Very well. I shall heed your arrangements. By the way, Lin Lingqi, I previously speculated that you are not from the demon realm, but rather a native of this world, forcibly brought to serve as a core member of Nightfall. Am I correct?" Chenmu inquired. "Indeed." Lin Lingqi nodded, a hint of melancholy in his demeanor. "I am a descendant of the royal lineage of the ancient kingdom of Galulan, one of the 7 great empires of the continent. Alas, the kingdom of Galulan has been laid to waste by the demonic forces. I had sought vengeance against those fiends, but lacking the strength to do so, I was ultimately defeated by the leader of Nightfall and left with no choice but to serve. I am fortunate to have encountered you, boss. Who can help me break free from Nightfall's grasp?" Chenmu's eyes revealed a hint of surprise. "Are you still a descendant of the royal lineage in this world? It has been so long." Ling Lingqi chuckled sadly and shook her head, stating that the ancient empire of Lulan had fallen for centuries. Now, there are probably very few royal heirs scattered across the globe. Observing Ling Lingqi's melancholic demeanor, Chenmu shifted the topic. "Tell me about the situation on the continent." "Certainly." Ling Lingqi replied and began. "This continent is known as the Eastern Continent, which once boasted 7 great empires. However, with the invasion of the demon realm, these empires collapsed one after another. Yet, after hundreds of years of development, dozens of small and medium-sized states have emerged across the continent. The nation where our novice village resides is one such state, named the Ice-Shattered Kingdom. And if I am not mistaken, you are preparing to take us to the capital of the Ice-Shattered Kingdom, right?" "Yes, I do plan to go to the capital," Chenmu nodded. "In that case, please enlighten me about this so-called Ice-Shattered Kingdom and the situation in the capital we are about to visit." Ling Lingqi nodded, but her brow furrowed, revealing a certain gravity. "The Ice-Shattered Kingdom is not a realm of pure humans. Its ruler belongs to the Ice Clan. They are not particularly friendly towards humans. Boss, it would be prudent for us to act discreetly from now on, lest we attract unnecessary trouble." Chapter 87, The Prestige Store, Talent Evolution. "Master of Fire, Ice Clan mutants?" Chenmu furrowed his brow. He had indeed encountered some information regarding these mutants on the forums. In an effort to promote diversity, the game features numerous mutant races, each possessing distinct characteristics. For instance, the Ice Clan mutants are endowed with a passive talent for ice magic affinity, rendering them formidable ice mages from birth. According to the official forum's description, Ice Clan mutants are not only powerful, but also remarkably handsome, regardless of gender. Consequently, many female players eagerly anticipate their first encounter with these so-called Ice Clan individuals. Initially, Chenmu regarded this information merely as entertainment, But little did he expect that during their visit to the main city, they might actually encounter these Ice Clan mutants. Moreover, from Ling Lingqi's tone, it seemed that the Ice Clan mutants held a rather unfriendly disposition towards humans. Noticing Chun Mu's apparent interest in the Ice Clan mutants, Ling Lingqi continued to elaborate. Centuries ago, the Ice Clan was merely a minor race under the dominion of humanity. However, as humanity suffered devastating blows from the demon realm, the Ice Clan seized the opportunity to rise and establish their own kingdom. As they conversed, the two soon arrived before the prestige store. The so-called prestige store was, in fact, a colossal stone tablet situated within the Nightfall combat training ground, devoid of any NPCs to oversee it. Shenmue exclaimed in disbelief, "What the hell? If I hadn't occupied the Nightfall headquarters, who would have imagined that the prestige store would manifest in such a form here?" Following Ling Lingqi's guidance, Shenmue placed his hand upon the stone tablet, and swiftly, a marketplace exchange interface unfolded before his eyes. Prestige points, 80,000. Available for exchange, 1. City construction order, 50,000 prestige. Upon activation, allows for the instantaneous construction of a standard city, with walls capable of withstanding attacks from monsters below level 10. Note: it is advisable to visit the main city beforehand to seek relevant NPC officials and purchase the necessary construction qualification proof. Otherwise, any city built will be deemed illegal. 2. World Blessing 30,000 prestige. Upon activation, grants a single world blessing. Limit per person, 10 times. 3. Godly Voidstone 10,000 prestige. One of the core materials for forging godly quality rings. Note: there are a total of 1,000 legendary quality items, each requiring 5,000 to 30,000 prestige points. For epic quality, there are 100,000 items, each requiring 500 to 1,000 prestige points. Upon reviewing the items available for exchange at the prestige store, Shenmue could not help but gasp in astonishment. Originally, he believed that the list of rewards provided by the village elder contained an abundance of valuable items, but he was taken aback to discover that, compared to the prestige store, the so-called merit exchange list was utterly inadequate. To be frank, if circumstances permitted, Shenmue would have relished the opportunity to completely empty the prestige store. Regrettably, he possessed only 80,000 prestige points and had to be frugal. After casting a glance at the city construction order, which could instantaneously establish a city, a prized asset indeed, he hesitated for quite some time before ultimately deciding to forego it. After all, spending 50,000 prestige points on such an item was not a prudent investment. Subsequently, he spent 60,000 prestige points to acquire 2 world blessings. As for the remaining 20,000 prestige points, he refrained from hasty expenditure, opting instead to accumulate them for future use, perhaps upon his arrival in the main city. He might encounter a prestige shop and manage to procure another world blessing. At this juncture, additional world blessings were undoubtedly advantageous for him. Ding! Congratulations on utilizing 2 world blessings. You have gained 1 opportunity for divine talent evolution. You may designate one of your talents to be evolved into a divine level talent. 2. Divine attribute unlocked. Demon-breaking magical attacks can ignore the enemy's magical resistance, inflicting true damage. Note: should you acquire the armor-breaking attribute, physical attacks can ignore the enemy's physical resistance. Both attributes can be merged into the divine absolute true damage attribute. Shenmue's eyes sparkled with excitement. Divine talent evolution and the unlocking of the demon-breaking attribute? The outcomes of this draw were rather splendid. He was thoroughly satisfied with both world blessings. However, while the demon-breaking attribute was commendable, he found himself in a quandary regarding which talent to enhance with the divine talent evolution. Presently, he possessed 3 talents: Bone Wings, Extreme, Plague, Extreme, and Fire Element Affinity, Extreme. First, he dismissed Bone Wings, for even if it evolved into a divine-level talent, it would likely only accelerate his flight, which seemed unnecessary. Both Plague and Fire Element Affinity were quite promising. Plague had become Shenmue's trump card, while the Fire Element Affinity, when combined with the recently acquired demon-breaking attribute, would likely yield considerable synergistic effects. Which talent should be fortified to divine status? After much contemplation, Shenmue resolved to enhance the fire element affinity. Ding! Congratulations! Your talent fire element affinity has been strengthened to the divine talent Master of Fire. Master of Fire. You may cast any fire-based spells, including fire-forbidden spells. With spellcasting speed increased tenfold, mana consumption reduced by 10 times, and cooldown time shortened tenfold. Thump! Thump! Shenmue's heart raced dramatically. Master of Fire. Wasn't this akin to Xiao Feng's talent, Master of Wind? He had unwittingly acquired a talent comparable to the exclusive talents of world-class bosses. A sudden epiphany struck Shenmue's mind. If he were to obtain several talents that rivaled those of world-class bosses, could it not signify that he might ascend to a level of power comparable to that of world-class bosses themselves? At this stage, the enhancement of basic attributes had become less significant for Shenmue, unless Shenmue's foundational attributes experience a dramatic increase, multiplying several, even dozens, or even hundreds of times. The minor enhancement provided by a single level is utterly negligible. It is only through remarkable talents that Shenmue's combat prowess can witness an immediate and substantial elevation. With this conclusion forming in his mind, Shenmue gradually gathered his thoughts. Boss, boss. At that moment, the negotiator, Big Head, and the zombies from the Forbidden Zone approached. Their faces aglow with excitement as they exclaimed, "The Nightshade warehouse has been completely emptied by us. You cannot imagine how bountiful Nightshade is." Even though they previously expended a significant amount of materials to construct the interdimensional teleportation array, what remains is still over 1,000 tons. When it comes to resources calculated by the ton, Nightshade is indeed astonishingly rich. But now it all benefits us, ha ha ha. Shenmue turned to see the negotiator and the others brimming with joy, their excitement palpable. Chapter 88. Stepping out of the novice village, marching into the wilderness. Triggering a world-class hidden quest. Having completed the looting, Shenmue nodded and declared, "Now, we shall rest for the night. Tomorrow, we must venture to the main city." Upon hearing their leader's command, the zombies' expressions grew solemn, their demeanor shifting to one of seriousness. The main city represented an entirely new and unknown realm for them. In the novice village, they reigned supreme, yet upon reaching the main city, with the elevation of their level cap, none could predict what trials they would encounter or the challenges that awaited them. Would they face oppression or even annihilation from the formidable NPCs there? Nevertheless, no one hesitated, nor did anyone utter a word of dissent. As a unified chorus of agreement resonated, Shenmue led his companions to rest at the headquarters of Nightfall for the night. At the break of dawn, he set forth with his subordinates and the vast horde of zombies, heading eastward. A small wind, measuring a staggering 20 to 30 meters in length, spiraled above the heads of the zombies. They crossed through the city of the undead and scaled one mountain after another. Along their path, any wild beasts or mutated creatures they encountered were swiftly dispatched. By midday, a colossal transparent barrier loomed before Shenmue and his entourage. Ding! Do you wish to exit the novice village domain? Note: once you leave the novice village, you shall never return without special items. Upon affirming his choice, Shenmue did not linger. He led the negotiators and the others beyond the barrier of the novice village. Outside lay a dense forest. The sounds of wild beasts echoed in the air, their roars reverberating ominously. "Boss," the negotiator said, both anxious and curious, glancing around. "Is this truly the world beyond the novice village? It seems not much different from the mountains we traversed in the village." "Be cautious," interjected Ling Lingqi, adjusting the black hood atop his head. "The world beyond the novice village differs significantly from within it. Although the levels of the wild creatures here may not exceed those at the village's edge, their sheer numbers have multiplied exponentially. If we inadvertently encounter a wild boss, a beast tide could erupt at any moment. What is there to fear about a beast tide?" The negotiator, along with Daitu and the zombies from the Forbidden Zone, turned their curious gazes toward Ling Lingqi. "Is it simply a matter of facing a greater number of wild creatures? With our team's strength, a few well-placed wind blades would surely scatter any so-called beast tide. Indeed, if necessary, we have the small wind above us," another chimed in. "With a single wind-based forbidden spell, even the battle beasts of Nightfall would struggle to withstand it. Do not underestimate the beast tide." Ling Lingqi cast a glance at the negotiators, shaking his head as he spoke. For instance, I recall a wild creature known as the LV-18 Golden Hornet. If their numbers exceed 10,000, even Xiaofeng's forbidden spell would struggle to eradicate them all at once. However, when they unleash their collective skill, Swarm Shot, it becomes a formidable force. Among us, few possess the resilience to withstand such an onslaught. Not to mention, Xiaotan. The undead army you brought from the zombie city consists mostly of levels 10 to 15. Should we encounter a beast tide, your legion of zombies would likely face annihilation. Upon hearing Ling Lingqi's remarks, the negotiators set aside their initial dismissive attitudes. To ensure the safety of our journey, Ling Lingqi paused before continuing his orders. Dado. Take 100 zombies and advance ahead of the main force to scout the path for us. If you encounter any solitary wild creatures, feel free to deal with them. For those you cannot handle, report back promptly. From levels 1 to 10, you possess the ability to fly. Remain on alert in the air and investigate the surroundings for any wild boss. Should you encounter one, it is imperative to inform the boss and me immediately. Understood? Under Ling Lingqi's directives, Dado, the negotiators, and 10 Forbidden Land zombies sprang into action. Who would have thought you were knowledgeable in military strategy? Shenmu observed Ling Lingqi with interest. After leaving the novice village, the world will expand tremendously. Ling Lingqi gazed into the distance. A mixture of nostalgia and reflection in his voice as he stated, in this world, it is a relentless struggle for survival. Those who overestimate their strength often meet a grim fate. One must always harbor respect for nature and life. This is a saying passed down through the royal family of our ancient Grulin Empire. Is that so? Shenmu raised an eyebrow, then chuckled lightly. With you by my side as the chief steward, I find myself considerably more at ease. Boss. Ling Lingqi turned to Shenmu. A flicker of hesitation in his eyes. Might I request a favor from you? Speak freely, Shenmu encouraged, patting Ling Lingqi's shoulder. If the opportunity arises in the future, I hope you can assist in the restoration of the ancient Grulin Empire. Ling Lingqi inhaled deeply, his expression earnest as he declared, if successful, you shall be the eternal supreme deity of the Grulin Empire. Due to privilege 1, Ling Lingqi had devoted himself wholeheartedly to Shenmu. However, allegiance does not imply the absence of personal desires. He harbored his own stories and experiences, as well as unyielding obsessions. While under the Night Lord's command, he had never broached the subject of restoration, for at that time, he had merely feigned compliance due to the toxic oath scroll. But now, the situation had changed. Ding! Congratulations, you have triggered the world-level hidden quest, Revival of the Ancient Grulin Empire. Before Shenmu could respond to Ling Lingqi, a sudden system notification echoed in his ears. Task Introduction. The ancient Grulin Empire was once one of the world's most formidable 7 empires, possessing 1/7 of the world's essence. During the conflict with the demon realm, this essence was unfortunately shattered, resulting in the fragmentation into dozens of smaller nations. Akin to the likes of the Shattered Ice Kingdom, if one could gather the essence from these numerous small nations and reconstitute it into an imperial-level world essence, an opportunity for a baptism of essence would be bestowed upon you. Task Reward 1, Essence Baptism 1, to transcend the shackles of the mortal body. Achieve a divine level and acquire divine power. Task Reward 2, the unwavering loyalty of the entire ancient Grulin Empire. Task Reward 3, divine level entry, Pioneer of the Empire, unlocked. Task Time Limit, unlimited. Task Failure Penalty, none. Upon witnessing the system notification, Shenmu was momentarily taken aback, a peculiar expression surfacing in his eyes. Had he merely engaged in casual conversation with Ling Lingqi? How could this trigger a world-class hidden task? The crux of the matter is, he was only at level 18. Was he truly on the verge of touching the legendary divine realm? Absurd. Chapter 89. Ling Lingqi's Heart of Return. With Ling Lingqi's expectant gaze upon him, Shenmu pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. If the opportunity arises, I shall consider aiding you in your quest for national restoration. However, it is still premature to discuss such matters. For now, let us focus on establishing a firm foothold in the main city. Ling Lingqi's eyes sparkled with excitement, and beneath his dark cloak, his body trembled slightly with anticipation. He exclaimed, "Excellent! Little Chi, swear before the heavens that I shall assist you, my leader, in ascending to the pinnacle of this world, even if it means sacrificing everything. Chunmu rolled his eyes in response. Have you forgotten that I bestowed upon you the title of super conversationalist? There is truly no need for such oaths. Ling Lingqi was momentarily speechless, and after a brief pause, he quickly added, my leader, I speak from the heart. This time is different from before with nightfall. With a chuckle, Chunmu shook his head and patted Ling Lingqi's shoulder. I understand your intentions. Life was proceeding well in the eastern capital, within the emperor's office. A military officer clad in a lieutenant colonel's uniform, holding a document, reported with utmost respect, Your Majesty, the results of the physical fitness tests for soldiers who entered the Doomsday Game have been released. Among them, soldiers who have reached level 8 and above in the game have exhibited remarkable enhancements in their physical attributes in real life. For instance, a soldier who could originally lift 80 kilograms can now effortlessly lift over 160 kilograms. Their running speed has increased from 12 kilometers per hour to over 24 kilometers per hour. Special Forces soldiers who have reached level 10 and successfully completed their class transition have experienced an increase in their attributes by 3 to 5 times. Further research revealed that the higher the level attained in the game, the greater the enhancement in physical fitness in reality. It is projected that if one can elevate their level to 60 in the game, requiring the completion of a third-class transition, known as the Tri-Transcendent, the physical attributes of these Special Forces soldiers could potentially reach 300 times their original capabilities, rendering them, in a sense, superhumans. Upon hearing the report, the Emperor, seated in his office chair, furrowed his brow in deep contemplation. The notion that entering the Doomsday Game and increasing one's level could, to a certain extent, translate into real-world power was no longer a secret. In fact, many astute individuals had already discerned this truth. However, the initial manifestations of power in reality were not overtly apparent, leading many to remain unaware of the specific rules and corresponding data ratios governing the embodiment of strength. To obtain precise results, military departments and various organizations around the world have commenced extensive data testing in secrecy. Recently, the results of the tests have emerged. The Emperor of the Little Sun Kingdom now has myriad considerations on his mind. He rhythmically tapped on his desk and solemnly inquired, Lieutenant Khoten, what is the current number of players from our Great Sun Empire engaged in the Doomsday Game? Approximately 10 million, reported Colonel Khoten, which constitutes 1/12 of our Great Sun Empire's total population. Ah, splendid. The Emperor nodded thoughtfully. Although the origins of the Doomsday Game are unclear, its existence will undoubtedly transform the global landscape. We, the Great Sun Empire, must devote ourselves wholeheartedly to this game. If the quality of our citizens can be enhanced as a result, it shall be a boon for the nation and its people. Dispatch an edict. From today onwards, all citizens must engage in the Doomsday Game after work. For those aiming for civil service, military academies, or prestigious enterprises, it shall be mandated that they achieve a certain level within the game. Furthermore, starting next year, we will designate the Doomsday Game as a compulsory subject in the college entrance examination. The weight of its score must be maximized. Upon hearing the Emperor's decree, Colonel Khoten hesitated momentarily. Your Majesty, this may be somewhat excessive. The entrance exam and pathways into civil service, military academies, or esteemed corporations are critical to our nation's foundational development. If tied to the levels within the Doomsday Game, many may express discontent. The Emperor scoffed. If other nations implement such measures and their citizens' quality improves while ours does not, when our Great Sun Empire faces destruction, who will bear the responsibility? Some individuals can only see their immediate, trivial gains. Why should we indulge them? Understood. Colonel Khoten straightened, his demeanor resolute. However, just as he prepared to convey the orders, a hasty Little Sun military officer, adorned with the insignia of a major general, burst into the office. Report, Your Majesty. A crisis has arisen. The service areas 001, 003, and 005 of our Empire's novice villages have been invaded by the Demon Army, resulting in the destruction of the novice villages. Over 200,000 players have been forcibly disconnected. Furthermore, they have permanently lost their right to access the Doomsday Game. These players have been causing an uproar on the official Doomsday website since yesterday, demanding an explanation from the game officials. Yet, thus far, the official response has been a single statement. The game process is irreversible, and all consequences are to be borne by the players themselves. What? The Emperor's countenance shifted dramatically upon hearing the Major General's words, and he abruptly rose from his seat. With wide eyes, he exclaimed, "Are you telling me that 3 novice villages have been obliterated? Over 200,000 players are unable to access the game? This is utterly absurd. Why has this happened?" The Emperor had just planned to engage the entire populace in this game. Yet, before the directive could even be communicated, our national server faced the abrupt shutdown of 3 novice villages. The Emperor understood all too well that this meant a complete loss of opportunity for those 200,000 players to enhance their skills within the game. The Emperor's expression darkened considerably. "My lord," the Major General inhaled deeply and continued his report, according to intelligence feedback. "The reason for this predicament is primarily due to a player from the Dragon Nation, known by the ID Thunder Emperor. At 6:03 p.m. yesterday, Thunder Emperor, through a betting scroll, forcefully relocated a portal to the Demon Realm, the 2 realms teleportation array, to our 001 novice village. By 6:06 p.m. yesterday, our 001 novice village was annihilated by the Demon Realm's Shepherd General." Chapter 90. Investigate, at all costs, to uncover the true identity of the Thunder Emperor. At 8:27 p.m. last night, Bull General emerged, leading the demonic army to forcefully dismantle the barriers of Novice Village number 003, and subsequently. The Major General took a deep breath and continued to report. He effortlessly annihilated Novice Village number 003 along with all its players. This morning at 7:21 a.m., Novice Village number 005 met the same fate. If this trend continues, it won't be long before our Empire's service area, with over 1,000 novice villages, is completely obliterated by the demonic army. Bang! The Emperor's expression darkened like stormy waters as he struck the desk with great force. Damn it! If all our novice villages are destroyed, it would mean the complete loss of our qualification to enter the game Doomsday. Hurry! Think of a way to curb the momentum of the demonic army. Your Majesty. The Major General chuckled bitterly, shaking his head. There is no way. The demonic army is far too powerful, beyond the strength of the novice villages to withstand. The only glimmer of hope is that the barriers leading from the novice villages to the main city are not easily breached. Thus far, the demonic army has only been invading various novice villages. The relevant main cities have not come under attack. As long as the players of other novice villages can level up to 10 before the demonic army arrives and successfully enter the main city, they will not be forcibly removed from the game. Upon hearing of this potential relief, the Emperor's countenance improved slightly. Meanwhile, Colonel Shaoting pondered for a moment before speaking up. "By the way, I have an idea. Since the Dragon Kingdom was able to utilize the betting scroll to send the 2 realms teleportation formation to us, can we not also use the betting scroll to send the teleportation formation back? I recall that the A3 Kingdom also possesses a betting scroll, right? If necessary, we could purchase it." The Major General shook his head, his expression filled with resignation. "I have already spent 100 million to privately acquire the betting scroll from the A3 Kingdom. However, once the 2 realms teleportation formation is fully activated, it cannot be moved. This plan is utterly unfeasible." Humph. The Emperor, upon hearing their conversation, darkened further. "Our empire suffers this unwarranted calamity solely because of the Thunder Emperor of the Dragon Kingdom. This man is exceedingly vile. He dares to attempt to single-handedly sever the fate and future of our great empire. Send word to our hidden forces in the Dragon Kingdom. They must ensure that the Thunder Emperor is rendered incapable of leaving the novice village." Your Majesty. The Major General shook his head. "You may not be aware, but the Thunder Emperor is the top player in the game, holding the number 1 spot on the level leaderboard. As of last evening, his level had already reached 18. Our hidden forces in the Dragon Kingdom are at most level 10. To kill him, it may be as difficult as reaching the heavens. Moreover, according to whispers of rumor, the Thunder Emperor is likely already en route to the main city. Level 18. The Emperor's eyes widened in disbelief. Was it not said that the game, Apocalypse, was notoriously difficult to level up? Our Shadow Division consists solely of elite operatives selected from special forces. and yet they are only at level 10. What could possibly account for the Thunder Emperor's attainment of level 18? This remains a mystery to the subordinate. The Major General sighed deeply, expressing his exasperation. It is said that not only does he possess a high level, but his equipment is either epic or legendary. In the novice village of the Dragon Kingdom Service Area 9527, his exploits render others unable to compete. Targeting him in the game is a formidable challenge. The Emperor narrowed his eyes and spoke with a grave tone. What if we were to locate the Thunder Emperor in the real world? Even though his level is high, if his strength were to translate into reality, his combat prowess would surpass that of an ordinary individual. Yet, I refuse to believe that he could evade death when faced with firearms. The contemplation of assassinating the Thunder Emperor in reality led the Major General to ponder before nodding in agreement. This approach is indeed feasible. However, the issue lies in the fact that the Apocalypse Games officials maintain a stringent confidentiality regarding players' identities, rendering our efforts in this regard nearly futile. Discovering the Thunder Emperor's real-world identity is likely to prove quite challenging. Prior to this, I conducted an undercover investigation into the Thunder Emperor, aiming to trace his whereabouts through transaction records and bank statements. However, he is exceedingly cautious. After extensive searching, I only managed to uncover a single piece of information regarding a transaction in the public trading channel. This transaction was conducted via a gold auction, making it impossible to trace his bank account details. Shenmue always posted his equipment anonymously, leaving others unaware of his identity. I do not care what methods you employ. The Emperor, having listened to the Major General's various excuses, erupted in anger. I will grant you but 1 week. By any means necessary, uncover the Thunder Emperor's identity in reality. Then, send someone to eliminate him. Can you accomplish this? Yes. The Major General's eyes hardened, refusing to hesitate as he immediately affirmed his commitment. He then saluted respectfully before exiting the Emperor's office. Yet, upon stepping out, his countenance darkened. Discovering the Thunder Emperor's true identity within a week? How exceedingly difficult. If he failed, the Emperor would likely not spare him. What could he possibly do? He felt utterly despondent. He had no idea where this Thunder Emperor had emerged from, determined to oppose the Grand Empire. Damn it, I hope I don't find you. Or else, I shall flay the Thunder Emperor and use his skin as a toilet mat. After cursing inwardly, the Major General returned to his office with a grim expression. Sitting at his desk, he pondered for quite some time. It was only then that he began to formulate a faint idea regarding the search for the Thunder Emperor's true identity. Summon the covert operatives stationed in the novice village 9527 of the Dragon Kingdom, and instruct them to establish contact with the Thunder Emperor. Inform him that we are willing to offer a handsome price for any weapons, equipment, or materials he no longer requires, or alternatively, we shall acquire all his gold at the rate of 1 gold coin for 200 pieces of currency. In summary, devise every possible means to engage and trade with the Thunder Emperor. Chapter 91. Constructing the City of the Undead, a Conspiracy from the Shadows. Is that the capital of the Shattered Ice Kingdom? Within the realm of the game Apocalypse, Shenmue led an immense throng of the undead to the summit of a mountain peak. From afar, he beheld a magnificent city. Ling Chi retrieved a map from her spatial ring, glanced at it, and nodded, stating that the city was known as the City of Extreme Cold, one of the outer cities belonging to the territory of the Shattered Ice Kingdom. After a moment of contemplation, Shenmue remarked that the expansive view here allowed them to overlook the entire city of Extreme Cold and observe its activities. Furthermore, the surrounding mountains were teeming with wild creatures ranging from levels 15 to 30, making it an ideal location for farming monsters. Let us establish our base here. With that, Shenmue took out a milky white crystal from his pocket and placed it on the ground. Ding! Do you wish to activate the Novice Village Rule Crystal? Designating the coordinates 257, 913 as your territory? A system prompt echoed in Shenmue's ears. Indeed, without a moment's hesitation, he affirmed. Boom! In the next instant, a beam of white light, as thick as a thumb, shot up towards the heavens from the crystal, then expanded into a colossal defensive barrier, enveloping the mountain peak where Shenmue stood, along with several surrounding peaks. Ding! Congratulations, your territory has been successfully established. Please select your faction type. 1. Human Faction City requires the construction of a resurrection altar, allowing players to set their resurrection point within this city. 2. City of the Undead. Zombies can spawn within the city, with quantity, level, and quality determined by the energy grade within the crystal. 3. Wilderness City-State. Random wild monsters can spawn within the city. If Chunmu opted for the Human Faction City, it would equate to possessing a rudimentary player stronghold. However, he dismissed this choice. For the City of Extreme Cold lay not far away, boasting a greater number of NPCs and essential city facilities. It was unlikely any player would foolishly choose to settle in his city. For Chunmu, the optimal choice was clear, establishing the City of the Undead. While there were indeed several locations near the City of Extreme Cold that could spawn wild zombies, the quantity and quality rarely met his demands. By constructing his own City of the Undead, he could facilitate the recruitment of his privileges and allow the negotiators to more conveniently replenish their ranks. After careful consideration, Chunmu replied to the system, "Ding, your faction type has been confirmed as City of the Undead. Notice, your City of the Undead will have a 7-day protection period. Please expedite the construction of your territorial city-state to enhance defenses after 7 days. The City of Extreme Cold will dispatch a large number of guards to besiege your city." The old village chief had already warned him that establishing a wilderness city of the undead would provoke a siege from the nearby capital. So Chunmu was not taken aback. If he possessed a city-building decree, he could effortlessly construct the zombie city in no time. However, such decrees were prohibitively expensive. Chunmu had no intention of dipping into his own pockets to acquire one. He turned his gaze directly towards Ling Lingqi, Xiao Tan, and Datu, instructing them to oversee the task of erecting the zombie city. In 7 days, the guards of the extreme cold city would come to besiege us. Remember, our zombie city must be tall and fortified. Chunmu had already communicated the city-building plan to the trio in advance. Therefore, when the order was issued, the negotiator, Datu, and Ling Lingqi were not taken by surprise. Understood. After delegating the construction, Chunmu tasked Xiaofeng and the 10 Forbidden Land zombies with clearing the surrounding area of scattered wild monsters and keeping watch. He then set off alone towards the extreme cold city. Initially, he intended to explore the main city. However, during his flight, he found himself inundated with messages in the public chat channel. Tangjia Sanshao, Thunder King, esteemed one, have you ventured to the main city? Your humble disciple hails from the same novice village and has long admired you. I wonder if you have any discarded equipment for sale. I am willing to pay handsomely, and we can negotiate a fair price. Sure God, Thunder King, esteemed one, do you have any excess gold? I am prepared to purchase large quantities for 200 coins each. Whatever you have. Uchiha, Thunder King, esteemed one, I seek a detailed guide for the zombie campus. I have already attempted that dungeon several times without success. Teacher Song student. After a cursory glance, Chunmu felt a wave of disinterest wash over him. He initially considered shutting down the chat channel, unwilling to engage with these individuals. After all, although he had been selling equipment, it was all done through anonymous auctions, never revealing his identity. This had become a habitual practice for him. Yet, upon seeing the ID Tangjia Sanshao, he furrowed his brow in realization. He vaguely recalled that this individual had previously reported him for cheating and using hacks. How could someone like that publicly express admiration for him? A sense of unease began to creep into Chunmu's mind, heightening his vigilance. Adhering to the principle of avoiding unnecessary trouble, he decisively closed the chat channel and disabled notifications for others attempting to him. Let them carry on with their antics. After flying for a while, as the distance to the extreme cold city dwindled, Chunmu chose a concealed spot to land and then made his way on foot into the city. My lord, the Thunder King pays us no mind at all. Novice Village 9527. Tangjia Sanshao stood before a man cloaked in black, wearing a pained expression. I have been ing him in the public channel every few minutes, yet after half a day, he has not responded even once. Indeed, Divine Slayer called out the players, including Uchiha. The commander adjusted his black hood and frowned. What about the friend request to the Thunder God and the emails? We applied to befriend the Thunder Emperor long ago, but it was utterly fruitless. The 3 foolish members of the Tang family shrugged their hands in exasperation. As for the emails, we received no response whatsoever. We are utterly powerless against him. The higher-ups issued a stern order. The commander took a deep breath, his expression darkening. Within a week, we must uncover the Thunder Emperor's true identity. However, at this rate, not only will we fail to accomplish it in a week, but even a month may pass without any progress. By the way, suddenly, the commander squinted. Didn't we hear that the Thunder Emperor went to the main city? Then we shall also head to the main city. If we can encounter him there, perhaps we might seize an opportunity. Chapter 92. The Strength of the Main City. Shenmu's secret visit to the military camp upon hearing the words of the commander. The three foolish members of the Tang family exchanged glances, realizing that this might be their only option. However, Commander, we have just reached level 10. Although we have qualified for entry into the main city, the journey from the novice village to the main city is fraught with peril. As the wild creatures we encounter are of considerable strength, it is indeed dangerous for us to venture there so soon. The commander's gaze sharpened with resolve as he declared, even if sacrifices are necessary, we must reach the main city to find the Thunder Emperor. Moreover, regarding the issue of safety, we can promote the benefits of traveling to the main city in the chat channels, thereby rallying players from prominent guilds to accompany us. Wise as ever, Commander. The others responded in unison, and thus they decided on their course of action. Step right up, everyone. Behold the exquisite level 20 weapons forged from premium pattern steel, available for only 20 silver coins. First come, first served. High-quality brown bear leather armor, selling at a bargain. In the frigid city, Shenmu wandered alone through the streets, surrounded by the incessant calls of NPC vendors and the rhythmic clanging from the blacksmith's forge. Occasionally, a patrol of 100 soldiers clad in silver armor, brandishing long spears, would pass by. Indeed, the scale and the sheer number of NPCs in the main city far surpassed that of the novice village. A cursory glance revealed thousands of NPCs along a single street, most of whom were above level 15, with the guards reaching levels between 30 to 45, and the captain of the guards boasting an impressive level 60. Regrettably, amidst this frigid metropolis, Shenmu did not encounter any so-called Ice Tribe beings. Instead, he found only humans bustling about. After traversing several streets for approximately 20 minutes, he arrived at the outskirts of the main city's military camp. A sign stood prominently at the camp's entrance. Military recruitment. Reserve forces eligibility, level 10 and above. Regular soldier eligibility, level 30 and above, with completion of the second job transfer quest. Compensation. Reserve forces earn 10 silver coins per month. Ordinary soldiers earn 50 silver coins monthly, and those who achieve the third job transfer to become centurions can receive 1 gold coin as military pay. Beside the sign sat a scruffy quartermaster. Noticing Shenmu standing at the entrance for quite some time, he instinctively assessed the young man's attributes. However, upon investigation, the quartermaster was taken aback. This lad was clearly only level 18, yet as a level 30 quartermaster, he could not discern any of the young man's attributes, only appeared before him. Such a phenomenon could signify only one thing. This young man's attributes must overwhelmingly surpass his own. In an instant, the quartermaster's eyes lit up with enthusiasm. Greetings, young brother. You possess an extraordinary physique. Are you interested in joining the army? Although you are currently only level 18. If you are willing to enlist, I can guarantee that you can bypass the reserve soldier status and become a regular soldier directly. What do you say? Will you join the ranks? Shenmu was momentarily taken aback, then blinked his eyes and inquired, Sir, may I ask how many soldiers are currently stationed in our military camp? In 7 days, the Frost City would dispatch troops to besiege a zombie city. If he could gather intelligence on the military strength within the city beforehand, he could make some preparations. Our military camp has a total of 3,000 active soldiers. The quartermaster readily divulged. Recently, there have been frequent signs of wild beasts gathering in large numbers outside Frost City. Therefore, the higher-ups are preparing to expand our official troop count to 5,000 and recruit an additional 3,000 reserves to counter the impending beast tide. You arrived quite early. Young brother, if you had come a bit later, once the recruitment is full, even if I vouched for you, you might not qualify as a regular soldier. He continued. Besides the standard military salary, you can also earn merit points for defeating enemies. These merit points can be exchanged in the supply department for many resources and equipment that are unavailable in the outside world. I assure you, joining the military will not be a loss for you. If you are fortunate enough to achieve merit, you might even get a chance to meet the city lord. As he spoke, the quartermaster winked at Chunmu, resembling a child trafficker in demeanor. After pondering for a moment, Chunmu asked, "In our city, aside from this military camp, are there other camps as well?" Huh? The quartermaster was momentarily taken aback, a flicker of suspicion crossing his gaze. It seemed this lad was not genuinely interested in enlisting. Gradually, the quartermaster's initial enthusiasm waned, and he replied coolly, "There are a total of 4 military camps in the city. Ours is the Eastern Camp. Do you truly wish to enlist or not?" Coughing lightly, Chunmu touched his nose and said, "I'm just browsing." With that, he turned and sauntered away, leaving the quartermaster with a nonchalant silhouette. The quartermaster thought to himself, "What the heck? Is there someone who treats military enlistment like a stroll through the market these days?" Ignoring the quartermaster's displeased expression, Chunmu walked away, his thoughts racing. If the other 3 military camps were similar to the Eastern Camp, considering that all camps would be fully staffed, there would be roughly 20,000 regular soldiers above level 30 and about 12,000 reserves above level 10. It was evident that the reserve slots were likely allocated for players heading to the main city. Chunmu was unconcerned about the more than 10,000 players above level 10. If they dared to invade his zombie city, he would undoubtedly make them regret it. However, he dared not underestimate the 2,000 NPC soldiers above level 30. After all, reaching level 30 meant an additional class change opportunity, significantly enhancing their combat prowess compared to first transition NPCs at level 29. Moreover, among the active soldiers, the Centurions commanding 100 men have already reached level 60, third transition. One can only imagine the level and strength of the leaders commanding 1,000 men, or even the supreme military commanders of a Barak, not to mention the city lord. Once the city of the undead is fully constructed, these formidable figures will likely be the greatest adversaries that Chunmu must confront. Contemplating this, Chunmu furrowed his brow slightly. The strength of the main city exceeds his expectations significantly, and he remains uncertain about the number of troops that will be dispatched to besiege his city of the undead. He can only proceed step by step. Furthermore, he must strive to elevate the overall strength of his forces within the next 7 days. As for how to enhance his power, Chunmu does have a direction in mind. That is to venture into the forbidden grounds where the Earth Dragon resides and capture it under contract. Should he manage to secure another formidable entity, the battle prowess of a future world-class boss, his chances of contending with the main city will undoubtedly increase substantially.